Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 1. I was possessed as a third-rate extra from a game I liked. It has even already collapsed and retired. I have no ambitions and just want to get a diploma. But the world won't let that happen. Academy Water possessed water healing survival. Prologue now. I think it's time to admit it. I was X. I will no longer recognize you as the legitimate son of the Ross Taylor family. The crime of making a frivolous curse in the presence of the glorious Princess Phenia. The crime of corruptly interfering in the entrance exam to the sacred Sylvania Academy. The crime of neglecting dignity and being blinded by jealousy, thus tarnishing the family name. These are all things that cannot be taken lightly. There was no need to read the contents behind it. A personal letter from Crepin Ross Taylor, the head of the Ross Taylor family. There were a lot of ceremonial words written here and there, but in the end, it was summarized in one line as follows. I'm going to kick you out of the family register. It was a story about the end of a life where he ruled like a king with a strong family behind him. I felt like the guard of fate was marking me. Have you had fun so far? Now life in hell begins. Something like that seemed to be floating around. I want to accept that ridicule as unfair. Because this is because Ed Ross Taylor, who led an arrogant life using the strong support of the Ross Taylor family as a shield, was not me. The luggage I gathered is here. Thank you for your hard work. The maid in charge of Sylvania Academy's top-class dormitory, Oakley's Hall, politely greeted me. With a blank face, I accepted the two large wooden bags handed to me by the maid. It was my room, which was luxurious. But when I put my personal belongings away, it seemed like they all fit into two bags. In other words, those magnificent rooms were never mine to begin with. This is what happens when you lose support from your family. Then I hope you enjoy the rest of your life. Even though he may be the one who threw his life into the gutter right now, he is treated with respect as a former noble. It was truly dignified treatment, but from my perspective, it was just like pouring salt into the wound. Boom, the huge door of Arfeli's coffin closed, and I was left alone in the beautiful garden. Ah, now I have to admit it. I in the game. I can't believe it, my favorite game that is truly unrivaled by anyone in terms of fan loyalty. Sylvania's failed swordsman. He was possessed by the worst person at the worst possible time. I put down my bag and ran my hands down my face. I was bored. There's no answer. The name Ed Rossdaler even had a long-standing flavor. Sylvania's failed sword saint has a total of 43 chapter episodes. It was a name that even I, who had driven it more than 5 times, could not remember. The reason was obvious. This is because he was a third-rate villain who left as soon as he started. Hey, isn't that Ed Rothdeller, SHH? Don't look, be aware. Is there anything to notice now? I heard you were excommunicated. Yesterday, a friend of Arfeli's Quan told me that he had taken a room out of the dormitory. I won't even be able to see your face from next semester. You laughed so hard without realizing it was so high, but I guess you don't know what happens to people. Then, why do you use such tricks on the entrance exam for freshmen? I knew that person would end up like that from a long time ago. Even though you don't have any skills, you act like a jerk. When lunch time came, many students came out to the student center. As I put down a wooden bag as big as my upper body on either side and covered my face, very pleasant sounds tickled my ears. The rise and fall of people is perfect for gossip. I fully understand that fact, but it was unfair from my perspective. What kind of person was I before I became this person? I have always been frugal, simple, and faithful to my duty without ambition. Isn't it too much to suddenly ask such a well-off person to pay for such a crime? While I'm about to smoke a cigarette, I sighed and looked around, and the crowd of students whispering about me had already disappeared. It's been about 2 hours since I was kicked out of the dorm. My brain stopped due to the sudden situation, and I felt dizzy due to the unbelievable reality, but I calmed down anyway. Although it was a truly unrealistic situation, I was able to accept this urgent change to some extent. Could it be because of me as Ed Rothdeller that I am able to get my mind together so quickly? In any case, it was time to establish a course of action on what to do right now. I opened the wooden bag and took out an ornate personal mirror. When I looked in the mirror, I saw the image of a blond boy who was nowhere near his previous appearance and had distinct features that could be said to be handsome. It was my current self, both in name and reality. Name, Ed Ross Taylor. Gender, male. Age, 17. Grade, 2. Race, human achievements. None. Stamina, 3. Intelligence, 4. Dexterity, 7. Willpower, 7. Luck, 6. Combat ability details, magic ability details, life abilities details, alchemy ability details. It was an information window that was all too familiar to me, who had played Sylvania's failed sword saint 5 times. The pop-up method of the in-game information window in Sylvania's failed swordsman was like this. I was able to check my abilities by magically looking at a place where I could see my reflection, such as a mirror, a stream, a pond, or a glass window. It really felt like I was dreaming that even those parts were implemented exactly the same. And I thought it would be better if even the abilities I could actually see were just a dream. He is a student at Sylvania Academy's magic department, and his intelligence is at an all-time low. As if he were a child of an aristocratic family who was raised with great care, his physical strength is on the verge of going underground. The physical strength of a typical farmer is 5 to 6. At the end of the scenario, the physical strength of the main character, who was trained primarily for combat, was around 20. This is truly a miserable figure. Still, his talent and willpower are not bad, but they are not exceptional either. With barely this level of ability, he opened his mouth in front of the main character, so it was obvious. A third-rate beggar villain who was brought in just to stimulate the initial scenario. Since he is nothing more or less than that, we don't even know what happened to him afterwards. No, I remembered. After all scenarios are over, his face appears briefly on the staff roll. He appeared to be sitting on the side of a city street, wearing a mat and begging. Ah, it would be better not to think about it. Oh, I sighed again and leaned against the backrest. Actually, it was a natural ending. One day, the son of a prestigious family, who had been living happily without any knowledge of the world, was suddenly thrown naked on the street. First of all, I had to avoid starving to death on the side of the road like a beggar. So how? There were no words to answer that question. After thinking about it for a while, the answer that came to mind was as follows. Somehow. Chapter 2, 10 days before the start of school, Sylvania Academy was more like a city than a school. This school, which was established by purchasing the entire island of Aiken in the southwestern part of the kingdom, was so large that there were many places that even graduates could not visit. What does that mean? It meant that once you walk, something will come out. As I walked back and forth with the students' eyes on me, I came across an undeveloped forest in the northwestern part of Aiken Island. Basically, most academic facilities are located on the southeastern side of the island, while student convenience facilities, welfare facilities, or commercial facilities are located on the southwest side. In the first place, there were only 2 bridges connecting this school to the mainland, one in the southeast and one in the southwest, so it was developed around that side. After walking for about half a day and reaching the northeast corner, I sat down on a tree stump because my legs were sore. For now, let's not leave this island. If you walk for half a day and organize your thoughts, you will come to some vague conclusions. No matter what happens, since I have come to this status, I have to find a way to adapt and live somehow. Sylvania Academy is one of the most prestigious schools. It is a place where all kinds of noble families are anxious to enroll their children. Overwhelming talent or overwhelming wealth. One of the two is a place where you must be present to register. If you hold a diploma from Sylvania, you can make a living doing anything. Let's just grit our teeth and get the diploma. There is no other asset as good as this in this difficult world where we know nothing. And above all, walking out of this school on your own at this point is literally the same as taking the lead and jumping into an unknown world. I've already played Sylvania's failed sword, Saint, several times to the end. If Ed Rosteller had just been excommunicated, wouldn't that be at the very beginning of the scenario? I am in a position where I have some knowledge of all the things that will happen at this school in the future. At this school, I still have a lot of room to utilize my gaming knowledge. There is absolutely no reason to leave those advantages behind and go out into an unknown world that has nothing to do with the background of the work. After thinking this far, the sun was already setting, sitting alone on a tree stump in a deserted forest. I sighed again and wiped my face. Let's see, I placed 2 wooden bags on the grass and opened them. There were various clothes, textbooks used in class, and magic tools, but they were all output adjusted for learning purposes, so they were not very useful. I lived in such a gorgeous room, but this was all I had to carry. I realized once again how vain my life was. Yes, I may have been excommunicated from my family, but I haven't been expelled from school yet. It would be impossible to pay the huge tuition fee on my own without support from my family, so it would be virtually the same as expulsion. But the next semester's tuition would have been paid anyway. If you grit your teeth and win a scholarship or find a new way to make money, you can continue attending school. However, a time limit was set until next semester. The scenery is really nice. I walked a little further, and there was a stream. A stream of water came down from a small hill in the northwest of Aiken Island and was flowing all the way here. Once again, I am intoxicated by the moonlight reflected on the water's surface and the calm scenery of the forest, where only the sound of insects can be heard. This is not the time to be immersed in romance. If this continues, you will starve to death. I picked up a branch and wrote on the floor. There were a lot of things I needed to live my life right now. The goal is graduation. Goal graduation was written in large letters at the top. Ed Rossdaler is now a sophomore. There are 6 semesters left until graduation. The tuition fee for one semester is usually 20 flang gold coins. The price was enough to buy an entire carriage decorated with dazzling gold trim. Even so, it was a steep price. Usually, students attending Sylvania stay in the highest-end dormitories, eat in restaurants that serve the highest quality menus, study using the highest quality magic tools, and often have 2 or 3 servants with them. After all these things are taken care of, the tuition fee for one semester is the price of a carriage. First of all, there is no answer for tuition. I don't know if he'll get a scholarship within the next semester, but with such poor ability, it's hard to avoid failing, let alone get a scholarship. I can only wonder how a person with such incompetence could have such an arrogant personality. In fact, there is no need to have any doubts. Who would put so much effort into thinking about a villain who is simply beaten and consumed by the main character in the beginning? Anyway, leaving aside tuition fees, the most urgent things are the things you need to live right now. This is the so-called food, clothing, and shelter. There are clothes. I'm not sure if he'll be in an environment where I can do laundry, but how can I avoid looking like crap for a week? Food and giving are a problem. Right now, I don't have a place to sleep or anything to eat tonight. Whoa, another deep sigh. But then I shook my head and slapped myself on the cheek. What difference does it make if you keep sighing? I gritted my teeth, jumped up, and did some stretching. After loosening the waist once, loosening the legs once, tightening the national gymnastics from beginning to end, one set of jumping and one set of push-ups. With the sound of breathing, my body and mind were refreshed. From what I heard, there was an entrance exam for new students, so it must not be long until school starts next semester. If you think about the date, there are probably about 10 days left. First, let's create an environment in which people can attend school. If you have 10 days, you can do anything. First, let's find a place to sleep. The weather was quite cool with a cool spring breeze, so I thought I might be able to sleep on the street somehow, but I couldn't sleep on the bare floor either. Couldn't we make something like a simple tent? It's not that difficult to find a simple shelter without even having to go to a tent. All you have to do is set up thick tree trunks as supports and cover it with something like a tent, and you can create a shelter with a roof. The forest in the northeastern part of Aiken Island has a fairly well-preserved natural environment. Judging by the occasional sightings of spirits and the like, it appears that it has barely been touched by humans. If you look hard enough, you will find plenty of tree trunks that can serve as supports for the tent. You should move while you're worrying. Where is the time to just be lost in your thoughts? Whatever it was, action had to come first. I looked at my face reflected in the stream and focused my energy on the corners of my eyes again. Name, Ed Ross Taylor. Gender, male. Age, 17. Grade, 2. Race, human achievements. None. Stamina 3. Intelligence 4. Dexterity 7. Willpower 7. Luck 6. Combat ability details, magic ability details, life abilities details, alchemy ability details, leaving aside the stats that were still crawling along the floor. I focused my mind to check the details of the magic ability. Magic ability details. Grade, crude magician specialty. Element common magic. Fast casting LV1 mana detection, LV1 fire elemental magic. Combustion LV2, Wind Elemental Magic. Wind Blade LV1, an elemental magic that knows how to use elemental magic, as its specialty is elemental. There are only the two most basic spells. According to Sylvania's curriculum, elemental magic students are required to choose two specialized elemental fields in their first year. It looks like he chose fire and wind, but seeing that he is barely even trained in basic magic, you can instantly see how lazy a student he was. What is it like? In any case, I just needed to confirm that there was magic that could be used. I went deep into the forest and felt the mana in my body. Although it was infinitely weak compared to the amount of mana flowing from the main characters, it was capable of cutting down tree trunks in a moderately grown forest. The blade of wind that arose with magical power cut down stems of appropriate size. It is meaningless if it is too heavy to hold by hand, so it was important to choose the right size. After choosing and cutting down 5 or 6 tree trunks, I was already out of breath. It is definitely a body that cannot freely manipulate mana. The need for training seemed urgent. What kind of trouble is this? I spat once, took a deep breath, and carried the stems to a reasonably sunny place. Even if you try to build a framework on the ground, it will just slide down due to the imbalance of forces. It is a good idea to slightly dig out the ground in the space where the support will stand. I cut the ground with a tree branch the size of the back of my hand and dug it out. So dig up the ground for the 4 armies, build 4 supports, and then lay them down at an angle so that they meet in the center. It was not an easy task since I had 2 hands and 4 supports, but I was able to do it somehow by supporting the supports with my shoulders and head, and the central part where the supports meet was tied with a leather belt. It was a belt taken from a luxurious tunic in the bag. Then, the central part was supported by the last tree trunk, and the bottom was dug out to secure it so that it would not collapse. In this way, a dangerous and uneasy but quite reasonable shelter framework was completed. It didn't look very pretty. In the first place, the support did not meet at the exact center, and it was made roughly without calculation, so the height is lower than expected. Still, if you put up something like a tent here, it will provide a shelter that can last the night. I thought about putting down the clothes that were in the wooden bag, but then I shook my head. First of all, the volume was so small that I had to tie 4 or 5 clothes together. But it was too financially unprofitable to sacrifice the clothes I had to wear starting tomorrow. Since it is a high-quality product, it may be resold, but since it is used as a tent, it is a bit difficult to get it dirty. As a rough compromise, I decided to tie just 1 or 2 together and lay them on the floor, because you can't sleep on the dirt floor right now. So, what kind of cloth should I use to cover the tent? I thought about it, but no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find it. So I went back into the forest and took out a lot of branches from trees with broad leaves. This process alone took close to an hour. Another hour to cover the shelter with the branches. After we managed to complete the shelter, the full moon that had just risen in the western sky was already stuck in the mid-heaven. Woha, it's so intense. After completing the shelter, I stretched my back and wiped off the sweat. It was hard work, but it got done anyway. There was a shelter in front that was just enough to lay down. When I was done, I felt good because I had a sense of accomplishment. Production has been completed. Crafting proficiency has increased. The list of finished products has been updated. It was right after that I heard that message. I tilted my head and was confused for a moment, then went back to the stream and focused my eyes. Instead of that long information window, another window flashed before my eyes. Life skill details grade. Novice artisan specialty. Non-dexterity LV4, design LV1, gathering ability LV1 ho. I guess Ed was more talented at crafting than at magic. In fact, the stats were more concentrated on talent rather than intelligence or stamina. New finished product, wooden temporary shelter, a shelter where you can rest your body for a while. It's crude and shabby. If you don't regularly maintain it, it will likely end its life soon. Production difficulty. This is a fairly welcome window. I didn't know that the production system would come out as is. If you can manage your production skills, does that mean you can also manage the other aspects? At least this is good news. If you think about it carefully, there may be ways to overcome the current crisis. But right now, not only am I physically tired, but I am also mentally exhausted. It was a time when rest was needed. I quickly laid down in the completed shelter. I could hear the sound of leaves rustling and insects crying. It is completely dark, and there is nothing in sight. I decided to close my eyes and slowly fall into sleep. It's really hard, and there are so many things that need to be resolved. But let's rest for now. Let's rest and see. Rest first. When the break is over and the sun rises, let's find a way to survive at this academy in the long term. Chapter 3, 7 days before school starts. 1. Anyway, 3 days have passed. The 3 days were not wasted. It's too confusing to explain it one by one, but it's hard to summarize it in one word. First of all, the first shelter we built was a bit larger. On the second night, it suddenly collapsed, so we dug up more wood from the forest and strengthened the support. It would have been nice to have a rope to tie it to, but I didn't have any, so I dug up the dirt and put a support pole there. If it rained, the rain might leak, so I just sacrificed 3 or 4 sets of clothes to cover the leaves that served as a roof, and then covered them with larger leaves on top of that. After that, the supports could not bear the weight and were about to collapse, so auxiliary supports were installed to support horizontally between the supports. I was wondering what to tie the auxiliary support with, and ended up twisting old clothes like a rag and tying them into a rope. I felt like it was a waste to waste my clothes like this right now. I was wondering if I could get a few silver coins if I scraped it all off and took it to a pawn shop. But then he shook his head. Even if it is truly a jewel, there is no way a pawn shop will buy it unless it is a high-end item with a lot of flair. I'm still saving up on valuables that I really want to buy, so it'll be okay. However, the problem is that there is a pawn shop in the next city that will buy it for you. I wanted to avoid the unfortunate situation of having to leave Aiken Island and walk to a pawn shop in the next city, only to find that I ended up with less money than I expected and no funds to return. It's easy to get there by horse-drawn carriage, but if you want to walk, it's a 2-day, 1-night round trip. It was not a distance that could be left as lightly as going out into the yard. Since I didn't have money to take a carriage, I had to be careful. I was sitting by the stream, sharpening the end of a tree trunk with a dagger. Since I had decided not to leave this school hastily, I had to first prepare a foundation for living: food, clothing, and shelter. I had enough clothes to wear for a few days in a house, even if it was poorly equipped, but the problem was eating right away. On the second day, we went to the forest to look for food. My hometown is a rural village. I was more familiar with environments such as forests and mountains than I thought. However, finding food ingredients is another matter. Grass was everywhere, but deciding which grass was okay to eat was another problem. As I am not a survival expert, there were limits to my ability to distinguish edible grass with my eyes. So I ripped off the bark from the many pine trees in the forest. The inside of the shell had something like white flesh. My grandfather once told me a story when I was young. The story goes that when you were young, whenever Barley Hill came, you would boil and eat the bark of a tree in the mountain behind. I tore off the flesh with the ceremonial dagger that came with my luggage. Then, after starting a fire using ignition magic, the water from the stream was boiled and the flesh was boiled. Since I didn't have anything to use as a pot, I used a metal cup that was used for decoration. I put the chewy pine bark in my mouth and chewed it. It wasn't really tasty, but I could still eat it. And that night, I had diarrhea like a storm. I guess tree bark is not good for humans to eat. And daytime on the third day, after starving for 2 full days and suffering from diarrhea, I was in a state of disbelief. I carved the end of a ceremonial dagger out of wood and tied it tightly with a handkerchief to make a simple harpoon. I tied it tightly, but it was a bit loose with just a handkerchief. So I tied a few more layers of thin vines that I found while exploring the forest. New finished product: simple harpoon, a ceremonial dagger was tied on a well-carved tree trunk. It seems like it could be used for fishing or hunting. Because the dagger is not sharp enough, it cannot be expected to have great killing power. Production difficulty: production completed. Crafting proficiency has increased. When I was young, it was a time when I showed off my skills in catching freshwater fish in the stream. However, because I felt like I was starving to death, there was a different feeling of solemnity than back then. Unlike fishing harpoons that were manufactured as industrial products, they lacked sharpness, but this could be overcome with experience. The firewood was crackling and burning. Still, I was fortunate enough to have ignition magic, so I didn't have to struggle to start a fire. Once again, I was grateful to Ed from the past for choosing my major element. Is this something to be thankful for? Anyway, since gathering wasn't possible, the decision to turn to hunting turned out to be a good decision. As a child, I was able to catch some freshwater fish because of the skills I had used to dominate the stream. I tried to grill it on a wooden skewer like I saw in the cartoon. But as the fish cooked, the meat became soft and fell off from the tree branch, throwing away a lot of the meat. I wish I could make something like a grill, but I couldn't because I didn't have the right materials right now. I had no choice but to burn my tongue and shove the hot fish meat into my mouth. Haha, I felt like my body was absorbing nutrients for the first time in a while. To put it bluntly, it was tasteless. Still, I was grateful that I was able to fill my stomach. After eating the flesh of 4 fish, I buried my face in the stream and drank the water. Whoa, I'm not full, but the hunger that had been bothering me for 2 days has been somewhat defeated. I fell asleep on the gravel bottom of the stream and looked up at the sky. I didn't do much, but the sun was setting. There is 1 week left until school starts. Since food, clothing, and shelter are urgently needed, is it possible to follow the academy curriculum and receive a scholarship? It must be done before discussing whether it is possible or impossible. In a world where you don't know anything, you don't know how much of a weapon holding a Sylvania diploma in your arms can be. Sylvania's graduates usually become key talents in each country. Even if a student's grades are at the bottom, they often end up as the ace of a subjugation team or get a spot at a local non-mainstream magic society just because they are from Sylvania. This creates an environment that is several times better than heading on bare ground. Is anyone there? As I lay down by the stream and looked up at the sky, I heard people's voices. The northern part of Aiken Island is a place that not only students, but also faculty and staff do not come often. I was shocked to hear such a young voice, even though it was a space that was not used except for specific practices or exams. And the identity of that voice was also guessed. Are you Ed Rosteller? Fenia Elias Clole, third princess of the Clole Empire, also known as Princess Fenia. One of the 4 main heroines of Sylvania's failed sword saint, she was a powerful person who had a great influence on the overall school situation throughout the scenario. Well, that was in the future, and now I am a new student at Sylvania Academy. We meet the main character, Taylor, during the entrance exam. Princess Fenia, who took the entrance exam while hiding her identity, is Ed Rosteller, that's right. She's the one who condemned me. He was the one who revealed that I had falsified the contents of the test out of jealousy toward the main character, Taylor, and was the one who provided the decisive opportunity for me to be excommunicated from the family. I heard you were excommunicated. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? That's what I was asking. Basically, it is not a place where the third princess, accompanied by 6 or 7 bodyguards, can go. I raised my head and saw Princess Fenia. Her elegantly flowing platinum blonde hair and frilly dress did not suit her in the wild at all. However, he was not dressed in flashy clothes like usual. Only then did I realize it. Ah, the class placement test episode is in progress. Certainly, it was an episode that took place in the forest north of Aiken Island. A test to determine the level of students who will become members of the Academy's Ministry of Magic. It was held a week before the start of school. A placement test for new students by Professor Glast of the Ministry of Magic, who is famous for being the worst of evils. It was a test in which beads imbued with magical power were randomly scattered in the vast northern forest of Aiken Island and made to be found. It was a test to check whether the magic leaking from the beads could be detected. The basis of all magic begins with detecting magical power. It is an honor to meet you again, Princess Fenia. The gaze of Princess Fenia, who despised me, was quite harsh. From my perspective, it was absurd. However, there is no way you will believe everything I say just because I blurt it out. He quickly raised his upper body, looked at Princess Fenia, and bowed politely. I thought you got kicked out of school. I was kicked out of the dormitory. I asked, what are you doing here? Princess Fenia looked at the makeshift shelter I had made, the bonfire, fish bones, etc., and looked in disbelief. Are you still out of this school? Unfortunately, I am still a student. You mean Sylvania hasn't processed your expulsion? I think I thought there was no need to do that. There was no way I could continue going after suffering that humiliation and not receiving support from my family. Princess Fenia's lips twitched. It was certainly difficult to think that a noble who had suffered this level of humiliation and even been excommunicated would be able to continue attending Sylvania. If this is seen in the dormitory, we will immediately begin expulsion procedures. I'll have to talk to the bachelors right away tomorrow. Do you think Yao'll be allowed to stay here? My plans to obtain a diploma from Sylvania Academy were already about to hit a snag. I couldn't leave it like that. I took a deep breath and quickly began to shake my head. If the princess judges it that way, there is nothing I can do. In fact, not only Princess Phenia, but most of the students despise me. The same goes for the academic staff. If you know that, why don't you just go out on your own? Wouldn't it be better for you to leave with honor at the end, rather than go through the humiliating process of expulsion? I want to continue attending Sylvania. I wouldn't recommend it. Princess Phenia crossed her arms and glared at me with eyes full of contempt. Leave. Everyone despises you and you despise everyone. I think you misunderstand. I don't despise anyone. I guess you don't remember how arrogant and contemptuous you are. It's not easy to look at yourself objectively. No. No matter what happens, if you want to diffuse the situation, you have no choice but to play off your grey tongue. I am rather grateful to the princess. Princess Phenia looked at me with disbelief. Chapter 4, 7 days before school starts. 2. The Ross Taylor family, which I worked for, is a group of villains that looks like a painting. Intoxicated by the noble name of the family, they instill vanity and a sense of choice among their descendants from generation to generation. The spirit of our ancestors, who knew honor and how to give, is no longer there, and only the sense of privilege remains like a ghost, making them a group of people who sit in important positions in the empire and show off. In fact, the Ross Taylor family has a big secret. The head of the family, Crapin Ross Taylor, is a person who researches the magic of eternal life under a contract with Mebula, an evil god from the mythical era. In the process, all kinds of inhumane experiments were conducted and countless lives were sacrificed for research. Approximately 2 years later, that grand plan was discovered by Taylor, the main character of Sylvania's failed sword saint, and he was subjugated after struggling until the very end. Crepin Ross Taylor, head of the Ross Taylor family. It was the final boss of Act 4 of the failed sword saint of Sylvania. After that, there is no need to ask what happens to the Ross Taylor family. Aren't all the members of the Ross Taylor family portrayed as arrogant and arrogant? In order to bring about exhilaration in the player, it falls down to a truly miserable level. All of those who actively sympathized with Crepin Ross Taylor's plan were executed, and those who were even slightly involved were at least imprisoned or punished. In that respect, there is a need to reconsider the current situation. I may be hungry, cold, and at a loss for a living right now, but I guess I've cut off all contact with the Ross Taylor family in advance. To summarize in one line, it is as follows. Rather good. You're thanking me. That's hard to believe. I jumped up from my seat. In fact, since he had been living in the wild for 3 days, his appearance was not surprising. That's probably why the princess is so freaked out. Just a few days ago, I was pretending to be a nobleman and swaggering around in front of others. Seeing him like this is refreshing, but I also feel pity for him. I wanted to delve into that part, but the Princess Phenia I know does not carelessly involve her personal feelings when making public decisions. Appealing to emotions only had the opposite effect. What is the best outcome? Whether I attend this school or not, Princess Phenia catches my attention. Not only Princess Phenia, but all the other students at Sylvania Academy were paying attention. If I make a fuss and it becomes public knowledge that Ed Rossdaler has not been expelled, only I will lose. It wouldn't be surprising if the academic department expelled me at any time. I am standing on the borderline. It was better to stay out of the public eye until I was in a position where the academics were wondering if they could expel me. So there was nothing good about being hated by Princess Phenia. Princess Phenia will decide my treatment. I will just follow her decision. He spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. Trying to hold on to your ankles and beg because you are in a disappointing position will only backfire. The more cornered and desperate a person seems, the easier it is to look down on them and make them look like a ragtag group. Phenia, famous as the Princess of Mercy, is the person with the most special eyes among the characters in Sylvania's failed sword mastery. That is the eye that penetrates into the human vessel and its depth. She has been reigning as a princess since she was young, and has grown up seeing through the flattery, and wicked sophistry of countless people. Hidden behind his seemingly infinitely benevolent character are the eyes of a monarch who weighs human nature at a glance. I turned my head and looked toward the crackling campfire. The burned firewood was crumbling and reaching the end of its life. I could have used ignition magic to make it bloom again, but since my body had not yet been properly trained in magic, I didn't want to use magic for no reason. I passed by Princess Phenia and sat down by the fire. Then he stirred the fire with a poker and gathered the firewood that had fallen from the fire into the center. You've been here all 3 days. It's worth living because I am trying to live my life. The policy was clearly set. The surest way to not get attention is to not give attention. I don't care what you do to me. Well, if I keep this attitude, they'll start to pay attention to me too. The fact that the opponent was the third princess who ruled the castle was a huge source of anxiety, but compared to kneeling down and crying and begging, it was a strategy that had a chance of success. Don't mind me. However, this alone is not enough by two. Anyway, they plan to report me to the academic department and have me expelled. We have to compromise on that part. I heard that for royals, every step they take is noble, so even if they go for a short walk, dozens of their subjects stick by them, and even on a half-day outing, a heavily armed bodyguard accompanies them. Bribery and flattery. It is necessary, but there is a problem. You don't have anything to bribe, and if you try to flatter, there is a high possibility that you will look cheap and be looked down on in an instant. So we have no choice but to come up with a compromise. Such a noble Princess Phenia is traveling alone to the dangerous northern forest of Aiken Island at this hour when the sun is setting. There must be a reason why she did so. Princess Phenia is the one who has her subjects clinging to her and waiting on her even when she walks around the campus. Of course, even in the current situation, there will be no shortage of escorts, but he's probably staring at me from an unseen place with his hand on his weapon. It is obvious that if you do something foolish, you will be punished immediately. So, if you try to harm me with a grudge just because you don't have a bodyguard, you will regret it greatly. So I guess I can boldly say something like that. I grinned. Rumors are already spreading among us second-year students that Professor Glast's placement tests are vicious. He makes students suffer in a novel way every year. It seems the princess is also conducting the placement tests. Without even looking at the princess, I calmly continued talking while digging around the bonfire with a poker. If you go to the lake in the southeastern part of the forest, there is a small rocky island in the middle of it. It is barely the size of a pine tree. That tree is Merelda's guardian tree. If you look into the knot hole of that tree, you will see a good harvest. I beg your pardon. You're in a position to search the entire forest anyway, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to stop by at least once. It felt like Princess Phenia was glaring at my back with her eyes wide open. The gaze was very stinging, but I did my best to pretend not to care. What are you thinking? Are you still bent on revenge? Like I said, I just want to continue attending Sylvania. A crackling sound came up along with sparks. I finally brought the fire back to life. So this could be a bribe from me to the princess, so to speak. Finally, he threw the poker he was holding into the fire. If you don't like it, I have no choice if you don't accept it. Princess Phenia glared at me for a long time, then scolded me for not being funny and left. Anyway, the princess' actions are out of my hands. Let go of this. Don't you know who I am? This is Ed Ross Taylor, the second son of the Ross Taylor family. Get your dirty hands off, you pigs. Where are you touching your body? Taylor. Ah, the low-class, failing student is always just talking. Yes, Princess Hua. Phenia, Princess of Mercy. I'm sorry I didn't know anything. The princess. If you defend something like Taylor, you will only bring a blemish on his noble and lofty name. Please condemn him. Something is wrong with this. It's a trap. It's a trap. This is a scheme that bastard Taylor planned out of jealousy of me. Dirty bastard. You dirty bastard. Are they the same person? Princess Phenia walked through the forest and recalled the scene she saw during the entrance exam. The image of the vain nobleman who tried to kick out the failing student Taylor by manipulating his exam papers came to mind. She was such an ugly and pathetic person that there was no need to use her unique eyes of insight. Anyone who looked at him could see that he was an arrogant and unsightly man. He is a person who is stubborn in front of power and becomes cruel in front of the weak. When he first hid his identity, he was rude even to Princess Phenia herself. I couldn't leave someone like that behind in Sylvania, so Princess Phenia made the move herself. Although Princess Phenia was a student, her opinions could not be ignored even at the university. Such was the position of royalty. 3 days have already passed since I exposed his evil deeds and excommunicated him from the family. Your speaking style has become very calm. In fact, 3 days may be enough time to reflect on yourself and change yourself. Actually, I didn't have time to worry about that. The issue we need to focus on right now is the placement test, a magic bead search test conducted by Professor Glast, a famous evil professor at the Ministry of Magic. It was a test to find magic beads scattered throughout the northern forest and return to the professor building. The exam, which started after lunchtime, continued even as the sun was almost setting. Most of the 310 new students at the Ministry of Magic, about 290 students, had already found the magic beads and returned to the teaching building. In the first place, more than half of the students found the beads and returned within an hour of the test starting. There were only a few students left in the northern forest until the sun set. In fact, Princess Phenia found the magic orb long ago. As long as a basic level of magic detection was possible, it was possible to find as many things as possible. There were plenty of magic beads found in various places, such as between leaves or under a small wooden bench near a mound of dirt. But something was a little strange. There are more magic beads than there are students. It seems like it goes beyond many levels and is several times higher. Even though it was the first test I had to take since entering school, it was too easy. It was too kind to be a test by Professor Glast, who is famous for being a bad professor. There is clearly some hidden intention. That fact never left my mind. Most students assumed that it was first come, first served, and quickly returned to the teaching building. Even the students who thought that it would not be a first come, first served basis still left without any harvest as the sun was setting. He believed in quantity over quality, and it was a sight to see him packing up a bunch of magic beads he had found and leaving. The moon was already up in the sky. Nevertheless, Princess Phenia did not return to the teaching building. I constantly had the feeling that there was some hidden intention behind this test. As I walked and walked like that, I ended up walking to the lake. I saw the rocky island that Ed Rostaler had mentioned. A pine tree stands out in the middle of a lake, bathed in moonlight with a mysterious atmosphere. Ed Rostaler called it Merelda's guardian tree. And Princess Phenia rested her chin and seemed to be thinking for a moment, but then gathered magical power at the tips of her feet. Water walking was a magic that consumed a lot of magical energy and allowed one to walk on the surface of water for a while. The magic efficiency is very poor, and it is difficult to maintain it for a long time, so it is not very practical in battle. However, in this case, there is an advantage to being able to cross the water without getting wet. Princess Phenia walked slowly to the rocky island and noticed that there was something stuck near the knot of the tree. Could it be that Ed Rostaler, out of spite, had set a trap? If you plot something like that against the Princess of Mercy, it won't end well. Ed Rostaler would be well aware of that fact. Still, there was no harm in being careful. The princess slowly approached the old tree, paying as much attention as possible. Magic beads. But the color is different. A golden bead was embedded and shining softly. Princess Phenia tilted her head. It's a unique design. It's golden and glowing softly, but other than that, there's nothing else. I tried to detect magical power, but the quantum form of magical power was very minimal. It was difficult to even notice that it contained magical power. Is it a valuable item? I wondered if it would make money if I resold it or something. I've tried it, but the value of an item doesn't mean much in front of the princess. Anyway, it does seem like it has some meaning. The princess swept up her platinum blonde hair and lowered her posture. Her well-maintained hair. This is because it can be swept on the dirt floor. The princess squatted down and looked at the bead stuck in the tree and thought about just taking it. I can't do that. This bead could not be found because Ed Rosteller told her the location. It was possible. The princess did not discover it through her own efforts. Therefore, her pride did not allow her to take this bead. Princess Phenia decided to leave the lake. It is shameful to pass the test through fraudulent means, because I knew that fact well. Chapter 5. 6 days before the start of school. One new finished product. I cut off twigs from the tree trunk with a crude fishing rod dagger, hung silk thread taken from the fabric, and replaced the needle with a small nail. The durability is poor and there is no float, so it is difficult to quickly judge whether or not there is a bite. Production difficulty. Production completed. Crafting proficiency has increased. I realize the biggest drawback of spear fishing. The point is that it takes too much energy. So I thought about trying fishing using a fishing rod, so I made it. There were tree trunks all over the place, so all I had to do was pick one of the right size. Among the old clothes I had, there were some that used silk thread, so I pulled out the thread, twisted it into 2 or 3 layers, and used it as fishing line. And I broke one of the wooden bags to use the small nails that held the hinges in place. It wasn't like I had a long sword or something, so I couldn't help it. As a result, although it was crude, I completed a fishing rod. As bait, I decided to use earthworms, which can be found in abundance when you lift a stone in a wetland near a stream. With everything ready, I threw the needle into the stream. So I sat by the stream and waited blankly for a bite. It didn't feel too bad to sit with my chin resting and waiting for a bite. Compared to running around the water and getting my body wet, I feel like a fresh person. I hope it pays off. When I was young, I didn't have to worry about starving to death when I played in the mountains and streams, so I just had fun. I feel like I am remembering that time, and my nose wrinkles for no reason. My guess I didn't do anything for nothing. As I was quietly casting my fishing rod, a lot of strange thoughts came to mind. I wonder if it was a good thing to tell Princess Phenia the location of the golden bead. I guess I'll have to be more careful next time. Knowing everything that will happen to Sylvania Academy in the future is the greatest advantage I have. However, if I do something that could become a variable, and the future does not go according to the scenario, I know I could become a fool and give up the advantage I have. If the scenario I know follows, Princess Phenia discovering the golden bead will not happen. If one follows the affair, the person who discovers the location of the bead is Lazy Lucy. He is a person who is the embodiment of talent, never missing the top spot in the Ministry of Magic, starting from the placement test until graduation. Well, that's the only solution that comes to mind right now, so there's nothing we can do. In any case, the most urgent task is to prevent Princess Phenia from expelling me. Crying, blowing, begging, and appealing to one's emotions was the handshake of all handshakes. The best thing is something that makes you feel like something is going on, even though it feels strangely suspicious and doesn't seem like it should be expelled. It's uncomfortable, but it doesn't seem dangerous. It's a strange stance. When I asked what kind of bullshit that was, I had nothing to say, because it is not as difficult as you think. Professor Glast is known among students as that cheap skull bastard. It's not a big deal that professors have derogatory names going around among students. However, Professor Glast's level was a bit extreme. This is because it is not cheap and actually looks like a skull. I will announce the results of the placement test I administered yesterday. The busiest and cleanest Jayasudang in the southeastern part of the island. Phil's whole auditorium there. The new students at the Ministry of Magic were gathered together, and Professor Glast was on the podium. Skinny and pale appearance. Her light green hair was neatly pulled back, but because of that, her skull-like facial features were more visible. First of all, it can be said that everyone who joins within 1 hour starts in Class F at those words. The inside of the room started to buzz. After thinking about it for a while, I found that those who brought a lot of marbles still have room for improvement. There are probably some who were assigned to Class E and even Class D, depending on the type of marbles they brought. The attitude of casually calling a student a bastard was bad. Among the students at the Ministry of Magic, there are famous nobles, influential people, and even royal families, but the attitude is as if nothing is wrong. It was the same as the rules of Sylvania Academy. In the face of learning, the nobility of social status often took a backseat. Although we cannot stand on the same level in terms of our daily living environment or peer relationships, we must compete fairly when it comes to academics. There are only 3 people in Class A who guarantee the highest level of treatment and education. Lortle Lucy Ziggs. Among them, the chief is Lucy. The rest are to check their positions on the distributed list, and no objections will be accepted. That's it. Only then did the room start to become cluttered again. Professor Glast shook off the hem of his robe and tried to come down from the podium. What the hell is this? This is unacceptable. Isn't the grading criteria clear and assigned haphazardly? Please explain in a way that makes sense. What is the purpose of the test, and what abilities are you trying to test? Amid the commotion, several students expressed their dissatisfaction. Professor Glast stood at the podium again and used voice magnification magic, as if he had anticipated the audience's reaction. Why do I have to explain something like that because it's for a test? Everyone was dumbfounded by those words. The same was true for Princess Phenia. Princess Phenia looked at the issued list. It was absurd. The class assignment system is divided into a total of 6 levels from Class F to Class A. There were only 3 students in Class A, and none in Classes B and C. The remaining 300 students were crammed into DEF. Fortunately, Princess Phenia's name was in Class D. I couldn't believe that this alone was already in the top 10. If you want to take advanced classes, prove your ability and come up. That's your job. It was more absurd than I thought. Princess Phenia felt insulted, but quickly shook her head. Even before the entrance ceremony, the principal spoke until his mouth was dry. Once you enter Sylvania Academy, there will be many instances where you will not receive treatment equivalent to your authority as a princess. It was the princess herself who escaped from the princess' luxurious but insignificant study room and said that she wanted to learn magic as an equal at Sylvania Academy. I was ready to accept this humiliation, but I can't understand it. But you can at least convince me, Lord Glast. Eventually, my lips parted. It wasn't a very loud tone, but the whispers from the audience disappeared at once. Everyone was aware of it all along in some part of their minds. The princess of a country is present here. As a student, I put aside the gravity of my status for a while, but the nobility I was born with is not something that can be easily erased. Princess Phenia, I am sorry to say this, but this is my education policy. Cold gaze. That was also felt by the numerous vassals sitting next to the emperor, those who are confident in their abilities and methods. Professor Glast's gaze contained the coldness characteristic of such people. It was clearly visible in the princess' insight. I've felt that feeling so many times that I am sick of it now. But if Princess Phenia says that, I'll make an exception for this one time. Then, even the attitude of willingly going against his will was similar. However, if I were to say it, people would misunderstand that it was a reason I added later. To prevent that from happening, let's have Miss Lucy Merrill, whom I decided to be the chief, explain on my behalf. Miss Lucy. Glast called Lucy's name, but no answer came. Miss Lucy. You must be here now, Miss Lucy. There was a commotion in the audience again. The students checked their surroundings and tried to find where Lucy was. Ah! Only then did the girl sitting 2 seats in front of Princess Phenia react. His appearance looked very immature. The witch's hat covering her face was so much bigger than her head that it almost covered her entire shoulder blades. He was so small that even the cuffs of the student robe he was wearing were hanging around. Were you dozing off? Ah, yes, I dozed off. His voice was drowsy itself. His eyes were droopy, and he looked tired. Moreover, the way he proudly declared that he had dozed off was clearly a special species among all kinds. Would you like to come up to the podium for a moment and discuss the intention for this test and its solution? At those words, the corners of Lucy's eyes twitched and trembled. It seemed like everyone was bothered by it. Do I have to do it now? Those words created tension in the hall. It was as if he said it's annoying to the face of Professor Glast, who was not at all cheap. However, some students who heard rumors about Professor Glast were not very upset. I see. Ah, it is infinitely harsh on those without talent. He is infinitely merciful to those with talent. Professor Glast was that kind of person. Ouch-ah, Kairak. The way she threw her wide-brimmed witch hat on the empty seat next to her and stretched out her arms and legs looked like a kitten waking up from a nap. And the way he tried to get up from his seat like a slug seemed like a sloth would look more sincere. If you don't want to come up to the podium, you can answer right there. Just explain how you came to find the golden orb from Merelda's guardian tree. Oh, really? It'll be over soon. Lucy, who was sitting clinging to a chair, started talking as if it was nothing. Archmage Glark defined the 3 main qualities of a great wizard who desires the truth: magic sensitivity, quick and accurate judgment, and the will to explore. You probably wanted to check that. When you open a magic history textbook, the name of the archmage that appears most prominently is Glark. The qualities of an archmage he defined were already quite famous. I was just taking a nap nearby and woke up around sunset, so I just hurriedly picked up the magic orbs that were detected around me. Watching the speaker continue talking with his mouth mumbling, The listener also feels helpless. Still, Professor Glass patiently waited for Lucy to finish speaking. Of course, no one other than me would have been able to find out the location of that marble. At first glance, this seems arrogant. However, there was no trace of arrogance in Lucy's attitude as she said those words, a tone that recites obvious facts. He seemed to be explaining it as if it was nothing unusual, like the sun rising in the east and a glass cup breaking on the ground. The audience was already feeling a sense of discomfort as Lucy continued to explain while suppressing drowsiness. He's a genius. It cannot be explained logically. However, those who are born with something innate tend to exude a unique strangeness. Chapter 6, 6 days before the start of school, 2. The royal residence of Sylvania Academy was located on the western side of Aiken Island, on the cliff line closest to the coast. It was also quite far from the southwest residential area, which had many convenient facilities and small commercial facilities. Although they are treated equally in their studies, members of the royal family cannot receive the same treatment in their daily lives or residence. Therefore, this royal residence was built solely for Princess Phenia. The grounds of the magnificent mansion are quite spacious. There was no need to explain in words how special treatment they were receiving, since regular students were not even allowed to enter the garden. It's a big difference from life in the professor's building. Time when the sun is setting. If you look out the window, you can see the vast ocean. The soft sound of waves came over the window frame and filled the princess' private room, which was about 10 pyong in size, before disappearing. Princess Phenia was sitting at her desk, looking at the sky beyond the bars that were turning red. The personal study desk, made of high-quality wood and decorated with luxurious patterns, was larger than Principal Obel's office desk. No matter what, the life of the royal family had to be luxurious. It is a completely different life than being an equal student in the teaching building. Princess Phenia neatly swept her platinum hair down in front of her left shoulder, and while trying to open a book on the history of magic and elemental science, he quickly put down his pen. Princess Phenia fell into deep thought. The golden bead that Lucy Merrill brought out during the placement test announcement. That was definitely the golden bead that Princess Phenia found on Merrilda's guardian tree. At that point, Princess Phenia realized. That golden bead was unique in its appearance and had nothing special about it. The magical power contained was so weak that it could hardly be felt. As a result, Princess Phenia's judgment was correct. The bead was truly unique in its appearance and contained only a weak amount of magical power. However, the fact that it contains a weak magical power itself was the key point. You did a great job, Miss Lucy. Defined by Archmage, glocked the three major qualities needed for an archmage who desires the truth: magic sensitivity, quick and accurate judgment, and the will to explore. Students who quickly concluded that it was a first-come, first-served test had points deducted from the quick and accurate judgment item. Students who returned without trying to find out the intention of the test had points deducted from the will to explore item. Also, points were deducted from the magic sensitivity item that determined whether or not they were top performers. It was judged by the amount of mana inherent in the bead itself. The smaller the amount of mana inherent in the orb itself, the more difficult it is to detect. Now that I think about it, the magic beads spread across the ground, each had a different amount of mana. The difference was so slight that it was difficult to even notice it if you didn't concentrate properly. The more beads found with less inherent mana, the more points were added to the magic response category, and the golden orb that Lucy Merrill found casually when she woke up from a nap. Merrilda's guardian tree is the oldest tree in the northern forest. This tree is inscribed with the blessings of Merrilda, a high-ranking wind spirit, so it is always engulfed in abundant magical power. Professor Glass spoke, putting his distinctive skull-like face in front of the podium. I placed a magic bead with only the smallest amount of magic injected into the gap between the already powerful magic. Even the location is a rocky island in the middle of a lake, so it's impossible to find it unless you're a student who senses its magical power. There is no end to the delicacy of magic response, just as a person's scent is no longer distinguishable when mixed and mixed in a crowd. It is also difficult to detect when unique magic is mixed and buried. Lucy Merrill is a human being who is born with such a sense of magic sensitivity to the extreme. Not only that, But he was dozing off as if he didn't know anything about it, but in fact, he was even reading Professor Glast's intentions. The proof is that he returned to the faculty building with nothing more, nothing less, and only that one golden bead. Lucy Merrill was already playing on top of this test. Yes, that makes sense. This was the first time Princess Phenia had heard the name Lucy Merrill. However, he already had some popularity among his classmates. Lazy Lucy, if you walk around the campus, you will often see her curled up taking a nap on various benches, tree stumps, grass, etc. I don't know the background of his growth, but it is rumored that he is a genius among geniuses who is already gifted with an extreme sense of magical power. It was truly an enviable talent, but it is understandable as the ability that people are born with is inherently unfair. But this is something I still don't understand. There was one more person who knew the whereabouts of the marble. That tree is Merelda's guardian tree. If you look into the nut holes of that tree, you will have a good harvest. Ed Rosteller. Princess Phenia was deeply troubled. This means that Ed Rosteller knew the location of the golden bead from the beginning. It cannot be explained by saying that it was discovered by chance. It is a bead containing a truly feeble level of magic, hidden in the gaps between the powerful magic that emanates from Merelda's guardian tree. The location is in the exact center of the rocky island of the lake. It is definitely not a location that you can find by chance while walking. There is only one conclusion to be drawn. She is a person with a natural sense of sensitivity similar to Lucy Merrill. Let go of this. Don't you know who I am? This is Ed Ross Taylor, the second son of the Ross Taylor family. Get your dirty hands off, you pigs. Where are you touching your body? Do you think I would pull such a trick just to disgrace that filthy failing student, Taylor or something? Let go of this. What are these dirty and ignorant commoners talking about? Yes, Princess Hewer. Phenia, Princess of Mercy. I'm sorry I didn't know anything. Sorry, Princess. I'll hit my head like this. Please, mercy just once. The Princess. If you defend something like Taylor, you will only bring a blemish on his noble and lofty name. Please condemn him. That can't be possible. Princess Phenia shook her head. Princess Phenia is a person who has been appreciating people since she was a toddler. The ugly sight that Ed Rossdaler showed during the entrance exam was clearly the dirty struggle of someone who was cornered. I heard that Ed Rossdaler had nothing special about his magical abilities themselves. Rather, it was a mystery to me how he could be so arrogant in a subject where his grades were not that good. This is probably due to the Ross Taylor family's unique indoctrination into the ideology of the chosen people. Above all, if you have that level of talent, there is no way Professor Glast would have left you alone. He is a person who discovers and develops talents, no matter how tightly hidden, like a ghost. A mad obsession with talent. That was Professor Glast's identity. There's no way someone like that wouldn't have noticed that level of talent. However, the uneasy feeling that remained in a corner of Princess Phenia's heart did not disappear. Is it really the same person? I don't feel like anything has been resolved or understood. Above all, the grave appearance of Ed Ross Taylor, whom I met in the forest. He trembles when he makes eye contact with Princess Phenia, does not hide his fear of power, and has a petty attitude that makes him infinitely weak in front of the strong. I didn't feel anything like that at all. At first I thought it was a bluff, but soon I saw actions that made me give up thinking. Ed Rosteller seemed more afraid of the bonfire he had worked so hard to light going out than of being hated by Princess Phenia in front of him. While sitting in front of the bonfire and chatting while collecting firewood with a poker, Ed Rosteller did not look at the princess even once. Discomfort. That feeling of incongruity that they might not really be the same person. However, his appearance and demeanor were exactly that of Ed Rosteller, the arrogant nobleman we had seen during the entrance exam. Was there an opportunity to change something? The biggest thing that could be a trigger would probably be being excommunicated. However, if you think about it in a general way of thinking, it is very strange. Princess Phenia is largely responsible for excommunicating Ed Ross Taylor. I should have reacted like that by complaining or begging for forgiveness. If it had been that way, Princess Phenia wouldn't have felt such a strange sense of discomfort. However, the eyes of Ed Rossdaler, who had become a completely different person, were not filled with such negative emotions. Those two eyes when I saw Princess Phenia. Insensitive, impermanence. I guess it's good. Rather, it was a face that showed a sense of relaxation. The fact that it was a feeling engraved in the eyes of an excommunicated nobleman, when I think about it now, it is so unrealistic. Surely being excommunicated wasn't that shocking. After spitting out those words, Princess Phenia quickly shook her head again. He is a man who has lived in the arms of the Ross Taylor family his entire life. No matter how calm a person is, there is no way it would not be shocking to be kicked out of the cradle where one has spent one's entire life. And Princess Phenia fell into thought as she swept the cover of the elemental science book closed. What kind of family is the Ross Taylor family? I remembered Crepin Ross Taylor, the head of the Ross Taylor family, whom I met at the royal banquet. He was a handsome nobleman with a neat and handsome appearance and a benevolent smile. However, it was visible in the eyes of Princess Phenia, who was still young at the time. Princess Phenia's unique eyes of insight that measure a person's vessel and gauge its depth. The sixth sense, which was like a gift given to her by God, was clearly crying out. It's hard to explain in words the thoughts of Crepin, the benevolent head of the continent's most noble family. But there is a dark and unpleasant snake living in its stomach. Behind Criffin Rostaler, who seemed like a benevolent ruler, there is something invisible and dark. I clearly captured Crepin Rothtailor's dark face as he came out of the royal cabinet meeting room every now and then. That person is a villain wearing the mask of a good monarch. I was convinced of that a long time ago. According to what we secretly sent private troops to investigate, there seems to be a darkness in the Rosteller family that no one knows about. There are rumors that sometimes items are missing from the imperial family's annual reporting meeting and are filled in later. There is a rumor that a person who enters the family's mansion goes missing every now and then. Rumor has it that the head of the family, Crepin Rostaler, is reading books about ancient demons avidly, a suspicious feeling that something is there. However, the problem was that there was no proper substantive basis for it. Princess Phenia's hand that was stroking the spine of the book stopped. My insight into human beings has never gone astray in my entire life. No matter how unusual she was, in the end, if she did what her sixth sense told her to do, she would be okay with it. So it's a story of what if. The darkness of the Rosteller family that our sixth sense cries out for, but has not yet fully revealed. What if Ed Rosteller had tried to escape from the dark Rosteller family? If that is the case, it also explains why he can have such a calm expression on his face despite being excommunicated. He naturally wanted to shake off the darkness of the Ross Taylor family. However, noble blood is not something that can be thrown off so easily. Naturally, if you're going to be kicked out, you have to leave a corresponding stain behind. Princess Phenia's face gradually hardened. Above all, if that's true, let go of this. Don't you know who I am? This is Ed Ross Taylor, the second son of the Ross Taylor family. Get your dirty hands off, you pigs. Where are you touching your body? Do you think I would pull such a trick just to disgrace that filthy failing student, Taylor or something? Let go of this. What are these dirty and ignorant commoners talking about? Even the ugliness that showed the bottom of human nature was all an act. The story goes that there was another inner thought that even the insight blessed by God could not catch. The story goes that he is a tactician who uses even the princess of a country as a variable for his own ends. That was acting. The princess immediately shook her head. That can never be possible. However, the discrepancy from Ed Rosteller's appearance in the forest constantly tormented Princess Phenia's mind. What if it was all an act? If you know anything about the darkness of the Rosteller family, if he was using the princess to shake off that darkness in advance, if this was all planned out in the palm of his hand, if so, Tack, you must be really tired. Me too. With a squirming sound, the princess pushed the chair and stood up. Then I went to the window and felt the cool sea breeze. Her platinum blonde hair was flowing and flowing happily. I felt like my head was cooling down. I'm so busy with the admissions schedule and academics that I don't even have time to worry about state affairs. Come and enjoy the joy of learning to your heart's content. This is the encouragement the king gave to Princess Phenia as she set out on her way. To a certain extent, they broke away from the royal laws and etiquette and came to the land of learning. Maybe I can let go of those thoughts now. From the beginning, I lived a life where I only talked about politics, the power of the aristocracy, the treatment of the people, and the international situation. Now is the time to get tired. Maybe I was already tired. It's just that Ed Rothdeller is overrated. Not everyone lives by wearing several layers of masks to hide their true feelings. Is it because he has developed the habit of assessing people's true intentions due to his life walking a tightrope between nobles and prime ministers? Although my body was that of a young girl who had not even had a coming-of-age ceremony, I felt like my mind had aged before me. To begin with, Princess Phenia wasn't even that old. Isn't it a time when we talk more lightly and freely and are interested in taking care of ourselves rather than guessing the true intentions of others? The princess sighed deeply as the wind blew. Have I become an old man? Then he looked at the mirror next to the window. A beautiful, platinum-haired princess who had been raised and well-maintained was standing beyond the mirror in light pajamas. I tried picking up my hair with both hands and rolling it up here and there, parting it on both sides, tying it, or braiding it on one side. Then I sighed once more and let down my hair. It's not that I am particularly interested in dressing up, but I don't know why I feel so embarrassed. Authority sometimes binds a person. Since I am in a position that is like the embodiment of authority, the fatigue is indescribable. Still, I couldn't help it, because to some people, this position as princess would seem like a blessing. Yes, I may have developed a bad habit of thinking too deeply and difficult about everything. Princess Phenia thought as she felt the wind. I was thinking about Ed Rothdeller. He knew the darkness about the Rothdeller family, and in order to cut ties with it, he deliberately used the princess to get excommunicated. That assumption was so absurd. It was possible to make it make sense by adding various premises, but it would easily end up being too weak of a logic. His attitude changed strangely by 180 degrees. Let's think that he went out of his mind because he was excommunicated. The one who found the location of the golden bead before Lucy Merrill and told it to Princess Phenia was, I don't know, I guess I found it by chance. On the contrary, it seems like you are thinking too conveniently. Princess Phenia was aware of that much, but she felt refreshed. Even when we first talked, I couldn't help but feel something like this deep inside. After thinking about that, Princess Phenia's movements became stiff again. The conversation I had with him when I met him in the northern forest, I forgot about it because it was such a natural flow. As soon as she saw his face, Princess Phenia shot him. Hurry up and get out of this school. People at this school despise you. Don't you despise this school too? Doesn't he resent me for excommunicating him? What did Ed Ross Taylor reply to that? The incomprehensible words he uttered while looking straight at Princess Phenia with an expression of natural wonder, where I am rather grateful to the princess. I was so caught up in the absurd situation that I couldn't ask what the meaning of those words was. What on earth is being thankful for? Princess Phenia is like an enemy who helped excommunicate Ed Rosteller. What is there to be thankful for against such an enemy? Are you thankful that you were excommunicated from your family? Slowly, Princess Phenia's movements subsided. The sound of a campfire crackling intermittently could be heard. It was an auditory hallucination. There wasn't much the princess saw. There was only the wide back of a boy who was gathering firewood with a poker and lighting a bonfire as if it was a good idea. Whirring, Ure caught. It was the seventh bite. It was an improvised fishing rod, but it worked better than I expected. I had already caught 7 freshwater fish that looked roughly like bluegill. This amount is not enough to satisfy your hunger, but it is enough to fill you up. I was hungry all the time, but for the first time since flying into this shitty world, I might be able to feel fullness. I was so satisfied that my thumb automatically went up. Good fishing. Chapter 7. It was nice to hear the sound of insects in the grass 3 days before the start of school. Walking along a moonlit stream in the northern forest at night has a unique atmosphere that calms people. I was sitting in front of a crackling campfire, preparing fish. Over the past 3 days, I've done quite a few things to survive. The once crude living quarters had become quite decent. The shelter, which was roughly made out of wood and fabric leaves, became much more realistic when it was reinforced with clay collected from the river. The connecting gap between the supports became stronger and the gap in the roof was closed neatly, so it seemed like there would be no leaks even if it rained. However, it seemed like the support would not be able to withstand the weight of the clay, so I had to reinforce it a bit more. In the process, the volume also increased considerably. What about food ingredients? Rock salt was discovered downstream of the river leading towards the coast. The fallen rock salt flakes could be finely ground and used as salt. I was also able to try cooking on a wide stone plate I picked up from the river instead of a grill. I'm slowly getting used to it now. It was impossible to catch a big fish with a crude fishing rod made on the spot. Most of the time, only minnows were caught, but occasionally something edible, like bluegill, was caught. Now I have become quite advanced in preparing fish. Using the ceremonial dagger that has now become my life companion, I cut open the lower abdomen of the fish and took out the internal organs. Next, the outside of the fish was pushed with a blade to remove large scales. Cuts were made to allow the seasoning to penetrate well, sprinkled with salt, and grilled on a stone plate. A new dish has been completed. Salt-grilled bluegill caught from the river was cleaned and grilled with salt. Although simple, the taste of the ingredients is faithfully implemented. Cooking level. Cooking skill has increased, and it was a new harvest. When I just randomly caught fish and grilled it, there was no message like this. But as soon as I prepared the ingredients, seasoned it with seasoning, and started cooking properly, my cooking skill began to increase. The proficiency level of all life-related skills is reflected and leveled up. So I took out the ceremonial mirror, looked at my face, and checked the information window once again. Name: Ed Ross Taylor. Gender: male. Age: 17. Grade: 2. Race: human. Achievements: non-stamina 3, intelligence 4, dexterity 8, willpower 7, luck 6, combat ability details, magic ability details, life abilities details, alchemy ability details. The talent ability level increased from 7 to 8. For Sylvania's failed swordsman, proficiency in various life-related skills is very important. This is because various production skills such as cooking, construction, woodworking, and dispensing can produce various useful items on their own, but they are also actually involved in combat abilities. In particular, talent items are closely linked to delicate senses. It is related to the sense of catching a small flow of power or movement. Although it has little contact with magic, it can make significant differences in swordsmanship, archery, or alchemy. I don't know when the ability level increased, but the advantage of having a talent stat of 1 is really great. Since ancient times, the higher the level of ability, the more difficult it is to raise it. Although it doesn't take long for a level 3-4 ability to go up to 7-8, it's not uncommon to complete a legendary quest to get just one ability as you reach a final specification of 20 or higher. Most life-related skills were closely linked to talent stats. Combat ability is physical strength, talent, and willpower. Magical abilities include intellect, willpower, and luck. Life skills include dexterity and willpower. Alchemy ability is based on intelligence and luck. It may seem complicated, but the key point is that each ability affects different stats. I picked up a piece of fish meat and put it in my mouth. It was seasoned well and quite delicious. I gulped down the water I got from the stream and sat down on the large rock I had brought as a chair. There's still a lot of work to do. The wooden shelter was uncomfortable at first, but eventually became comfortable. I have quite a few extra clothes left. Food is something that can somehow sustain oneself, such as fish caught by fishing and nuts collected from trees in the forest. I can't say that the standard of living is high even with empty words, but it is something that can be improved little by little. I need a drying rack to wash clothes, but I can make something like that if I want to diversify my food ingredients. I need to look into edible plants. If I go to the library in the professor building, I am sure there are related books, right? Don't rely on fishing or gathering. I'd like to do some hunting too. Yesterday, while walking in the forest, I found a wild boar wandering around. In addition, wild animals such as rabbits and squirrels also seem to be wandering around quite a bit. Because Aiken Island is where Sylvania Academy is located, a large-scale subjugation of monsters is in the midst of being completed. Monster species that threaten human life are rarely seen, but there are quite a few wild animals that belong to nature itself. Hunting is not an option, it is a necessity. Meat is a supply and demand issue, but if you can catch animals and collect their oil, the quality of your cooking can be further enhanced. Now that I think about it, I guess I'll need some cooking utensils. The ceremonial items used during academy events are all the household utensils I currently have. Ceremonial dagger, ceremonial iron bowl, ceremonial mirror. Everything had to be kept neat, but at this point there was no time to worry about such ostentation. The ceremonial dagger had already been through many hardships, and there was no way to keep the dishes or mirrors clean. It's something that can't be helped. It would be really convenient to just have a pot. a proper kitchen knife, a ladle, or a bowl to put food in. I wrote down various necessary items on the floor with a stick. I don't have any money because I can't leave Aiken Island right now, but if I could somehow get the money, these were things I really wanted to buy. I still have a lot of work to do. There are 3 days left before school starts. I sighed and stretched. Still, I managed to find a decent selection. My residence, which I had worked hard to build over the past week, was now starting to look like it could be called a camp. A wooden shelter that took the most effort. A bonfire surrounded by pebbles for efficient management. On top of it was a wide stone slab placed in place of a cooking grill. Next to it, my personal belongings from the Arfeles pavilion were neatly organized, and there were quite a few household items that I made myself, so they were organized separately. Then today, let's make a bow using silk thread. The fact that silk fabrics were mixed among the luggage I brought with me was a great help. It seemed like a luxury product, so tears of blood flowed as I tried to unravel the fabric. But the fishing line was made from silk thread that came out of it anyway, and it also helped tie up the fabric that covered the roof of the shelter. It's quite good quality and sturdy, so if you twist it well, you won't have any problems using it as a bowstring. I found a tree of the right size in the forest that would serve as the frame for the bow. It would be a great help if you could make and learn a bow. Above all, archery goes well with magic-type skills and life-type manufacturing skills. This is because if you can modify or enchant an arrow in various ways, its power increases dramatically. If I can fill up the proficiency level of such a secondary weapon in advance, it will have a direct impact on the increase of my specifications in the future. In my experience, if I tried to learn it hastily at that time, my proficiency with the bow would be lower than that of other specialized skills, so it was easy to get unbalanced. You buy Muwen. No matter how busy you are, let's take care of everything we need. Looks like it's going to be a long night today. With a swish of my shoulders, I prepared to dive back into the swamp of production. I guess I'll sleep a little late today too. Dean McDowell stroked his mustache and smiled in satisfaction. It's been a while since I laughed like this. Although he has a gentle personality, the position of Dean of the Sylvanian School of Magic is too arduous and difficult for him to endure. Not only the students at the Ministry of Magic, where all kinds of weirdos run rampant, but even the professors have too strong egos. As he adjusted himself and was hit here and there, his once shiny black hair suddenly turned white. When I look at the deans of the combat department or the pension department, they don't go through this much hardship. But in some ways, I end up thinking that this position seems to be especially difficult. Still, sometimes it feels like I am getting something in return. The corners of his mouth were raised as he looked at the document reporting the class assignment results for Sylvania first-year students. The lineup of first-year students at the Sylvanian Ministry of Magic was truly a gold mine. The sight of all kinds of gems of talent shining brightly made even McDowell, who had already aged well, feel his heart pound. First of all, the fact that Professor Glast assigned 3 students to Class A was a precursor. Professor Glast, who made not only students, but also all high-ranking professors shake their heads, recognized as many as 3 students. The only daughter of Elt Caheln, the continent's greatest colossus, the Golden King who leads the Zix, Spear of Vegetation Elt Company, whose talents blossomed even in the harsh environment of the northern grasslands, the Golden Daughter Lortel. And although her origins are unknown, and her true past is unknown, she is a girl who made Professor Glast applaud simply because of her overwhelming talent. Even Dean McDowell could not help but be surprised by Professor Glast's praise for idle Lucy, especially Lucy Merrill. He was born with the qualities of an archmage who will create a new chapter in the history of magic. I am honored to be her teacher. Considering Professor Glast's past words and actions, even many magicians who had heard of him as a rare prodigy looked at him with cold, cold eyes and could not guess what kind of talent he was. Compared to last year, this year's freshmen are truly a bumper crop. Among last year's freshmen, few stood out like this. Only Yenica, who succeeded in signing a contract with a high-ranking spirit, caught the dean's attention. In fact, the average grades were falling further, and there was even a student who was excommunicated from his family for cheating on the first-year entrance exam. It was a school year that could truly be called the worst generation. I guess last year was too dark for this year. McDowell was about to sign the report, hoping that the name of Great Sylvania would be exalted once again. Dean, For a moment, a guest has arrived. His secretary knocked on the office door. I had told them in advance not to let in any visitors except those who had previously made an appointment during work hours, but they seemed to have already forgotten. McDowell sighed and was about to warn his secretary. The door burst open first, even though McDowell had not yet given permission. The person who opened the door was the Imperial Knight Clare, head of the guard under the direct command of Princess Phenia. After he opened the door, Princess Phenia, wearing a royal blue dress, came in. Dean McDowell was astonished. He immediately lowered his head and was about to receive the royal courtesy, but quickly stopped. This is Sylvania's teaching building. It was a place where the virtue of learning trumped the nobility of social status. If you leave the teaching building, you will become a citizen who must bow before the authority of the imperial family. But here, Dean McDowell was Princess Phenia's teacher. Although he could not treat the princess carelessly, he had to at least face her as a teacher. That was the policy of the emperor who founded Sylvania. Dean McDowell concluded his courtesy by bowing his head thoughtfully. The princess is coming to the teaching building at this time. What is the reason? I am sorry for coming without contacting you in advance, Lord McDowell. Despite her small stature, Princess Phenia faced each other elegantly and sat down on the reception sofa in the dean's office. Behind him, the Imperial Knight Clare and two guard knights stood firm. I want to discuss something. Is that okay? Phenia, the Princess of Charity, is not one who oppresses others with her authority. McDowell was well aware of that fact. Nevertheless, what is the reason for rushing into the dean's office and asking for a conversation like this? In any case, Dean McDowell had no choice but to listen to the story. Chapter 8, the day before school starts. 1. Now what should I do with this a small lake in the southeastern part of the northern forest? Merelda's guardian tree, located on the central rocky island. I was lost in thought when I found spiritist Yenica concentrating while leaning against that tree. The start of school is just one day away. There were a lot of things to prepare before going to school. First of all, what should I do from the beginning? After living in the wild for 10 days, my appearance became infinitely closer to that of a natural person. Although I washed my body every day by the stream, I had to shave the beard that had grown sparsely. I sharpened and shaved the blades of the hinges that I ripped out of the wooden bag, but I was a little scared while doing it. If you cut yourself while shaving with a rusty blade, you may contract diseases such as tetanus. However, maintaining one's dignity was essential to maintaining academic life at Sylvania without being noticed. From my perspective, my goal was to graduate without being noticed as much as possible. So there was nothing worse than acting like a beggar and getting noticed by the academic staff. I guess I'll have to figure out a way to get a clean razor blade. It was only after I dressed up neatly and finished preparing for school that I picked up my bow. Combat ability details grade. Combat beginner specialty. Bow proficiency Elvone I am in the combat ability category. I decided to pursue my specialty without hesitation. Sylvania's failed sword saint has 4 ability items. Battle magic life pension. It was a system to determine one's professional occupation by combining 2 of them. If you specialize in combat and magic, you become a magic swordsman or magic warrior. If you specialize in magic and alchemy, you become an alchemist or animist. If you are a player who can comfortably choose your profession, there is room to think about it. But in my case, I had already decided on the 2 ability items that I needed to combine. In order to survive, training in daily life skills was essential. And because he was possessed as a student at the Ministry of Magic in the first place, magical training became unavoidable. In other words, specializing in magic and life skills is not an option, but a necessity. Although the compatibility between the two is not very good, there is an open possibility of becoming a magic engineer or enchanter. Then, as I mentioned before, there is no other weapon that matches better than a bow. It is difficult to be good at close combat because abilities such as endurance, strength, and reflexes are low. Attacking the enemy unilaterally from a distance would be the most ideal combat structure if your proficiency in life-related skills has increased significantly, and you can produce high-quality arrows. You may be able to bestow elemental or magic arrows on those arrows. Therefore, it would be ideal to specialize in bows as a combat ability and elemental arts as an alchemy ability. It's elemental art, however. In elemental art, there is an ability that must be born with it, and that is the ability to perceive spirits. The ability to respond and communicate with spirits has its limits when it can be honed through training. Therefore, historically, the great spiritists were all born with a constitution that responded to spirits. It's inevitable if it doesn't work, but it's a shame in the first place. There aren't many alchemy skills that are good for specializing in. At best, I guess it's just herbalism still. You can't force a spirit sensitivity that doesn't exist, so you'll have to find another method if you're disappointed. Anyway, I'm going to try out the bow I made all night today. I was overjoyed when I made a bow with 2 levels of difficulty, but I had doubts about its practicality. The only arrow that can be called an arrow is a sharp-edged hinge hanging from a tree branch. I tried making 4 using all the hinge blades I had, but honestly, I'm not sure if they have any killing power. It may not be meaningful for large animals such as wild boars, but it may yield meaningful results for animals such as squirrels and rabbits. I went hunting with a bow strapped to my back, and 2 hours later, after finding 2 squirrel corpses, I found Yenica at Merelda's guardian tree. He is a talented elementalist who signed a contract with Tarkan, a high-ranking fire spirit, as the youngest person in his second year at Sylvania Academy. Later, he was controlled by Velospa, a high-ranking dark spirit, and took over the entire student center building and summoned the right hand of Glaskin, a high-ranking dark spirit. It was the final boss of Act 1 of Sylvania's failed sword saint. I have no ambitions and just want to graduate. That is my policy. Actually, I am not without romance. It's not that I don't want to become the main character of this world, receive everyone's praise, and walk the glorious path of a hero. However, the path a hero walks is usually a thorny path. There is a reason they are praised. This is because we move silently like a flowery path through a thorny field where blood flows. The same goes for Taylor, the main character of this world who still doesn't know where she is or what she is doing. I know this well, having played as Taylor countless times. A scenario like an epic with a total of 5 acts and 43 chapters. The ordeal that the main character, Taylor, will experience in it is something that the spirit of a criminal cannot endure. What awaits at the end of the lively and romantic academy life are the countless pains of death and powerful and overwhelming enemies. In particular, starting from the last semester, the scale of the ordeal grows rapidly and constantly threatens and puts pressure on Taylor's safety. The pleasure and sense of victory upon overcoming it will certainly be sweet, but I don't want to endure so many hardships. Above all, there is no great reward waiting for you for enduring that arduous ordeal. Honor and glory, although they are valuable, they are definitely not things you can get for free. Rather, there are overwhelmingly many things to sacrifice in the process. Even though I know that the path ahead is thorny, there is no way I would be so foolish as to just walk into it. So this is the conclusion. Whatever it is, let's follow Jungsa. It follows the failed swordsman of Sylvania scenario that I know. Well, Taylor, who has become strong through all kinds of trials and tests, will resolve all crises on her own. I am just good at it. I am good at it. Let's just applaud and take care of my own interests and go in the direction of getting a diploma. Above all, I am 1 year older than Taylor. The scenario of Sylvania's failed sword saint becomes more and more intense around Taylor's final year before graduation. This is the climax of the scenario. It is the season when all kinds of forces outside the school are active and threatening students. The atmosphere becomes dreary and various ordeals befall the students. All I had to do was get my diploma the year before that season and leave. It's literally a strategy of sucking up all the honey, leaving all the difficult things to the main character, and leaving me to find my own life. Isn't the picture so pretty? So this is the situation right now. One of the most important characters in the scenario and the one who will be the first to face Taylor. Yenica Failover. Don't get involved and just go your own way. That is the reasonable course of action. It was the moment when I came to that conclusion and was about to leave. Oh, you're the fun friend Merelda was talking about. Yenica suddenly opened her eyes and spoke to me. In life, there are very few things that go exactly as I wanted. This forest is completely Merelda's territory. She is uncharacteristically foul-mouthed for a high-ranking spirit, a girl who calls the name of an old high-ranking wind spirit who has been guarding this forest even before Sylvania Academy was established, as if it were her own friend. Her abundant light pink hair was swept down, while the hair on both sides was neatly braided, giving her a warm look. She appeared to be well dressed in Sylvania Academy's standard school uniform, a red coat and royal blue skirt, but it seemed a bit cold, so she had a fluffy shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Around the tree I was leaning against, there were a couple of unread magic books spread out in plain sight. It looks like he was reading while surrounded by the trees in the forest. I've just returned from the dormitory after vacation, so I don't know why there's so much to say I am revered as a high-ranking spirit and all, but I guess I'm lonely if I don't have anyone to talk to. I was bored during vacation, so I don't know how I lived. I smiled and made small talk, but from my point of view, it only made me worry endlessly, because I didn't want to get involved. Regarding Princess Fenia's matter, it was directly related to my treatment, so it would have been reasonable to try something. But this time it was a completely different story. I guess loneliness is the same no matter who you are if you don't have someone to talk to. A grinning smile. It has a warm and friendly appearance, so it is the main culprit that shocks players in the beginning. She, a trustworthy and kind-hearted second-year senior, sealed and occupied the student center with Glasgon's curse seal engraved all over her body. An entity that stabs players who are just beginning to adapt to the laws of this world. In fact, this is the episode that becomes the starting point for becoming completely immersed in the story. A fucking sound came out of my mouth too. So, why are you talking to me? That's the reason, he said. You've been living in this forest ever since you were excommunicated. The owner of this forest told you. Merelda is a bit out of the way. She loves this forest. The smiling face looks like blooming flowers fluttering around. He was a person who seemed to be okay with all the worries in the world. From my perspective, I felt very uncomfortable due to the sense of disparity with the situation in which the student center was occupied. You love this forest so much, but don't you notice the uninvited guests sitting there? I was very concerned about the two squirrel corpses hanging behind my back. Quite a few trees were also cut down. Don't worry about unnecessary things. It's nature's way for creatures living in the forest to catch and eat each other. Do you think Merelda would be uncomfortable with something like that? Even such a huge, craggy wolf seems to have a soft heart. Surprising. Ahaha. Merelda, who protects the forest, is a high-ranking wind spirit in the shape of a giant wolf. Although he doesn't usually appear in front of people, I remember him being more tolerant than I thought. It's no wonder that I set up camp and left to hunt and gather. Your impression has changed a lot. Last semester, Ed, I didn't talk to you much. But what can I say? I felt like my voice was a little more mellow, but you've become a bit more serious. Is this an image change? That's roughly it. Ahaha, me too. The maid at Arfley's Hall braided my hair on both sides. How do you think? Does it make you look more like a tomboy? Even if you pat my head and ask me what I think, I can't tell you what I think. I would like to applaud her for being so friendly and able to continue talking to Ed Ross Taylor, who is known to be the most unlucky person in the world. But as someone who knows this girl's future, I cannot accept it with a cheerful smile. Anyway, if you want to keep your distance, that's easy. I know a magical spell that can make even the most gifted person with an innate personality swallow their saliva and raise their eyes with suspicion. Yenica, we met like this the day before school started, so can I ask you a favor? Ask. I am in a bit of a hurry these days for money, so I am looking for a place to borrow money. I naturally uttered that magic spell. Can you give me a guarantee? Cut. Chapter 9. The day before the start of school, too. Thanks to the faithful early education of my parents, who raised me with love since I was young, I have developed a constitution that causes my back to tighten and blood flow to accelerate when I hear the word guarantee. But actually, that's just my story. Still, in any case, the ugliness of a human being cornered is more burdensome than one can imagine. After being excommunicated from my family, I was left completely penniless, so I need a lot of money urgently. It's just a burden to suddenly hear something like this from a classmate you're not even close with. I don't know that. Rather, I do it because I know it. Or can you lend me some money? As if to show off, he asked the spirit priest girl for money. I see. However, Yenica's friendliness was greater than I imagined, and I thought it must have been difficult. I couldn't help but hold my tongue in response to the series of events leading up to empathy. There must have been a lot of hard times that I don't know about. I am not sure what to cheer you on. I hope you cheer up. Even his cheerful appearance without any malice arouses suspicion. Do you really know someone named Ed Rothtaler? He must have been a person who could not be liked even with empty words. However, Yenika's naughty actions are only a few levels higher. But I am not in a very wealthy position, either I would definitely help if I could. But my family's situation isn't that good. Yenika is the daughter of a small rancher in the Spard region in the eastern part of the kingdom, not from a very wealthy background. Rather, he is a person who grew up playing in the plains in a commoner's environment. Therefore, the reason she was able to attend an academy with such an aristocratic environment was probably thanks to her superior spirit sensitivity. Because I have the ability, I get good grades and receive a scholarship. Still, cheer up. I'll cheer you on. A bright smile is her trademark. It has a knack for making your heart feel warm when you look at it. However, as someone who knew what she said, it wasn't very pleasant. This is where Ed Rosteller left. There, a girl sat quietly and stretched out her hand in the air. It's just as you said, Merelda. You're such an amazing person. There are only 3 people at Sylvania Academy whose spirit sensitivity is so good that they can see the appearance of Merelda, the high-ranking spirit of the wind. Sophomore, senior Yenica Palova, Lazy Lucy, who has extraordinary talent in all fields of magic, and Melina, a senior professor of elemental studies. It didn't feel like this last year. A swirling wind blew through the girl's hands outstretched in the air. Before I knew it, there was a wolf with a huge figure wrapped in the wind. It opened its maw, which seemed intimidating even at first glance, and made a small noise before hitting its face against the girl's hand. Yenica smiled as she touched the lower jaw of a wolf that was dozens of times bigger than her. I hope I can sign a contract with you someday, Merelda. Although they were close like family, Yenica's magical power was still too weak to make a spirit contract with Merelda, although he had recently succeeded in making a contract with the high-ranking fire spirit token. He had to lie down for 10 days and nights afterwards and suffer from a high fever. But you're a wolf, you seem like the owner of the forest now. The appearance of the high-ranking wind spirit Merelda changed every time we met. Sometimes it's a giant eagle, sometimes it's a creepy crocodile, sometimes it's a rugged wild boar. Merelda appeared in the form of various animals, but this was the first time she took the form of a wolf. Jenica buried her face in Merelda's soft fur for a moment and nuzzled her face. No matter how much I think about it, I can't seem to see you. Jenica thought as she buried her face in Merelda's body. I was thinking about a classmate who had been excommunicated for something dishonorable. He was not a person with particularly great abilities or magical powers. Nevertheless, there were occasionally words that bothered me. Even such a huge, rugged wolf seems to have a soft heart. He definitely said that. Yenica was also talking about Merelda's wolf form, which she saw for the first time after returning to the forest after vacation, as if it were natural. What is it? And the intention of the following words was clear. He said that he was desperate to lend him some money, but his tone were calm. There was nothing like the desperation typical of those who were cornered. Even though Yenica looks like she's good-natured and just smiles, she's as perceptive as anyone else. He indirectly rebuffed Yenica's approach by telling her not to approach him. Well, there are people like that, but I am still human. He took out his anger by kicking Merelda's fur. Of course, there was no way the girl's few charming kicks would leave even a scratch on Merelda's leather, which was as hard as steel. I tried my best to be kind to you, but if you slap me away like that, it hurts me too. Ah, I didn't really have any feelings or confessed anything, but I felt like I was being dumped for no reason, so I was grumpy. Well, continue to see each other face to face from now on, so things will get better. Jenica smiled as she hugged Merelda tightly, who was rubbing her face. After all, the relationship between people is something you may not know even if you know it. I thought I met so many of my classmates last year and became close friends, but now that I am here this year, there are so many amazing and interesting people. Among them, Ed Rosteller was unusual. Merelda even commented on him as a funny person. Ed Rosteller knew Merelda's wolf form, and despite Jenica's bright smile, he pushed her away. To Jenica, the world was always kind and was like a flower field that always smelled like flowers. No matter who it was, if she greeted her with a bright smile, her heart would soften and she would smile along with her. No matter how kind-hearted a person is, there is always a little darkness in the back of his heart. It's not that Merelda doesn't understand that. Nevertheless, I had no doubt that smiling brightly would open my heart. School starts tomorrow. I have to study hard again. I have a classmate I am interested in. Even that fact was a joy to Jenica. If this is enough, Yowl stopped paying attention to me right. I sat in front of the bonfire and tidied up my clothes for the last time, struggling to achieve a neat yet discreet style. First, I slicked back my golden hair as much as possible, neatly organized it, and removed all unnecessary accessories from my clothes. He also trimmed his beard neatly, which completely changed his appearance. After this semester, the tuition problem becomes a reality. If I don't get a scholarship, I have to leave this school right away. What I am saying is that I need to discipline myself as much as possible during this one semester grace period. The Ministry of Magic's curriculum may be more extensive than I expected, but it will still constantly eat up my time. There has been considerable progress in mana sensitivity and direct elemental magic proficiency. From the beginning, I was able to master it repeatedly to some extent by constantly using it for survival, such as cutting down trees in the forest or starting a fire. Magic ability details grade, crude magician specialty, elemental common magic, fast casting LV2 mana detection, LV5 fire elemental magic, combustion LV5 wind elemental magic. Wind blade LV for the mastery level of major magics was quite high. Originally, it was said that the skill level rose to level 10 easily, but it was still quite fast. There are limits to the study of magic itself that can be taught on one's own. Once the curriculum begins, the magic used will become quite diverse. Lifestyle skill proficiency will also naturally increase, which will have a significant impact on talent stats. The problem is combat ability. Stamina and strength are hopelessly low. Although I've been doing physical labor for the past few days, my stats haven't changed. This cursed body did not seem to have any physical talent whatsoever. However, it's not my personality to just sit there and do nothing. There's nothing like aerobic exercise for physical fitness. At this point, when every day is a series of aerobic exercise, it may be nonsense to make time to exercise. But the environment is the environment. This northern forest, which is now my home, is quite far from Haksakdang in the southeast of Aiken Island. The day I was excommunicated, I was walking aimlessly, and it took me about half a day to reach this forest. At that time, I walked thoughtfully, taking breaks in between, and walking here and there in random directions. Still, the distance to Haksakdang cannot be said to be close. They even have to go to school together every day. It's like running at a canter to the distant Haksakdang every morning. You should think of it as physical training. Physical strength is the basis of all actions. No matter how technically excellent you are or how well you have trained your magical powers, in the end, your physical strength must support you. It is said that students in the combat club basically do this kind of walking every morning, so there is nothing I can do. I am a student at the Ministry of Magic, not the combat club, but is it time to talk about that? They canter to school every morning and develop their abilities in the field of combat through various survival activities, such as hunting and woodworking. Also, you should not forget to train your magical abilities by continuously repeating magic sensitivity training and mastering basic elemental magic. At the same time, they create various environments necessary for survival and take care of training their living skills. The constantly accumulating talent stats and various production skills will be of great help in the future. And about pension skills, I'm not sure yet. There are no magic tools or alchemy supplies that are useful right now. Anyway, I have to focus solely on my training this semester. I hope there is no needless attention or aggro. There's still so much to do. Please. Chapter 10, Interview with the Dean 1. Actually, there is a question that naturally arises at this point. First of all, I was so busy stuffing my mouth that I couldn't pay attention, but now that the semester has started, the question pops up again. So where on earth is the main character, Taylor, and what is she doing right now? When a new semester begins, an excited atmosphere is bound to form. With the vacation already coming to an end, most students have returned to their dormitories. I guess I've already resolved all my concerns with friends I haven't seen in a while. Still, when you attend the school opening ceremony, you get a new feeling in human psychology. Student Center, located in the central part of Jayasu building. Although they are collectively called just student unions, they are actually divided into 3 buildings. Among them, Kate Hall, located on the west side, was often used for large school-wide events. There were dozens of large tables spread out across the huge auditorium that could comfortably seat 15 people. The place was full of feasts, and to me, who had survived on fish and weeds for several days, it seemed like paradise on earth. I even woke up at 6 a.m. and cantered from the forest north of Aiken Island to Jayasu Building. Enduring such a feast in front of one's eyes was an ordeal beyond human endurance. Even if you only take the leftovers, you can live without worrying about eating for a while. Is there a bag or bowl somewhere to put it? I thought about it, but I ended up just thinking about it. What is that aristocratic school culture? This damn Sylvania Academy places too much emphasis on maintaining dignity. If you pick up the leftovers and put them in a bowl and take them away, it would be better if you just look down on them. It may even directly deduct points from your conduct score. It's a new semester, and it's nice to see the students with more progress. And we also took note of the progress made at our Sylvania Academic Conference. The rule that the principal's sermon is bound to be boring applies equally regardless of era and world. Still, what is remarkable is that because of his dignity, and dignity, all the students stand upright and listen to the principal. It was a sight to see thousands of students listening to the principal in silence. This is a moment when I realize once again that Sylvania is worthy of its name. Look over there, isn't that guy Ed Rothtaylor? What? The second-year student who showed such disgrace on the freshman entrance exam. Oh, if you look closely, the impression is strangely different, but it's really you. What kind of face did you say you came to the entrance ceremony with? Are you sure you plan to keep going? I heard you were excommunicated. Of course, this does not mean that whispering and chatter will disappear completely. As I was among the students, I could clearly hear glorious whispers of welcome in my ears. Look at him, he was acting so arrogantly. It's completely fallen. It's fallen. Hush, Delilah. What if I hear it again? That person is no longer a nobleman. Why are you saying all that? I stuffed the roast turkey and potato salad into my mouth as slowly and gracefully as possible. I'm already exhausted from my morning walk, but I can't miss this opportunity to recharge my energy. Hi. As I was concentrating on recharging my energy, a cheerful greeting flew into my face. See you again. There aren't many people who would give a cheerful greeting to Ed Ross Taylor, who suffered an ugly downfall and was kicked out of the family. I looked up, and as expected, Yenica Palova was grinning and saying hello. I said hello to all my friends at Arfleys Hall, but I couldn't say hello to you, Ed. You weren't in the room. For a moment, I held back the narrowing of my eyebrows. Still, an alarm was ringing in my head. Approach with caution. Keep your distance. Nothing good will come of talking to me. Yes, why? I spoke with my eyes instead of my mouth. It was a story about rolling your eyes and looking around. There were already whispers around. Yenica Palova is treated like a mascot among second-grade students. Since she is the top student in her grade, no one knows her, and her friends tend to cherish her because she is always lively and bubbly. In addition, by the time of the entrance ceremony, it would have been time to achieve the achievement of signing a contract with Tarkin, the high-ranking spirit of fire. He is truly like the hope of second-year students at the Sylvanian Ministry of Magic. Since the innocent senior in the grade you want to protect is pushing the world's best weapon at the twins, you can't help but look at them with worried eyes. Eventually, among them, there will be someone who urgently offers a helping hand. A girl with short hair and freckles, and a girl with long red hair jumped out from the crowd. Wow, Yenica, it's been a while. Yenica, how have you been at home? With the most awkward smile in the world, he greets Yenica as if he is happy to see her and grabs her arms. Ha, Clara Arnis, it's nice to meet you, but why are you greeting me as if we're meeting for the first time? We must have been at Arfale's building yesterday, by the way. Do you know what? The chef from the Arfale's building student cafeteria is at the table over there. They say there are desserts they made. Do you know how frustrated I was because I couldn't eat that person's food during vacation? Yes, yes. Let's go and eat together. Yenica, let's unwind. Just like that, the two girls who rescued Jenica from the hands of the thugs disappeared among the crowd. The sight of Yenica being dragged away, looking at the two with a puzzled expression, was a sight to behold. Nice, good job. Classmates whose names I don't know. Wait a minute. However, Yenica, who miraculously escaped from the clutches of the two men, made her way through the crowd again and arrived in front of me. Still, I want to show off this. What? As I was looking at him with a puzzled expression, Yenica held out her hand in front of my face. How is it? As I just stared at Yenica, she was twisting her hands around and turning them around. I was just confused as he turned his white, tiny hands from one angle to another as if he were showing off. After you left yesterday, why didn't you climb up from the lake? Isn't it so cute and cute? I signed a contract right then and there. This is my new friend. Now, do you want to touch it too? He was wondering what he was talking about, but I was able to quickly get a sense of the word contract. In short, it is a spirit. I don't know what shape it has, or why they brag about how cute it is. Looking at the octagonal angle, it seemed to be in the shape of a curved arm anyway. I couldn't see it with my eyes. Even if you can't see it, you can roughly guess it. It must be cute to see him making such a fuss. I'm trying to get acquainted with Yenica here. She's so cute. She's really cute. I'm so jealous that I can make a contract with a spirit like this. Well, it might be okay to just say things like that and agree with them in moderation. In terms of friendliness, he is the best in his grade. In my social life, I felt most comfortable with these people. There is no need to force a conversation or try to find the part that suits you. A person who continues a lively conversation just by listening to a story. There is a reason why he is loved by all second-grade students. Therefore, if you wanted to keep your distance, you had to be more careful. Since he is a guy that you can become friends with no matter what, you have to be more careful if you don't want to become friends. Actually, the answer itself is not that difficult. I don't know what you're talking about. All you have to do is block the flow of conversation itself. I can't see the spirit. I can't see the spirit because I can't sense it. As if cutting them off with a single blow, common interests were eliminated. If you throw it away like this, there will be nothing more to say on the other side. When I try to find another topic to talk about, I start to feel awkward. In the first place, Yenica is not a fool, so she will vaguely sense that I am trying to keep my distance. As you have lived surrounded by kind people, you are likely not immune to unreasonable hostility. Okay. Yenica answered slowly, then turned her face towards me and tilted her head. Can't you see the spirit? That's not that surprising. Not all students at the Ministry of Magic can see spirits. Nevertheless, Yenica tilted her head a few times. Yenica, let's go quickly. All the desserts will be gone. Only then did the rescue team return. He hugged Jenica tightly and tried to take her back into the crowd. Yeah, see you next time. Meanwhile, the sight of him smiling broadly and waving at me was a sight to behold. Well, the rescuers will warn Yenica while eating dessert. Don't approach Ed Rosteller carelessly. Then you will slowly start to draw attention to me. From my perspective, it's not that bad. Lastly, the senior of each grade will award the Sage's Seal to the freshman representative. Students whose names are called, please come to the podium. Second grade senior Yenica Palova, third grade senior Dick Elfalan, fourth grade senior Amy Innis, and the freshman representative, the respected Princess Phineas Elias Clole. Still, they are treated as members of the royal family. When addressing someone by name in a public setting, they consistently use respected. It is not surprising that Princess Phineas was selected as the freshman representative. Idle Lucy, who no one can match based on her grades and talent alone, is a character who does not even show her nose in a position like this. And in the first place, there is no way that there is a person as representative as Princess Phineas. This first-year member of Sylvania is literally full of gems. The gap between me and the second year I am currently in is ridiculous. It has to be that way. This is because the main character in this world is a first-year student. When I play Sylvania's failed swordsman, I suddenly have this thought. No, but the only successful students in this school are first-year students. Phineas, the Princess of Charity, took control of the student council in her second year and became the de facto student council president, controlling the school and becoming a powerful person, trying to eradicate corruption. On the contrary, Golden Daughter Lortle is trying to make a lot of money by encroaching on the dark parts of Sylvania, controlling the flow of money and logistics, and coordinating interests among students. Idle Lucy is the incarnation of talent born with the blessing of the stars from the great wizard Glacht, which appears only in history books. Well, other than that, there are so many important figures that it is difficult to explain them all concentrated in the first year. The proper class curriculum hasn't even started yet. However, thanks to the first-year students who are like diamonds in the rough, the faculty members are already excited. The Sage's Seal is a trace of the records left by the great sage Sylvania Robster, who founded this Sylvania Academy. There will be a ceremony to award the seal to new juniors in the spirit of carrying on the will of Sylvania, who emphasized the virtue of learning. We try to give it various meanings, but in the end, it's all ceremonial. I continued to look around as the school opening ceremony drew to a close. Everyone, regardless of grade level, is now sitting together in the Kate Hall auditorium. There aren't many opportunities for students with different classes and fields of study to sit together in one place. Big freshmen with all kinds of talents and backgrounds are filling up the auditorium, but I know that. Those guys there are all nothing more than characters. What's really important is finding Taylor, the main character of this world. I am grateful to you for running around and resolving the many trials that will occur at this Sylvania Academy in the future without me having to lift a finger. No, he is a problem solver. There is no one I would be more grateful to than this person for taking care of all my hardships. Also, the surest way to check if this world is going according to the relationship I know is to check the Taylor. His actions will soon decide the affairs of this world. Now, let's take a quick look around and check where Taylor is. In any case, Ed Rosteller was in a position of complete collapse and exit. No one would care much whether I was present or not at such a grand entrance ceremony. No, I'd rather be more concerned about being here. My stomach was quite full, and now it was time to get up from my seat. I have a moment to remind you. Student Ed Rosteller, please visit Dean McDowell's office. Thank you. Suddenly, I heard my name from the podium. McDowell. I know that name. The highest dean of the Ministry of Magic in Sylvania. In fact, it was the academic department that held the authority to appoint professors tightly in their hands. He's looking for me. Can I be expelled from school? These days, does the highest authority in the academic department directly notify students of expulsion? They will welcome you on your way so carefully. Is this ruined? I wiped my face once. No, let's calm down for now. What? What on earth? Chapter 11 Interview with the Dean 2. As Sylvania Academy is large, its organizational chart is also extremely complex. Still, organizations usually get simpler the higher you go. An organizational chart that looks like a spider's web when unfolded cannot be this simple if you look at the top part. McDowell, who simultaneously held the position of Dean of the Sylvanian Faculty of Magic and the highest dean among the three deans, was a member of that simple organizational chart. If you come down from the top, the name appears at the second branch. He is the person in the position right after the vice principal. The academic staff did not follow the procedure for your expulsion. They must have decided that there was no need to do so. He looked easygoing at first glance, with his bushy beard and old monocle on, but his attitude toward me was anything but. I did not drink the tea served by the dean's secretary. Even at first glance, the atmosphere was not friendly. Is there a need to go through the academic regulations, declare your expulsion, and go through the disciplinary committee in accordance with the regulations to expel you? Dean McDowell, sitting across from me, spoke with a stern expression. It is an unexpected fact, but such a strong and weighty attitude is only the surface appearance of Dean McDowell. They act in an overbearing way to cover up their soft and compassionate inner self. This is a fact that cannot be known unless you proceed with the sub-quest. But it is not that surprising to me, who has already gone through all the mountain battles and completed most of the concept plays. In the first place, if you are to hold the position of dean in a place as eccentric as the Ministry of Magic, it is inevitable that you will maintain a somewhat overbearing attitude. The world of academic politics is full of people who climb up when they are looked down on. It is admirable that he maintains that character. If it doesn't work out, the university will take ex officio expulsion procedures. So I couldn't help but be confused. There are two reasons that made me wonder. First, as mentioned above, why does Dean McDowell, who does not try to create a confrontation with students, behave in such an uncharacteristically threatening manner? Second is his status. He is the dean of the Sylvanian Faculty of Magic and the highest dean among the three deans. This is a position that has no reason to be involved in the process and whether each student is expelled. Rather, he is in a position to review and approve the implementation plan. Each position has its own duties. The sight of just summoning a student, having him sit in the office, and discussing whether or not to expel him from school is a strange sight, as if he had gone to the district office to pick up a copy of his transcript. and the district mayor was looking at the civil complaint. Do you have any excuses for this? Of course, if you are a typical student, your thinking will not reach this point. You will experience panic at the very situation where a high-ranking person calls you out and sentences you to expulsion. After thinking about it, I could see the intention. The intention itself was to embarrass me. That is a reasonable statement. So after saying that, I decided to think about it some more. An unusual situation in which you are suddenly called out during a public event, such as a school opening ceremony, in a luxurious reception room. A private meeting with a well-dressed and high-ranking person, an aggressive and threatening attitude, and a blinding situation in which you are sentenced to expulsion. The higher a person is, the better he or she is at creating this kind of situational external pressure. I am trying to see my reaction in this situation. Such questions inevitably follow. Why? Ed Rosteller is an ordinary student with only somewhat noble origins. He didn't have any special magical talent, nor did he stand out in his handwriting. Even that noble bloodline is nothing more than a somewhat unique calling card in Sylvania. It is full of children of all kinds of nobles and wealthy people, and even the princess is attending the school. How can Ed Rosteller, who is just a student, waste such precious time talking to himself? There were few possibilities. I sighed deeply. I would like to express my gratitude to Princess Phenia. She always looks after her people, even in the realm of learning, and always pays attention to even the smallest details. Words thrown out as if thrown out loud. While discussing whether or not to be expelled from school, he suddenly mentioned the princess. Those words, which have nothing to do with the topic of conversation, may seem absurd. What does that mean all of a sudden? Why is that story coming up now? This kind of reaction should follow. What? However, the frown narrowed momentarily. It was only for a moment, but I caught that reaction. What do you mean now? However, the other person is also a person who has held the position of top dean for over 5 years. It takes less than a second to regain the momentary poker face. However, that moment of embarrassment is enough to realize the truth. As expected, just in case. In the first place, if they were in a position to support me even by mobilizing the best dean, the only ones there were Principal Obel, Vice Principal Rayner, and Princess Phenia. There is no reason for the principal or vice principal, who have no contact with me, to look down on me. Princess Phenia is much more likely. Even if it were a place where the virtue of learning took precedence over the nobility of social status, the princess' words could not have been ignored. In some ways, this is truly Princess Phenia's way. You could just bring in the soldiers, tie them up, and tell them to reveal their true intentions if you don't want to be expelled. Did I think that there was no way I could really reveal my true feelings if I did that? Or did he think that such barbaric and coercive means were not his style and were meaningless? Probably both. In conclusion, it was the right decision. Even if they had tied me up and scolded me, there was no way I would have revealed that I was really a possessed person and a separate person from the person called Ed Rothdeller. Is there any way to do something that would make you look like a crazy person? They probably had to find another way. No, my words came out in vain. I'm sorry. Haha, what did you say? I was nervous. Ha 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 ha. He scratched the back of his head as if embarrassed and hesitated. I tried to smile as foolishly as possible, but Dean McDowell's eyes became sharper as he looked at me. He is already a person with strong bones. He realized that I was trying to measure him. Oops, the push and pull went a little too deep. I was just kind of thinking about what the right answer might be. I decided to just go forward with confidence. Why would they invite a mere student like me to sit down and measure my dishes? What should I say to be the correct answer? I know that an expulsion sentence is just a token thing. That fact was naturally assumed as a premise. This meant that, to some extent, I understand your true feelings. If the other person was an overbearing person, it would have the opposite effect. It may feel like you are trying to match them, which can make you feel bad. But I know. Dean McDowell is surprisingly not authoritative in that regard. To sum it up, I think what I did was wrong, but I don't think it was a mistake that would warrant expulsion. If you look through the school's internal regulations, it's enough to make it grounds for expulsion. Aren't internal rules and regulations always ambiguous and ambiguous? There is a lot of room for interpretation. That means there is a disciplinary committee and students are given the opportunity to speak out. I decided to go with a general answer. In that case, I have no choice but to utilize all the opportunities given to me. I have to persuade the disciplinary committee members as much as possible, put up posters in the school building, and persuade my classmates. I also have to appeal that I have been treated unfairly. It will be a headache for academics. Are you threatening me now? Not at all. I really mean this. He spoke with a confident face. In the first place, threats cannot be established. What kind of threat is it when a student on the verge of expulsion threatens the best dean? If you make up your mind to expel a student, you can ignore all such minor disturbances. It may be noisy and annoying for a while, but it ends there. In the first place, there was no way that there would be any classmates who would sympathize with Ed Ross Taylor. I just do everything I can. Then, if I get expelled, there's nothing I can do. But I think I'll regret it later if I don't do anything and just get expelled. After saying that, I took a sip of the tea the secretary brought out. Is this the correct answer? It feels like we are having a conversation while wearing a mask. It will be the same over there. A moment of silence. McDowell rested his chin and looked at me for a while, and then he opened his mouth again. Princess Phenia said something a bit difficult about you. At this point, I can somewhat agree with what she said. A secret conversation with a princess who was gifted with the blessing of insight to gauge humanity. I don't even hide the fact that it was Princess Phenia's instigation that made me keep an eye on me. We haven't exchanged a single word about this, but we already know each other. He's as cunning as a fox, but he doesn't have any mean intentions. If you say that, doesn't it seem like I'm just playing tricks? They are calmer than the students who were shaking when I took them to the dean's office and made them sit down. Did I act too calmly? That kind of thought comes to mind. Even if it was a mistake, I can't pick it up now. Anyway, let's go out. I'll hold off on whether your answer is correct or not. Then what happens to the expulsion case? At those words, Dean McDowell burst out laughing. This is the first time we see Dean Lee's real face. You're very clever, too. There was no intention to expel him from the beginning. Didn't you also notice that fact? The person who refined those words back was the Dean McDowell I now knew. It almost became X. I sighed in relief as I threw the firewood into the bonfire. I'm not sure what it is, but I feel like it was a very important turning point in my future path. That's what you say, but if you had answered wrongly, you might have really lost your head. As I closed the door and came out, I caught a glimpse of McDowell through the gap, but the relaxed and smiling look was gone, and he was once again in agony with a serious look on his face. He was seriously evaluating me. He's a person who can never let down his guard. Well, anyway, the die is cast, so I just do what I have to do. New finished product, simple drying rack, a simple wooden drying rack for drying laundry or food. The support is not strong, so it cannot support a lot of weight. Production difficulty, production completed. Crafting proficiency has increased. As I wipe my sweat and look at the completed drying rack, it is good news. I slowly felt the need to check my life skills as well. I was so hectic and busy that I didn't have time to check my detailed proficiency level. Life skill details grade. Beginner artisan specialty. Woodworking dexterity LV10. Design LV2. Gathering LV3. Woodworking LV7. Fishing LV3. Cooking LV4. Dexterity mastery level is 10 dexterity, is the basic of all life skills. This is the skill that has the most notable correlation with the talent stat among the overall stats. As the skill level of dexterity increases, the level of increase in skill level of other skills also increases noticeably. Additionally, the significance of level 10 in a skill was great. Reaching proficiency level 10 means that you have acquired the basics of that skill. When mastery level exceeds 10, the experience required to advance to the next mastery level increases noticeably. From here, proper investment must be made. I flopped down on a flat rock, basking in the heat of the campfire. It's too hard and cold compared to the sofa in the dean's office. Still, it feels like a perfect fit for my butt, perhaps because it's a rock that has been in my care ever since I fell into this world. Sitting in the camp, which was now completely comfortable like my own home, I opened and closed my palms in front of my eyes. As expected, shouldn't he have been born a nobleman? Certainly, life-related skills increase significantly faster than combat or magic-related skills. Even if you are born with talent, you will not be able to bloom if the environment does not support you. Because he was treated like a noble and grew up wondering what to do, he wasted this ability. Well, you probably thought that making things yourself Cooking or repairing things was vulgar. Since my status is like that, there is nothing I can do about it. But after going through all that hardship, I was able to create a somewhat livable environment. Compared to Offaly's Hall, which has the best facilities in Sylvania, I may be in a situation similar to being homeless, but I have become attached to this camp that I built with my own hands. Besides, I didn't feel particularly hungry today because I ate a lot at the school opening ceremony. I think I can just fall asleep like this, but I can't just fall asleep. Today we just finished the school opening ceremony, so we have quite a bit of time left. Also, unlike in the morning when I walked to school at a canter out of fear of being late, I walked leisurely on the way home from school, so I had a lot of energy left. I picked up some books that were randomly lying on the grass. I was planning on sleeping like this and reading a book before it gets dark. It was a book about various edible plants and wild herbs borrowed from the student library in the faculty building. Knowledge is the power to survive. If you become better equipped to distinguish between edible grasses, your eating habits will expand further. I wish I could make a workbench or a reading table. I'll give it a try over the weekend. With that in mind, I lay down on the makeshift wooden shelter and opened the book. And I fell asleep in 10 seconds. It was almost like fainting. Actually, I was a little tired the Dean's office of the Ministry of Magic in the corner of the faculty building. Dean McDowell was sitting on the living room sofa, resting his chin. It had been a while since Ed Rosteller left, and there was a lot of work to be done, but he sat motionless and was deep in thought. The Dean's secretary, who was organizing documents, sighed inwardly without McDowell noticing. It's been quite a while. Dean McDowell often found himself doing nothing but deep in thought. It is natural for work to be delayed, and the secretary's permission to leave work is not given on time. I thought to myself that I wouldn't be able to get home on time again today, and decided to clean the secretary's office, which I had been putting off. You're going a bit long this time. What are you thinking so deeply about? The secretary looked out the star-filled window, looking at Dean McDowell, completely frozen like a statue, lost in thought. Thanks to the clear weather today, the starry sky was very beautiful. I opened the window and let in some air for ventilation. Secretary Agnes. At that time, Dean McDowell finally opened his mouth. Is my acting a bit too obvious? Yes. Dean McDowell's behavior was so perfect that it sometimes made you wonder if he had a double personality. At least the dean's secretary, who was always by his side, knew about it. When the secretary bothered to ask such a question, he just stammered and said that it was not true. The night in Jiasudong was deepening. Chapter 12, Stray Cat 1. As you know, games are usually played from the protagonist's point of view, so there isn't much that I can do as a person who has already fallen and retired. The good news, though, is that we've already done it several times from the protagonist's point of view. First of all, if you think about the time and the academy schedule carefully, you can roughly guess what events are going on. So you don't have to feel frustrated because you don't know what's going on at the academy or what's going on. This is a comforting fact. On the contrary, since it was only told from Taylor's point of view, it made me wonder if there were quite a few parts I didn't know about. For example, how the Ministry of Magic's curriculum works. The main character, Taylor, is a member of the combat club, befitting his title of failed swordsman. Therefore, it is impossible to know what kind of life students belonging to the Ministry of Magic live. The same goes for things that happen outside of Taylor's activity radius. New buildings and statues being built under the patronage of the Golden Daughter, Lortel, a small royal bodyguard stationed at the entrance to the teaching building to guard Princess Fenia of Charity. Well, the world, which is off the main stage but is clearly running, seemed rather refreshing. In fact, while playing Sylvania's failed swordsman, there were quite a few incidents that I was curious about after the fact that were not directly revealed. If I were to pick them one by one, there would be too many to count, but if I had to pick one, it would be the Yenica failover. As the final boss of Act 1, her story of falling into the clutches of Robespierre, a high-ranking dark spirit, is not given much importance. That's a good thing to say. It's the final boss of Act 1, but the real Act 1 boss is actually the right-hand man of Glaskin, the highest-ranking dark spirit she summons. However, high-ranking dark spirits descend through the darkness or pessimistic thoughts in the spiritist's mind. Well, no matter how big or small, there is darkness in everyone's heart, so it may not be something to consider too strange, But isn't Yenica Palover a person who is completely far from such darkness? I know, her brightness is innate, and her liveliness is innate. What on earth made Yenica Palover fall into the clutches of a high-ranking dark spirit? Of course, I don't have time to worry about that. Anyway, Taylor will take care of defeating Glasgon's right-hand man who has taken over the student center. It's too tight. About 10 days have passed since the start of school. I'm not going to die like this, really. While I was sitting on a wooden bench in the professor building at sunset and taking a break, Sage Time suddenly came up without warning. My daily routine since school started is as follows. Before the sun rises, first wash your body in the weather stream. Clean every corner in case there is a smell. Walking from the northern forest to Jayasudang, wearing everyday clothes that are washed every day. By the time I arrive, I am covered in sweat, so I secretly wash my face one more time in the bathroom of the professor's wing of Glacht Hall. Then I change into the school uniform I brought with me and hide my regular clothes among the grass in the rose garden in Jayasudang to take with me after school. Head straight to the classroom where the class takes place. From here, you will begin to meet children from all kinds of noble families and excellent students, so you must be careful to behave well. Of course, my evaluation within the academy is at the lowest level, so I have to deal with all kinds of gossip that flies into my ears every time I show my face. These days, when I don't hear such gossip, I feel like something is missing. I have become quite accustomed to being treated as invisible in various classes. If you focus on class like that, it's lunch time. Since I can't use the jaw-droppingly expensive and luxurious Offaly's building cafeteria or the student center cafeteria, I eat boxed lunches. The lunch boxes are wild meals brought from camp. These days, beef jerky made by pickling with rock salt is being put to good use. After drying the salted meat for about 3 days on a simple drying rack I had made to dry laundry, it turned out to be a decent jerky. It's portable and suppresses hunger well, so there's no other convenience food like this. As a bonus, my cooking skills were also sweetened. Well, after satisfying my hunger and finishing the afternoon lecture as an invisible man again, it will be after school. I take my street clothes, which I had hidden among the rose garden bushes, and set off again towards the northern forest. If you leave when the sun sets, you will arrive when it gets dark. I decided to canter as much as possible on my way home to improve my physical strength. But after the practical classes, where I would directly use my magical power, began, I lost so much energy that I decided to just walk slowly. After returning home to camp, the first thing to do is wash your sweaty casual clothes. You have to dry it in advance so you can wear it again tomorrow. Also, check here and there about school uniforms, which must always be kept neat and classy. It is inspected to see if there are any dirty or torn parts, and if such parts are found, they are repaired using thread taken from other fabrics. After a quick clothing inspection, it's time to do the day's work. What to do at this time varies from time to time. If there are any herbs or medicinal herbs that have been collected, they are collected, and the condition of the trimmed wood is checked. When they run out of meat stored in dug holes, they go hunting with bows. In fact, it was easier to hunt with a harpoon or an improvised spear. But if I was thinking about the future, I had to improve my bow skills, so I forced myself to hunt with a bow. Well, if I thought my hunting performance that day was too poor, I would hunt in a different way. Because once you eat, you have to live. After the sun has completely set, light a bonfire to secure a light source. It was time to do homework. We check each day's practical tasks on a workbench improvised using a wide stone slab. Fields where handwriting was important, such as magical history or elemental science, were my strengths. Fortunately, my head still seemed to be spinning. It's been quite a while since I picked up a pen, but there was a time when I was a student taking the exam. The blood of hardcore test takers who passed the college entrance exam during a turbulent time still remains. Long live the Korean private education craze. The notes are memorized by writing them down on a stone tablet using a small poker with ashes on them, and the books are borrowed from the student library in the teaching building. There is no way to afford to use a quill pen or personal ink book, and when the moon rises in the sky, I practice magic alone. First of all, the goal is to reach level 10 in elemental basic magic. The Ministry of Magic's second-year curriculum already assumes intermediate level magic, but there is no answer as I am lost in basic magic. Still, it would be better to train my magic in a practical way. So I used a wind blade to trim the trees and used fire-type magic to control the embers of the bonfire. Then I slowly fall asleep. But it's not time to sleep yet. There was still a lot of work left before bed. We review the wooden shelter to see if there are any defects, replenish firewood to keep the campfire going all night, and review the number of beef jerky to be eaten for lunch tomorrow. If the drinking water container was empty, drinking water had to be scooped up. Then, remember tomorrow's timetable, organize your thoughts on how to spend the day, fill the shelter with bonfire smoke to prevent flying insects as much as possible, ventilate it, and go to bed. Then you can still sleep for about 4 hours. Well, the good news is that no matter how tired I am, I'm not prone to oversleeping. Thanks to this, I adapted quickly even when I was in the military. I roughly maintained this lifestyle for 10 days. My whole body was already screaming from muscle pain. Sitting on a wooden bench looking at the red sky, the current situation is also a small deviation. When we get back to camp, there is a lot of work to do. Maybe I should move the camp closer. I thought about that and shook my head again. There was nothing good about having to live in the living area of other students for no reason. Plus, such long distances help with physical strength training, so don't be discouraged. Ah ha ha. I barely got my creaking body up and headed out on the road again. Anyway, what can I do if I am possessed with a body like this? I have to accept this level of suffering. The sunny day will definitely come. Still, there is something fortunate. That thought occurred to me as I crossed the northern forest. After maintaining this lifestyle for about 10 days, I became somewhat confident about sustainability. It's really fucking hard and tiring, but you can somehow keep it going. Because life as a second-year student at the Ministry of Magic was more peaceful and calm than I imagined. Everywhere I go, they look at me with disdain and whisper, and that's what they're doing now. What can I do? It's not something I did, but there's a lot of unfavorable stacks built up by Ed Rothstiller in the first place. Still, it will be much better than the situation of first-year students. It must be a place of wild, wild adventures where accidents happen every chance you get. At the beginning of the first semester, all kinds of events will already be happening, such as Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, blowing up the laboratory building, or Sloth Lucy electrocuting the dean's cat with lightning magic. The first practical class where students from the combat department, magic department, and pension department gathered together to deal with monsters was probably held. It's almost time for the protagonist Taylor and the main characters to meet each other. However, taking a step back, behind the stage, surprisingly, a calm and regular daily life continues. Yeah, it's not that bad if you think about it in these terms. If you continue to repeat your difficult lifestyle, there comes a point where you get used to it. All I have to do is maintain my life by taking a step away from the main characters. Then, when I got my diploma and the crisis at school arrived, I said bye-bye. Well, that doesn't mean the school will fail, and it's an ordeal that will be resolved on its own, so there's no reason for me to go through the trouble to solve it. When I think about it that way, I think I got the first step right. Yes, there is no reason to be frustrated. However, the variable is still the Yenica failrover. Hi, what are you eating? Is it dried meat? Good morning. What are you taking in next class? Elementology. You want to eat together at the student cafeteria. Over the past 10 days, Jenica's lively greetings whenever she encounters her while walking around the faculty building has not changed. Of course, her two best friends appear, grab her arms, and then disappear unnaturally, repeating the same thing over and over again. And this was unplanned. There is no reason for her to be this interested in me. It felt like there was definitely a mistake or some aspect I wasn't aware of. I guess it'll be okay. Across the branches of the forest at sunset, I could see a camp that was now as comfortable as my home. It was a long way home. As I say over and over again, I'm a foreign being in this world where things go as they should. If it becomes a variable that can upset the flow of the world as it goes along, the advantage of knowing the future will be thrown away. Therefore, it is right to maintain a certain appropriate distance from important people in this world. Well, if you try to force yourself to become friends, you may have to go through an awkward and difficult process, but it's easy to keep your distance. I don't know why, but the wise man time that was pounding my heart has faded to some extent, and a feeling of hope that we could do well again took its place. It will work out somehow. Maintaining an appropriate distance is something you've tried countless times in your social life. It's okay, you can do it. With a heart full of hope, I entered the camp to live hard today. ZZZ, ZZZ. That was when I found the girl sleeping inside my makeshift shelter, curled up in my arms. The brim of the witch's hat around her neck was so wide that it almost covered the girl's face, and the sound of her breathing, as if she was annoyed by everything in the world, made her identity known as soon as she heard it. I sat down on the rock chair and stroked my face with one hand. Woe, it was a sigh that came from deep in my heart. Why on earth is he sleeping here? Even though it was my first time meeting, I couldn't not know. This girl is the one who plays an active role from the beginning to the end of the Sylvania's failed sword saint scenario in terms of proportion. She has a presence that is comparable to that of the four major heroines. It is difficult to judge based on appearance alone. This girl, who appears to be extremely lazy, is an overwhelming person of interest, even among persons of interest. Why on earth is he sleeping here like this? I raised my head for a moment and looked at my camp. Forest north of Aiken Island, a deep place where no one visits. However, it is not that deep for this genius girl who can walk with magical power so quickly that it can be said to be as fast as breathing. In the first place, this girl's behavioral radius was the same as that of stray cats. Thanks to its small body and ability to walk like a bouncy horse, it can go anywhere, whether it's the top of the clock tower or the roof of Glocked building, or any place where the neck is good and the sun is good and it's good for a nap. So where is this place? There are no people. It is far from the class building, and thankfully there is a shelter with a roof in a nice place where there is a cool breeze and the pleasant sound of the stream. There is no other place like this where you can take a nap after skipping class. It was a blessing in disguise. Oh my! Even if I shouted it out only then, it was a meaningless monologue. I had no choice but to sit quietly for a while, covering my eyes with one hand, while listening to Lazy Lucy, breathing softly as if whispering, talking in her sleep. Chapter 13, Stray Cat 2. It may be rude to compare people to animals, but when I look at Yenica Palova, I sometimes feel like it is a dog that has been handled a lot by people. When you see a dog wagging its tail and welcoming you as if everyone in the world is happy to see you, don't you feel like hugging it or stroking its head? I guess all of her classmates thought the same way, so whenever they met Jenica on the street or in a classroom, she would always be in the arms of a female classmate or with her arms around her. And when I approach within a 3 million radius, they glare at me as if they are going to eat me in case it has a negative effect on our pretty Jenica. If Jenica is the image of a round dog, Lucy Merrill can be compared to a stray cat. The wheezing sound of the animal and the way it sleeps while hugging its own body make it look like a cat at first glance. But this is definitely not based on appearance alone. Wild cats can never be tamed. They rarely coquettishly or treat passers-by kindly. At least all the stray cats I've seen in my life were like that. Stray cats that have adapted to the streets of civilization have rules of life that apply only to them. Even though she lives a life of swimming in squalid back alleys, she is always the center of the world. And even though her fur is covered in grime, she is a creature that walks gracefully like a princess. However, such behavior is not due to vanity or a sense of being the chosen one. It's just that's the kind of creature it is to begin with. Lucy Merrill was also that kind of person from the beginning. He stretched his body wide and raised his upper body. It had been about 30 minutes since I returned to camp and found Lucy Merrill. As for me, I was sitting with my chin in contemplation, wondering what on earth I should do with this guy. The sun, which had been setting, had almost finished setting, and darkness was already encroaching from the east into the high spring sky. Lucy Merrill sat blankly with sleepy eyes. A few strands of assertive hair were sticking to her cheeks, and the only thing she said as soon as she woke up in someone else's house was, "I am hungry." She was a girl who had a knack for making people bang their heads. Only then did Lucy make eye contact with me. He had been sitting on a rock chair next to a crackling campfire for a while, resting his chin on his head, just staring at him without saying a word. It would be normal for an ordinary girl to take a deep breath and react in confusion. However, the opponent was Lucy Merrill. Out of 100 points, about 90 points. I just stayed still. It was nice to have a soft sunlight coming in because it was finished with leaves. It was cool to have the draft coming in, so it felt great. As soon as I laid down, I fell asleep right away. Apparently, my camp is in the top 3 places for napping at Sylvania Academy, according to Lucy Merrill. But the floor was roughly covered with clothes, so I had no choice but to lie down and sleep. It would have been nice if it was a little softer. But I still enjoyed the sunshine, and the sound of the babbling stream was also very nice. And he speaks slyly without even changing his blank expression. It was great. Although her expression didn't change at all, it felt strangely sparkling, and I was convinced that this was the girl's satisfied face. What am I convinced of? Lucy Merrill stood up and stretched once again. My wooden shelter, which has been reinforced several times, is wider than I thought. But if you look at how wide it is and how high the ceiling is, it ends around my shoulders. In short, I couldn't even stand up in there. When you look at Lucy Merrill stretching out in such a small space, you realize the difference in her physique. She is truly a short girl. Even though the school uniform is the smallest size in the workplace, the sleeves look baggy. Soon, Lucy's stomach growled. At the same time, Lucy jumped out of the shelter. It jumped out was a really accurate expression. Lucy Merrill's movements are like martial arts techniques seen in martial arts movies. He gathers magical power at the tips of his feet, kicks himself, and uses elemental wind magic, gravity magic, advanced shock absorption magic, etc. to land on the desired spot using his small body. He moves his body like a hermit, using all kinds of advanced magic. The professors at the Ministry of Magic also concentrate and multicast 5 or 6 magic spells they use one by one, and that too instinctively, not consciously. Is this dried meat? Can I eat it? The place where Lucy landed was on a drying rack that I had made crudely. There, the beef jerky that I had seasoned well and hung out was neatly displayed. Surprisingly, I hadn't said a word until this point. In the first place, I didn't want to have as much contact with this girl as possible. Idle Lucy is a rare genius who will be recognized with tongue-in-cheek recognition by not only all students at Sylvania Academy, but also Professor Glast and Principal Obel. In Sylvania's failed swordsman, he was a very important licorice character and an opponent who felt like a huge wall until the end of the scenario. If you enter a specific route, you can battle Lazy Lucy, but even if you increase the proficiency of the spear mind skill, which allows you to get a glimpse of the opponent's stats, to the maximum, the stats are not visible. There I was able to fully get a glimpse of the developer's intentions. This is not a character created from the beginning to win. You can eat it. After saying that, Lucy picked up a piece of beef jerky that was lying around and asked. Then, with his lips pursed, he mumbled and tasted it, then said, "Wow, it's so salty." He frowned and stuck out his tiny tongue. But maybe there's something more mysterious about it. Then he puts the beef jerky in his mouth again. He mumbled and chewed the beef jerky, and eventually he seemed to like the unique salty taste so much that he took a bite and pointed to the next piece of beef jerky. "Can I have one more?" "Okay." Then he sat down on the drying rack and began to enjoy the taste of the beef jerky while wiggling his feet. At first, I frowned because I hated the salty taste, but soon I found myself humming with satisfaction as I completely liked it. What is this feeling? I feel like something is filling my heart. That unique feeling of satisfaction that comes from giving food to a small mammal. Is everyone like this becoming a cat mom? I think I might be a bit addicted. I shook my head. Wake up, she's Lucy Merrill. He is said to be a key character who is given enormous importance in this Sylvania's failed swordsman scenario. There is absolutely nothing better than being involved. Yes, we have to kick them out first. This means that you need to focus on returning it with as little friction as possible. At first it was too salty, but I actually like it because it's so salty. It's stimulating. This salty feeling, I love it. At that point, I understood. Lucy Merrill is a rare genius who is achieving overwhelming grades among first-year students, so she is probably living in the Arfleys building, which is reserved for the best students. Arfleys Hall boasts the best facilities among the 3 major student dormitories in Sylvania, a place where you won't be given a seat unless you have an overwhelming status or outstanding grades. In the student cafeteria of Arfleys building, the best chefs in the kingdom serve the best food every day. So, when it comes to taste, he must have a high level of taste that is comparable to that of a high-ranking noble. However, there is a taste that cannot be felt in such high-end foods. It is the so-called map salty Dan. This is an area outside of high-end diets that pay utmost attention to the freshness of ingredients, harmony of taste, and nutritional balance. The true taste of that stimulation, covered in spices, as if health were a thing of the past. That bad stimulus is like the devil's whisper to someone who has lived their entire life on a healthy, high-quality diet. Can I take it all? No. Still, that was a bit over the line. That's my lunch box, you idiot. Ah, it's quite pitiful to see him so dispirited. To you, it may be a snack, but to me, it's a matter of survival. All you have to do is eat plenty of high-quality food at Arfle's Hall. Now that I think about it, a good idea suddenly occurred to me. Lucy Merrill, who is infinitely aloof from the Seppa, has no one to fear within this academy. Phenia, the Princess of Mercy, Lortel, the daughter of Gold, and Glast, the famously evil professor, are all equal human beings in front of Lucy, whose nature is loose. However, it does not mean that there is no one who can control this unpredictable Lucy. Well, the maids at Arfle's building were looking for you. As soon as she heard those words, Lucy's complexion began to turn pale. The kicks that were fluttering in the air disappeared in an instant. Then, in an instant, she flew into the shelter and grabbed a wide-brimmed witch hat. You know, I think I have to go. Okay, have a hard time. I'll come again next time. Just please don't come. But before I go, I have something to tell you. He wants me to tell you something. I wasted so much time being influenced by Lucy. I was in the middle of organizing my laundry supplies so I could wash the sportswear I was going to wear tomorrow. Lucy held out her finger toward the forest. What? I looked in the direction Lucy pointed, but there was only a forest full of green spreading out there. That wolf the size of a house. I've been watching it the whole time. At once, goosebumps ran down my back. For me, who has not yet had a chance to properly practice spirit perception, there are still areas of the world that cannot be seen. I want you to save Yenica someday. After putting down the message as if it was no big deal, Lucy disappeared in the direction of the Arfle's building. I slowly turned my head and looked back toward the forest that Lucy had indicated. There was only the sound of insects chirping between the lush trees. There was nothing more to see other than that. Announcement: a joint combat class is scheduled for first and second graders. Students attending basic cooperative combat introduction/advanced classes at the Nailgwin Common Combat Training Facility should check their group through the distributed list. The class participation rate of students in the pension department is extremely low. Alchemy experiments are great, but be sure to participate in the common classes as well. Claire Elfin, Assistant Professor of Combat Practice. The next day, a notice was distributed at a meeting of second-year students held in the Student Center. Is it already time for the joint combat class event for first and second graders? The progress is pretty fast. The joint combat class event was definitely the event where Yenica Palover appeared in the game for the first time. That means that Golden Daughter Lortel and Princess Phenia of Love have already begun to clash due to differences in their opinions. The second-year episode, where the student political drama part begins properly, separate from the monster battle part. The groundwork has already begun to be laid. Both the combat and political aspects are important variables in this world, so you should keep a close eye on them. Well, from my position, one step away from the stage, I can only infer it from the occasional rumors or the passage of time. Still, the only way to be sure is to see it with your own eyes. You will have to pay close attention to which faction the main character, Taylor, will side with, what choice you will make at which juncture, and gauge well which direction the world will flow as a result. Anyway, at the last entrance ceremony, I couldn't even look for Taylor properly because I was called to a meeting with the dean. In this joint combat class, we will definitely be able to see the faces of the first-year students who will be the main characters of the scenario. In any case, it is an opportunity to check whether the story is progressing smoothly without any variables. I walked out of the student center, easing my sore shoulders from all-night sharpening arrows. Although it is a hellish life, humans are creatures of adaptation. I'm starting to feel like my body is adapting somehow. It would be nice if there was just some meaningful change in my stamina stats. Still, things will work out well. Now I'm able to have such hopeful thoughts. Chapter 14, Joint Combat Practice. 1. The joint combat class for first and second graders is a passing event, but it is actually quite important in the overall scenario. This is because it is the event where the main character, Taylor, holds a sword for the first time. Taylor, who had previously learned fighting skills according to the combat club curriculum, suddenly grabs a sword and cuts down the lightning strike of Lazy Lucy. Taylor is a person born with the talent of a swordsman. This is a turning point in life for Taylor, who did not realize his talent and only trained bare-handed fighting techniques. Of course, there is no way she could be Lucy Merrill's opponent with a talent that has not yet fully blossomed. Although he succeeds in cutting down Lucy's lightning once, he is overpowered in one hit by the intermediate lightning magic thrown by Lucy, who is momentarily embarrassed and falls. Thanks to this, Lucy ends up being disqualified for breaking the rule of using only basic elemental magic. From that, his talent as a swordsman was confirmed, and his name began to spread among first-year students. Because I received a blow from the fearsome Lucy Merrill, and although I lost by disqualification, it was true that I beat Lucy Merrill. There haven't been any variables yet, so things will go as they should, right? It was a long-awaited weekend. It was an opportunity to catch up on things that couldn't be done during the week when classes were in session. When it comes to food, I have more room than I thought. After becoming skilled at hunting to a certain extent, the efficiency of hunting improved, but the most decisive factor was gaining a knack for setting up hunting traps. New product, noose trap, a trap installed by tying a rope obtained from the Olin Pavilion construction site to an elastic tree trunk. It is effective in catching small animals. Production difficulty. Production skill has increased. I improvised it according to the instructions in the survival tips book I borrowed from the student library, but it turned out better than I expected. My production skill suddenly increased, and my woodworking skill was almost at level 10. Above all, it is time efficient. Just because I am at school and taking classes doesn't mean the trap I set up disappears, so I can use my time much more efficiently. After returning home from class, all I had to do was go to the place where I set up the trap and collect the wild animals hanging from the trees. It started with small creatures like squirrels and rabbits, and when it really hit the jackpot, something like a raccoon was hanging around. Of course, there are more times when the line breaks or the beef jerky that was left as bait disappears, leaving it in vain. Still, the advantage is even greater when you consider the fact that almost no labor is involved except for setting up the trap. Once the dual food procurement system of direct hunting and trap hunting was established, it became possible to procure enough meat to feed myself. Rather than the hunting itself being a problem, the labor required to prepare the game was more of a burden. Well, it's a happy worry. Even excluding hunting, I was able to significantly improve my standard of living after school started. There were limits to the level of production using materials only obtained from the forest, but by picking up discarded items from the construction site or classrooms at Sylvania Academy, various materials that could not be obtained from the forest were able to be procured. In particular, this is a time when several buildings are being expanded within the academy under the sponsorship of the Golden Daughter Lortle. Thanks to that, there were quite a few construction sites on the outskirts of the academy, and I was able to get various construction materials by snooping around those places. Thanks to this, I was able to obtain a lot of pieces of wood that were left over from their original use, and ropes that were shabby and rusty and had ambiguous lengths of nails left behind. Nevertheless, the biggest harvest was the hatchet. Percussion, percussion. The cheerful sound of firewood being struck down echoed through the forest. I was chopping firewood using the stump of a tree I had cut down as a workbench. The hatchet that the construction workers handed over to me because it was old and no longer used was truly the best harvest of the month. Thank you, labor workers. Tears are flowing. Hewitt's hard I repeated the process of cutting the logs into large chunks with the wind blade and then splitting them lengthwise with the hatchet. In the first place, the basic wind magic, wind blade, cannot produce enough power to cut down an entire tree. So, when starting a bonfire, thin stems of trees that were randomly cut down from the forest were used. They were all of different sizes and often contained moisture, so their efficiency was poor. However, if you can use the right firewood, you can achieve a tremendous increase in efficiency in terms of fire management. Managing that bonfire was truly very painful. The heat had to be maintained while the person was asleep, and the fire had to be maintained to block access from nearby wild animals. However, with the poor kindling, the fire did not last long and often went out midway, causing acrid smoke to suddenly enter the shelter. It's already difficult to secure 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day. But even if you do, you end up having trouble sleeping in the middle. Looking at it stacked up, I couldn't be more confident. Roughly 50 pieces of firewood were left to dry next to the camp. Although I had a hard time chopping with an axe, I felt proud when I was done. It would have been nice to be able to split everything with a wind blade instead of cutting them all with an axe like this. Well, I guess I would have run out of magic before I even finished cutting half of it. Still, once the moisture remaining in the firewood evaporates, it will become an efficient and decent fuel. I look at the sweat. My regular clothes were already soaked with sweat. On weekends, I washed my regular clothes twice a day. When I go to collect medicinal herbs and edible grass, when I go hunting, when I prepare daily necessities like now, when I inspect the camp, etc., every moment of my life was a series of aerobic exercise, so there was never a day when my body didn't sweat. I went back to the stream with the intention of washing off my sweat. Although it was only a few tens of meters away, a part of my heart felt warm as the camp came into view. Seeing the appearance of the camp becoming more livable as the days go by makes me feel proud. However, recently, uninvited guests are often seen. When I caught sight of Lucy sleeping in a languid pose on a flat rock near the stream, I sighed again. After meeting Lucy Merrill at camp, she would often come to my camp and take a nap on her own. There was no particular regularity to the visiting times, and he seemed to wander around the academy randomly, stopping by whenever he remembered. Hi, even though we weren't really acquaintances, if we ran into each other, we would naturally say hello, naturally take a nap at my place, and when I came to, he would naturally disappear. I didn't want to get too close to a person of interest like Lucy Merrill, but after a few days, I stopped thinking about it. In the first place, Lucy Merrill's visit was like a natural disaster. As the weekend approaches, I am busy catching up on backlogged work. We couldn't waste our labor just to chase away one stray cat. Well, it doesn't cause much harm. I just scoop it up on my own, sleep on it, and often grab a couple of dried beef jerky and eat it, and then go on my own when the time comes. I thought it was just a background folding screen and left it alone. But now it has widened its range of action in my camp and is sleeping in the sunlight on top of nearby trees or on rocks by the stream. It seemed like I quite liked this stream. Recently, I dried marten and squirrel skins that I caught using a hunting trap and laid them out in my shelter, and I was so excited about how soft they were. It really feels like raising a stray cat. ZZZ. ZZZ. I passed Lucy, who was sleeping comfortably on a flat stone, and went to the stream to wash my face. My face was reflected in the water. He looks completely exhausted from chopping firewood. It was the moment when I was about to dip my hand in cool water to at least wet my face. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't checked my stats recently. Ooh. NGHHHHH. Lucy suddenly woke up to my sudden scream and fell down the rock. Name: Ed Rossdaler. Gender: male. Age: 17. Grade: 2. Race: human. Achievements: non-stamina 5, intelligence 5, dexterity 9, willpower 7, luck 6, battle ability details, magic ability details, life ability details, alchemy ability details. Hi Ed. You look good today. Did anything pleasant happen? Every time there is cancer. After steadily building up my woodworking skills and training my magic, my talent and intelligence stats rose one by one. But actually, that's not important. The physical strength stat went up by 2 levels. What is the meaning of this? It was a story about a way for this damned body, which was not born with any physical ability, to finally be trained. In fact, if you think about it from a general perspective, it's even more strange that even though I've been doing so much physical labor this month, my physical strength stats haven't increased. However, this body was not born with any proper strength, agility, or endurance. No matter how much I trained, there was no change in my stats, so I was slowly losing heart. In the meantime, it's an increase of 2 levels. The wall of discipline that had been persistently blocking me had collapsed, and I had entered the next stage. From now on, we can hope that there will be considerable growth. How could you not be happy? What? Not really, of course. There's no way I can show it outwardly. It was time for Professor Hellis' introductory elemental science class to end, and the students to leave the lecture hall one by one. I responded as coldly as possible to Yenica, who spoke to me as naturally as usual, but Yenica was still talking to me with a sly smile. You know, Ed, I'm talking about the combat practice class tomorrow. I am taking it with first-year students. We're in the same group. Don't you get excited thinking about seeing the juniors' faces? It doesn't feel familiar to me that I am a senior. Heh. Is it already time for practical classes? Since it was a required class, I had to participate. Joint combat training is literally a mock combat training assuming one-on-one combat. Of course, it does not actually use weapons or magic with great lethal power. Most combat club students use imitation weapons. Magic club students are only allowed basic elemental magic. And alchemy club students are also prohibited from using overly powerful medicines or spirit formulas. Just because we were in the same group didn't mean we were collaborating with each other to do anything. In reality, it was more like a bracket. The gist of it is to mix grade levels and conduct one-on-one practice matches according to a haphazardly organized bracket. Of course, this takes place while everyone is observing. Thanks to the completely randomly placed matchups, various compositions emerge. First year versus first year is a great opportunity for first year students who are not yet skilled in magic or combat to show their skills to their seniors and receive advice. First year versus second year is a great opportunity to experience mastered combat skills or magic through direct sparring between seniors and juniors. And second grade versus. Second grade is an opportunity for the observing first graders to confirm the level of combat they should immediately aim for. In short, the key is to watch the battle together. As far as I know, all the big names who are heavily involved in the scenario participate in this observation class. In the first place, the size of the class is so large that everyone participates, regardless of whether they are in the combat department, magic department, or pension department. Phenia, Princess of Charity, Golden Daughter, Lortle, Spear of Vegetation, Ziggs, Elementalist, Jenica, Hard Worker, Emilla, Lucy the Indolent, Clevius the Gloomy, Adele. The romantic, if I were to name them one by one, there would be no end. Still, the most important person is Taylor, a failed swordsman. Dejin also knows roughly everything. Of course, I know everything, even the wins and losses. It is a truly despairing fact, but in almost all sparring, first-year students win. The purpose of the class, which was to learn directly from second-year students, turned out to be a situation where first-year students, full of all kinds of big names, were massacring second-year students. It was a sight to see Professor Glast applauding with a satisfied look on his face. What should I do? He should have been the lead if he were to be twisted still. There is only one second-year student who can win against a major first-year lead. Yenica Palova shows complete dominance over the Golden Daughter Lortle. As mentioned, it is the final boss of Act 1, and the first moment it appears in the scenario is this practice class. Ed, do you want to see it too? With a grin, Yenica handed me the bracket. No, it's okay. I'll check later. I was thinking about keeping my distance, but then I suddenly wondered who my opponent was. In any case, I am a person who should not exist in this scenario. I was worried that my intervention would cause a major change in the bracket. Most first-year students attending this class are those who study a lot of scenarios. My basic course of action is to keep some distance from such important figures, but in this case, I can't help it even if I were to spar with them directly. How can the class be like that in the first place? So no matter who the opponent is, let's deal with it calmly. Let me see here. Stay here. Look, Yenica seemed happy to see someone reacting to her words in earnest for the first time in a while and cheerfully handed over the bracket. If you look at the conclusion, there was no major change. Most of the matches were exactly as I knew them, except for one thing. Article 13 Ed Rossdaler versus Phenia Elias Kloll. The name looked familiar. Oh God. Still, isn't this a bit? There was a commotion among the occupants of the royal residence. Apparently, newly stocked clothing items from the clothing store in the living area on the southwestern side of the island were popular. All the goods distributed by Elt Trading Company are selling like hot cakes. Princess Phenia was not very pleased with that fact. The fox-like merchant's plans are clear to the eye, but Princess Phenia, who was gifted with the insight to gauge people, found the snarky insides of the Golden Daughter Lortle very dear to her. One of 3 Class A students recognized by Professor Glast in the placement test. The only daughter of the continent's great merchant, Elt Cahelm, she is a girl born with a sly spirit just like her father. The appearance of always being polite and well-behaved hides the true nature of putting everything in the world on the scale of profit. In the private room of the royal residence, The princess sat down on the magnificent bed and sighed. For Lortel, even this sacred place of learning is nothing more than a means of making money. That magical talent and outstanding brain that can instantly memorize a book once read is not utilized for learning. The princess felt it in her sixth sense. The activities of the Elk Company, which is gradually taking control of Sylvania's logistics, may not have anything to do with her at all. I really don't like this woman, but I don't think I should treat her based solely on my personal feelings. I collapsed on the bed, which was littered with all kinds of magic books, documents, and bags. Again, Ure thinking about the rain and the situation. It's been a long time since I came to this land of learning. No matter how luxurious the royal residence is, it is still very different from the real imperial family. At least in the imperial family, people can't do things like bury themselves in bed or leave reference books or documents lying around on the bed in such an ungraceful manner. Although I felt a great sense of self-deprecation at being in a situation where I felt deviant from such unsightly behavior, I still felt a strange sense of satisfaction as a human being. Even with a bitter smile, the princess stretched again. Ouch! How right the most important thing is to hone myself through learning. After thinking about that, I checked the notice distributed to first-year students. I had to carefully check the information announced regarding classes. And after seeing the group formation for the joint combat practice, the princess buried herself in bed again. It's just like this. It's a strange, evil relationship after 3 days and nights of deliberation on whether to encourage his expulsion or not. I ultimately put it on hold. Instead, he asked Guard Commander Clare and Dean McDowell of the Ministry of Magic to keep an eye on him, because he was an unusual being whose true intentions could not be seen through even the princess' insight. As the semester began and she got caught up in all sorts of accidents, she was put on the back burner, but in any case, to the princess, she was someone she couldn't ignore. Nothing difficult to think about. I settled into the soft bed and decided to fall asleep for now. I didn't take off my school uniform properly, and I didn't properly organize the scattered books. But the first thing to do was to relieve my body's fatigue. Of course, this was an act that would have been unthinkable in the imperial family. He was a man with many unknowns, but in any case, he did not seem to have outstanding magical talent. I thought I could probably win without any problems. Anyway, Princess Phenia had too many things to worry about right now. All Emperor Kloll wanted from her was to let go of everything and simply enjoy the joy of learning. All she had to do was put aside the complicated reign and political situation and enjoy life as a student. However, that simple thing was very difficult for this young monarch. In a way, that was the monarch's fate. Chapter 15, Joint Combat Practice. 2. I don't know who first came up with the word butterfly effect, but the idea is truly amazing. Small wind derived from the flapping of a butterfly's wings crosses the ocean and becomes a hurricane that engulfs buildings on a distant continent. Well, I think that's roughly what it means. I've heard that chaos theory is so-and-so. And everything in the world is this was a phrase often quoted when talking about how difficult it is to control the future because there are so many variables. The slightest change in the initial variable value has an exponential effect on the entropy. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. This means that it can lead to big results that you might not even think about. So don't try to control everything in the world as you want. This roughly conveys the sage's deep meaning. I never dreamed that I would feel the weight of those words during this joint combat exercise. I guess there is nothing wrong with the old saying. Nail Hall, one of the 3 buildings in the student center, has traditionally been used as a place for joint combat classes. The well-executed Colosseum-style dual arena and spectator seating area had all seats and floors polished and polished. As befits an aristocratic school, even the combat practice grounds for hitting and fighting are elegantly designed. I was sitting in one of the observer seats, watching the mock battle practice in the center. This year's freshmen are literally a war of stars. Since there are so many gemstones in each grade, the attention of the second-year students is bound to be focused. Among them, the three were recognized by the strict Professor Glast: Spear of Vegetation Zig's golden daughter Lortle Sloth Lucy. The world's attention was completely focused on the three new students at the Ministry of Magic. Kwang, thank you. It was a good experience. I was impressed by your skill in using horsepower. I learned a lot. At the central duel stand, one of them, Ziggs, a descendant of the northern nomads, was in the middle of pinning his senior to the outside of the stage with wind magic. Her long, curly hair that reached down to the nape of her neck was fluttering in the wake. I hope I can learn a lesson next time, and then say hello politely. Anyway, he is not sane either. The second-year student at the Ministry of Magic, who was Zig's opponent, what was his name? Was it Michael anyway? He couldn't come to his senses and went out with the support of his employees. In student combat practice between grades 1 and 2, the use of anything other than basic magic is not permitted. However, no matter how you look at it, Zig's magic skills did not seem to end with basic magic. It was certain that if he used magic of a higher level than that, he would show a much stronger appearance. There were whispers among the second-year students. A first grader won again. If we keep doing this, aren't we really going to lose all of the second graders? These freshmen are a little strange. Well, how did such monsters come together in one place? A joint combat exercise that is like an annual event. The results were truly disastrous. The word senior was meaningless, as the second-year students were mercilessly cut down by the first-year students. From the middle on, it felt like a punching bag for the second-year students to show off the first-year students' skills. It's truly sad. The students whose names will be called next, please come to the waiting room after completing the practice preparation. Lucy, Merrill, Taylor, McLaura. And when the dual lineup, which was the area of greatest interest, emerged, whispers arose once again in the audience. What is coming has come. I also adjusted my posture and focused on the stage. The public's attention will be focused on Lucy Merrill, a rare genius who will rewrite the history of Sylvania Academy. However, it is nothing more than a scenario technique to focus attention on the main character by changing the mood. The person we really need to focus on is Taylor McLaura, the protagonist of this world who was born with the destiny of a sword saint. Although I have never held a sword in my life, I saw myself swinging the sword for the first time and cutting through Lucy's magic as fast as lightning. Of course, the magic that was thought to hit the target was blocked, and Taylor took advantage of that carelessness to quickly close the distance. Because of that, Lucy was so startled that she used lightning, a mid-level lightning spell. Taylor is completely overpowered by the magic she reflexively throws. But Lucy, who used intermediate magic anyway, is disqualified, and Taylor has the honor of becoming the first person to win against Lucy Merrill. Notice once again, Lucy Merrill, please complete your practical preparations and come onto the battlefield. Great, it was a famous scene. Taylor has lived her whole life being told she has no talent. Even when I came to Sylvania, I was treated like a failing student. Wasn't it a life full of hardships, being bullied by guys like Ed Ross Taylor and always getting failing grades in combat classes? Despite this, Taylor never stopped training. It was a moment when all those things were rewarded. The directing was so dramatic that there was a close-up of my childhood friend Isla crying while watching it, which was heartbreaking. Notice once again, student Lucy Merrill, please complete your practice preparations and come up to the duel arena. Lucy Merrill, please come up to the duel arena. Student Lucy Merrill. What? Where has he gone? It is difficult to explain in words the strange sense of elation I felt the moment I saw Taylor McLaura's position. It was a world beyond the screen. But anyway, I lived as him for many years and completed the journey many times, from the miserable and vain bad ending to the true ending that left a long-lasting impression. At the same time, I can't help but think of the trials that lie ahead for Taylor McLaura. Although he was born with the destiny of a swordsman, his life could never be said to be successful. Among the countless routes he could walk, there wasn't a single one that wasn't arduous and difficult. So I decided to cheer them on. I have decided to take care of my own life, and I am the one who will intervene and lead the way in all the trials that will happen in Sylvania, so we should support him. I will work hard to the best of my ability. A round of applause of encouragement came towards Taylor, who gave a powerful greeting on stage. Yes, it is applause of encouragement. This is because the fate of the boy who will be dealt to Lucy Merrill from now on was clearly pictured to the observers. Even if you don't know anything. He is the one born with the most overwhelming talent among all the students gathered here. As someone who knew everything, I was rather excited about the public opinion turning around in the future. But that's it. And what am I doing right now? Ooh, oh, oh. He was pinching Lucy Merrill's cheeks. The venue was a spare podium set up behind the center stage of Nailgwen. At first glance, I felt sleepy after taking a joint practical class and was looking for a place to take a nap. It would have been difficult to get out of the nail salon, so it was obvious that this would be a good place to take a nap. It was just now that I found Lucy curled up and sleeping under the spare podium. Ah, wow. Hey, wake up, wake up. It's your turn. After waking up for a while, Lucy Merrill raised her upper body from under the podium. A dazed expression, like when I woke up in my tree shelter. One side of her hair, which had been tied down on both sides, was loose. His hair was stuck to his cheek, and the words he spat out after staring blankly for a moment with his mouth open were the same. "I'm hungry." Then he shook his head, stretched once more, and said hello as if he recognized me. "Hi, and it is a very natural question to ask. Do you have any beef jerky? It's time for a good night, really. There is. Give me a little. Let's start with the duel. Student Lucy Merrill, please come up quickly. A bizarre sight where the duel opponent jumps out from under the spare podium. The students in the audience, and even the assistant professor who was leading the class, were looking at me with puzzled faces. Still, I didn't go all the way outside the nail salon, so I guess the duel will work out somehow. I was anxious that the duel itself might be aborted, which would lead to a complete change in my evaluation of Taylor. Uwag. A hair tie fell down next to Lucy, who was shaking her head. One side of her neatly tied hair was undone. Lucy twisted her hair, which was loose on one side, then picked up the hair tie and handed it to me, and it was ridiculous to say that he did it in a drowsy voice. "Tie my hair, no, just untie it and get out quickly." "No. If you do it half-heartedly, the maids at the Arfleys building will scold you. They are so scary." Lucy, who is trying to rival the headmaster Obel, was afraid of the only maids at the Arfleys building in Sylvania. The reason why Lucy, who was sleeping on the street and sprawled out on the rooftops of various buildings on New Year's Day, was able to maintain a neat outfit and neat appearance was largely thanks to the maids at the Arfleys building. They were a group that supported all kinds of noble people, so they were full of elite talents. But even those women had no choice but to get angry and scold them when it came to controlling these unpredictable stray cats. It's good that they were able to control them, though. Sighing deeply, I grabbed Lucy's hand and dragged her to sit in a random observer's seat. Then she lifted her hair tie, swept down one side of her hair, and tied it down neatly so that it was symmetrical with the other side. I was already in a position where I had to duel with Princess Phenia, but I found it ridiculous that I was being so lazy in a duel with someone else. Also, the situation where everyone in Nailgwen was watching the scene together was truly awe-inspiring. "Who is that guy? Isn't he Ed Rathdiller? Are you still going to school? Wow, this is a really strong read. What is he doing with the top first-year student like that? You look friendly. Are we close? Isn't that just a guardian?" It was quite funny to see the most embarrassed among the second-year students and the most honorable senior among the first-year students arguing and straightening their hair. I felt embarrassed too, so I quickly finished straightening my hair. Then he woke up Lucy from a drowsy state and straightened her loosely draped coat. I put the hem of the shirt that was sticking out of the top of the skirt back in and tightened it, and straightened the disheveled collar again. After that, I put back the knee socks on one side that had slipped down and retightened the tie, and it became somewhat neat. There are extra cuffs. I don't really care about the size of my school uniform, so I just roughly accepted it, so there's nothing I can do about it. "Okay, yep, get out now." Just like that, he pushed Lucy's back and sent her onto the battlefield. Lucy yawned loudly and stood on the other side of Taylor as if she didn't care about the world. Then the duel begins. Quang. In one single blow, a low-level lightning spell was struck in the center of Taylor's solar plexus. It seemed to take about 0.3 seconds. Taylor McLaura's life has always been a series of trials. A country bumpkin, a failure student, a poor student who has never had decent grades since entering school, a failure who is not acknowledged by anyone. Except for his childhood friend Isla, who has been with him since childhood, no one had a positive diagnosis for Taylor's future. Even his family gradually began to turn their eyes to Taylor, who showed below-average abilities no matter what he did. The moment came every time when I thought about letting go of everything. For Taylor, entering Sylvania was a good way to prove himself. It was as if God was smiling on Taylor. After staying up all night, I narrowly passed the written exam with a pull-up. I almost failed the written exam because of a grumpy second-year senior, but thanks to the Princess Mercy, I was able to pass the practical exam. Not only that, I was able to somehow overcome the constant trials that came even after the semester started. During the placement test, he almost lost his life to a demonic kobold summoned in an accident, and at the school opening ceremony, he couldn't even enter the ceremony because his classmates ostracized him, who was a failing student. Despite this, I somehow managed to persevere thanks to my childhood friend Isla, who was always there to support me, and Aidan, my colleague, who was in danger of failing the same grade. And now was the moment of proof. Lucy Merrill, a rare genius who has not only first-year students, but also older students and even professors talking. A situation so extreme that everyone predicts victory or defeat and pities themselves. Even in this situation filled with only despair, Taylor never lost hope. It's not an opponent you can beat even if you try a few more days. Among her classmates who mocked her, Taylor stayed up all night training her body, swinging her fists, and constantly training her fighting skills. Even at the moment when everyone sympathized that he would lose, Taylor did not stop trying to win. And right now, before he could react, he was pinned to the wall of the duel arena with a single blow. Nevertheless, Taylor stood up. There were a lot of weapons, including all kinds of swords, bows, and whips, lying around Taylor. Mark weapons prepared for students of the combat club in the corner of the duel arena. Most of them had no blades and were bluntly remodeled. Taylor looked at the knuckles on her hands. It was a weapon that had been with us for many years. But Taylor quietly took off the knuckles. A feeling like lightning passed through Taylor's mind. A shabby wooden sword was seen among the scattered weapons. My body went out first, with a feeling of being possessed. Taylor picked up the wooden sword lying on the floor and slowly took a stance with her completely battered body. This is the first time in my life that I have picked up a sword. The opponent is a rare genius wizard who is revered by everyone. Nevertheless, Taylor stood up again, holding on to both legs. There were people who believed in themselves. Taylor had to repay that trust. With that one thought, Taylor gritted his teeth. I raised my sword. I took a deep breath when I saw Taylor momentarily pinned down, but then I saw the sword raised, and I clenched my fist again. Yeah, you can do it. Lucy Merrill. Taylor shouts out Lucy's name with a voice that burns like a flame. Even I, who was watching from the observer's stand, felt something pulling me. Yes, it was this scene. This is the very scene where Taylor, who never gave up despite the trials of the world and the fate that abandoned her, sets off the signal for resurrection. The cry of Jeomseong, who never gave up on his life until the end, is engraved in the hearts of all students that is the very moment. Movements that are unbelievable for someone holding a sword for the first time. The sense of mana engraved on the crude wooden sword that Taylor is holding. I know. It was the energy of the sword, or aura, granted only to those born with the destiny of a sword saint. In front of him, even the thick wall of mana, made up of several layers, was easily cut through like paper. The observers in the audience begin to be overwhelmed by the momentum. All the students began to hold their breath at the sight of Taylor's clearly changed appearance. I even feel a certain sense of anticipation that something strange will happen. And an unknown wind blew. In an instant, Taylor's body was thrown into the air by a sudden, unreasonable windstorm. Quang! Taylor was hit squarely again by the ensuing lightning magic and pinned against the wall. This time it still took about 0.5 seconds. What? This time it's a perfect knockdown. Thick smoke rose, and Taylor appeared behind it, completely in a state of disrepair. Lucy Merrill rolled her eyes as she stretched lazily. Thank you for your hard work, Lucy, came down from the stage with a relieved look on her face, as if she had completed an insignificant and bothersome task. Up until this point, the audience had been completely quiet. Everyone's attention was focused. But as if that didn't matter, Lucy walked back in front of me with her characteristic bouncy steps. Then, with a blank expression on his face, he grabbed my collar and started teasing me again. Can't I give you some beef jerky now? In the meantime, I realized something. The wind magic that Lucy used in the middle of the duel appears to be an application of basic wind magic, but it was not used by Lucy on her own. I know the magic that instantly restricts the opponent's movements and breaks their balance, creating a gap. It was the always activated skill blessing of the storm that could be acquired by making a contract with the high-ranking wind spirit Merelda. It wasn't that long, a few days at most. He was always taking a nap with a rather drowsy expression, and he even signed a contract with a high-ranking wind spirit. Originally, Merelda and Lucy were completely separate entities in the scenario. It can be seen that there is no connection whatsoever. This was because there was almost no reason for Lucy to reside in the northern forest in the first place. However, due to her recent residency at my camp, has she come into contact with Merelda. Because of this, he was able to use Merelda's divine protection and became needlessly stronger. Even so, no one can imagine that a contract would be made with a high-ranking wind spirit in just a few days. I slowly raised my head and looked towards Taylor. He put down his sword and sat down with his head down. There was no sign of the usual burning vitality in those eyes. The overwhelming gap in talent is like violence. Once you realize that huge wall, your heart will break in an instant. Hey, this seems like a really big problem. I quickly stood up. You should never leave that alone. I pushed Lucy away, who was clinging to me, and walked towards Taylor, who was coming down from the stage with a look of complete despair. The next combat training subject is student Ed Rossdaler and the respected Princess Phenia Elias Clole. Meanwhile, a voice calling me. From the audience, I could see Princess Phenia standing up after tidying up her clothes. Eventually, I encountered Princess Phenia on the road to the duel site. The eyes that turned aggressive as soon as they saw me were still there. The way they show hostility toward me is no longer new. It seems like the princess has made up her mind for some reason. But at this point, Princess Phenia is not my interest. Ed Ross Taylor, you last time the moment the princess was about to say something. I passed by her. If you stay still, Taylor will completely leave. Words and actions that disrespect the princess of a country are an outrageous act. But at least in this teaching building, where the virtue of learning is superior to the nobleness of social status, it will not be punishable by the capital punishment. First of all, there was something more important than that. Leaving behind the princess' surprised gaze at being completely ignored, I shouted at Taylor as she disappeared through the crowd. Hey, Taylor, I'm not sure if this was meaningful, but it was better than staying still. Your efforts will definitely be rewarded. Don't be discouraged. Hey, straighten your back. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If Taylor's heart breaks and he becomes completely frustrated, there is a high possibility that I will end up having a hard time. You can't just leave it like that. Walk proudly. You did a good job. You just had a bad opponent. Don't get frustrated over this. Okay, please don't get frustrated already. You have to work hard instead of me. How many trials will happen to this academy in the future? I sent a message of support to Taylor, who was slowly leaving and disappearing into the crowd. It was a message of support that came from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 16, Joint Combat Practice 3, Phenia. You were born with a blessing from God. The first person to notice Princess Phenia's innate insight was her father, Emperor Clole. The life of the royal family is a series of endless secret battles and plots. You can never guess that sticky darkness just by looking at the glorious and exalted lives of the royal family revealed to the public. Therefore, Emperor Clole's comment that Princess Phenia's insight into human beings was a blessing from God was wrong. Her abilities are not some kind of gift from God. It is a sense acquired in order to protect oneself in that dark abyss. That's why Princess Phenia was confident in her own abilities. The two eyes of the Prime Minister who tried to poison her aunt, the lustful gestures of the Duchess who wanted to make her son a member of the royal family, the trembling pupils of the servant who stole the gold watch chain from the bedroom, the anxious steps of the leader who embezzled the knight's armor maintenance expenses, the jealous gaze of a blood relative who was jealous of Sorai's power, and the trembling voice of a principality spy who disguised himself as a maid and collected information. Because I knew that there was a dark abyss beneath all the eyes of the imperial family looking up to the princess of noble charity. And because she lived the life of a noble princess as if she knew nothing, even though she saw through all the dirty intentions of those faces. I look forward to Therefore, I had no choice but to look straight at the man who finished preparing for the duel and greeted me politely. The princess' sixth sense is already in the realm of the supernatural. If you want to have more intuition than Princess Phenia about the ability to insight into humans, it is literally impossible without using mind reading. Ahaha, what is that? Isn't it Ed Ross Taylor? You look so haggard after walking around wearing clothes full of jewels. Your frugal look really suits you. You don't have any magical talent at all, but you're just pretending. Now, your true colors will be revealed. The sound of whispering could be heard all the way up to the duel arena. It seemed like he wanted to shout boos with all his might, but since the princess of a country was standing right there, he was acting relatively calm. Yes, please take care of me too. The princess lightly lifted her hand and felt the flow of magical power. Conditions were at their peak. Taking good care of one's physical condition at all times is also an important virtue of a good wizard. The princess narrowed her eyes and glared at the man. Your efforts will definitely be rewarded. Don't die. Hey, straighten your back. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Walk confidently. Well done. The opponent was just a little bad. Don't get frustrated over this. This is a story about a boy who desperately cried out to a boy who was on the verge of failing school, ignoring the princess of a country and passing her by. At first, I was more surprised by Ed Rothdeller's desperation than by the fact that I was ignored. Did you hear me yelling at Taylor earlier? She's really harsh too. Ah, you're making more of a fuss after you've been tormenting me. I wonder if you wanted to make fun of a kid like that who couldn't even use it. Or maybe I just wanted to seem nice now. Why cheering on the kid I was bullying? Something like that. Wow, the intention is really shady. You said you were that kind of person in the first place. The whispers in the crowd could no longer be called whispers. The whispering reached the ears of the princess, who was located far away from the observer's seat, and there was no way Ed Rothsteller could not hear it. But Ed Rothsteller's eyes are calm. Just like the Myeongjong-jisoo, where not a single drop of water falls, there is no tremor in the pupils. Reading someone else's emotions through those eyes is like a piece of cake for Princess Phenia. Indifference and indifference are probably good. A familiar feeling. In the first place, Ed Rothsteller was always like that. The whispers of the crowd mocking him do not leave even a scratch on his heart. It wasn't much different from the feeling I had when I met Ed Ross Taylor at camp. If you live in the first place, you will meet many people like that. There are people who are born with a temperament that is indifferent to everything and is indifferent to what others say. In any case, the center of your life is yourself. Once a firm belief is ingrained in your heart, you will have the fortitude to not be swayed by the opinions of others. There were enough people born with that kind of temperament, even among first-year students, without having to look far. Lucy Merrill was like that, Lortle the Golden Daughter was like that, and Ziggs, the Spear of Vegetation, was like that. When I thought about it that far, I even felt a sense of relief, because it was only then that the outline of the person called Ed Rossdiller seemed to come into focus. It took a little longer, but in any case, Ed Ross Taylor was also an equal in the princess insight. Only with that confidence was I able to stand up. However, the way he ignored the princess and passed by his words and actions, and the sight of him wholeheartedly encouraging a first-year student who had tried to fail him with his own hands, made the princess dizzy again. Once the outline of her inner self is visible and her true identity seems within reach, her words and actions that slip away like a loach again torment the princess. Was it a shout to mock Taylor, who was struggling? Was it a hypocritical act of trying to launder one's own past while cheering for Taylor? If you don't know the context, you will have no choice but to give weight to the left's speculations. However, it was visible to Princess Phenia, the man's true desperation that he had not shown even once since the entrance exam. I saw that part clearly. If I had appealed to the princess like I did now when we ran into each other at the camp, my head wouldn't have hurt so much. Please don't expel me. I am truly reflecting. Please be kind to me just this once. If I had knelt down like that, folded my hands together, and appealed with all my might, I wouldn't have felt this uncomfortable feeling. There were so many people who bowed their heads and made desperate appeals in front of the noble and noble princess that they were tripped. However, he reacted indifferently to his expulsion and continued to maintain such an indifferent attitude even among the numerous students who mocked and jeered him. What is unnatural about the desperation that comes from the heart of the first-year student who tried to expel him from school when he was frustrated? Ed Rosteller. You make me dizzy. The princess sighed deeply. Is it worth spending this much energy on? I am tired of being swayed by his unpredictable inner self. The other person is just an excommunicated student. He is not a corrupt warlord who dreams of overthrowing the imperial family, a corrupt prime minister who embezzles public funds, or a scandalous user who touches the imperial family's wealth. Even if he had an inner self that couldn't even fathom the princess' insight, what does it matter? Yes, I finally got a chance to shake it off. Let's just shake it off with this one duel. In that way, the princess calmed down. Whatever it is an opportunity to have a cool fight with that unknown man named Ed Rosteller. I want to bring it to a clear conclusion with this duel. It is a world where there are so many unknowns. Still, whatever it is, whether it's laughing or crying, it's okay if you have an opportunity to shake it off. Whatever the story is, it is not that important. Ed Rothgiller, it's not like heaven and earth are going to change just because you can't guess one thing. Ed Rothsteller's mana amount was already well known. It's not that great, but the way he naturally controls the magic flowing from his hands shows that he's not an easy opponent. In the first place, it was a sparring match between first and second graders. Since their power is asymmetrical, they are restricted from using only basic level magic as a handicap. Looking at Ed Rosteller, who was controlling the flow of magical power while warming up his body, it was possible to infer that he had mastered basic elemental magic countless times. It is unknown to what extent he can use intermediate elemental magic, but he is likely to be sufficiently skilled in at least basic elemental magic. Princess Phenia's magical abilities certainly cannot be said to be as overwhelming as Lucy or Lortle. However, because he was fundamentally hard-working, he did not neglect his magic training. Please start sparring now. With the assistant professor's instructions, Princess Phenia took her stance. First blow. That's how you gauge the other person's courage. Princess Phenia's specialty, water element magic, is specialized in anomalous attacks. It is not easy to react individually to the suddenly changing movement of the attack. Going. When Princess Phenia raised her hand, the basic elemental magic water ball was implemented. The mass of water, embodied by the magic power that freely changes its form, was a tricky technique that instantly surprised the enemy's blind spot and applied great pressure. Princess Phenia was able to manifest up to 5 of these weapons at once and attack from all directions. However, in order to gauge the techniques used by the opponent, only one cue ball was implemented. The elemental magic used by Ed Rothdeller is wind and fire. How will you accept it? So, depending on what the opponent does, you change your strategy and fight with all your might, gradually increasing your output. Let's shake off that unknown man from our hearts for the last time through a dramatic battle where we can shake everything off with ease while exchanging moves like that. There are so many things to worry about in the world other than that man. The cue ball thrown with that single thought changed its trajectory and hit Ed Rosteller. Princess Phenia caught it. Ed Rosteller's eyes were clearly following the cue ball's trajectory. Wind or fire? What to defend with? And once that defense is implemented, what should be the follow-up blow Quang? However, the cue ball thrown by Phenia hit Ed Rosteller in the abdomen. As it was, Ed Rosteller's body floated in the air for a moment and then rolled on the floor. A billow of dust rose, and Ed Rosteller, completely naked, was sitting sprawled on the floor. I lost. I beg your pardon. Princess Phenia's pupils trembled once. Kahahaha, wow, what is that? It's even more vain than Taily. He pretends to be cool, but then gets kicked out in one fell swoop. Princess Phenia, it was wonderful. It was really refreshing. The audience in the audience, who had endured their cheers, clapped and shouted. There were voices in the world rejoicing at the sight of Ed Rosteller, who was like a public enemy, going out in a bold manner. However, it was clearly visible to Princess Phenia, who was standing across from the duel stand. Ed Rosteller's eyes were pointed straight at the trajectory until the moment before the Princess Water Bowl flew away. It's not that I couldn't stop it. It wasn't blocked. What on earth are you doing now? Thank you for your hard work. I learned a lesson. Ed Rosteller shook off his clothes and stood up, greeting the princess. Only then did Ed Rosteller look directly at the princess. It was not until this time that Princess Phenia realized. That man has never made eye contact with the princess ever since he got on this duel stand. To begin with, he had no interest in this duel. Princess Phenia felt as if something hot was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't get over it. The uncomfortable feeling that she had tried to shake off after a fight and fight was trying to engulf the princess. Is now the time for a duel or something? I quickly walked down the duel table at a brisk pace. Even today, the glorious taunts that greeted me were thrown at me. I guess it was quite refreshing to be knocked out by one unsightly spell. Taylor, where did this bastard go? Everything has a priority, and everything is assigned a different level of importance. When you come into contact with Princess Phenia, it is important to act as carefully as possible so as not to affect the scenario. Princess Phenia is a very important character in this scenario. However, more important than Princess Phenia is Taylor, the main character of this world. If Taylor completely succumbs to this ordeal and her heart breaks, there will be a fatal flaw in my grand plan of sucking up all the honey I can get and graduating alone. So you have to do something. No matter how important Princess Phenia is, she cannot be more important than Taylor's actions. Well, anyway, we'll have to find this bastard first, Taylor. Leaving behind the shouts of ridicule, I walked with long strides down the hallway toward the exit of the nail salon. Anyway, the practice is not over yet, but you will just have to blend in well with the crowd of people and get out. If I can somehow find a way to bring Taylor to her senses, it'll just make up for the impact on her grades with effort. I was walking forward with that single thought in mind, but there was another person following behind me. Ed Rosteller. Surprisingly, the Princess Phenia jumped off the dual platform and ran down in a huff. He probably wasn't very physically fit, but he called me out, leaning against the wall, out of breath. "Huh, if you come out here without Princess Phenia's escort," I looked back at Princess Phenia with the most confused face in the world. "Don't make that look like you don't know anything." To be honest, the sight of Princess Phenia shouting in a voice full of evil was a bit embarrassing. Isn't he this kind of character to begin with? No, what could possibly cause such strong emotions? It's like that every time vaguely, as if it's not true, as if it's true. Do you know how frustrating it is for the person trying to gauge it? I don't know what you're talking about. If it's a duel, did you learn a good move? What does learning a good move mean? It was clearly visible that his hands were clenched into fists and shaking. No, I was really seriously pissed off. Princess Phenia, please fix it for a moment. To a subject who had no intention of winning from the beginning and who was only thinking of getting off the duel quickly. Princess Phenia, your voice is too loud. I am not the kind of person who gets embarrassed to the point of showing off. But honestly, this reaction from the princess was completely unexpected. Princess Phenia is a noble monarch who abhors the act of suppressing others with authority, yet never forgets to value dignity at all times and in all places. It is not good to lash out at your subordinates without dignity, shaking your hands and raising your voice. It goes against her own beliefs, and if anyone sees or hears it, it probably won't spread any good news. So I tried to calm down first. It's already hard to keep up with the class, but that fox-like merchant is hiding his true intentions and trying to take advantage of the school with his business. Professor Glast's grumpiness isn't getting any better. Meanwhile, the employees are following the imperial law. You're talking about the same thing. There's still a lot to worry about. It's hard. No, why did you have so much anger? But why are you making such a fuss over me? Is it such a big sin to be so lax in a duel? I understand that you have a lot of resentment built up, but it's not something that will explode on me, is it? Princess, please calm down. First, prepared to be criticized for being blasphemous, he placed his body on the princess' body. At best, he just put his hands on both shoulders and made direct eye contact. Take a deep breath. When the large man's hand suddenly wrapped around her shoulder, the princess took a deep breath. Normally, no one would dare touch the princess' body, so she must have been a little surprised by this sudden skinship in a situation where they were alone. In situations that one would normally not encounter, humans suddenly feel uncomfortable and regain their composure. No need to get too excited. Inhale and exhale. Princess Phenia followed those words and took a few deep breaths. He realized how undignified he had been and covered his face. This is the so-called wise man time. Basically, embarrassment is something that comes upon you with a delay. Please forget about what I said earlier. Yes, is there a question? For a while, I buried my face in my palms. Even his ears turned red, and he seemed very embarrassed. Are you done? Can I go now? That's right. I have a bad habit. It's okay to just interrogate and ask questions. But it seems like I keep trying to guess what's going on and guess what's going on. It's probably because I lived in the imperial family for so long. Then he starts telling facts that weren't asked. No, I knew. He said he would listen carefully and give sincere reactions later. Send me some first. I need to find Taylor. I knew it was a bad habit. But since I couldn't complain to the princess face and say, I'm not interested, please send me away. I am in a hurry. I am busy. I nodded for now. I see. Princess, if that's the case so, I'll ask you straight. What else? This is what I think. Are you trying to cut ties with the Ross Taylor family because you know something about the darkness of the Ross Taylor family or have been harmed by it? Naturally, you need a cause for excommunication, so you harassed that student named Taylor and gave him the reason for excommunication. Did you create it? The princess then continued her story while looking straight into my eyes. It was a pretty sharp deduction. Although it was mostly a misconception, the inference that there was a dark part of the Ross Taylor family was correct. I think I've mentioned it once, but it's clear that Crepin Raththaler, the head of the Raththaler family, is researching the magic of immortality with the power of Mebula, the evil god of the mythical era. In the process, countless people were sacrificed in the name of experimentation. However, that is a story that the princess will personally investigate by mobilizing her academic power in the latter part of the scenario. This is still a very distant scenario. If you know anything about the dark side of the Rosteler family, so how could you possibly tell me that? I don't know much about that. That can't be possible. The princess intercepted the answer like a knife. Logically, it makes no sense. Then what are the words you just shouted at Taylor? Why are you encouraging and rooting for the person you were trying to expel? You don't really hate Taylor to begin with, do you? Oh, that's this guy's question is sharp. That's I was just teasing. Otherwise, I'm well why everyone hates me. So if you cheer for Taylor, it'll look like something's changed, wouldn't it be? Something like that. Anyone can tell it's a lie. No, it's not a lie. I take more pride than anyone else in the insight I have in evaluating people. The princess raised her face again and spoke clearly. That is correct. Phenia, the Princess of Mercy, is an expert whose ability to judge people is unrivaled by others. Even if everyone in the world thought the same, I clearly understood you at that moment. You were truly desperate and earnest at the moment you encouraged Taylor. No, I can't help but be desperate, and desperate if he gets frustrated, he'll be ruined. But since I couldn't explain something like that, I decided to use the strategy of absolute defense, which is used by everyone from elementary school students to fully grown adults across the country. It's true. Do you have any proof? You don't have any proof. Nothing but heartache. No, that it's true, it's really true from here. There is absolutely no room for the argument to develop. Well, it's not insight, but if it's not me, even if I am sleeping, it's not. If you get caught, you have no choice but to bring physical evidence. Really, it's real, really. When she reached this point, the princess once again grabbed her head with both hands without any dignity. I just kept stamping my feet and repeating the same thing, looking like I was going crazy out of frustration. Since there was nowhere to vent her anger, and the frustration would not go away, the princess' feet were only trampled on by the princess' feet. Ah, really? If you chase after the truth that seems to be within your grasp, and yet cannot be grasped, or dodge the investigation like a loach repeatedly, steam is bound to rise in your head, because you've been doing that over and over again, not for a day or two, but for weeks. In addition, her insight allows anyone to easily see through the inside. So Princess Phenia, who does not have much experience with this, will feel 2 to 3 times more frustrated and suffocated. Still, I can't help it. The stable and guaranteed flow of the future is my only source of support. If it were you, would you tell me this? Chapter 17, Joint Combat Practice 4. Revised. Princess Phenia, who suddenly rushed out of the duel group and ran toward the exit, was followed by the guard captain Claire with difficulty. The princess, who was so frustrated and in pain, only calmed down when she saw Claire, the leader of her guard, coming. No matter how angry you are, your status is your status. I guess I couldn't show such undignified behavior in front of the guard captain. I can't give up like this. However, as if he was not completely angry, he approached with a grumpy face. Is there something about you? I'm sure you're carrying something, or you're hiding something. I'm not sure why you're not saying anything and acting so forcefully, but I can tell. I don't feel any malice or dark intentions, but I think you're overestimating me. Princess, listen carefully. I can't say anything right now because I don't have any evidence, but the princess' brilliant golden eyes looked straight at me. The more I think about it, the more Princess Phineas is a person of interest just as much as Lucy Merrill. Above all, the princess' unique insight makes it difficult to deal with her appropriately. As if she had caught my desperation while shouting at Taylor in that brief moment, the princess' sharp sixth sense did not allow even a moment's carelessness. In Sylvania's failed Sword Saint, Princess Phineas's insight was simply implemented as the ability to know the opponent's next action in advance during battle or to peek into some of the opponent's stats. Other than that, it was just treated as a setting for the scenario. However, once it becomes reality and I encounter that ability, having to deal with her keen insight, even in my daily life, is very annoying and takes a lot of mental energy. As expected, it is best to keep as much distance from Princess Phineas as possible. This won't happen anyway since he's the main character in the scenario, but really, don't be friends with him at all. I feel like that conclusion has more strength. Once I have something outlined, I will definitely get an answer. Of course, I'm not sure if I can distance myself that easily. It will depend on my efforts. After speaking up to that point, Princess Phineas sighed deeply. It seemed like he realized how funny and absurd the current situation was. I put my arms around my waist and sighed, and only then did I regain my original tension. Anyway, I'm sorry for yelling at you and showing you such rude behavior. The princess, who was ruminating on her obscene behavior while wiping her face with one hand, seemed to realize that she had done something very bad. Even though she was so angry to the end, she ended up offering an apology, which was typical of Princess Phineas. To begin with, the current situation was unusual as the opponent was Ed Rosteller, and Princess Phineas herself rarely got irritated or angry at others. The reason for this is also very complex and subtle. The gap in status between the princess of a country and a student is enormous. Even the slightest irritation or nervousness shown by the princess could become a catastrophe that could change the world from the other person's perspective. I know episodes from the princess' childhood. It would be a bit long to talk about it in detail. However, the reason for having such an unnaturally altruistic and considerate personality was somewhat understandable. A maid with whom I was close was whipped in the imperial garden after pointing out a slight stain on a teacup. The fact that stains remained on the dishes of the royal family, who must always be aware of the risk of poisoning, and reached the tea table was clear evidence of disloyalty in such an important duty of verification. Where is that? On days when someone falls and gets hurt while playing in the garden, the name of the escort driver changes. When he was tired or had a minor illness, the royal doctor's complexion turned pale, and on the day when he broke his shoe heel at an imperial banquet, the imperial tailor personally came to his room, pressed his entire body to the floor, and apologized in tears. For Phineas, who was born with an elegant personality, everything is pressure and restraint. Not even the slightest stumble is allowed on the noble monarch's path. You must accept that your mistake will be an irreversible disaster for someone else. Even Princess Phineas herself couldn't predict what kind of disaster would come if she directly got angry at someone or showed her anger. The nickname Princess of Charity praises her benevolent nature. But I knew. In fact, that nickname is the chain that binds the princess. But there wasn't really anything I could do. There was no reason for that. However, if there was one thing that bothered me, it was the variable called myself. You can go out. You were just looking at the door. There must be something urgent going on, right? The princess let me go as if she had given up. From my perspective, it was something I was thankful for. In any case, it seemed true that the variable of a country that should not exist in the first place caused unnecessary stress to the princess. It's already hard to keep up with the class, but that fox-like merchant is hiding his true intentions and trying to take advantage of the school through his business. Professor Glast's grumpiness isn't getting any better. In the meantime, the workers are talking about the imperial law as well. There are still a lot of things to worry about. It's hard. The sight of her momentarily losing her temper and expressing all her resentment was definitely different from the Princess Phineas I knew. Most likely, my mind was wearing out little by little due to all the incidents and accidents that occurred in the scenario. Plus, with the variable me added to it, it must have felt like my head was going to explode. For some reason, it's already showing signs of instability, so I'm anxious that it may have a negative impact on the flow of future scenarios. But that said, if there was anything I could do there wasn't really. No matter what burden I carry, does it have to be heavier than the burden the princess carries? All I had to do was place my hand on the door to leave and say a few words. It may be presumptuous, but I wouldn't say something so vague. It is certainly necessary to worry about the complex situation and reign, but how about relaxing a little? This is not the imperial family that rigidly establishes its authority in everything. It is Sylvania Academy. At those words, the princess' pupils seemed to have enlarged for an instant, although I didn't say anything surprising. I'm not sure if you realize it, but you look very tired. Although I have lived a life of seeing through others countless times, I wonder if I have rarely had the experience of having my inner self seen by others. The look on the princess' face, as if her lungs had been stabbed, made me miss it, so I quickly closed the door and left. Fortunately, they didn't stop me. This is very fortunate. Anyway, Princess Fenia is the main character. You may be worried about me a lot now, but if you get caught up in all kinds of accidents, you'll soon forget about me. Let's never see each other again. Please. The place where I found Taylor McLaura was a wooden bench outside the student center. He was sitting there, tightly gripping the wooden sword he used in the duel. I could see Taylor from afar, but that didn't mean I had a plan on what to do. If you think about it, isn't it a bit of a funny situation? No, there was nothing to think about in the first place. Ed Rosteller is a third-rate villain who tried to oust Taylor McLaura by verbally abusing her. It's a bit funny to give encouragement now. Just now, the situation was so sudden that my body and words came out first. But if I think about it again, there is absolutely no way from my point of view to encourage Taylor. No matter what or how you say it, there is no way it can feel sincere. Because it was such an awkward situation, I was worried about what to do. Still, his feet were in the process of walking towards Taylor, but in an instant, someone blocked his path. Don't come any closer. I thought this was something else. However, as soon as I saw that face, a strange feeling of joy came to me. Although he looks fragile with his short, wavy brown hair, his strong expression on his face shows determination. You don't come closer. The way he spread his arms and was trembling, but still speaking straight at me, was exactly the same as the one I saw in the game. If you've played Sylvania's failed swordsman at least once, you can't help but be happy to see this face. In fact, I never thought I would see in real life his childhood friend Isla Triss, who is Sylvania's failed sword master, and always supports Taylor whenever there is a difficult or arduous ordeal. Ed Rossdale don't touch Taylor anymore. The trembling appearance is so insignificant that it seems pitiful. Nevertheless, a deep sense of contempt bloomed on his face. This again felt fresh. Indeed, after putting myself in Ed Rothdeller's shoes, I can see Isla, who has a soft heart, making such a contemptuous expression. Even if it wasn't you, Taylor had enough trouble, that's enough. There's no need to bother her anymore. You saw it too. It's probably been hard enough. His trembling voice is so faint that it almost seems like it will break, but he still manages to say those words to the end. More than anything else, his desire to protect Taylor is sincere. For some reason, I felt moved by that fact. Yes, this is Ayla. It's kind of funny how I'm trying to impress someone in front of someone who's staring at me as if they're going to eat me crisp. The iron water cup Isla was holding rolled on the stone floor. I guess I was on my way to get some water. It was only then that Taylor responded to the sound of water pouring onto the floor and sloshing. Taylor slowly got up from the wooden bench and walked towards Isla. I already felt out of place here. A lot of the feeling of weakness that was characteristic of Taylor's walking steps had disappeared. At Ross Taylor, he came towards me, clutching his sword tightly, sending Isla behind his back and glaring at me. You were still going to school, a low, serious voice. I was surprised at how much vitality came back. Taylor's face when she lost the duel was definitely not lifelike at all. But what is Taylor now? Taylor's unique liveliness. An unwavering fighting spirit, no matter how strong the opponent is. The willpower that can clearly be seen in the eyes. Resurrected. I see after coming this far, I saw the whole story. I couldn't follow Taylor out right away because I was busy with the duel between the princess and that guy. However, Isla Triss, his childhood friend and biggest supporter, who was looking at Taylor with concern from the observer's seat, rushed out without even looking back. And even if you haven't seen it in person, you can fully infer what would have happened. Whenever high walls blocked her and frost-cold trials tried to block Taylor's path, Isla always hugged her, encouraged her, and affirmed her. Are you okay? We can overcome this time too. You've always done well. I trust you. You can do it. Don't be discouraged, Taylor. He constantly says such heart-warming words, cries with Taylor, and laughs with her. If Isla is there, Taylor will stand up again and again. I wouldn't have known that fact. What's going on here? Do you have any business for me? As a result, Taylor stood up again. Fearing that Isla would be harmed, she hid her behind her small body and looked straight at me, burning her will again. Heart. I am familiar with this feeling of being blessed and blooming through my body. Yes, it was because of this strong will that I was able to empathize with him through countless experiences as Taylor until the end. You are good at using a sword. I saw you again. Tell me clearly what your secret plan is. There's nothing like that. When a person who despised himself during the entrance exam suddenly says something like this, he gets people looking at him as if he's lost his mind. It can't be helped. Still, I wanted to tell you clearly this time what the situation was and what the future would be like. There was a feeling that I had watched for a long time while playing Sylvania's failed sword saint. As I was with you at the end of that journey, I said it again and again. I confirmed my strong will. I gained a lot of courage from the willpower that never gave up no matter how difficult the ordeal was. I can't believe I'm quick to jump to the conclusion that I'll give up all my will just because I got beaten up by Lucy once. Even a guy like me worries are oily. Susie, I tried all sorts of things, like being a problem solver who would take on future hardships on my behalf, but after facing it in person, that feeling melted away to some degree. Well, you should take on all the hardships for me. It's a fact, but let's leave that aside for now. Then I look like I'm too cold-blooded. Suddenly, I made eye contact with Isla. She looked at me with eyes full of contempt. He shook my head, but I nodded a few times and turned around. I felt like all my worries about Taylor falling apart were suddenly broken. But no matter how special and proud my friends are, if we had more contact than this, it would be a certain matter. It might have a negative impact on the future trend. The stares on my back as I just turned around and disappeared were very stinging. It was obvious even if I didn't see it. Why on earth does that person do that? You're probably looking at me with that look on your face. Well, it's something that can't be helped. It was immediately after that fireworks erupted around the Nail Pavilion, where joint combat training was in progress. All the students walking around the student center looked at the nail salon in surprise. I had no idea that such a large-scale fire would occur so suddenly. But it wasn't a fire in the first place. The flame of Tarkan, the high-ranking spirit of fire, is a cursed flame that only burns the opponent targeted by the summoned spirit. That doesn't mean it isn't hot. I could definitely feel the heat radiating out. With this heat from this distance, the students sitting in the stands would feel like they were thrown into the middle of the desert. Is it already time for that? I was on my way back to the nail salon with my hands in my pockets. Joint combat practice event for first and second year students. It was the climax scene. If things had gone as planned, this is a scene we should all have watched together from the observers' seats at the nail gallery. Because Lucy unilaterally beat up Taylor, the shape was a little different from what I expected, but it was still noticeable at a glance thanks to its scale. A sparring match between Golden Daughter Lortel and spiritual master Yenika Palova. In order to gauge the skills of the famous second-year senior Yenika Palova, Golden Daughter Lortel risks being disqualified and suddenly casts an intermediate freezing spell, blowing up the ceiling of the nail hall. Anyway, the cost of repairing the ceiling was not a big concern to her. Thanks to this, Yenika Palova is also forced into a situation where she has no choice but to show off her true skills and ends up manifesting Tarkan, who has the greatest power among the spirits she is contracted with. Even if I wasn't sitting in the nail salon's observer's seat, I could clearly see what the situation would be. The sight of a flaming lizard holding a large nail tube, as if wrapped around it, boasted the most overwhelming majesty among Yenika's best friends. I could vaguely see Yenika riding straight on that burning head. He was swinging his cane while clutching the hard scales in case he lost his balance and fell. It is admirable to see him smiling cheerfully without being embarrassed even in such a situation. She really never loses her smile. She's like the main character in a fairy tale. I sat down on a nearby bench and leaned back. Anyway, I was very tired. I didn't want to go into the nail tube where there was that much heat. The sight of a giant flame lizard roaring against the backdrop of the setting sun was certainly quite a surreal sight. Although it was a bit different from a love affair, I am sure Taylor and Ayla were watching that scene. I hope you look at it carefully. The final boss of Act 1 will be the first to test Taylor among the countless trials that will stand in his way in the future. Yenica Palova, a second-year senior in the magic department at Sylvania Academy. This is your last chance to see it in advance. Chapter 18, Golden Daughter 1. Hello, hello. The corners of my mouth almost twitched, but I held back with superhuman self-control. When we returned to camp after collecting edible grass and herbs, an uninvited guest was sitting in the camp. The girl who sat on the log, whose bark had been carved out and laid down to be used as a seat by the fire, and waved her feet and gave a lively greeting, was clearly the same Yenica, the second-year senior and a genius spiritist. I met her by chance near Merelda's guardian tree the other day, and since we take overlapping classes, she often says hello. But I have never actually received her greeting properly. It's partly because I avoid Yenica in the first place, and because people around her and her close friends appear like ghosts and chase me away. Although I was grateful for this from my perspective, as I wanted to minimize contact with Jenica, it seemed like a huge hindrance to Jenica, who wanted to make a lot of friends. Jenica's friends probably told her that there was nothing good to be gained from becoming friends with Ed Rostaler, the bad guy in the world. But unfortunately, Jenica is also a girl with the temperament of an infantile dogmatist. He always shows his lively side. So even though he may seem like he's just fooling around without thinking, he actually has the side to push ahead with his thoughts when it comes to things he thinks are right. The clear evidence was the current situation. Wow, this is amazing. This place feels like a secret base. The way they raise their hands and wave them around in admiration is as innocent as a child seeing their first snow fall. Can I come visit you often? I wonder if he'll get hurt again if I say no straight away. Anyway, this lively girl has a knack for stimulating a certain kind of protective mentality. So I guess that's why my classmates cherish me so much. Come here if there's something good. I was excited because it felt like I was going on an adventure. Don't you feel the same way, Ed? Every day is exciting. The day before yesterday, I made a mistake in managing the bonfire, and the fire went out in the early morning, and I almost got attacked by a wild boar. But even though it was the same excitement, the result is a little different. I want to talk to you more. I want to ask you something. Is there something you need to discuss? Among so many people, why me? I think it would seem too mean to suddenly ask that question to my face. No matter how much you need to keep your distance, if you treat someone too rudely, isn't that just trash? But on the other hand, it's also true that there's nothing good about being too kind to someone. How did you find out about this place? This is a camp located in a corner of the vast northern forest and is far from the academic or residential buildings where students live. There are only a few people who know that I have a home in a place like this. Did the wolf tell you? Still, the most likely one is Merelda. Merelda, a high-ranking wind spirit, is like family to Yenica. Moreover, since I am the owner of this forest, it would not be surprising if I told Jenica about my situation, struggling to survive in a corner of the forest. No, Merelda talks about you a lot, but she doesn't tell me about the camp location or personal secrets. Those are your personal matters. This guy is surprisingly good at protecting his privacy, isn't he? From what I've heard, I thought he would have told everything about me to Yenica because he was a talkative person. Then who told Yenica the location of my camp? The correct answer is Judu. I twisted my hair and looked triumphant, but a conclusion had already been reached in my head through the method of elimination. It's wow. Who's quick about this? Bellmeyer. The name, which is somewhat unfamiliar to me, refers to the senior maid of Offaly's Hall, famous for being the most luxurious of the 3 dormitories at Sylvania Academy. How did she tell Yenica the location of this camp? To discuss that fact, we have to go back about a week. Name, Ed Rosteller. Gender, male. Age, 17 grade. 2 race, human achievements. None. Stamina 6. Intelligence 5. Dexterity 9. Willpower 8. Luck 6. Battle ability details. Magic ability details. Life ability details. Pension ability details. A good weekend to do some long overdue work. I washed my sweaty clothes from hunting all morning and laid them out by the stream. Almost 2 weeks have already passed since we successfully completed the painful joint combat training. Once you become directly involved with the main characters of the scenario, you feel like you've aged 10 years. I'm doubly tired because I have to walk a tightrope, and be impatient in case it might have a negative impact on the main scenario, while still carrying on with my daily life. Still, after combat practice, I had little to do with the main characters, so it was a comfortable time. As a result of spending time solely focusing on my studies and survival, my sluggish physical strength stat increased by an additional one. The talent stat, which had become relatively high, gradually began to become less variable. From level 10 onwards, it will become really difficult to increase level 1. With a stamina stat of around 6, it wasn't that bad anymore. Of course, it may be a new blood compared to the overwhelming combat specs of the students in the combat club, but as an ordinary person, it is at a level where they can do their part. Ultimately, the standard for high-performance stats is 10. Whether it's the proficiency level or basic stats, once you exceed 10, the volatility becomes extremely low, and each step requires a lot of effort. Considering that the end spec is formed around 20, there is still a long way to go. Still, the standard is an extraordinary playable character that exceeds the standards of ordinary people. If this is enough, it is enough to be worth it at this point. Thanks to the results of my efforts, I gained some fine muscles in my body. I stood by the stream with my top off and looked at my body. As expected, the physical strength stats are quite meaningful. Over the past 2 months, my body has begun to evolve to adapt as I have been forced to continue to work on a schedule that tests human limits. Even though he could never become a macho man who boasts bulging muscles, small muscles of daily life began to appear on his stomach, shoulders, and forearms. Considering Ed's original state, which went beyond anchovies and was just a straight body, this is a huge improvement. Coming from a body with little to no physical talent to this point means that there has been quite a bit of progress. However, my bow mastery level is still very low, and I have not been able to properly master the dagger, which is considered the most useful of secondary weapons. The road I have traveled has been quite long, but there is still a longer way to go. If you train now, it will be easier later. Let's not be lazy for no reason. It is a fairly significant achievement, but we should not be satisfied with this level of achievement alone. I waved my arms from side to side and arched my back to loosen up and move my body to take care of all the work I had done during the week. Since I am out of firewood, I plan to chop up some logs again and use my spare time in the afternoon to sew a net. This involves mobilizing all the remaining silk threads, layering them in a diagonal pattern, and twisting them at each section where the two diagonal lines meet to create a complex net. Why are you making a net? It was for net fishing, but more importantly, it was for the preservation of fish. Meat was stored in dug holes for preservation, but the preservation time was not very long, so it would spoil quickly. However, if we salted everything, the amount of salt that could be obtained from rock salt was not sufficient. So the method I came up with was to lightly smoke the surface with wood smoke and then dry it. After doing so, the preservation period of the meat was extended to several days or more, allowing the time that would otherwise have been spent hunting to be invested in studies or other survival activities. However, even if the preservation period of fish was extended through smoking, the efficiency was not as good as that of meat. In addition, the taste deterioration was much more severe, so it was not easy to properly cook the fish that had been caught for so long. That's why we're planning to make a net, tie it to tree branches, and then install our own fish farm near a stream. If done well, the fish caught can be preserved in a live state. This allows you to capture both the freshness and taste of the fish. It was a worthy attempt. During the week, I was busy taking classes, so all my energy was spent on gathering resources to survive each day. So if I was going to try something like this, the weekend when I had some time left was the right time. After quickly chopping down all the firewood and making sure that the school uniforms I had washed earlier were dried well, I was ready to start working on weaving the net. Zzz, zzz. I took off my top and flexed my arms to loosen up. And when we went to the base of the tree where we had prepared to chop firewood, we found Lucy Merrill curled up there, naturally, sleeping. I very naturally picked up Lucy Merrill, placed her on my shoulder, carried her like a piece of luggage, and then very naturally threw her into the wooden shelter. Ooh, ag. Lucy, who was stuck in the shelter, tossed and turned, but it was a bed covered with soft sable skin and squirrel skin. Soon he fell asleep again, breathing loudly. Looking at the time zone, it was Lucy Merrill's nap time. They showed up once in a while just to make me forget and used the camp as their own bed. So now I can't even sigh when I encounter them. I just have to chop 50 pieces of firewood and then go check the uniforms. I have to finish it in an hour. That was the moment I smeared both hands with spit, grabbed the axe, and hit the first piece of firewood. Bang! Ooh, I heard a loud crashing sound and turned around to see Lucy gently stroking my forehead. It seemed like he jumped up and hit his head on a protruding wooden support beam. Once Lucy falls asleep, unless she pinches her cheeks tightly, she won't wake up, but she suddenly wakes up. "What are you doing? It stinks." After saying something incomprehensible, she grabbed her witch hat and ran out of the camp like the wind. I couldn't help but be amazed by his lightning-quick movements. I closed my eyes for a moment and then opened them, and the small body was gone, and only the after-effects of the wind magic that Lucy had used as she disappeared was the only thing that made my sweat go away. What? It didn't take long to realize the reason. Who is there? The person who came out through the grass was Belle Meyer, a senior maid at Arfleys Hall, the best dormitory in Sylvania. I know very well the settings for the maids at Arfleys Hall, as they are the managers of Arfleys Hall, where all kinds of noble and prominent students live. They all work with skills and pride comparable to those of imperial employees. The maids at Arfleys Hall are usually the best specialists in their field, who have received special training since childhood. But that's just an aspect of the setting. And if you ask if it had a big influence on the failed swordsman scenario in Sylvania, there's nothing particularly memorable in any case. It was only explained as a device to emphasize the specialness of the Arfleys Pavilion, so it doesn't have anything to do with the main scenario. Because there was no person who had any influence, in other words. The Belle Meyer I met just now was a person of a level that I couldn't really appreciate other than there definitely was that kind of girl. If you look at the proportion of the script, he is a side character comparable to Ed Rothdeller, a villain who is used only once and then thrown away. I was thinking of going deep into the forest, but I never thought I would meet Master Ed like this. Oh yes, it's been a while. You don't have to be respectful. Belle Meyer is a character whose influence on the scenario is minimal, but she is like licorice in a pharmacy, appearing once in a while to say a meaningful line when something is forgettable. For example, if you look at a protagonist or heroine who has faced an ordeal, you might think, still, that will is alive in their eyes. He will definitely overcome it. Or something like, if it's her, I am sure she can overcome it. He is a person who provides such meaningful foreshadowing. Although he does not actually provide any help in solving the problem, he is a necessary character who seems secretly unnecessary in the scenario that instills some kind of confidence that the problem will be solved anyway. Other than that, what about the fact that the dark-eyed wizard Lucy Merrill is the only person he's afraid of? Even if you give it a lot of meaning, the essence does not change. He is a member of the side character club like Ed Rossdaler. He'll just be respectful. I'm more uncomfortable with respect. Anyway, I'm not even a noble anymore. You're still a student at Sylvania, right? Her neatly shaved ebony hair and simple demeanor explain why she was able to hold the title of senior maid even at the Arfleys building, which houses only true professional maids, even though she entered the depths of the forest with a body that couldn't even use basic magic. There wasn't a single wrinkle in her elegantly dressed maid uniform. To be honest, I was very surprised. Even if I say that out loud to a subject whose eyelids don't even flutter, it doesn't even make sense. Your tone of voice has changed a lot, and you have a stocky physique. It was only then that I realized that I was topless. It's not like he's shy or anything, but on the other hand, he's calm without any change in his expression, so it's rather embarrassing. I'm glad it's a good change. Oh yes, you don't have to be polite. I don't like it. I can't tell because her face was expressionless the whole time, but I think I touched her strange pride. You can say no. I don't like it. You treated me poorly when you lived in the Arfleys building. That was when I lived in the Arfleys building. Anyway, the maids in the Arfleys building all have a strange stubbornness that is difficult to understand. I saw Belle holding a large basket in one hand. When I looked at the contents out of the corner of my eye, I saw that it was full of all kinds of mushrooms, vegetables, and fruits. Most of the meals at Arfleys Hall use the highest quality ingredients supplied from various merchants. But when sourcing fresh ingredients is vital, there are many cases where ingredients are obtained locally. Watching them take on all these tasks makes you understand the internet meme that jokingly calls the maids at Arfale's house human livestock machines. Since they are a tribe that can't do anything, those who control them just have to sit still and open their mouths. I knew you were still going to school. I used to help Miss Jenica with her preparations every morning, and she used to talk a lot about Master Ed. Is it so? Still, I didn't think you were living like this when you left Arfale's hall. You looked so lost in the world, so I thought you would just leave the school. It was only after hearing those words that I realized. The short-haired maid who handed me the wooden bag the day I was first kicked out of Arfale's was Belle. Since we had just flown into this world, we were in a daze, and the maids at Arfale's hall had been thinking together as one, so they didn't realize it. Anyway, I'm glad you're doing well. Ah, yes. Thank you for the encouragement. When do you plan on having a wedding? I have no intention of doing it. These strange tribes are born with an unknown temperament that makes them uncomfortable with respect. What kind of education and upbringing did you have that allowed you to have that way of thinking? Anyway, the thing that caught my eye the most from my point of view was the basket held by the senior maid Belle. It is full of all kinds of mushrooms, edible herbs, and fruits. I was feeling the limitations of my self-taught knowledge of edible plants by borrowing books from the student library. The contents of that basket are all edible, so if you can get just one piece at a time, the types of plants you can collect will dramatically increase. In particular, mushrooms and fruits are quite toxic, so they are not edible at all. Since this is an opportunity to be able to discern that, I can't help but get my mouth watering. Well, even though Belle Meyer looks so cold, she has a pretty good personality, so if you ask for help, she will gladly accept it. As mentioned from the beginning, the maid of the Arfale's Hall is a side character who does not have much influence on the scenario, and she is not someone for whom anything major will happen if she interacts or becomes friendly with her. In fact, there may be more benefits than losses. If I get to know you a little, wouldn't I be able to get surplus food ingredients, fabrics, and various work tools from the Arfale's building? At this point, wouldn't it be more foolish to coldly push him away? These are the maids of Arfale's Hall whose faces are rarely shown throughout the scenario. Yes, just because we are somewhat close, how much of an impact will it have? With that conclusion, I calmed my voice, smiled comfortably, and spoke to Belmere again in a welcoming tone. You must have gone through a lot of trouble to come all the way to this deep forest to procure food ingredients. But about that basket, yes, we can be friends. And I end up regretting this choice until the end of the scenario. Yes, yes. I tell Belle a lot about you, Ed. So Belle often chimes in with my stories, and suddenly she also tells me that she met you here. You go around like this spreading the privacy of someone who protects not even a human, but a mere wind spirit. No, the person I know named Belmere is quiet and talks little, so she doesn't go around talking about others carelessly. In the first place, a heavy mouth is the most basic of all basic qualities for an experienced maid. The Belmire I know is an elite maid who is clearly well equipped with those basic skills. He asked me to come see you since it's the weekend. He tied my hair up so pretty today, right? Look, isn't it pretty with it braided on one side like this? Look at this kid. Oh, okay, so, about the concern I mentioned earlier, Yenica sat down, hugging her knees as if she was about to get to the point. While looking at the crackling bonfire, Yenica found it difficult to tell a story. At first, I wondered why they bothered to ask me out of so many people for advice on their concerns. Ed went out first, so you might not have seen him. But me, I hurt someone during joint combat training last month. The event that summoned the high-ranking fire spirit token and covered the nail tube with flames must have been particularly large-scale among the events taking place this semester. It is obvious without even looking at who the person who hurt is. First of all, considering the fact that she broke the rules and used intermediate magic, it would have been self-sufficient. But for Jenica, who has a good heart, such things are just secondary facts. Why am I the one to consult about my concerns? This is because from the beginning, all the students were on Yenica's side. The lovely and lively Yenica is a precious treasure to all second-grade students. So, if someone feels guilty or blames themselves, everyone will come forward and encourage Yenica and take her side. But Yenica knows. All of their evaluations are made on tilted scales. Since they are people who care so much about Yenica, they do not make objective and fair judgments. I'm very grateful that someone takes my side unconditionally, but that doesn't mean the mistakes that were made go away. So it came to me. I, who is relatively less inclined to take Jenica's side, will not blindly judge only on Jenica's side. It could be said that she is a very kind and upright-minded girl, but because of that, she is not a good match for Lortle. You know, even though I keep trying to forget, the thought that doesn't go away, wondering if I was too harsh or if I overreacted to hurt you that much. I see, shall I go apologize? That's right. But then my friends tell me never to do that because it was her who did something wrong first. Then do it, if you think it's right. He just left Yenica alone, hugging her knees and resting her chin on them. I decided not to hastily force my value judgments on Yenica. This is because she is not sure what will affect her and how. The importance of the character Yenica Palova is too heavy to influence her actions by hastily judging right and wrong. Even though I thought it was a bit harsh, I ended up thinking that there was nothing I could do about it. As expected, it's Ed. However, the response that came back was more unexpected than expected. Ed never unconditionally takes my side. There's nothing I can do if I am in a bad mood. Ha! No, it's wrong. The tension seemed a little lower than usual as he smiled while basking in the crackling bonfire. I don't feel bad at all. Absolutely not at all. On the contrary, I feel relieved. However, he only continued to say meaningful things. I wish everyone in the world were like Ed. There was no time to think about the meaning of those words that passed through one ear, because there was a lot of work to do today. I'd like to purchase 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed. The next day, after the elemental science class, I went out for lunch. At first glance, she looks polite and elegant, but her bright turquoise eyes are full of greed for wealth. Her reddish-brown hair, neatly combed and neatly tied around her shoulders, was flowing down her shoulders. There were small bandages sticking out from around the neck and forearms, as if they had been injured during joint combat training. It's been a long time since the joint combat training ended, but looking at the small wounds that still remain, I can easily imagine how badly the injuries must have been at the time. That kind, Jenica should have stamped her feet. I know that girl who was sitting on the bench with a humble attitude, facing me as I came out of the teaching building, as if she had been waiting for you. One of the 4 failed swordsman heroines of Sylvania, who later entered into conflict with Princess Fenia and later became her companion. The only daughter of the continent's greatest merchant, Elt Ketcheln, and a rare female merchant who climbed to the top of the Tower of Gold, coins solely through her desire for wealth. Later, people called the girl Golden Daughter out of respect. Chapter 19, Golden Daughter. 2. Lortle is a girl who understands human greed better than anyone else. It is only from the second act, after Yenica exits, that he begins to perform properly, but his face is reflected from the first act before that. However, there is a clear difference between the roles before and after the first act, and Lortle's notoriety, which is encountered in the first act, was quite famous. Bad ending maker, newbie crusher, developers malice besides that. All the people who got burned by Lortle, whom we meet in the first act, all spewed out such angry words. Now, my newbie days are a distant past that I can't even remember. But even thinking about how much I was burned by Lortle in Act 1 still makes me shiver. If you get involved with this bastard in the first act, it will definitely be a bad ending. During Taylor's placement test event, you can save Lortle from being ambushed by kobolds, and in the process, you witness Lortle's secret. Then Lortle sends someone to kidnap Taylor out of school, and she disappears. Bad ending number 2. There is a chance to be in the same group as Lortle in the Monster Tribe Subjugation training episode. But if you skip your childhood friend Isla and end up in the same group as Lortle, Isla will fall off a cliff and die. This is because there will be an event in which fellow member Taylor quickly snatches Isla when she falls off a cliff. That cannot happen if she is in the same group as Lortle, so Isla falls to her death. Bad ending number 7. In the joint combat practice event, there is an option to protect yourself from Tarkin, the high-ranking spirit of fire summoned by Yenica, by flying your body. But if you do that, you will be burned and seriously injured. Bad ending number 13. During the operation to recapture the student center during the Glasgow subjugation war, you can break into Nail Hall using the entrance road suggested by Lortle, but you are attacked by all kinds of spirit beasts waiting and lose your life. Bad ending number 22. At first, you might wonder why there are all these characters, but eventually, if you play Sylvania's failed swordsman to the end, you will understand the developer's intention and be impressed. The intention is not that complicated, though. In Sylvania's failed sword saint, the position given to Lortel Ketchelm is hidden heroine, a person who stands as the antithesis of the just and benevolent Princess Fenia. Lortel, who is treated only as an object of subjugation, is a character whose true colors are revealed as the scenario progresses to the latter half. The twist in the evaluation and the unexpected gap make players feel a strong attraction to the character. By always discussing understanding and calculation, we gradually convince Lortel, who has no choice but to look at the world in a calculated manner. A life of picking up and eating other people's discarded bread in the slums, a belief established amidst fraud and deception, a ray of loneliness that engulfs a corner of one's heart and never goes away, no matter how much money one acquires. In this way, Lortel's evaluation, which has sunk to the bottom, is raised little by little. And then the question is asked at the very critical moment when the player understands the loneliness engraved in Lortel's life. Will you be on the side of the student council led by Fenia, the princess of charity, or will you be on the side of the upper party led by Lortel, the golden daughter? Will they support the upright beliefs and idealism shown by the noble Princess Fenia, or will they support the realism of Lortel, who fought against loneliness in a wild reality? Players who are trying Sylvania's failed swordsman for the first time will fall into deep trouble at this point. In extreme cases, you may not be able to breathe for up to 20 minutes with the options in front of you. Senior over there, Senior Ed. In short, the system that constantly forces the player into a bad ending in the first act was quite intentional. If you experience repeated bad endings, you will consciously avoid approaching Lortel, which will create a psychological gap. The larger the gap, the more dramatic the reversal of evaluation that will occur later. True harmony. This is probably what I am talking about. Wow, this is really a guard game. It's a guard game. Senior, can't you hear me? Even looking back on it, it's still great. As I trudged down the street, I nodded with a satisfied face. But that's it. How long will you follow me? I didn't know you would grit your teeth and ignore me like this. No, then you have to grit your teeth and ignore it. Isn't it obvious? No matter what you do, it's good to create an atmosphere first. After taking an elemental science class at the professor's building, he sat down on a bench in front of me and spouted out meaningful lines. Well, it wasn't a bad thing. I want to buy your 2 hours, Senior Ed. That's definitely a good start. The opponent is none other than Lortel, the golden daughter. When someone like that comes to me out of the blue and makes a suggestion, I can't help but feel curious. Normally, I would start by asking questions. What do you mean? You want to buy 2 hours? What are you going to make me do? Are you willing to pay money to buy it? How much money are you going to give me? Are you going to give it to me right now? What are you thinking? When you ask questions like that over and over again, Lortel smiles with a meaningful look on his face and continues speaking slowly. This is probably a picture drawn by Lortel. Naturally, I become the type of person who asks, and I take control of the situation by appropriately controlling and avoiding my curious questions. If you add Lortel's special skills of tongue-in-cheek speech and negotiation skills, you will find yourself falling for her proposal before you even come to your senses. But that's only when I don't know her intentions. You might be able to hear this story right. I shattered all the expected developments and just walked away, ignoring Lortel, and only then did Lortel catch up with me. The difference in stride length is large, so they are following along as if they are running at a fast pace, but that does not slow down their walking speed. I heard you've been having a hard time since you were excommunicated. Do you want to be of some help? Don't say things you don't mean. Oh, exchanging formal words is more important than you think. It means you are respecting the other person. It's because of her nature that she doesn't care at all about my somewhat rude attitude. Lortel came running in front of me, cutely holding his back and smiling charmingly. Would you like to hear the story just once? Not a bad offer, right? With that in mind, he snoops around next to me. I was moved when I saw Senior Ed. And then he tells the story very eloquently. Of course, based on the rumors, it's not like I haven't heard that he's a little bit arrogant and a little self-centered, but that's okay. It's not that important, haha. We all know how harshly Ed Rothdiller is evaluated, so that part passes by at a rapid pace. When you see people continuing to learn, even in such difficult environments, it is human nature to want to lend a helping hand. There was a time when I was poor and hungry, too. So, 3 gold Flen coins as deposit. This was the money a maid at Dex Hall, a dormitory where general students live, received for working for a full month. With those 20 shiny gold coins, you no longer have to worry about next semester's registration fee. I want to become friends with Senior Yenica. I smiled and said, Ahaha. I won't explain the details, but I already know. The difference in values between Fenia and Lortle is the core conflict that runs through this Sylvania Academy scenario. In the end, it will be important whose side Taylor takes. It's uncertain at this point, so it's not a good idea to jump in anyone's footsteps hastily. Can you introduce me? I just need to go with you and have a chat between the three of us. Actually, it won't take more than 2 hours. Once you become the golden daughter, do you buy connections with money? Well, I won't be pretentious. Lortle took out 3 gold coins from Artsum and stuffed them into my pocket. For now, keep it. I know it well. For me, the more the better. Lortle seemed to already understand intuitively. It must have been a life of paying attention and walking a tightrope all my life. There will be a political fight within the academy with Princess Fenia, and from now on, you need to make as many allies as possible. The gap between Princess Fenia and Lortle cannot be narrowed through concessions or consideration. As I stared at him, Lortle smiled brightly and slyly again. You're looking at me like you're looking at a very pathetic person. Most of the time, you're busy hiding the expression on your face that says, "What the heck is this?" I smiled and spoke. Okay, let's shake hands. No one knows the nature of greed better than Lortle. At least Lortle himself thought so. Mad greed is like a disease that has entered an incubation period. When the situation is relaxed, it is easy to control it. But when you are cornered, and every penny becomes urgent, it tries to prey on the human heart as if the time has come. The more people who have nothing to eat tomorrow and nowhere to sleep today, the more their eyes become bloodshot at the sight of a penny. Lortle, who was from the slums, knew that feeling well enough. Moreover, the greater the gap, the more uncontrollable the power of greed that eats away at human hearts. Those who have lived their entire lives in a wealthy environment have their hearts broken by even a single moment of poverty. I have seen too many debtors commit suicide because they could not accept the temperature difference. What will bring down those in such a predicament is not a large amount of gold coins, enough to bury a mansion. It's only a small amount of money. The amount of money is not important. Even if you always offer the same amount, the other party sells more items. They sell their pride for a gold coin, they sell their family for a gold coin, and they even sell themselves for a gold coin. The market price of 1 gold coin is fixed and does not change. But those who are in a difficult situation and cannot afford it always bring in more and offer more. Because there is no other way. Because that's the only way out right now. So what really matters is the first time. Thinking that it wouldn't really matter the first time, that 1 gold coin that you hold in your hand becomes the beginning of a disaster that will drive the person in trouble to the brink. It becomes the starting point and theme for all the plans and tricks that will follow. It is so easy and simple to prey on the desperate. Sadly, when I came to, Ed Rossdaler, who I had shaken hands with, had already left. Is it because I was momentarily embarrassed? It's fun. Lortle smiled as he watched the back of Ed Rothtaler leaving. In the small hand that shook his hand, the 3 gold coins that he had stuffed in his pocket were still there, an attitude of not giving up even the slightest contact. It was as if he understood Lortle's intentions from the beginning. Chapter 20, The Golden Daughter, 3. Lortle is a fierce realist and a genius at compromise. From the beginning, Lortle was destined to become that way. This is because they have great ambitions but lack natural ability. If you listen to it from a third party's perspective, you may wonder what the hell that means. This is because Lortle is one of only 3 students who received class, a qualification from Professor Glast, upon entering the school. Just one reading is enough to memorize the main points of a book, and his mana sensitivity is at a level that ordinary students cannot follow, and he even has the rich background of Elt Trading Company. However, nothing can reach the level of first class. In the field of magic, there is Lazy Lucy, who is treated as an outcast. His practical sense in battle, including judgment, agility, and flexible improvisation, cannot match that of Ziggs, the spear of the vegetation. Her family background, nobility of status, natural character, and ability as a leader become useless in front of her archenemy, Princess Fenia. The life that mischievous fate has granted Lortle is most likely a second-rate life. and the means used by Lortel to overcome that mischievous fate is pure desire. Oh, Senior Yenica, understanding gains and losses and calculations. It's like he's stubbornly trying to tip the scales in his favor even just a little. Extremely harsh realism and an infinitely compromising attitude that has no hesitation in joining hands with necessary evil. That way of life sometimes gave Lortel the stigma of an opportunist, but Lortel did not feel particularly insulted. Rather, I thought it would be much more humiliating not to be able to seize the opportunity that came within range. I was going to come visit you with a gift, but I ended up running into you in a place like this. You are Lortel. You look really different with your hair down. I hear that often. The location was the hallway of Arfeli's building, which boasts the most luxurious facilities among the three major dormitories in Sylvania. To get hired there, you had to meet one of two criteria: overwhelming status or overwhelming grades. Yenica is a case that satisfies the latter, and Lortel, who is qualified as the successor to Elt Company, is a case that satisfies both. However, this does not mean that the living environment in the dormitory will change significantly. As for Lortel, after taking an evening bath, he was heading to his room while being attended to by the maids of the Arfeli's building. Thanks to that, her outfit was somewhat simple and her hair was unkempt, giving Jenica a fairly fresh impression. Why, there was a big uproar the other day when I arbitrarily used intermediate magic during joint combat practice. It's because I have a particularly impulsive side. It's been a while, but I really wanted to apologize when I got the chance. I see the reason he put pressure on Yenica by using the intermediate ice spells Ice Lance and Instant Freeze was to gauge the value of his name as Sylvania's second-year senior. No matter what anyone says, the current main players in the Sylvania Academy Magic Department are first-year students. This year's lineup of first-year students cannot guarantee victory in a duel, no matter how senior they are. Nevertheless, the title of valedictorian of the second year cannot be taken lightly. In the first year, there was Lucy Merrill, the undisputed number one, so it was meaningless to discuss the top position, but at least Lortel's name was not left out when discussing the second place. How big is the gap between yourself and Yenica? Attempts to measure it ended sadly without much meaning. This is because even intermediate-level elemental magic, which even third-year students could not fully handle, could not cause significant damage to Yenica, who controlled high-ranking spirits like her limbs. The price of arrogance is high. Thanks to this, even now, long after the joint combat training ended, I ended up wearing a bandage under my clothes due to minor wounds that had not healed. The wound hasn't healed yet. Lortel keenly caught the sense of debt that remained in a corner of Yenica's gaze. The person named Yenica Palova is overly kind. Her nature aroused strong protective instincts in those around her, making her an idol for second-year students. Moreover, recently, second-year students are being disastrously inferior to first-year students. In the meantime, she, the only one who showed a senior-like and capable appearance, became the savior of the second-year students. In some ways, the merits of Lortel, who was beaten so cruelly during the joint combat training, were not without. Before that, he was our cute senior spiritist who had to be protected, but now he is truly the only light and hope for the second-year students. When such expectations are gathered, it becomes an object of envy in an instant. I think it will heal quickly. Don't worry too much, senior. In any case, personal connections lead to social power. Because Lortel has lived with this fact clearly in his mind, he does not forget to smile commercially at the cute second-year senior. If the other person owes you something, even that is an asset. It would be foolish not to utilize the assets you have. With that in mind, Lortel was thinking of using this debt as an opportunity to establish exchanges with Yenica. I guess things didn't go well with Ed. Once in a while, this spiritist would pierce my lungs with a smile that couldn't be more refreshing. In the world of commerce, such a sly smile is like a symbol of the two sides of a human being. This is because merchants are a group of people who worry about how to betray others with an infinitely kind and pure smile. But strangely, there is not a single trace of malice in that girl's laughter. I'm also naturally sharp. It is a pure question asked without any malice or intention. I hear all the stories that are shared around the northern forest. Spirits talk a lot. I ignored Lortel's words and unilaterally chased after Ed Rosteller, who was walking away with great strides. The line of movement was clearly heading straight toward the entrance to the northern forest. Originally, the northern forest was completely the territory of the spirit priest Yenica. This is because most of the spirits roaming the northern forest are on Yenica's side. No matter how hard I tried, I could only see the edge of the entrance to the faraway northern forest. However, since even that was said to be Yenica's territory, it was just absurd from Lortel's perspective. This is because the conversation between Ed Rathdeller and Lortel Ketchelm was not something that could be proudly revealed, even with empty words. He was planning to use the situation of Ed Ross Taylor, who was cornered, to gauge his worth by trying to buy his connections with the spiritist Yenica with money. It's not a situation where you can really open your heart. Lortel will have his ways. However, Jenica's attitude of respecting even that was definitely worthy of being called a saint. Ed must have had his own way of doing things. From my point of view, that is more touching. Of course, I felt a pang in the heart of Lortel, who willingly invested gold coins in the hopes of becoming friends with me, but they say a person's sincerity cannot be bought with money. Maybe I'm talking too much like I'm boasting. It's my first time having a junior, so I think I'm being too pretentious. Ah, I'm embarrassed even after seeing such a scene. He doesn't deny or criticize Lortel's methods. Only then did Lortel truly understand the world's assessment of Yenica, a girl like the main character in a fairy tale. The evaluation, which is reminiscent of a cute and lively girl, also feels a subtle sense of contempt. I live in a flower field without knowing much about the world. It sounded like it had that meaning to Lortel, but it seems it was a miscalculation. This girl understands even the gloomy side of the world, but has lived without losing her lively nature. When standing in front of a dazzling light source, a person with pitch black insides will crawl into the darkness out of shame. If we all live together in a dirty mud, we will come to regard being covered in mud as our original appearance. Of course, that is an illusion. If you look around the world, you will definitely find people like this. I didn't know that, though. I think Ed is a much tougher and funnier person than you think. Ha! Is that so? Why do you think that? He smiles, spins around, and undoes his braid. Secret. Lortel only then realized that he had arrived in front of Yenica's room. Once I enter the room, I plan to relax in a comfortable manner, so I take off my braids and loosen the drawstrings on my cute, frilly casual clothes. Well, the spirits have always been whispering to me, so it would be too much like a stalker to show it off. Isn't having good affinity with spirits something to be proud of? Thank you for saying that, hee. But there are some fun facts in the world that only I know. Yenica turns around in front of her room door and smiles. Only Yenica herself knew what the spirits had told her about Ed. I'll just go in now. Dean McDowell asked me if I could try signing a contract with a new high-ranking spirit next month. There's a lot of studying and preparation I need to do that. Haven't you already made a contract with the High Spirit of Fire? It seems like expectations have gotten a lot higher these days. I have to work hard, yes. It's a good thing to have expectations. After saying that, Yenica opened the door and said, "Oh, that's right, Lortel." He finally spits it out with his signature cute smile. "I was sorry about last time. You got hurt a lot because of me, right? I hope you get better quickly." The way he slowly closed the door after saying that seemed very relaxed, but Lortel could clearly tell that the line had been uttered after much thought. In front of the gently closed door, Lortel thought for a while. I thought Ed Rathdeller was definitely an interesting person, but I couldn't figure out why he was rated so highly. What caused Yenica to value Ed Ross Taylor so highly? It would be pointless to worry about it now. It's better to just bury it in a corner of your mind. That's it. The strange scenery scene through the gap in Yenica's door before it closed was very impressive. Now that I think about it, I think I felt a strange sense of danger somewhere in that lively and relaxed appearance. Even if I thought about what the cause might be, there was no clear answer right away. Name: Ed Rosteller. Gender: male. Age: 17. Grade: 2. Race: human. Achievements: none. Stamina 6, intelligence 5, dexterity 9, willpower 8, luck 6, battle ability details, magic ability details, life ability details, alchemy ability details, new product: fishing net for fish farming, weave the net well, fixed it to a tree branch, and installed it well to prevent it from collapsing in the flowing stream. It appears that caught fish can be kept alive for several days. Production difficulty: production completed. Crafting proficiency has increased. The net that took an entire day to make was more useful than expected. I invested about half in fishing nets for fish farming and used it up right away, but I thought I could use the other half if I saved it. Try net fishing or tie a hammock and set it up to make a good resting place. I felt satisfied because it didn't seem that bad. As my residence began to take shape, I became more greedy. Dietary habits are also diversifying and improving in one way or another, and above all, physical strain has decreased significantly. In the past, just waking up in the morning and cantering to the teaching building made me feel like I had used up all my stamina that day. But recently, I started cantering lightly on the way back. Even if I fall asleep late at night, I can wake up refreshed the next morning, so I gradually feel fulfilled and confident in this lifestyle. Also, the increase in my magic skills greatly contributed to my survival. Magic ability details grade. Basic magic student specialty. Element common magic. Quick casting LV2 mana detection, LV5 fire element magic. Combustion LV10 wind element magic. Wind blade LV10. I can't use intermediate magic properly yet, so I won't use it. All I knew was two basic magic skills. However, since it is an environment where you have to repeatedly master and use it until you get really sick of it and actually light a fire to survive, you have reached your initial goal of mastery level 10. Now, if you use it with concentration, you can cut down trees with thick trunks in one go, and starting or controlling fire was a piece of cake while lying down. Of course, since the amount of mana inherent is so small, it is impossible to use it freely. But among first-year students, there are few who are more skilled than me in wind, blade, and ignition. Anyway, after accumulating a certain level of proficiency in elemental magic, it was very convenient in everyday life, such as solving the little remaining amount with magic when chopping firewood or adjusting the fire power when falling asleep at night. Even when I create something directly, I receive a lot of help while processing the materials. To be honest, I am having a bit of fun with it. Before going to school in the morning at the professor building, when I look at my camp after packing up all my belongings, I realize that although there isn't much there, it still feels like a home I built with my own hands. I felt an unknown sense of satisfaction, so I wanted to try more things. First of all, it takes a lot of effort to smoke meat. I wondered if it would be possible to make a proper smoker so that the smoke would not spread and escape. However, there has not yet been a good estimate of how the structure should be designed. You can do those things at any time. After finishing trimming the bow next to the crackling campfire, checking the laundry and beef jerky on the drying rack, I sat down by the fire again. Today's work in the faculty building went well, and I can finish the day by just checking the written assignments given by Eskin, the senior elemental science professor. Considering that it's still early evening, I've gotten quite the hang of the day's work. He was humming as he finished trimming the last arrow. These days, everything I do goes smoothly, and I feel good throughout the day. If I could just spend every day like this until I graduate, there would be no problem with my plans. Finishing today well with those leisurely thoughts quang. The monster that suddenly flew in shattered the drying rack that I had worked so hard to build and rolled a couple of times on the floor. A flock of birds flew through the forest, making a fuss, and the rising dust obscured the view for a long time. When I looked at the place from the same position I was sitting in while sharpening my bow, I immediately saw a familiar and disgusting witch's hat gently landing on the floor. If you look a little higher, you can see Lucy Merrill rolling on the floor with a shattered drying rack. It is a sight to see him covered in dust and stuck in the trunk of an old tree. What is it? As I stood up, reacting a beat late, Lucy, who was slumped over, answered slowly. I almost died. That was a line that should never have come out of Lucy Merrill's mouth. Why did a girl who was supposed to be leisurely walking around the area, like a floating spirit, after dinner at the Arfleys Hall in the early evening end up in a place like this? As far as I know, the only person in this school who can fight Lucy on a whim is Principal Obel. An opponent who would cause Lucy to experience the danger of death is a variable that I cannot deal with. Feeling a sudden heightened sense of crisis, I quickly stood up and asked Lucy. I almost died. To whom? Beta Belmare, it was the name of the senior maid at Arfleys Hall. Hey, I roughly picked up the poker I could find nearby and threw it at Lucy. I thought it would naturally bounce off, but surprisingly, the defensive magic to deal with it did not appear. Thanks to this, Lucy, who had a great night at poker, fell into tears and lay down on the floor. The soot marks left on my forehead were impressive. Is this correct? I am running out of magic power, needless to say. This speed, which the eye couldn't track, and the huge after effects were high-level spatial magic called space leap. High-ranking magic is magic that even professors use by concentrating and chanting. I got caught trying to skip the monthly meeting called by the dormitory director after dinner Bell was so angry that he came towards me with his fist clenched. Only then did I remember some of Lucy's event scenes that I had seen from time to time. The natural enemy of this child-dependent troublemaker that no one could understand was none other than Belle Meyer. There was nothing Lucy could do about the personification of fear who pounded her temple with her fist whenever she had an accident, missed a schedule, or behaved poorly. The temple attack has a deep tradition as a means of subduing troublemakers. There is a famous expert in this field named Bang Meisian. It can be funny to see Lucy, a rare genius, being subdued by a single maid. However, no matter how gifted Lucy is with God-given talent, she would never do something senseless like messing with the maids at Arfleys Hall. It is an unwritten rule in Sylvania that the maids of Arfleys building assist students without any error. They must be treated with consideration. In fact, before talking about such unwritten rules, all students living at Arfleys Hall have an implicit debt of gratitude to the maids. Even though they are students who are always treated well, the maid's competence is something that leaves one speechless. To that extent, they are a first-class group. Household tasks such as cleaning and cooking are basic, and they can also assist with academic life or demonstrate simple magic. Since they are infinitely faithful to their original job of assisting such talented students with their daily lives, they never step forward unnecessarily, and most of them are reticent. The blunt appearance and personality are not unique to Belle Meyer. I felt like it would hurt so much that I ran away. It was so sudden. In short, the story is that by using high-level spatial magic, fast casting, and even casting without chanting, it flew all the way from the Arfleys Hall, not even close range. If you forcibly increase the casting speed or omit the chanting, your magic efficiency will be ruined. This is the level where you have to worry about square units, not doubling or tripling. In addition, the magic he casted was high-level magic, including spatial magic, and was used in such a way to show off his superiority. Since this is the equivalent of flying a private plane to go to the convenience store in front of the house, it is natural that even Lucy's magical power, which is overflowing like the ocean, will be gone in an instant. You can't do something like this even if you bring in Principal Obel. When I thought about the situation, it was absurd. When Belle Meyer approached me, very angry, twirling her fists, she jumped up and flew all the way here, like a stray cat that found a cucumber on the street. Lucy, lying on the floor in her loosely draped pajamas, let out a sigh. It's hard, isn't it, a blessing to be self-employed? It's been so hard these days. Especially that senior maid has become so sensitive, Belle Meyer. He is a machine-like person who only focuses on his duties without changing his facial expression. You may not know it from the outside, but I can tell he's become very sensitive. I wonder if there's someone worried still. I wonder if the sparks will spread to me. You seem to have earned it. Wouldn't it be okay if I just behave like that? I didn't bother to ask such a reasonable question that everyone in the world knows. Everyone in the world also knows that it is a useless thing to do. Lucy, who had fallen face down on the street and was covered in dust, finally spoke. Hey, it's always the same when he calls me, you know me. It's obvious even if you don't look at what he says next. Do you have any beef jerky? I am about to lose. I took a deep breath and roughly raised my finger to point around Lucy. There were the remains of the drying rack that had been broken when Lucy flew in and the beef jerky that had been dried on the drying rack. Needless to say, the beef jerky was in an inedible state as it had rolled on the floor and was covered in dust. Lucy's complexion instantly turned pale when she saw that scene, and I took advantage of that opportunity to hit Lucy right between the eyes. Lucy, who had not a single shred of magical energy left, just rolled on the floor with a crunching sound. Chapter 21, Glasgow Subjugation Battle 1. The longer you play Sylvania's failed swordsman, the more its true nature is revealed. There are unexpected intentions in lightly passing elements, and there are special episodes that make you wonder if this scenario is hidden in these parts, and you also realize things you didn't know about characters who have already left the show. If you are immersed in a world that has been created with a lot of effort, including students, faculty, and characters from outside groups, the main scenario will soon be completed, and there was a charm that made you play the next episode out of disappointment. It's indescribable how unfair it is for me to be one of the few in such a wide and rich world who is forced to leave at the very beginning of a scenario. But that's not what I want to say right now. In the first place, it is a self-evident fact that as there are many characters, they cannot all be given equal weight. If someone is significant and influential, it is natural for someone to remain on the sidelines and disappear to the back of the stage. However, I have felt a sense of discomfort at least once. Act 2, Boss Investigator Glast. Act 3, Boss Lucy the Awakened. Act 4, Boss Matriarch Crepin Rostiller, etc. The importance given to each character varies, but it is clear that all the bosses in each chapter were portrayed with great effort. He had various motivations and backgrounds to stand there and block the main character, Taylor. Each person's values were different, their powers were all different, and in the end, their aesthetics had a strange power that made you nod your head. However, there is no feeling of excitement as much as the Act 1 boss, Yenica Palova. Among all the bosses that captivate the player with their own aesthetics and dazzling abilities, Yenica Palova was the only one who showed no individuality. The sight of him falling for the whispers of Velasper, a high-ranking dark spirit, and taking over the student center, unleashing Velasper's berserk on all the spirits that contracted with him, and gazing into the approaching darkness from the top of Nail Hall, it certainly may have had an impact. The discrepancy from the always positive and energetic way he played around the school cannot but leave a strong impression on the player. But that was it. The Glasgow subjugation episode that marks the end of Act 1 is the moment where Taylor first realizes the way of the Sword Saint, and is the episode where he succeeds in cutting down the highest-ranking spirit. Taylor, who is gradually beginning to understand the way of the sword, cuts off Glasgow's right arm, signaling the raising of the curtain on the epic story. The level of difficulty itself was quite high, so I remember looking up a lot of strategies when I first played. Pepe, was this a strategy used by someone who used the nickname? It's such an old memory now that it's meaningless. Naturally, since all scenarios focus on Taylor's growth, Yenica is relatively under-prioritized. Therefore, many parts of the narrative about her are pushed to the background and ultimately become unknown. I fell for the cruel whispers of Velasfer, a high-ranking dark spirit, and was completely consumed by the darkness in my heart. I ended up passing on such a vague explanation. However, the failure swordsman of Sylvania that I know of never wastes such an important character like this. There must have been some intention or something they wanted to say in selecting Yenica Palova as the final boss of Act 1 rather than other characters. However, in the end, no one found out that the intention was absurd. As a fan, I analyzed it quite passionately and thought about it a lot, but I was lacking many clues. Were there any parts that were cut out during the production or inspection process? When I thought about it that way and finished it, I felt really uncomfortable. Well, I couldn't help it though. I guess I'll have to build a cabin too. The next day, I repeated those words as if I had decided. I also gained stamina. Using magic, processing materials also speeds up to a certain extent. We have started accumulating a certain amount of food, so we don't have to worry about eating tomorrow. We need to start laying the groundwork to survive in this forest in the long term. I cannot say with empty words that the wooden shelter used as my resting place is durable. Although maintenance is ongoing, I honestly can't say that it is a product that is very useful compared to the labor that goes into it. Unless you live in a house with walls and a roof, heating efficiency is very poor. Although the weather is nice now in spring, I have to think about the fact that I have to spend 3 winters in this forest. Such crumbling shelters alone cannot guarantee a stable living environment. In addition, for items that require long-term projects, such as wooden cabins, the production skill increases exponentially. This will be a good opportunity to increase the level of growth in daily life skills that have been slowly lagging. The mastery level of dexterity is blocked at level 10, and even in the case of design skills, which are relatively difficult to increase proficiency compared to other skills, the growth is very sluggish. In the end, since this character, Ed Rossdaler, is born with talent in the production field, there is no choice but to solve the problem in a way that the growth of that ability level has a positive effect on the other ability level. If you have specialized talent, it is no different in reality or in games that it is advantageous to utilize that talent. Now that I think about it, you said you've already captured the mid-boss of Act 1. It seems like there aren't as many variables in the progression of the scenario as you might think. I was heartbroken once when Lucy beat up Taylor during the joint combat practice. But looking at the news since then, it doesn't seem to have been a factor that would have caused as much trouble in the progress as expected. I also heard the news that Nosy Elvira from the pension department, the mid-boss in Act 1, was beaten by Taylor. And I also caught with my ears the fact that Princess Phenia was hanging out in the student council and being mentioned among the faculty and staff as a candidate for the next student council president. Also, the episode where Golden Daughter Lortle reconciles with Yenica, seeing as Lortle came to visit not long ago, it seems to be going well. Everything seems to be going well according to the affairs I know, so there doesn't seem to be anything to worry about as the episode progresses. Above all, I'm not in a position to rush around because I'm worried that other people's work won't go well. I need to quickly develop myself, take care of what I need, and think about sucking the honey out of my life. If you worry about others and get in your way, there is no other way to lead the way. We need to get busy. There is still quite a bit of time left before the first act ends. The tuition issue also needs to be resolved. But with regard to grades, we are making progress at a fairly good pace, so I think we could see surprisingly positive results. With a satisfied smile, I began to prepare the fish I had brought from the fish farm. I caught a fairly large fish today. This was my first time cooking such a large fish, so I thought a lot about how to approach it. If something is unclear, just salt it and bake it, and it's all delicious. I've roughly prepared this for dinner, and I've also collected a lot of herbs that Belle Meyer told me about, so let's make some fragrant herbal tea with them, and then go to study in the evening. It was the evening of the next day when Yenica Palova took over the student center. The final match of Act 1, which should have taken place at the end of the semester, has been pushed forward by a month. In some ways, it was a disaster-like event. This strategy article is the outline information and strategy of Pepperope's Act 1 boss strategy for beginners in as much detail as possible. http://www. DLRJFR Nedelgatchix. CoKR/client/memopage 11231. This article summarizes the information. If you want a detailed strategy, please refer to the original article. 1-10, Act 1 Final Scene. Boss. Yenikar the Elemental Summoner. This is a boss battle consisting of a total of 5 phases. It's quite long, so be sure to check the status of consumables and the durability of your equipment before entering the boss battle. Page 1. Convening a punitive force. Achievement conditions. Summon Princess of Mercy Phenia, Zix, Spear of Vegetation, Lortle the Golden Daughter, Isla the Companion, Elvira the Nosy, and Clevius the Grim to the student square. Additional achievement condition. Summon Romantic Adele. Additional achievement condition. Summon Idle Lucy. Additional achievement condition. Summon the Senior Maid Belle. Enemies that appear. Spirit Stigmata 120 Protection Young Fluid Spirit 60 Trace of Element 60 Low-ranking Fire Spirit Goda 1 Low-ranking Ice Spirit Elkara 1 Low-ranking Wind Spirit Norton 1 Low-ranking Earth Spirit Peak 1 Low-ranking Light Spirit Lakey 1. If you approach the outskirts of the teaching building where the space sealing magic has been used, you will be judged to be instantly dead. Let's not go out to the outskirts for no reason. It is most efficient to move in that order. Arlen Square, Oble Hall, Tainez Magic Supplies Storage, Archery Range, Nilton Research Institute, and Student Square on the west side. It is not necessary to catch all the spirits controlling the movement path. However, if you catch the Fire Spirit Goda and the Light Spirit Reiki, you can plan your movement path efficiently, so let's subdue them in advance. The additional achievement conditions are nothing special other than giving a little faction friendliness. These characters do not participate in the punitive force. However, be sure to meet Romantic Adele as she provides useful buffs when defeating bosses. If your goal is to clear 100, you can find Adele playing the ukulele in the grass behind the archery range on the west side, Lucy taking a nap on the rooftop of the Oble Hall, and Belle next to the statue in Arlen Square. If you are thinking of investing in the alchemy skill, spiritual consciousness. It will be convenient later to increase your proficiency in understanding spirits and sensitivity to spirits during this phase. Page 2. Student Center Recapture Operation Conditions. Find the location of Spirit Master Yenika. Enemies that appear. Stigmata of the Spirit 30 Trace of the Elements 30 Lieutenant Wind Spirit Pesi 1 Lieutenant Fire Spirit Orgoth 1 Spirit Beast Altar 1 Elementalist Yenika is located in the Nail Pavilion. However, it should not be the first to enter the Nail Tube. If you choose the Enter the Nail Pavilion first option, suggested by Golden Daughter Lortle, a bad ending will appear immediately. Be careful. Lieutenant Spirits do not take damage from attacks of the same nature as themselves. If you're a picky, wait until the subjugation team defeats the mid-level spirits. If you enter Haze Hole first, the Wind Spirit Pesi will appear. If you enter the Glocked Hole first, the Fire Spirit Orgoth will appear. Please choose carefully considering your elemental skills. There is a trick using a straight cut when attacking Altar, the spirit beast guarding the entrance to the Nail Pavilion. Please refer to the original article for detailed instructions. Page 3. Nail Pavilion Corridor Battle Achievement Condition. Reach the combat practice area where Spiritist Yenika is located. Appearing enemy. High-ranking fire spirit token. 1. The shape of the entrance road changes depending on the choice you make after defeating the spirit beast Altar. Let's focus, because the junction passes quickly. The key is to continuously deal damage to the tail using the elemental slash learned in Act 1, Chapter 9. If you cut off the tail, you can use elemental slash again to attack the head. Let's avoid the ignition magic and tail whip that come flying periodically. When repeatedly damaged, the bleeding and burn states overlap. During the battle, there is a cutscene where the pillars of the Severn corridor collapse. If you fall on a pillar, you will die instantly, so be sure to avoid it. Page 4. Final Battle Achievement Condition. Destroy the summoning ceremony of the highest-ranking Dark Spirit Glaskin. Appearing enemies. High-ranking Dark Spirit Velosper, 1 Elementalist Yenika Palova, 1 Phase 5, is only an event cutscene, so it is effectively the final battle. Let's proceed with the mindset of using up all remaining consumables. If you attack Yenika right away while she is constructing a summoning ceremony, the damage will be reflected by the Dark Curtain. If you attack Velosper first and make him unconscious, the Dark Curtain will be removed for a short period of time, and you can deal damage to Yenika. However, be careful of the counterattack magic that Yenika casts. If Phenia, Princess of Love, who builds the defense formula, dies, a bad ending will appear immediately. Let's continue to check our physical condition. You become immune to Belasper's Curse of the Blood World if you meet Romantic Adele in Phase 1. However, be careful as not all punitive forces are immune. Page 5. Conditions for subjugating Glaskin. Subdue the right arm of Glaskin, the highest-ranking Dark Spirit. Appearing enemy, highest Dark Spirit Glaskin, right arm. 1. This is an event scene. All you have to do is enjoy it. Afterwards, Sword Seangsik will be added to the Skill tab. If you reach the proficiency level, you will receive generous bonus abilities, so be sure to practice whenever you have time. Others, if you do not reach Phase 5 and subdue Yenika Palova before dawn, intact Glaskin will be summoned, and a bad ending will appear. Let's move busily. This is summarized information. It seems like there are a lot of beginners who are stamping their feet because they can't get past the first act. We've selected and summarized only the important information, so make sure to check it before entering the final battle. Good luck. The sound of an owl hooting somewhere in a dark forest. The sound of insects stinging in the grass as if they were forming a chord to match it, or the sound of leaves occasionally swaying in the wind. If you listen to it, the forest in the middle of the night has its own charm. While looking at the crackling bonfire, I suddenly feel sentimental when I look up at the starry sky. When I look at the countless stars that are like salt, I get a meaningless thought about how insignificant what I am currently experiencing is from the perspective of this wide universe. Additional thoughts accordingly. There is no guarantee that everything in the world will go according to business. That obvious fact was so surprising that I burst out laughing again. I have adapted quite well to this life. However, it is unacceptable to completely lack a sense of crisis. I gathered myself again and threw the poker I was holding into the bonfire. It was time to end the day. I stretched and quietly laid down in the shelter. I hope tomorrow will be a peaceful day as well. Chapter 22, Glasgow Subjugation Battle 2. The incident occurred the next evening. After a day's work in the teaching building, I returned to the camp like a bullet. Usually, I had already left the faculty building by dinner time, but today I stayed until quite late. The goal was to create a more stable living environment by building a proper wooden cabin. Therefore, I was familiarizing myself with basic design materials at the student library and collecting information such as what materials I would need and how to trim the trees. Well, there is no immediate need for food, and since the weekend is just around the corner, there are no urgent tasks or tasks to deal with. It would be okay if I stayed in the faculty building until a little late today. If you've decided to get something done, there's nothing good about dragging it along sluggishly. Gathering information from the student library also takes time. From my point of view, as I plan my life by the hour, once I decide to sit down in the student library, it is better to get everything done at once. In the first place, the North Forest and the student library are so far away that it is burdensome to visit often. There is a limit to the number of books you can borrow, and you have already reached your limit due to your studies. Therefore, you must obtain all the necessary information at this time. It was around this time that I piled up a bunch of books and was devouring them like crazy, burning my will to fight. It's closing time. You're studying really hard. A student in the librarian class with a warm expression approached me and informed me. I was surrounded by books, and concentrating so hard that time seemed to pass by like that. When I looked around, everything was empty except where I was sitting. I came right away without dinner and sat down, but before I knew it, it was closing time. I raised my head and looked at the student who spoke to me. Looking at the girl's chest, where she calmly and somewhat clasped her hands together, a blue badge is hanging neatly. It means first year. In short, this is someone you can talk to comfortably. Wow, I am sorry. There was already darkness outside the window. If a mountain of books is piled up like this, and they are stuck until just before closing time, it is very difficult for the librarian who has to organize them all after I leave. If I had told you earlier, I would have finished it earlier. No, it's okay. You were completely concentrating, so I felt sorry for interrupting me. I don't really remember the wavy, light pink hair, but I have a strange sense of déjà vu, like I've seen it somewhere before. The name of the apprentice librarian at the student library in the Sylvania faculty building is Mocha. Elka. Delka. Well, what was it? It was definitely not the main character in the scenario. They say you study with your butt, but if you sit around eating snacks, you'll only gain fat on your sides. Oh, I said such a useless story. Me too. I answered half-heartedly and quickly closed the book. I was planning to start the groundwork for the cabin construction today, but it seems like it won't be possible. Still, seeing people like you boosts my academic motivation. Even though he doesn't come often, I always thought it was admirable that he was so focused as if he was immersed in a book. The girl smiled and continued her words. My name is Elka Islan. From the flow that naturally leads to her self-introduction, it can be inferred that she has been trying to add her words for quite some time. Ed. The reaction of instantly stiffening when you say a name is now beyond familiarity and has become a bit boring. It's been since the entrance exam incident ended, but the rumors about that damn Ed Rossdaler never stop. Even though I listen to classes as quietly as possible and just do my own thing, the notoriety shows no signs of abating. It makes me wonder how arrogant and obnoxious he must have been to be like this. In the first place, rumors tend to spread in a bad direction as if they were adding oil to a topic that does not go well in a good direction. I'm not so foolish as to be hurt and offended by each and every rumor, but I can't help but sigh when I see reactions like that. Well, that might be rude. Nevertheless, if you quietly do your job, study diligently, and try to survive every day, there will be times when your evaluation changes completely. You are very different from the rumors. Rumor. No, I hope you don't find it too strange. It is also very unsophisticated to discuss rumors. Let's just ignore it and quickly return to camp since it seems to be late at night. As I was thinking that, the other person started telling me something trivial. I am an apprentice librarian, so I usually spend time here after school. Do you borrow a lot of books on elemental science and the like every few days? When I see you reading and returning 10 books of several hundred pages in a few days, or devouring 5 or 6 books in one sitting, I wonder if the rumor that you are pretending to know nothing about something is actually just a rumor. I'm sorry if I offended you. The girl spoke hesitantly and quickly picked up the books. Anyway, I have to quickly clean up and go back to the dormitory, so take care of yourselves. While speaking urgently, the girl quickly blended in among the bookshelves, and the bookshelves in the library fell like dominoes. It's really hard for her to live on the outskirts and not be part of the main scenario. Those who have to always accept sudden changes in situations cannot help but feel that way. Profit difference. She pulled out the librarian who was struggling under the bookshelf, then roughly picked him up like a pack and placed him on the table. 15 minutes ago, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the teaching building, and a tremendous tremor shook the entire student library building. The aftermath was so enormous that it could easily be described as just an earthquake. All the bookcases had collapsed, books were rolling on the floor, and reading equipment and consumables were all a mess. All the expensive magic tools were shattered, and the crystal ball candles that provided the light source were all shattered, so the inside was complete darkness. Hey, ah! The librarian seemed to have lost consciousness and could only make sounds of confusion. I placed the unconscious librarian on the table and thought about it for a while. She's definitely not a memorable person, but I have a strange feeling that I've seen her somewhere before. Well, it wouldn't mean much if I, who played Sylvania's failed sword saint for so long, couldn't remember. The time must have been past 9 o'clock, and there was no light source inside. However, the interior of the reading room is bathed in a soft purple light, so much so that even eyes that are not yet fully equipped with dark adaptation can see the internal structure. If you look at the source of the light, surprisingly, it is a window. I just went to the window and opened it. Since this student library is located on a low hill on the outskirts of the faculty building, it was possible to get a panoramic view of the faculty building, a reddish pillar of light rising from the center of the student center. It was activating a space sealing barrier ceremony that crossed straight across the sky above the teaching building and wrapped around the entire teaching building. The sudden earthquake was clearly an aftereffect of that large-scale space sealing magic. This is evident when you see it extending out from the student center. Isn't it a bit early? Anyway, there is nothing to panic about. Even though I am going through all kinds of hardships with Ed Ross Taylor's maggot-like body, my information superiority definitely helps in times like these. I rubbed my chin and thought for a moment. It may not be something that would make me panic and fall out, but there were definitely some things I didn't understand. First of all, that space sealing magic was activated by Velasper, a high-ranking dark spirit, through Yenica, and is a means of blocking this wide teaching building from the outside. Velasper applied the high-level dark magic shadow veil. I like it, but if you look at it from the perspective of a high-level barrier scenario, it is no different from just a stage setting. An episode in which all the important first-year All-Star members of the Glasgow subjugation battle that marks the end of the first act come out and form a subjugation team to attack the student center. However, if you think about it with common sense, there is no way such a scenario could occur. Among the elemental spirits, the most mysterious and infamous dark spirit is a problem that cannot be solved at the student level when it comes to high-ranking spirits. In a situation where even the student center has been taken over, the staff and professors will naturally have to come out and subdue them. However, the story does not work that way. In order for this to be an episode where Taylor manifests his sword spirit, it is necessary to block the intervention of school staff and professors. So the concept that came out would be Velasper's space sealing magic. That barrier is like a lock locked from the inside. So it is easy to confirm that it is locked from the inside, but difficult to confirm from the outside. And even if the anomaly is noticed, disarming the still incomprehensible dark spirit's barrier ceremony in a standard way takes up nearly half a day. In the end, if you want to break through quickly, you have no choice but to use overwhelming destructive power to destroy the barrier entirely. Although it may be difficult to believe that such an ignorant method would work in a barrier of that size, as the name Sylvania suggests, there are some people who can do it. You don't have to go far. Just call Principal Obel and the entire barrier will be destroyed without any interpretation work. However, the high dark spirit Velasfer is cunning. The incident occurred late in the evening, when most professors had returned to their personal labs or homes. By now, it's past 9 o'clock, and there are almost no professors left in the faculty building. This is because the professor's personal labs are all located in the residential building for their convenience. Anyway, the battle to subdue Glaskin, the final chapter of Act 1, is a race against time. The key goal is to subdue Yenica before dawn, before she summons her highest-ranking dark spirit, Glaz Khan. Although it is a barrier ceremony that will be destroyed quickly if left alone, it is enough to just wait until the Glaskin summoning ceremony is activated. Drurok, I quickly opened the window and craned my head outside. And I looked around, but it didn't seem like the spirits manifested by Yenica were occupying the street corner. We haven't even entered Phase 1 yet. The boss battle flow, which consists of summoning a punitive force, recapturing the student center battle at Nail Hall Corridor, defeating Yenica, defeating Glaskin, starts now and will end before dawn. To put it simply, it's a real hard work. I have no choice but to send a prayer to Taylor. First of all, you have to run around like crazy from Phase 1. As I work to subdue the spirits that get in the way and gather all the first-year aces scattered throughout the faculty building into one place, I feel like a real mutt. I guess you've met Isla by now. I guess you've figured out the situation. The spirit energy flowing from the student center. Her childhood friend Isla, who is versed in elemental science, will explain the situation to Taylor clearly. From now on, the students must work together to subdue that monstrous high-ranking dark spirit. The moment Glaskin, the highest-ranking dark spirit, descends on the teaching building, the damage will be indescribable. That's why we invite people to help us to the student plaza. The bluish light seen outside the window soon changes color to an ominous dark red. The chanting for the Glaskin summoning ceremony began. We clearly know who is performing the chant. He is a cute senior spiritist who is admired and loved by all the second-year students. It's a novel sight to see from here. From Taylor's point of view, the moment the barrier ceremony occurred was right near the student center. They are swept away by the explosively spreading flow of mana of the barrier ceremony, and soon a reddish curtain covers the ominous, starless sky. Its area is so large that it covers the entire teaching building. Just by looking at it, you can infer that a large-scale event is about to begin. However, from my point of view, having already played the game several times, it was rather refreshing at this point. Even when seen from this far away, that pillar of light is so majestic. I couldn't take my eyes off the scene of the barrier ceremony scene from the student library outside the teaching building. It would seem that nothing happens outside the barrier. It is truly a good barrier. Well, whether it's a glass compartment or something, Taylor will run around on his feet and solve it. All I have to do is kill time by reading a book here. There is absolutely no need for me to go through any trouble. However, if you have the effort to put in, it is better to invest at least a little bit into improving the completeness of your cabin. If you get involved for no reason, you will only end up in a lot of trouble and get physically injured. Additionally, I don't want to get too close to a place where a lot of important characters are gathered. Future knowledge and one-sided information superiority are the greatest weapons I have. I would never do something stupid like provide a useless variable and then throw away that powerful weapon with my own hands. For a moment, but a thought suddenly occurred to me. Isn't this the time to be like this? I was sitting roughly at the library table, looking at the magnificent closing ceremony. A phrase from a strategy article I saw a long time ago suddenly came to mind. If you are thinking of investing in the alchemy skill, spirit consciousness, it will be convenient to raise your proficiency in understanding spirits and responding to spirits during this phase. Right. The final battle of Act 1 is a part in which dozens of spirits that have made a contract with Yenica and numerous corporeal spirits that are derived from the manifestation of those spirits appear in large numbers. This is an opportunity to increase your proficiency in the dreaded spirit understanding and spirit sensitivity all at once. In essence, proficiency in spirit-level skills accumulates through contact with spirits. Whether it's communion, battle, or anything else, there must be interaction with the spirits. In most cases, combat experience is a good complement to proficiency. However, ordinary people cannot even see spirits, unless, like Yenica, you are lucky enough to be born with enormous spirit sensitivity. Therefore, for a person without natural talent to use spirit world skills, there is no other way than to contact a spirit that has been manifested by another spirit master. The closed nature of spirit world skills acts as a thick barrier to entry. and the opportunity to overcome that entry barrier at once is the final battle of Act 1. Since the final boss is a spirit person, this part allows you to accumulate a lot of experience fighting against manifested spirits. It would be foolish to stand idly by with such a sweet experience-gathering event right in front of you. Moreover, this battle is a real battle. You can also build combat proficiency that is different from the small mock battles you experience in the middle of the curriculum. My top priority is to subdue as many spirits as possible so that I can grow. This is not the time to be idle. I quickly jumped down from the table and opened the exit from the reading room. As I was about to run out, I suddenly caught sight of the librarian sprawled out on the table. I didn't think there would be any danger once I was inside the building, but just in case, I picked up the parchment and quills lying around in the corner. When you come to your senses, don't panic and just stay here. Everything will be finished before dawn, so stay calm, block the entrance, and do not provoke the spirits. Always consider your own safety first, and do not move hastily. And what's the point of just leaving a note and leaving? It is unlikely that the wandering spirits will invade the reading room of the library building and attack the sleeping girl, but it is still something just in case. If you get hurt for no reason or your life is affected, the aftertaste will be bitter. I set up the blackboard that had fallen in the corner of the reading room, picked up the chalk that had fallen in the corner, and wrote in large letters. In case I couldn't find the memo, I wrote the same thing again. And before I left, I pushed the cabinet up the wall near the window to cover it all up. This way, it would be less dangerous because you wouldn't be able to see the inside. The exit side seemed too open, so I roughly covered it with a blackout curtain that was torn and lying around. If you do this, you won't be able to see the entrance clearly, and it won't hinder your movement in case you need to escape. It's a bit dark inside, but it's written so clearly on the blackboard that Yow'll be able to find it easily. I've done enough. I quickly ran out into the hallway. It will soon be an experience-generating event. You have to move quickly. I can easily suppress things like fluid spirits and traces of elements. And with some effort, I can easily suppress even lower-level spirits. Originally, I would have to first think about how to subdue that vicious Balaspa before considering my own growth. But thankfully, there is someone who will take responsibility for all the hardships on my behalf. It's Taylor I don't know, so figure it out on your own. It might be a bit of a struggle anyway, good luck. No matter what burden I carry, does it have to be heavier than the burden the princess carries? It is certainly necessary to worry about the complex situation and reign, but how about putting your mind at ease? The reason why those words suddenly came to mind was because of Princess Phenia's bad habits. Although she can easily see into the hearts of others in everything she does, she has extremely little experience of having her own inner self penetrated by others. That's why she can't easily forget if her lungs are stabbed even once. That tendency may also be the cause of Ed Ross Taylor's indifferent words lingering around. There's still a long way to go. As Princess Phenia thought that, she came to her senses again. This is the current situation. First-year student Isla summarized the situation and relayed it. The location is a temporary gathering place in the student plaza. The time is 11:30. A barrier ceremony occurred suddenly around the student center. Nearly 2 hours have already passed since the catastrophic event occurred. The plaza was filled with students who were trapped in the Velasper barrier ceremony and could not leave. It is a temporary station. A barricade erected from all kinds of nearby miscellaneous items centered around the fountain located in the center of the square, blocking the entrances to the east, west, south, and north. Although it was crude, it provided minimal cover and was able to block the access of the spirits scattered around. There is no way a barrier of this magnitude will last long. It will be discovered quickly, and help will come from the outside. Once the outside world notices, the professors will step in. At Isla's words, her audience nodded their heads. No matter what anyone says, the head of this temporary camp voluntarily formed by students was Princess Phenia. When a crisis arises, the most urgent thing for her is the presence of someone in charge to control the situation. There is a growing need for someone with legitimate authority and power to control a situation that is heading toward chaos. Needless to say, Princess Phenia was the right fit for the current situation. No one could question her authority. The total number of students gathered at the Student Square station was 57. This quick response was largely due to the credit of Taylor McLaura. a first-year student in the combat department. By wading through the group of spirits occupying the teaching building, he served as a trigger for students to gather in this student plaza. As a result, more than half of the students remaining in the faculty building were able to gather in this student plaza. At the center of the station, members who could be called the core of the gathered students were gathered and holding a meeting. Phenia, Princess of Mercy; Lortel, the Golden Daughter; Ziggs, Spear of Vegetation; Guard, Captain Clare; Taily, a failed swordsman; Companion Isla; Nosy Elvira; Grim Clevius. Each person was sitting on the floor, leaning against the barricade wall, or standing awkwardly, gathering freely to discuss countermeasures. Needless to say, the one at the center was Princess Phenia. Like I said, I think we should enter the student center on our own. This was the opinion of Taily McLaura, who was covered in scars from running through the spirits and through the faculty building. He stood up, his body covered in minor wounds, and presented his opinion clearly. We can't wait for outside support. That barrier is literally just a waste of time. If Glaskin is truly summoned, as Isla said, there may be a lot of casualties. The information gathered and delivered by Isla, who was well versed in spirit magic, and Taily, who ran around the site, was shocking. That spirit ceremony that covers the night sky is a magic that summons Glaskin, the highest-ranking dark spirit. There are only a few people in this school who are so good at sensing spirits that they can summon spirits like that. Considering the method of erasure, the culprit was most likely Yenica Palova, a second-year senior at the Ministry of Magic, Princess Phenia. I'm opposed to that opinion. What is more important than anything else is Princess Phenia's physical appearance. For now, think as conservatively as possible and do not go outside her temporary station. Guard Captain Clare only thought about Princess Phenia's safety as much as she could. People outside the barrier will quickly notice the incident. It will be resolved quickly once the Imperial Guards stationed in the living quarters and the academic professors begin to respond. The barrier of a high-ranking dark spirit is not easily interpreted unless it is broken with force. To be honest, I'm not sure if we can make it in time. I don't know if Principal Obel will step forward in person, but as you know, he's off and away. The tomboyish-looking alchemist responded to Claire's words. She was Elvira the Nosy, the top first-year student at the Sylvania Pension Department. I agree with Taily's opinion. Above all, if all the members work together like this, we might be able to subdue the high-ranking spirits, even if it's difficult to reach the highest-ranking spirits, right? Honestly, aren't we all confident? So now let's drill through there. I am against it, sullen Clevius, a male student with dark circles, pointed towards the student center. The physical spirits and lower-level spirits spread throughout the teaching building are not that dangerous. If this number of members are gathered in one place, it can be said to be 100 safe. However, the situation at the student center was completely different. This is where Yenica Palova, the main character of all these spirits, is located. There, all kinds of mid-level spirits and spirit beasts were standing guard in double or triple layers. Let's go through all those mid-level spirits, subdue all the spirit beasts, enter the inside of the building, and subdue Yenica as well. Is that possible? Even those aren't all. There are two high-ranking spirits inside. High Fire Spirit Tok and High Dark Spirit Velosfer. The audience fell silent as Clevius spoke. The power of high-ranking spirits was clearly seen in joint combat practice. Tarkin, a high-ranking fire spirit summoned by Yenica. The giant fire lizard hugged the top of the nail tube and roared. Even Lortel, one of the Class A students recognized by Professor Glast, was unable to utter a single sound and had no choice but to be suppressed. Tarkin will even be stronger than before. All of the spirits that occupied the teaching building were under Velosper's berserk spell. Tarkin is no exception. I won't commit suicide like that. I can't. Don't get excited, Clevius. I am sorry, Princess Phenia. Clevius bowed his head at Princess Phenia's words. However, once Clevius spoke his words, an atmosphere of despair prevailed among the students. More than 50 students stand guard in this narrow camp. This conversation was heard by everyone, so I couldn't keep saying unnecessary, demoralizing things. To begin with, isn't he too strong even if he is the top second-year student? A single student can manifest this many spirits and still chant the Glaskin summoning ceremony without any hesitation. It was Taily's childhood friend Isla who answered Lortel's question. Most of it is probably Belasper's power. Senior Yenica is just a medium that expresses that power. This is why all spiritists purify their minds to avoid being consumed by dark spirits. Isla's explanation that followed was something that even Princess Fenia knew. The dark spirit, which is said to be the natural enemy of the spiritist, has enormous power, but it never moves according to the spiritist's intention. Rather, they are devil-like beings who control the spirit masters and force them to do as they wish. However, no one knows how Velasper controlled Senior Yenica, who is more knowledgeable in elemental science than anyone else. He must have known better than anyone else about the dangers of dark spirits. That's not important now. Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, who was sitting in her corner, responded to Isla's explanation. Isn't the important thing now to decide our course of action? A serious and profound voice. The boy with long hair that reached down to his neck spoke indifferently but clearly. And the only person who can decide that is Princess Fenia. At Zig's words, silence fell again in the audience. The eyes of over 50 students were focused on Princess Fenia. On the other side, the worried gaze of the guard captain, Claire, made Fenia's back sting. Above all else, he understood Claire's concern for the princess' safety. However, it was not the princess' way to just sit here and wait for help. Let's go in, under the assumption that we will retreat if anything is different from what we expected. Her audience's reaction to the princess' words was divided. Guard Captain Claire, the coward Clevius, and other conservative students sighed, while the warlike students laughed. However, not all students can enter. If everyone enters hastily, it will only increase the damage. It is right to go with people who can comfortably protect themselves. In any case, ordinary students will be swept away by middle-level spirits, let alone high-ranking spirits. There is no reason to increase the scale of damage by taking them all. The members gathered around here, my escort, Claire, the seniors from each grade department, and the students from Class A will enter, because everyone's skills have been proven. Then there is no need for the princess to go, is there? No, I will accompany you too. Claire's expression turned serious at the sound like a thunderbolt, but the princess shook her head. It's ridiculous to not go to the front line when you're only giving instructions in a pretentious manner. The princess, your royal body is not yours alone. As a bodyguard, I cannot help but stop her. Don't worry, Claire. I haven't neglected my magic training either. Also, please bring Taylor and Isla along. They must have been walking around the outskirts of the student center, searching for students, so they probably have at least a rough idea of what's going on inside. With this, the members of the punitive force were clearly decided. Unfortunately, there are no senior members. Except for Claire, who is an adult, they are all first-year students. However, if you look at the members, each and every one of them is a talented person. To begin with, this year's first-year students are unusually strong. It's truly unfortunate that Lazy Lucy did not join because her whereabouts are unclear. But this alone would not be enough for even a decent number of seniors to hand out their business cards. Well, leave in an hour. Everyone, get ready and mentally prepare yourself. Everyone nodded at the princess' words. Princess, Princess Fenia. At that time, a student broke the solemn atmosphere and ran in. The investigation of the number of people remaining in the faculty building has been completed. A male student with reddish-brown hair broke through the barricade and approached the princess. As this is a sudden crisis situation, identifying key personnel is key. Time is time. Since most of them had already returned to their living quarters, there were not many who remained in the teaching wing and were trapped in the closing ceremony. Thanks to this, by compiling all the information known by the students gathered here, we were able to come up with an overall population estimate. The male student in charge of the investigation began reporting quickly, out of breath. It is said that students from the alchemy department who were researching reagents at the T's, magic supplies storage, started a sit-in on their own. Most of them are third-year students, so I don't think there is any need to worry. And it is said that the faculty members who were controlling the door and managing the building are well gathered in Audrey Hall. However, they are regular faculty members and do not have enough force to respond to the spirit. Do you need support? I heard that Professor Carley is in charge of that. However, joining the team itself seems difficult. Although most of the professors had returned to their dormitories, there seemed to be one or two who remained. However, it will be a struggle to manage and protect so many ordinary faculty and staff. The distance between Audrey Hall and the student plaza is quite long, so it would be too unreasonable to expect people to lead such a large group of faculty and staff all the way to join us. However, it would not be possible to leave the faculty and staff there unattended. I guess that side will also go in the direction of a sit-in protest. Yes, I think we will move in a direction to minimize damage. We will not make a decision that exposes general management staff to risk for no reason. It seems like we are the only ones with the conditions to actually enter the student center. The princess strengthened her decision again. In any case, this student plaza is located right in front of the student center, which is the center of the problem. This was the only group that could respond to the situation faster than anyone else. Other than that, no other students have been identified there is. A girl's voice rang loudly from one side of the barricade formed in the north, south, east, and west. In an instant, the group's eyes focused on her. Exclaimed one first-year girl, her eyes squeezed shut, her fists clenched to her chest as if anxious. "I am sorry the atmosphere was so solemn I couldn't speak. Please explain in detail. My name is Tishka, a member of the apprentice librarian class that manages the student library. Actually, I have a friend who I left behind in the student library." The girl's distorted face looked like she was in pain. She looked as if she was going through a difficult confession. Normally, we would finish the library closing work together, but today one of the visitors did not leave until just before closing time. Since he would wait and finish before leaving, I was considerate of telling him to go back to the living room. First, I was going home first. It was a road. So, it means that one librarian and one reader are isolated in the student library. Wait, a librarian class. Ziggs, who was listening to the story in the corner, stood up. She then walked up to the girl who was struggling to tell her story, looked her straight in the eyes, and she spoke. "What is the name of that librarian who is your friend?" "Elka. Elka Islan." The girl spit out the name with difficulty, sweating profusely and avoiding her gaze. As soon as she saw the name, Zig's pupils twitched for a moment. "Elka, are you sure? You're not confused, right?" "Yes, we are learning grimoire management in the apprentice librarian class." Together, Ziggs clenched her fist and slammed the barricade behind her girl. The startled girl narrowed her eyes and took a step back, causing her barricade of wooden benches and decorative items to collapse helplessly. "Damn it, Princess Phenia. We have to go rescue her right away." "Ziggs, Elka is well versed in magic book management and magic power research, but she does not have the strength to defend herself. She is an aspiring scholar to begin with. If she is left alone, she will most likely be attacked by the spirits in a state of berserk." Ziggs strode back to the center of her camp and knelt before Princess Phenia. "We need to go to the student library right now and get it." "Ziggs Ebelstein, are you aware that you are acting too emotionally?" However, the answer came from somewhere else, in the direction of Lortel, the golden daughter. "The distance to the student library takes a long time even if you run at full speed, and you also have to go through the spirits. I can't estimate how much time it will take. Rather than that, we should prioritize subduing Senior Yenica, who is the root cause of the situation. Calm and assertive tone, an infinitely realistic plan, a temperament that is polite and calm toward superiors, but merciless toward those of equal or inferior rank." It was a natural thing for Lortel, who lived in the cold reality of Elt Trading Company. "I know very well that you have a soft spot for Elka, Ziggs, but you need to understand the gravity of the matter. Elka Islan. She was like a savior to Zix, the spear of the vegetation, who lived a life at the tip of her spear. As a descendant of a northern nomadic people, she is a girl who affirmed and supported the life of Ziggs, who has walked the blood-red path since he was an adult. She can no longer live a normal life. She is the girl who taught Ziggs, who had been giving up, what human warmth is. I remembered her always sitting in the staff seat in the reading room of the student library, smiling slightly from between the thick books. Because of her, Ziggs was able to let go of the life of a monster that thirsted for her blood. Losing the smile that gave him new life is more frightening to Ziggs than losing his life. However, Lortel's extremely rational and realistic words have an irresistible persuasiveness. She is a cunning and greedy merchant, but her words are always justified. That was a man named Lortel. "Calm down, Ziggs. You're being overly emotional, unlike you. Lortel has a point." Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, was always the most calm person among the only three members of Class A, the eccentric Lucy and the suspicious and untrustworthy Lortel. Unlike those two, she is always just, common sense, and a well-spoken person. Zig's stable demeanor is enough to make the saying "you can trust Ziggs" to become a buzzword among first-year students. The appearance is strangely different from that. Even without the princess insight, she was able to infer how precious Elka was to Ziggs. And as Tishka just said, there is one more student still in the library. Why not trust her for now? That's There is definitely Yenica, the cause of all the problems in the student center right in front of you, so it would be too selfish to throw it away and run to the student library. Ziggs knew that fact well, so she could not refute the princess' words. She said there were other students, right? T-Seeker. That Tishka does not make eye contact with her and walks backwards, sweating. Princess Fenia felt some kind of anxiety creeping up on her. Are you hiding something now? It was Ziggs who got up from his seat before the princess. Ziggs walked up to Tishka again and grabbed her by the collar. Tell me now. I am sorry, I am sorry. Only then, with tears in her eyes, did T-Seeker get down on her knees. The confession continues. It was Ed Rosteller. As soon as that name was mentioned, an ominous silence filled the audience, as if sinking into the depths of the sea. I didn't want to talk to him because that person was sitting there until late at night, and I was so annoyed. You all know what kind of person Ed Rosteller is. So I just left him with Elka. Elka, that's the rumor. I am the type of person who doesn't really care about things like that, so I didn't even know who Ed Rothdeller was in the first place. So I thought it would be okay. It was the feeling of guilt that kept putting the girl in her corner. The fact that she had sent her friend to his death was very heavy on her. So, as expected, Elka let me go without any hesitation. I just felt so sorry. The sound of the strings of her patience being snapped was heard from around Zig's head. Ed Rosteller. Since Ziggs had also passed the entrance exam, he saw the ugliness of that person with his own eyes. Let go of this. Don't you know who I am? He is Ed Ross Taylor, the second son of the Ross Taylor family. Get your dirty hands off, you pigs. Where are you touching your body? Do you think I would pull such a trick just to disgrace that filthy failing student, Taylor or something? Let go of this. What are these dirty and ignorant commoners talking about, Taylor? How the low-class, failing student is always just talking. Luxury, pleasure, pride, sloth, and incompetence. He was a pitiful person who showed the bottom of a miserable human being. When the opportunity arises, he uses any of his allies as a throwaway, and he is like selfishness itself, not even thinking about the favors he has received. It was obvious without having to listen to what the students gathered at the station were whispering. Ed, that Ed Rosteller. Then you're in big trouble, aren't you? From what I heard, there are a lot of rumors that that person is really ugly and pathetic. So the librarian is alone with that person in this situation. Well, the berserk spirit has taken over every corner of the street, making it dangerous to even leave the room, let alone go out of the building. The fact that the vicious Ed Rothtaler and Elka are in such a situation. I don't think anything good will ever happen. If the situation reaches its extreme, Elka, who has no power, may be used as a discard by Ed Rothtaler, or may eventually get his hands on her weak body. Ziggs has a clear belief in Ed's human nature. Rumors heard also added credibility. The fact that Elka's fate was in the hands of such a man completely blew away Zig's sense of reason. Right now, I am going to the student library. Anger that goes beyond its limits is cold rather than hot. In a calm voice, Ziggs gave notice. The person who received the notification was Princess Fenia of Charity, a person whom even Headmaster Obel respected. What it meant was clear. It is a rejection of the imperial command. You don't follow the line, Ziggs Eiffelstein. The first to step forward was her guard captain Claire, but Ziggs doesn't care. Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, cannot be defeated by anyone in the current situation without Lazy Lucy. Even if Claire was a member of the Royal Guard, there was no way to guarantee how much she would be able to withstand against him. He, along with Lortle, the daughter of the Lazy Lucy Golden, is the best wizard in the first year, recognized by Professor Glast based solely on his skills. By the time he grew up in the land of the northern nomads, he had already had human blood on his hands. He has always lived at the crossroads of life and death, and no one can match his practical sense. If the Lazy Lucy is a tank or fighter plane that cannot be blocked with personal strength, Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, is like a special agent who has been well trained throughout his life. Although it may be disastrously inferior in power and scale, it fully demonstrates its power in specialized fields. Needless to say, that field is a thorough interpersonal dual situation without the intervention of external factors. I will suppress anyone who stands in my way of leaving. That won't work. Lortel, the golden daughter, chanted a spell. In an instant, the moisture in the atmosphere freezes, creating a huge window of ice in the air. It was the intermediate level magic ice spear that blew away the ceiling of the nail tube. Two first-year Sylvanian students achieving the highest grades at the Ministry of Magic. Ziggs and Lortel glared at each other. It was a sight not easily seen. There was tension in the eyes of the gathered students. The gathered students swallowed dry saliva all at once and became nervous at the sudden extreme of the situation. I'll admit it, Ziggs. Of all the people currently gathered at the garrison, you account for the largest portion of the force. If you are left out of the punitive force, the chances of the operation's success will plummet. I am sorry, but you must never leave your position. That's funny, Lortel. If you hold me by force like that, do you think I'll cooperate properly? You've lost your mind now. I know how much you cherish Elka, but you should at least distinguish between public and private lives. Look over there. If you look towards the direction where Lortel's head is facing, you can see the summoning ceremony of Glaskins slowly turning dark red and all kinds of spirit beasts occupying the student center. Where are you going to leave that behind? Lortel looked Ziggs straight in the eyes. Lortel was disgusted by those eyes that were burning with passion. Passion, blood, spirit, loyalty, ambition, blood, and strong will. Lortel hated it when such words were used in urgent situations. It is a word often used as an excuse by those who are dominated by emotions and cannot make rational judgments. Since ancient times, humans must be rational and cool-headed. No matter how difficult you are or how harsh the external situation is, you must make the right decision without being misled by wrong emotions. A person like that is truly trustworthy. No matter how good your magical skills are or how strong your power is, if your heart is not strong, you will not be trusted. This was the first principle that Lortel adhered to while walking the path of mourning. I won't be able to beat you, Ziggs, in a match like this. Still, if you fight against him with all your might, you won't end up unscathed. Tusk Ziggs is superior to Lortel in terms of interpersonal fighting skills. However, Lortel is not an easy opponent either. He will have to give and receive whistles for a while. Time passes, and the body will not end without injury. It's too much pressure for Ziggs, who has to go through the spirits to get to the library. But Ziggs shook his head. If that's what you think, I have no intention of giving in. There was a subtle current between the two. It was the moment when a big fight was about to break out, and if you took even one step forward, the fight would begin. What are we going to do by splitting up among ourselves? Princess Fenia finally reached her limit and shouted. But Princess Fenia, this is Ed Rosteller. However, Zig's answer came back with more earnest force than that. Zig's words, which started out almost as if he were yelling, became strangely wet towards the end. Now he spoke half in tears with a completely desperate face. Zix, the spear of the grass, who was always evaluated as a sturdy and trustworthy person among first-year students, is nowhere to be seen. If something happens to Elka, I really don't know how to live. The emotional tone ranged from anger to sadness and desperation. Even Princess Fenia did not expect such a reaction. She coldly reprimanded Ziggs for his anger and attempted to take back control of her situation. However, Zig's inner self, now completely desperate, was clearly visible through the princess' insight. Her heart is more desperate than that of someone facing her own death. For Ziggs, Elka is truly like family to him. But her sincere desperation made Princess Fenia stutter her words. Her mouth opens, but no sound escapes her throat. That guy named Ed Rosteller. You know the princess well. The princess knows it well, right? Princess Fenia could not nod her head at those words. In the first place, she doesn't really know anything. When I think about Ed Ross Taylor, the flow of her thoughts becomes more complicated, and even the clear facts seem to be hidden in her fog. The various images of a person's inner self, which were always clearly visible, become vague when entering the man's inner world. What is the situation? An extreme crisis situation where nothing can be guaranteed right away. The reality is that every minute and every second is a waste. Glasgon's summons circle is increasingly turning dark red, and although the safety of the students cannot be guaranteed, everyone gathered is looking up to him to make a decision. decision maker and person in charge. He felt the weight of the tag that followed him for the rest of his life, and despite this, he gritted his teeth to remain strong. Before long, the vague remnants of her reality that were making her head dizzy again drove her into a corner. Still, all eyes in the garrison were focused on Princess Phenia and Ziggs. The urgency of the situation, the complicated minds of those waiting for a decision, the position of responsibility. A situation where there is nothing to say even if a mistake in judgment leads to someone's life being damaged. The sound of a crackling bonfire. The back of a boy who was roughly tapping the fire with a poker. He looked straight into the princess' eyes without any emotional fluctuations. The words pierced the princess' heart as she opened the door to the training room and left. The ugly look from the entrance exam when he was crawling on the floor, and the back of him passing the princess with an insensitive face and chasing her tail. The true feelings that are not clearly revealed. Phenia's reason, pushed into a corner, eventually makes her speak out. By the end, the direction that Princess Phenia's sixth sense was pointing was clear. Still, can you trust that man just once? Silence again in the audience. Everyone stood in silence for a long time without saying anything. The expressions on their faces when they saw such a ridiculous scene were as if they were saying so naturally that the sun rises in the west. Why, however? Ziggs lamented. Why do you say such cruel things? The Princess of Mercy, I know, is not the kind of person who would say such irresponsible things, isn't she? To Ziggs, Princess Phenia's words to trust that man felt like nothing more than an excuse to ignore Ziggs' opinion. I'm going. Ziggs shook his head and turned his body towards the garrison exit. Where should I go? Lortle. Surprisingly, the person who raised her hand to stop Lortle from catching Ziggs was Princess Phenia. Just now, I was in the middle of saying something ridiculous, like why don't I trust Ed? To be honest, I didn't understand why Princess Phenia said that. Just let it go. The princess. However, you take responsibility for the results yourself. Ziggs, there are too many things to worry about right now. Princess Phenia's mind was already stretched to its limit. I will pay for all my sins when I return. Ziggs, who finally understood, turned his body again and bowed his head respectfully. She fully understands how selfish her choices are. Nevertheless, if she goes to save Elka, she cannot stand against her beliefs as Princess Phenia. With that, Ziggs slowly lifted her head and left her station with a brave face. Princess Phenia. As he watched Ziggs' back slowly moving away, Lortle called out to Princess Phenia. Princess Phenia slowly turned her head. There was Lortle looking at Princess Phenia with a calm look. Princess Phenia was able to predict what Lortle would think, even if she did not have that unique insight. As a fierce realist, she will most likely condemn Princess Phenia's decision. She will say that she never should have let him leave, even if it meant someone getting hurt or harmed. She thought about that, and with her steely heart, turned to face Lortle. But Lortle instead just smiled. If you think about it, it might have been necessary to respect his opinion. Lortle. The princess must have made this decision after much deliberation. In any case, her will was also noble, so we can't blindly judge it as right or wrong. Lortle spoke so coolly, as if he didn't care about the tense duel situation just now, and gave Princess Phenia his approval. Anyway, if there is no change in the policy of entering the student center within an hour, we will have to prepare for subjugation from now on. I will also take a break and check my condition. I hope that Princess Phenia can rest comfortably as well. After politely greeting her with an elegant smile, Lortle Ketchelm passed by Princess Phenia. Even though the situation did not go as planned, the way he calmly encouraged the princess and then walked away was truly an example of a subject. However, he seemed clearly visible to the princess. Anyone could see that the person who encouraged the princess with a sincere smile was filled with deep feelings of disillusionment. The moment Lortle passed by her, Princess Phenia had an intuition. From the beginning, I didn't have a good relationship with Lortle, but from now on, I feel like there has been a gap between me and Lortle that can't be bridged. I am confident that even if the world turns upside down, that girl will never accept herself. She felt that fact so clearly that it hit her to the core. I'm going to get some rest too, Claire. She said so to her loyal guard and leaned back near the barricade in the corner of her station. Claire nodded her head and watched her surroundings with a sturdy look. In this way, the tense situation at the garrison came to an end. The whereabouts of Lazy Lucy, who has the greatest power, are unknown. Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, which was one of the most important forces, left the garrison altogether. The most realistic and rational golden daughter, Lortel, was completely hostile to herself emotionally. Despite this, she has no one but herself to keep these students centered. Chapter 23, Glasgow Subjugation Battle 3. The phrase dragon born in the stream alone cannot fully explain how miraculous Zix the spear of vegetation is. The grasslands in the northern part of the empire are a barbaric land where not even the voice of the imperial family can properly reach. A world where you have to check whether your neck is still intact when it's time to end the day. Ziggs was a descendant of a nomadic people who lived there. By the time I grew up, I was already separated from my family. I had no idea when they were abandoned, why they were abandoned, or whether they would ever be able to return to the life of the group. I learned how to cut a deer's neck before I learned how to read letters, and I learned how to procure supplies from carcasses on the side of the road, rather than how to buy things at a store. Needless to say, it is already the life of an animal rather than a human. Ziggs is like a wolf that walks on 2 feet. Hearing what Elka said when they first met, Ziggs reflexively nodded. It was obvious why Elka said that. This is probably because Ziggs at the time was dragging an elk carcass around with her bushy hair hanging down and looking kinky. Now only Elka knows how much of a difference that is, as Ziggs is the most trusted of all first-year students, with a neat and tidy appearance. Well, anyway, the reason why Ziggs nodded at that time was not just because of his miserable appearance. Reuniting with the girl is now a story from the distant past. The world of civilization is moving much faster than Ziggs expected, and he can no longer remember life in the grasslands, where every day was the same. When Elka's father, an archaeologist, discovered Ziggs' magical talents, when he collected Ziggs and brought him to his mansion, the first civilized meal I tried, warm soup and bread, when learning the rules of civilization step by step. When the elemental magic I used for the first time uprooted an old tree in the mansion's garden. When I was able to enter Sylvania with Elka, the day the two of us walked out of the entrance exam hall. The fleeting memories of life have already become a distant past as we chase the fast-paced life of civilization. But often when I look up at the night sky, there is a moment that reminds me of that first time. Ziggs is like a wolf that walks on 2 feet. A life of roaming the infinitely wide northern grasslands. The boy who ate the corpses of animals on the side of the road, preserved himself with the magic he learned on his own, and slept with the moon as his roof. It is most likely a wolf cub abandoned by the pack. When young Ziggs realized that fact, he could only nod reflexively. Now that I think about it, I've lived a really lonely life. The day he first met his life partner, Zix realized the feeling of loneliness. It was a very old story. Hey, the date had already changed. It was well after 12 o'clock before Ziggs was able to reach the student library. The corporeal spirits and lower-level spirits that interfered with his movement could not have been Ziggs' opponent, but the problem was that they were constantly coming. Even if you're a Ziggs shooting magic like crazy, while sprinting puts pressure on your physical strength. If he had really fought Lortel wholeheartedly, his arrival at the student library would have been much delayed. At this point, when every minute and every second is so precious, I am truly grateful for Princess Fenia's hand in stopping Lortel. It became inevitable that the favor would be returned with vengeance. Paying for those sins is postponed for now. Ha ha, phew. Unexpectedly, the area near the library was completely quiet. The group of pesky spirits that persistently interfered with my movements every time I passed through every street corner of the teaching building are nowhere to be seen here. However, traces remained. This is inferring the situation by looking at traces was not a task for Ziggs, who had an extremely developed sense of practical combat. Traces of magic spread sporadically around the main entrance of the student library. What cut the floor and cut the bench is probably a wind blade, and burn marks on the bare floor or wall are traces of ignition. Ziggs first calmly looked around. It's still quiet, as if the disaster that occurred in the faculty building was something. This student library on a small hill, it's really just holding its position without a care in the world. The traces of the fight start at the entrance of the student library and go all the way around the outskirts. This is not simply a trace of a defensive battle to protect the base. Traces of having subdued all the spirits seen wandering around here. There are even footprints in the same location multiple times. It appears that the safety of this student library has been secured as if standing guard. Someone had subdued all the spirits around this student library. It doesn't matter who left these traces. Ziggs quickly entered the entrance of the student library to find Elka. When you enter through the large wooden door, you will see a lobby with stylish hallways extending on both sides, and the entrance to the lobby. A familiar boy was sitting with his back against the statue in the lobby. The man's name just flew out of Zig's mouth. Ed Rosteller, a boy resting completely exhausted. The name that actually made Ziggs lose his senses. Ziggs shot out like a bullet and arrived in front of Ed in an instant. Oh, what? You. He is resting with his back to the statue, one knee raised and his elbow supported. Ed Rostello's condition could not be said to be normal even with empty words. My school uniform was torn and frayed here, and there my body was a mess, and my stamina was completely exhausted. Traces of repeated battles to the extreme limit. But right now Ziggs did not have the time to observe such things calmly. Elka, where is Elka? Why are you here? Tell me first where Elka is. Ed's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Ziggs. In any case, Ziggs, who has lost his mind, will not be able to communicate. Reading room 3. Before Ziggs could finish answering, he ran out toward the hallway toward the reading room. He had to ensure Elka's safety first right away. As I ran like crazy to the end of the hallway, a door plate that said Reading Room 3 came into the corner of my eye. The condition of the entrance was unusual. A blackout curtain at the entrance and bookshelves built around it as a barricade. The entrance to the reading room visible in the corner of the eye was simple but clearly fortified. Ziggs, who shot out like a bullet, removed the blackout curtain on the door and smashed open the sliding door. Elka. I entered the room shouting his name. As he wished, Elka was lying on the desk in the reading room unharmed. He had lost his mind. Elka, are you safe? Elka. Ziggs took a deep breath and quickly looked at Elka's condition. I was breathing hard. If you look at her from head to toe, there isn't a single scratch. It doesn't seem like I was attacked by a spirit. I felt like black mud that was persistently pressing down on my esophagus was being pushed down. Ha! All the strength in his body disappeared, and Ziggs collapsed onto a nearby reading room chair. Elka Islan is safe. That fact alone was a great salvation for the boy. Thank God, I'm really glad. With the girl fast asleep in front of him, Ziggs stroked his face for a long time. As about 5 minutes passed, Ziggs came to his senses again. After my breathing calmed down and my body's stamina recovered to some extent, my senses began to return. Anyway, now that we have confirmed that Elka is safe, it is time to objectively judge the situation. Ziggs sat in his chair and looked around. The window was well covered by large bookshelves. All visibility was blocked to prevent a runaway spirit from checking Elka's location through the window. On the other hand, the entrance was blocked from view with a rolling blackout curtain. It is not a good idea to block this side with a bookshelf, as it will block the view. If you end up in a situation where you have to flee, you will have blocked your own escape route. So blackout curtains were used as a compromise. This is truly a reasonable and experienced judgment. Because there weren't enough blackout curtains, the back door was blocked off with a bookshelf, and a simple defensive wall was erected on the outside in case there were spirits entering the hallway. It is an environment where it is difficult to be exposed to danger unless you go out from Elka first. Okay, Elka, no matter how critical the situation was, you always remained calm and made the right decision. I didn't know that, but it's not that I didn't trust Elka, but I was so worried that I couldn't bear it. But soon, with time, a strange sense of discomfort came. If you look around, you will see a barricade of bookshelves along the outside of the classroom. These bookshelves are so large that even an adult man would have difficulty lifting them properly. It is difficult to believe that Elka, who was born with a weak body, did all this alone. Elka has such strength that it takes a whine to even lift her hatchet. So who made the reading room like this? If you think about it, using the method of elimination, there could only be one person. That human. Now that I think about it, I was in a state where I had lost my senses, so I couldn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, in the middle of the lobby, Ed Rosteller was sitting in a state of complete disrepair. I heard that he was the scum of the world who was extremely selfish and wicked and was hell-bent on stabbing others. However, if you look at the situation and circumstantial evidence, isn't it strange? The traces of battle coming from outside the makeshift fortress built around the reading room hides the unconscious girl. Moreover, doesn't the sight of Ed completely devastated look like he had to deal with the spirits that flocked to the student library to protect Elka, the center of the endless procession of spirits? It was not difficult for Ziggs to picture the back of the boy who would have been standing in the lobby holding his legs together. But this is Ziggs, who lived a wild life in the northern grasslands. In this crisis situation, it is clear what the best choice will be. It may sound cold-blooded and heartless, but in this situation, a colleague like Elka would certainly be nothing more or less than a lump of burden. If he wanted to save his life and ensure his safety, the most rational decision would have been to abandon Elka and run away, or worse, use her as bait. Any human being would inevitably feel guilty about such an act, but a person who is cornered usually has no choice but to worry about his own safety first. Ziggs knew that fact well, and he thought that people like Ed Rathdale were talented enough to do such things without any sense of guilt. So Ziggs lost his temper and ran. That human, that can't be possible. Ziggs repeated that. Ed Rathdale's evaluation is already at rock bottom. No matter where you look, you won't find anyone who approves of him. Ziggs himself saw the depravity clearly. There is no way that a person like that would have a shred of altruism left in him. I thought so, but when you come to your senses, don't panic and just stay here. Everything will be finished before dawn, so stay calm, block the entrance, and do not provoke the spirits. Always consider your own safety first, and do not move hastily. A blackboard stands proudly in one corner. Looking at the crooked and misaligned letters, you can tell that they were in an urgent situation right away. In a busy situation, the sight of people setting up a blackboard and writing letters one by one with great urgency, because it was so easily inferred. Ziggs had no choice but to sit in front of him for a while and just stare into space. Magic ability details grade. Ordinary magician specialty. Element common magic. Quick casting LV5 mana detection, LV6 fire element magic. Combustion LV12 wind element magic. Wind blade LV11 elemental magic. Elemental sensitivity LV7. Elemental understanding LV7. Oh, what a shame. Ah, I sighed as I braced myself in the lobby of the student library. After capturing and training the spirits to their limit, the basic magic finally broke through the level 10 level of magic. Fire was at level 12. The power of the fire was at a level that could easily suppress a low-level spirit if it was well matched. At this point, you can say that you have finally laid down a basic foundation for attempting to learn intermediate magic. It was truly a groundbreaking development, but even so I couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. The level of spirit sensitivity and spirit understanding was 7. It was really a very small difference. When the sum of the levels of both skills exceeds 15, the spirit world magic area opens and the spirit contract slot opens. Then you can contract with an appropriate spirit in proportion to your intelligence level and ability to understand the total amount of magic power. If that happens, my range of maneuver will greatly expand in terms of my combat and crafting talents. You may be able to use spirit ceremony to imbue arrows with various elemental spirit magic, or raise the production level to create magical tools with the spirit's protection. With such a hopeful dream in mind, I trained until my entire body drained of energy, but I ended up getting stuck at the threshold. There are hardly any spirits wandering around the teaching building anymore. There were almost no spirits coming from the student library. What that meant was clear. The Glasgow punitive force has entered the student center, and the final chapter of Act 1 has now entered Phase 2. From now on, the main stage of the scenario will be the student center where Yenneker is summoning Glasgow. It's really mean. I caught a lot. It's been a while since both skills reached level 7. Please, just one more level. Just one more level. With that feeling, I fired magic until my whole body was exhausted. Still, the level did not go up at all, perhaps because the required skill level increased sharply at this borderline. But since I only caught the corporeal spirits and lower-level spirits, if I had been able to catch a mid-level spirit or spirit beast, I might have been able to open a slot by gaining a lot of proficiency at once. But if you want to do that, don't you have to go through all the lower-level spirits and get to the student center? I don't know if it's possible now that the number of spirits has decreased a lot, but my physical condition is really bad. Not only that, but the important characters in the main scenario. There was nothing good about hanging around a place where all the first-year All-Star members were gathered. There is no choice but to wait for the next opportunity, I was about to quench my appetite with such a regretful feeling and make a promise to the future. Main scenario. When the word that had been put aside for a while comes to mind, questions arise again. Ziggs, why is that guy here? I was in a hurry, so I let him go without thinking, but if you think about it, Ziggs is a key member of the subjugation team. As my thoughts reached that point, I felt an ominous feeling. It was that moment when I felt the need to reorganize the situation. Jepuk, Jepuk. The sound of calm footsteps was heard from the hallway near Reading Room 3. Looking in that direction, Ziggs was slowly walking out to the lobby with the girl on his back. When the boy reached me, he stopped and slowly opened his mouth. What were you doing here? The emotions in that voice are still hard to read. However, I guess it was difficult to completely ignore the sight of me resting for a while because I was covered in wounds. What were you doing? This is a question that does not necessarily need to be answered falsely. Training. Under. Ziggs let out a short laugh and continued speaking. Ha ha, really, it's discipline. I didn't expect to laugh there. Ziggs continued his words in a lighter voice than expected. This is a crisis situation where you don't know what's ahead. A barrier like that fills the sky and endless spirits are coming. Did you train yourself to be good in a situation where you have to worry about your life first? And then Ziggs just smiles. Even the most naive person wouldn't believe something like that. Okay, now I feel like I understand a little bit about you as a person. He was that kind of person from the beginning. And a moment of silence. Ziggs looked at me for a while with a stern expression, then closed his eyes and thought for a moment. After standing there for a while, what Ziggs eventually did was completely unexpected. As he was carrying Elka on his back, he slowly lowered his head and completely bent his back to greet her. I really owe you a big debt, Senior Ed. The sudden respect was enough to be embarrassing, but there was an atmosphere in Zig's flowing natural behavior that made it difficult to say anything. When I get the chance, I will definitely repay this debt. It was only then that I realized the situation. That girl named Elka who was riding on Zig's back she was Zig's lover who had been with him through his difficult past. I can't help but remember this now. To begin with the past history of Ziggs, the spear of vegetation was not treated with much importance. The name Elka is only mentioned in setting books, so it's hard for even die-hard fans to remember it clearly. Then quickly run to the student center. Those words came out reflexively. Ziggs, who was lowering his head, looked as if his lungs had been stabbed. Looking at the situation, didn't you abandon the student center and run all the way here to save Elka? Fortunately, the useless question of how did you know that didn't pop up. Ziggs, who had stabbed her in the lungs, did not have the wits to question such matters one by one. Are you sane to make such a selfish judgment? I won't give you such a tacky reprimand. Once you've confirmed that Elka is safe, quickly go about your business. There is no need to say much. Ziggs, the Spear of Vegetation, is one of the most talented first-year students in the magic department at Sylvania Academy. The presence or absence of Ziggs will determine the success or failure of the subjugation. If this bastard is here, the subjugation itself cannot be established at all even before the scenario goes as planned. I'm not sure if it's enough to break through with a subjugation team without Ziggs in Phase 2, but high-ranking Fire Spirit Token in Phase 3 is a completely different problem. According to the main scenario, you can only break through Token if you have Ziggs. The main character, Taylor, uses the Elemental Slash skill to peel Token's skin and cut off its tail. Then Ziggs, who possesses excellent practical sense and agility, climbs onto Tarkin's body and accurately inserts magic into the torn flesh. After roaring in pain like that, Taylor jumped down from the ceiling and cut Tarkin's head off again. In order for this battle structure to be established, the presence of Ziggs, who creates a gap for Tarkin, is essential. Go and help Taylina. If you just do what he says, everything will be resolved somehow. Taylor, you mean Taylor McLaura. Okay, that guy who narrowly avoided failing exams every day. Well, since we have come to the final chapter of Act 1, I am not a weakling at all. The relevant stats will have been trained, and since you have experienced various events, you will have gained some special skills and special abilities. If you really trained with optimal efficiency, without wasting a single inch, you might be able to use intermediate magic. At all, I guess not to that extent. When it comes to training from my point of view, which has become somewhat stagnant, it is definitely not a satisfactory level of ability. Still, she must have tried her best starting from this scenario. The Sword Saint ceremony will also be opened, so from then on there will be enough for one person. As he thought about that, Ziggs made a strange expression. Didn't Senior Ed hate that guy? Oops. If Ziggs had watched the entrance exam scene, the words he just said would have definitely felt unnatural. You talk a lot. Is that important now? I waved my hand and dismissed the topic. In any case, he's also an important character in the scenario, so there is no reason to give out more information than necessary or to become close to him. And I don't know why you think so highly of Taylor. I've never even had a proper conversation with that guy. This was a problem before over-evaluation. In particular, the shell of the high-ranking fire spirit token would not be damaged at all unless it was Taylor's elemental cut. It's not about destructive power, it's about compatibility. Since the situation has come to this, this kind of instruction is probably okay. So listen carefully. Instead of awkwardly trying to pierce Tarkin's shell with magic weight until Taylor pierces Tarkin's shell with elemental slash, there is probably no one among the current punitive force members who can pierce Tarkin's shell with pure firepower. So it is important not to waste magical power and to wait calmly. The key is to attack the part of Tarkin's shell that Taylor pierced with elemental slash. Although it is not very advisable to recite what will happen in the future, it was something I said as insurance, just in case. When Ziggs appeared in a place like this, there was a problem in official affairs, so it would be reasonable to do everything possible to deal with it for now. I will keep that in mind. Ziggs seems to have a lot to say, but he is reticent and seems to agree. This guy knows it too. Glaskin's summoning circle that embroiders the sky continues to add color. We don't have much time. There is a temporary station built by first-year students near the student plaza. I will escort you there. It's okay. Go alone. There's not much time, so move quickly. I'm going to rest here for a while. Senior Ed. You never know when the spirits might strike again. Phase 1 is over. If you have reached this point, the student library is safe. It was understandable that Ziggs, who had no way of knowing that fact, was worried. It's okay, just go. I'll take care of it. The most important thing is to retake the student center. You know that. Even though he was well aware of that fact, Ziggs left everything behind and ran. Ziggs showed a dark expression for a moment as those words struck his blind spot. Whether it's guilt or shame, you deal with it after the situation is over. Okay. That's how I clearly conveyed my intention to Ziggs. Ziggs closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded with a stern expression. And she spoke clearly while carrying Elka on her back. Thank you for the advice. With that, Ziggs made his way towards the entrance of the library. As I watched Ziggs amble away, I sighed and leaned against the statue again. Wow, that takes a lot of work. Anyway, the situation has come to an end. As long as Ziggs returns to the student center before entering phase 3, things will somehow work out as planned. It went well. Just stay still. The moment I thought that, a feeling of discomfort rose up in my chest. As I was looking at Ziggs back as he ambled away, I felt a strange sound spreading through my mind. Memories of failed Sword Saint of Sylvania, which I have played countless times. They must have understood the trend, well blocked various variables, and adjusted them well so as not to have a negative impact on the scenario. A feeling of discomfort of unknown origin seeps into a corner of my heart. If you think about what it is, and I don't know why you think so highly of Taylor. I've never even had a proper conversation with that guy. It starts with that line from Ziggs. The spear of vegetation, Ziggs, that I know is a character who recognizes and helps the main character, Taylor, and builds a bond with her by harmonizing with her in times of crisis or need. In short, it is a fairly common, reliable colleague or friend position. It's certainly strange that he doesn't have much appreciation for Taylor. Isn't this just the first act? There may not have been enough time to build sufficient bonds yet. But anyway, the sight of Ziggs talking about Taylor as if it was his first time seeing her, it's definitely strange. So if you go back and remember when Taylor and Ziggs first became friends, Act 1, Scene 9. This is the end of semester evaluation episode. It was a scenario where Taylor and Ziggs dueled for the first time, and Ziggs acknowledged Taylor's continued growth as the fight progressed. Once my thoughts reached that point, all sorts of possibilities unfolded in my mind like the roots of sweet potatoes tangled together. Suddenly, a ray of tension runs down my back. Hey, Ziggs. Yes. Ziggs, who was quietly leaving the student library, was called back. My thoughts changed. I have to go to the student center too. a place where important people from all kinds of scenarios throng around like a market floor. Normally, there is no need to go. However, unfortunately, the whole premise has just collapsed. Currently, the final scene of Act 1, the Glasgow subjugation battle, is underway. I don't know why, but the final chapter of Act 1, which was supposed to be the end of the semester, was pushed forward by a month. There is no way to know right now why Jenica's actions were so early or what variables were involved and how. I don't know if we will find out in some way later, but at this point, all of Jenica Failover's actions are empty puzzle pieces. Still, there was one fact that became certain. Due to the Glasgow subjugation battle being held earlier than scheduled Act 1 Scene 9, the end of semester exam episode was not conducted at all. What does it mean? Suddenly a phrase from a strategy book I saw a long time ago came to mind. Page 3. Nail Hole Corridor Battle Achievement Conditions. Reach the Combat Training Center where Elementalist Yenica is located. Enemies that appear. High Fire Spirit Token 1. The key is to continuously inflict damage to the tail using the Elemental Slash learned in Act 1, Chapter 9. If you cut off the tail, use Elemental Slash again to attack the head. At this point, Act 1, Chapter 9 has not progressed, and Taili has not mastered elemental cutting. Therefore, the current Taili cannot defeat Tarkin. Needless to say, it meant the collapse of all major premises. Chapter 24, Glasgow Subjugation Battle 4. I must rescue Yenica someday and comfort her. What suddenly comes to mind is a message from a high-ranking wind spirit who guarded the forest. When you suddenly receive such words, you cannot help but want to ask various questions. How do you know what will happen to Yenica? You probably don't have as much knowledge about the flow of the story as I do. What and how do you ask me to save you again? Are you saying that we should sacrifice everything, including future trends, resources, and just run into the student center and catch Balaspa? First of all, do you think that would be possible? Or do you mean to read all of that guy's thoughts in advance so that Yenica's actions do not go according to the established flow and control all variables, as if he were a god to create an environment so that Yenica can live only a happy life? There are degrees of unreasonable demands. Merelda is not stupid either. There must be a reason why he delivered such a message to me when Lucy Merrill, with whom I can communicate well, is right next to me. Since this is the guy who watched my every move while living in the forest, I guess he said this after making his own judgment. Unfortunately, inferring the intention right now is not only not easy, but it is also meaningless. There are a lot of things that need to be resolved. There was no way I had the brains left to care about the things around me. There are many difficult things in the world, but there is no need to challenge the impossible. People who break their brains while attempting impossible tasks usually do so because they did not know that it was impossible. From my perspective, having cleared Sylvania's failed swordsman countless times, evaluated the abilities of various characters and enemies, and played with various concepts, trying to beat Tarkin now is literally challenging the realm of the impossible. This is what you do. The third named boss in the final chapter of Act 1 of Sylvania's failed sword saint. High Fire Spirit Tarkin. Although it is a high-ranking spirit that boasts overwhelming specifications in itself, it is equipped with Velasper's Berserk buff, and its compatibility is infinitely superior to magic. The hard shell that surrounds its entire body nullifies the power of almost all magic-based attacks that touch its surface. However, this does not mean that the sword will stick properly, so the only thing that can be said is that it is completely unreasonable. Whatever it is, people who have played the game intuitively notice it at this point. That's not a boss you just created to overcome with specs or strategies. Ultimately, Tarkin's essence is an event boss. It is an entity implemented according to the needs of the scenario, designed to lead the situation into a flow that leads to the use of the elemental slash that Taili learned just before. Those damn games where new technology or functional elements are added inevitably lead to a scenario where you have no choice but to use them. Well, it's funny to add a function and not introduce it, but the result is a situation where you have to open a locked door without a key. Of course, that is impossible. What's in it? It's nothing special. It's not really necessary, but it's nice to have. Is that so? Ziggs asked when he saw the leather pouch he had brought out of the reading room, but he didn't have time to answer, so he just put it in his chest and crossed the hallway. If you are in a situation where you have to make the impossible possible, the methodology should not be sought in the normal realm. If you can't open the locked door, you have to go in through the back door. Isn't there a twist in the scenario that was going smoothly? You need to put aside for a moment the stance of steadily following the established flow, and only taking advantage of the parts that are advantageous to you. Since we are now in a situation where we have to return the flow of the scenario that has come out of the political situation to its original state, from here on, it is completely an area of quickness and improvisation. If I had enough time, I might have been able to solve it in a simpler way. I'm trying to improve all the training elements that exist in Sylvania's failed swordsmanship, so as time goes by it's on my side. However, if this is the situation we are facing, we must now resolve it with the resources we have. In the end, that methodology inevitably results in information superiority, a privilege in this world that only I enjoy. Fortunately, I came up with a good way. Although it was absurd, it was the most reliable method. Forgive me for being late. I will definitely pay for my sins. That's okay. Even if Ziggs had been there, we would have definitely been defeated. The moment we encountered the punitive force was earlier than expected. Since I couldn't enter the student center carrying Elka, I had to put her down at the student plaza station in front of it. Since it was a busy hour, I rushed over in a hurry, but surprisingly, all the members of the punitive force had returned to the student plaza. The condition was nonsense. Luckily, we were able to retreat, but Princess Phenia looked up at the vast night sky. The color of the Glasgow summoning circle had already completely turned dark red, so it would not be surprising if the summoning ceremony was completed immediately. The barrier covering the teaching building was also intact, so it seemed difficult to expect help from outside. Once you get this far, you have to re-enter whether it's porridge or rice. Time is not your ally. Even after seeing that summoning ceremony unfolding in the sky, no one will suggest waiting for outside assistance anymore. It was a busy situation at one time, and even once they were defeated and retreated, they wasted valuable time. I looked around. How far has it progressed? Where has it been blocked? And what is the extent of the damage? The members gathered at the Student Square garrison are truly dazzling. The main characters, who each perform various roles in their respective positions until the end of the scenario, are gathered together in a comprehensive gift set. Veiled Sword Saint Taily Companion Isla Princess of Mercy, Phenia Golden, Daughter Lortal Spear of Vegetation Ziggs Guard, Captain Claire Gloomy Clevius Meddlesome, Elvira Everyone had scratches big and small. And by the time they reached the guard, Captain Claire, one of his legs had been completely burned. That's a serious injury. It is no longer meaningful as a power source. In addition, Clevius had a splint on one arm. It looks like a fracture. The value of this side as a force was also greatly reduced. Anyway, the most important thing is that Taylor's condition seems to be okay. I confirmed that fact and moved on to the thinking stage, where I judged the progress of the scenario. At that time, Claire could barely control herself and voiced her opinion. If you are planning to re-enter, I think it would be better to gather volunteers from among general students and re-enter. If the pain in your legs goes away, hurry, it's okay, Claire. You can rest at the garrison. At those words, Claire shook her head. Princess Phenia, if you really care about me, please take back the order. You can't even walk properly, Claire. Me too, there is such a thing as a heart. You can pretty much infer it from that tone of voice. The reason why a strong man like Claire, the guard captain, suffered such serious injuries was probably because he was protecting Princess Phenia. Although she tightly purses her lips and speaks in a firm voice, Princess Phenia's mind is probably already a mess. Still, it is definitely Phenia-like to not show signs of weakness. However, having a strong mind does not mean that you can solve the crisis at hand. What solves a crisis is practical ability, not a strong mind. I raised my head and looked at the surrounding scenery. At the center of the student plaza is the Neris Building and Obel Building Student Center. Among the three buildings, the Glacht building is completely destroyed. This is evidence of entering Phase 2 and catching the Lieutenant's spirit in the main hall of Glacht Hall. And the entrance to the nail tube was clearly open, as if the spirit tree altar that had blocked the entrance to the nail tube was also caught. As expected, it is as expected. Although they managed to break through to Phase 2, the subjugation force was defeated once by Tarkin in Phase 3. Fortunately, the retreat appears to have been successful, but in the process, too much precious time was wasted, and an important force named Claire, the guard leader, was lost. Clevius, the first-year member of the combat club, must be seen as having lost more than half of his abilities. There was no time, and power was running out. It seems like the summoning circle will be completed any minute, making it difficult to expect help from outside. I can't sit still, but I'm not sure I can win if I re-enter right away. Princess Phenia was seen clenching her teeth. Anyway, I am now in the position of commanding this garrison. Something had to be done. Let's divide the punitive force into two. After quickly understanding the situation, I spoke. The intervention of an outsider who appeared out of nowhere. As the first-year ACE members all returned into the gloomy atmosphere in the garrison subsided once more. Looking at the status of the summoning ceremony, it will be completed very soon. I don't have enough time to grab Tarkin and go. What is it, Ed Rosteller? The answer came to a gloomy Clevius. He frowned in pain from the fracture, but continued to talk. Hey, this situation seems like a joke. I have to listen to the story first. Clevius. Before Clevius could say anything, it was Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, who stopped him. Everyone's eyes widened at that fact. Ziggs, who had been talking about Ed Ross Taylor as if he was going to eat him until he left his station, seemed to feel uncomfortable at the change in his attitude. What happened in the student library? Of course, there was no time to worry about such apparently good side effects right now. The high-ranking fire spirit Tarkin relies on hearing and touch rather than sight to understand the surrounding terrain and the location of enemies, so making a loud noise is enough to lure it out. It would be better for one team to pull Tarkin out while the other team enters the combat practice area. Senior Ed. I can only say that because I haven't actually dealt with Tarkin. This time, Lortle countered. She was a girl who had a history of going one-on-one with Tarkin during joint combat training. It is difficult to think that it is in the same state as it was during joint combat training. No, Velasper must have cast a berserk spell. I also fully confirmed this while subduing lower-ranking spirits. By attracting attention, you gain time. I'm not the type of person who understands that concept. I'm just glad I didn't get knocked out or lose my life in one hit. It was pure luck that we were able to retreat. As Lortle calmly explained the reality, I questioned him for confirmation. Did he escape from the gap between the pillars? How did you know that? He looked at me with eyes full of that meaning, but I don't have time to explain that now. The situation itself, having to intervene in the scenario this much in the first place, is not very comfortable. If there wasn't an incident that went astray in official affairs, there wouldn't have been any trouble with Catabuta in the middle of a garrison full of important people. I will not waste my information advantage by interfering with the flow of political affairs. It's time to put that policy aside for now. There is a cutscene where the pillars of the corridor collapse 3 times during the battle. If you get crushed by a pillar, you will die instantly, so make sure to avoid it. If you have the elemental cut skill, defeating Tarkin itself is not difficult. Therefore, there are surprisingly few facts that people may not know unless they have a lot of playing experience. If you guide the huge stone pillars at the 3 corners of the nail pipe corridor well and place them there, you can create a temporary gap. You were lucky. Luckily, Tarkin was crushed by one of the stone pillars, giving him an opportunity to escape. It must have been a situation where heaven helped. The only time Tarkin gets crushed by a pillar is the first time. After that, it knocks away the pillar with its tail, so you can't hope for such a lucky feat twice. I won't pry into the details. Senior Ed. Anyway, the plan you presented is unrealistic. Even if we all attacked together, it was an opponent that had no choice, and they even split their strength in half. He might be able to take some time off, but I don't think it would be long enough for it to be meaningful. Lortle's opinions are always realistic and reasonable. That outstanding cool-headedness was the biggest reason that brought the girl to where she is now. Rather than taking time, the punitive force in charge of Tarkin is more likely to be overpowered immediately. If Tarkin joins the combat training center, we may have to face the worst situation of having to deal with Velasfer and Tarkin at the same time. If we were to condense the whole story into just one sentence, it would be as follows. The risk is too great. But it wasn't that I had nothing to say. Considering the size of risk can only be done when there are other alternatives. Lortle. Lortle seemed to be unable to refute those words, but for a moment he fell silent. He rolled his eyes as if he had nothing more to say in response, but Lortle couldn't think of any other way to resolve the situation. We must not lose sight of what the most important goal is at this point. Princess Fenia. Isn't this the job of stopping Yenica from being ruled by Belaspa? Everyone is silent again. Since the speaker is Ed Ross Taylor, you may not want to agree with him, but he doesn't say a single word that is wrong. There is no need to suppress Tarkin. Just skip Tarkin and somehow go to the combat training range and stop Yenica. This number of members will be enough to subdue Velasfa. No, you have to do it. The reason they cannot overpower Tarkin with such golden members is ultimately due to their inferiority in compatibility. The final phase of the battle in which Velaspa and Yenica appear can be easily resolved even if it is a subjugation force with insufficient strength. The key is Taylor's sword training. All you need is enough people to support it. Ed Rosteller. Princess Fenia's eyes turned to me. The appearance is not good at all. All kinds of variables and situations would have pushed her into a corner. The hem of her dress, which was always shiny after rolling on the dirt, is dirty and torn here and there. The tips of her silky hair are scorched by Tarkin's flames. It is a trace of a terrible battle. She who is in a corner both physically and mentally looks straight into my eyes once again. Also, it's you. I won't talk too much because time is running out. The surrounding area is already filled with the whispering sounds of students. Who is this person who talks so proudly? Is he crazy to follow Ed Ross Taylor's opinion? Are we all going to die together? Well, these are stories that don't need to be recited. I don't lie. But they are not the final decision makers. There is only one person with the qualifications of monarch in charge of this hastily built garrison. Princess Fenia looked at me like that for a long time. She seemed lost in thought for a moment, then nodded her head. Regardless of the intention, there is nothing wrong with what you say. A decision made calmly. Princess Fenia, are you saying we should follow that person's opinion now? This is Ed Rosteller. Be quiet, Claire. I'm not following Ed Rosteller's opinion, but a reasonable opinion. He is giving a reasonably valid opinion. Princess Fenia, who made the final decision, eventually spoke to the members surrounding the garrison. There is no way to beat Tarkin at this point. What is certain, though, is that if you defeat Elementalist Yenica, Tarkin will also be neutralized. But there is something that must be decided. Who will stop Tarkin? There was silence among everyone for a moment as Zig's words penetrated to the core. Aha, that's just picking on those who want to commit suicide. Be careful what you say, Elvira. Oh, I am sorry, Princess. Even in a state of complete disrepair, nosy Elvira quickly shut her mouth at the princess' words. Being on one side doesn't mean you're a particularly safer. The opponents are a high-ranking dark spirit and a high-ranking fire spirit. Yes, from their perspective, there is no guarantee that entering the combat practice area without blocking Tarkin will make them safer. In fact, if I were to evaluate it from my point of view, because I know everything Tarkin is more dangerous. Tarkin, an enemy prepared to teach Taylor how to use elemental slash, appeared with an overwhelming compatibility advantage due to his characteristics. However, the high-ranking dark spirit Velaspa is just a strong enemy. It is not an enemy that must be dealt with by relying on a specific strategy, but is a standard final boss that is dealt with by appropriately utilizing the abilities and strategies you have. In the current situation, Tarkin's existence is infinitely unreasonable. As mentioned above, it is a lock that must be opened without a key. However, Velaspa is nothing more than a complicated labyrinth. Since there are this many members, if you work hard, you can destroy it. But I don't really want to deal with that fire lizard. Clevius, who had a cowardly temperament, lamented like this. I am. Put me in the combat practice range entry section. I'd rather go that way. It's more important to subdue Senior Yenica. Yes. At this point, the biggest difference between Tarkin and Velaspa is the feeling of fear that touches your skin. Tension spread among everyone. The princess was unable to immediately stop Clevius' ominous words, because she, the princess, suddenly realized once again the feeling of fear she felt when she faced Tarkin, an unknown target that has not yet been directly encountered, and an opponent that was actually defeated once before. At this point, it was obvious that the psychological horror that Tarkin would inflict would be much stronger. Tarkin, a high-ranking fire spirit, wearing Velaspa's berserk buff. The embodiment of fear that roars, swings its tail, breaks the pillars of the corridor, and runs wild while spewing fire. It's natural that I don't want to deal with him again. No one volunteered for Tarkin's subjugation team. There was tension among everyone. Someone has to take responsibility for that position. I will stay. The first person to raise her hand was Taylor McLaura. Don't be stupid. I rejected Taylor's opinion without even a second of delay. I beg your pardon. There is still hostility in Taylor's eyes when he looks at me. It has to be that way. If you die now, even if you wake up, you won't be able to deal with that lizard. I can't last even a minute. There's no guarantee that someone else will be able to do it. If I had to choose the one to discard anyway, it would be reasonable for it to be me. Taylor looked around. If you look at the faces of the members sitting around the center of the Student Square garrison, they are all dazzling. It is not common to see members of Nanda Jinda sitting together and exchanging opinions. The only failing student there. It's like a goose among a flock of swans. It may be quite well trained now, but it probably won't be enough to overcome the overwhelming difference in specs. Those feet are fast. I'm not sure how long I can run away, but if I have to sacrifice, it's right for me to do it. You must be mistaken. We're not picking a scapegoat right now. After saying that, I grabbed Taylor's shoulder and turned her around. I just give up my back and Taylor gets pushed around by me and gets caught up in the crowd again. Don't show up and stay inside. You must enter the combat training range. And I look straight at Princess Fenia. I have a clever idea. We can tie up Tarkin until the main force subdues Yenica. What is that? That do you have time to explain? So to speak, it's very long. Looking up at the sky, the color tone of Glaskin's summoning ceremony shows no signs of changing anymore. It is completely stained dark red and looks like it is about to spit out a disaster like glass can at any moment. There is no need to split the punitive force in half. Please give me just two. One in charge of the vanguard and one in charge of firepower. After talking up to that point, I kept my mouth shut. Radish what? Ed Rothgiller wants me to follow you and stay behind to deal with Tarkin. Where in the world is such a crazy person? Better just pray to God, rather than trusting and following you. He'll just run away to the outskirts of the burial ceremony. The person in charge of the vanguard will just be Clevius, who is making such a fuss right now. What? Why me? Why? Sorry. It's my fault. I don't want to die. Well, really, it's noisy. Stupid Clevius. Elvira, a nosy person who couldn't hear anything, screamed and took the cloth used to seal the alchemy reagent and stuffed it into the injured Clevius' mouth. Clevius only let out intermittent screams while gurgling. The person in charge of firepower, Lortle, you stay. Me. Golden Daughter Lortle looked at me with an expression of surprise on her face. I don't know if you know, but I have a record of crushing defeats, even against Tarkin, who is not under the Berserk spell. Does that have any meaning? At this point, there is no one who can beat Tarkin one-on-one. That too, but Lortle smiled and spoke. I'm also a person who knows that my life is a waste. In a situation like this, wouldn't it be natural for anyone to politely refuse, even if it's not that stupid Clevius? It seemed like Clevius was crying out loud, asking who he was calling an idiot, but none of the punditry members paid any attention. Okay, but actually your opinion doesn't matter that much. That too, Lortle coolly admitted. At this point, there is only one person who makes all decisions about the punitive force's course of action. I turned my head. There is Fenia Elias Clole, a girl who has the actual power to decide everyone's actions. Make a decision. Do you want me to trust you? Is there another alternative? The attention of those around me was already completely focused. The opinions of the students guarding the garrison were mostly skeptical. Ed Rossdale's notoriety is such that anyone who doesn't know is now a spy. It is rather unconscionable to expect a favorable response. Princess, it's not possible. No, anyway, absolutely not. You can't trust someone like that and entrust your work to them. The sullen Clevius spat out the cloth and shouted his objection. I think it's worth the walk. If there is no other alternative, let's follow Ed's opinion, because that's the only alternative. Ziggs, the spear of vegetation, was relatively supportive of me. Yes, it might be better to follow that opinion. I don't know anything else, but I think it's better than sitting still and getting killed. Ahaha. Nosy Elvira seems to agree with me, but if you look closely, her stance is actually good. I won't say anything. Golden Daughter Lortle is quietly observing the situation. Taylor remained silent, as if her thoughts were complicated. Princess Fenia quietly closed her eyes at the center. Figure out what is the right path among the scattered opinions. You must carefully figure out whose opinions you will trust and whose opinions you will reject. After thinking about it for a while, I finally opened my eyes, the words I barely uttered. There are conditions. It might be a little difficult. Without further ado, it signaled the start of the plan. By any chance, don't die. Never. The punitive force was divided into two groups. The Tarkin team consisting of me and Clevius Lortle, and the Yenica suppression team consisting of the remaining members. There is no particular reason to nominate Clevius and Lortle. There was a need for one vanguard and one firepower officer. The person who could be in charge of the vanguard in the punitive force was Taylor Clevius Ziggs Clare. Taylor was out of the woods, and Claire was seriously injured. In the end, it's either Ziggs or Clevius, but in fact, it's better to add Ziggs, who is stronger to the team that subdues Yenica, which is the core of the subjugation. Since I only needed a vanguard to attract attention, there was no need to ask for a strong vanguard, so I chose Clevius, who was injured. Among the remaining people, the one who can handle firepower is Fenia Lortle Elvira. Isla is still too weak to be in charge of firepower. Princess Fenia is out of the question. She is a defensive builder who blocks Velasper's attack magic in the final battle, so she should be sent to the Yenica suppression team. The remaining ones are Elvira and Lortle. Among them, the reason I ultimately chose Lortle was not that great. As I said once, Lortle in the first act is a bad ending maker. There was no need to keep him with Taylor, so I just brought him. As a result, Yenica's subjugation team became Taylor Fenia Zix Elvira Isla. It's an extremely simple composition compared to Jungsa, but theoretically, as long as Taylor's swordsmanship is revealed, he can definitely win. Is it a bit close? It's inevitable to be worried. At this point, I think we have inferred the characters' abilities and thought about their roles as much as possible to make the optimal distribution, but compared to a private affair, there are definitely more uncertainties. If I can't defeat Yenica with that member, my head will hurt even more from there. Well, for now, I have no choice but to trust and leave it to you. What's urgent right now is Tarkin. So, Senior Ed, the situation has been established just as you wanted. The time is late morning. The time of sunrise is slowly approaching. The time limit also seems to have an end. The location is the entrance where the student center is directly visible. Neris Hall and Obel Hall were also visible on both sides. Shit, why do I have to be here like this? Oh God, please just let me survive. Clevius looked almost like he was crying. Even if he looks like that, he is a guy who does it when he gets it done. He buzzes loudly and is like a mosquito, but his role as bait is amazing. Lortle Clevius and I stood side by side and looked at the open entrance to the nail salon. As soon as you enter, the nail hall corridor battle begins. If Taken is pulled out, the Yenica suppression team takes advantage of the opportunity and charges to the combat training site, entering the final battle. The Tarkin battle and the Velasper battle are being held at the same time. As I get caught up in things like this, I have all kinds of strange experiences. It's time for you to tell me, right? How are you going to waste time fighting that fire lizard? I can't take the time. Yes, Lortle looked at me with puzzled eyes. Clevius was also startled by those words. What is it? What are you talking about? Just a touch is death, and the speed is ridiculously fast, and even the pillars are collapsing in such a small space. How can we take so much time? Even if I tried to run away, I couldn't last even 5 minutes. That this is something I cannot easily ignore. Senior Ed, we risked our lives. If you put it the other way around, it means you can take about 5 minutes. I took off my dirty school uniform coat and rolled up my sleeves. Instead of thinking about running away, you should think about catching. Clevius and Lortle were dumbfounded by those words. Aside from Clevius, this is the first time I've seen Lortle, who always has a cool-headed face, look dumbfounded. It's not a common sight, but it's funny when I see it. Just do as you're told. If we follow the plan, we will definitely win. I roughly waved my arm and sent a signal to the Yenica subjugation team. It was a signal to enter. Chapter 25, Glaskin Subjugation Battle 5. Tarkin's roar traverses the nail pavilion corridor. The sound, so sharp as to cut out the eardrums with a knife, makes everyone swallow dry saliva. Entering the nail pipe corridor battle. The person at the forefront is the gloomy Clevius. I don't know. This is where my life ends. Gloomy Clevius, the first-year member of the combat club. He always says ominous things, complains a lot, and even looks gloomy, so I just think he's a pitiful person every time I see him. But basically, Clevius is the type that is strong in times of crisis. He is an innate coward, and even though he holds the position of head of the combat department, he is strangely unsure of his own abilities. It may be due to an unfortunate family environment or life history, but that is not important. The key point is that his tenacity is at a level that even someone in the combat division can put his finger on the tongue. Ah, he is wearing a splint on one of his fractured arms. Just sprinting at full speed would have caused intense pain, but Clevius crossed the nail pipe corridor as if nothing had happened. This nail hall is located in the center of the three student center buildings and is used as a meeting place or combat training center. As it is a place where people come and go all year round, it is kept clean and well maintained. As proof of that fact, there is not even a single speck of dust on the marble floor of the long corridor. At the end of the corridor, which extends about 50 meters, is a huge door leading to the combat training area. It was the very place where first and second graders practiced joint combat. The wide door that welcomes any student of Sylvania is now blocked by a huge flaming lizard. Just making eye contact brings back the fear from the previous subjugation. Tarkin slowly stood up and once again let out a roar that sounded like a sharp shredding sound. As soon as Clevius saw Tarkin like that, his legs started shaking and fear began to take over his body. Ah, ah. Clevius clenched his teeth and had difficulty controlling his frantically trembling body. Every sense in his body was screaming at him to run away, but he knew well that if he threw everything away, he would end up neither porridge nor rice. Fortunately, I have Comrade Gil. You don't have to face that great fear alone. There is Ed Rathdiller, who is so confident and calm, and Lortel Ketchelm, who cool-headedly analyzes the situation even in any crisis situation. They are very different people from Clevius, who makes a fuss and gets scared even in the slightest crisis. I don't think he can do any significant damage to Tarkin, but at least he doesn't enter this hellhole alone. That fact is the least bit of comfort in this hopeless situation. It's coming. The battle is about to begin. What should we do now? After checking Tarkin, who was rushing towards him as if he was going to eat him at any moment, Clevius looked back to ask his colleagues about their policy. Unfortunately, there was no one there. Sadly, Clevius never looked back as he rushed in here. I was so panicked and sprinting that I didn't have time to worry about anything else. Only the hallway of the nail salon that he ran into is straight, and his colleagues, who must have been running with him, are completely gone. Cold sweat began to well up from Clevius' back like crazy. "You tricked me! You tricked me!" Clevius screamed with a face that looked like he was half crying. "Hey, you crazy people! Hey, where are you? Come out! What are you going to do with me? Why am I the scapegoat? If you're going to do it this way, why don't you send Taylor, who was claiming to be the scapegoat? Why me? Ah!" Clevius, who was screaming in the most disgusting way in the world, ran away like crazy, leaving behind Tarkin, who was running towards him. If this was going to happen, I didn't trust that damn Ed Rathdiller. I had to persuade Princess Fenia, even if it meant hitting the floor and yelling like an immature child. I was fooled by Princess Fenia's strong appearance and ended up following her policies, but I resent my past self. "Why are you doing this to me? Ah, I hate you. I hate the whole world. Please help me. Please, I was wrong. Ah." The sight of Clevius running away with tears in his eyes was pitiful. Well, pretend to enter together, but if Clevius seems to have lost his mind, well, leave again. That bastard is a coward and will never do it if you tell him to go in alone, so this is a necessary step. The dawn light rises from the east. Soon this long night will end. Lortel gently closed his eyes once. The location is a corner of the student plaza that is a long way from the student center. You can see three large buildings. In front of the nail pavilion that Clevius entered, the half-destroyed Glocked pavilion, and right next to it, the oval pavilion that Ed Rathdiller had just run into. I concentrated my mind and brought out the magic power of my entire body. In a corner of my head, the conversation I had with Ed Rathdiller is replaying. The first step is to push Clevius into the nail tube corridor. Does that mean you will eventually sacrifice Clevius? It may not be a bad choice, but it cannot avoid moral criticism. If it had been such a one-dimensional measure, I wouldn't have said anything. Lortel focused on the sound of Clevius' screams coming to his ears. The most important role will be yours. Lortel, you will be in charge of securing the entrance to the Yenica suppression team, and in fact, you will be responsible for inflicting the fatal blow on Tarkin. There is no hesitation in the words spoken by the fallen nobleman. Even in the midst of this dizzying, confusing, and urgent situation, I have no hesitation in my decision, and am confident in the policy I have decided on. Lortel closed his eyes. Since I was an adult, I have walked the path of mourning and experienced countless crises even at a young age. A crisis is a crisis because it was unexpected. From paper crises that block logistics distribution or bottlenecks in the cash flow of a commercial company, to actual crises such as a secret struggle or scheme by a competing commercial company. From Lortel's experience, he knows that crises are usually an invaluable opportunity that allows us to see through human nature and the bottom. I remember Zig's back as he left the garrison. I am disillusioned with the sentimental egoism that prioritized only one's own feelings in a crisis situation where one does not know what is ahead. I remember Princess Phinia, who helped Ziggs. I despise the weightless decision of someone who must be firmly rooted and centered more than anyone else. A truly trustworthy person is one who tries to find the right answer with firm conviction in the face of any crisis or unexpected situation. This is a person who is not consumed by fear, is not swayed by emotions, and does not try to doubt his or her beliefs. First of all, the most urgent thing is to send the Yenica suppression team into the combat training range. Subduing Tarkin is something I have to think about next. So, first, concentrate your mind and listen to the sound. And when you think Tarkin is far enough away, just destroy the wall on the side of the combat training room. The key is to keep Tarkin and Velosfer separate. The worst thing is that the Yenica suppression team faces a situation where they have to deal with Tarkin and Velosfer at the same time. Hugh really speaking in a boastful way by nature, Lortel is in the position of giving instructions rather than receiving instructions. Due to his status as a first-year student and the fact that he lives with the extremely noble royal family, he does not stand out. However, Lortel's position within the Elt Chamber of Commerce is such that even mature and old merchants bow their heads at least once. Normally, he would live his entire life on a commercial island and would have no need to set foot in such a place of learning. Although I entered Sylvania due to some necessity, its essence does not change. A fallen nobleman, a person on the edge of a cliff with no money left, is absolutely not in a position to listen to orders to do this or that from someone like that. However, there is a strange faith and confidence in Ed Rothdeller's words. He assures her that he can overcome this crisis situation, which makes even Princess Phinia, who has lived the life of a monarch, hesitate if she just follows his instructions. His tone, devoid of even the slightest doubt, clearly makes one think he has experienced even such a sudden crisis countless times. Where is the bottom of the person called Ed Rothdeller? 3 gold coins were clearly returned to the hand that was shaken. Lortel, who lived in the slums before being picked up by Golden King Elt, knows well the psychology of those who are in a corner. I fully understand how great a temptation it is to have a single gold coin fall into the hands of someone who cannot guarantee their life for tomorrow. Well, I don't think I am the kind of person who can make judgments just based on rumors. A huge ice spear was floating above Lortel's head. Even if Clevius had amazing tenacity and agility, he would soon catch up with Tarkin. A violent decision to destroy the entire wall of a nail salon boasting a long history. It was simple when I thought of it, but it didn't come to mind easily. These are Sylvania students who usually walk around the faculty building and visit the student center as if it were their home. The majestic nail building is one of the prides of this school and a landmark representing the student center. Because it feels like a background that should naturally stand there, the act of destroying it with one's own hands is a blind spot outside the realm of thought. But wasn't the Glacht tube already destroyed in the first place? No matter how long a building boasts a long history, it cannot give priority to human life. If the scale of the crisis has grown, such bold and violent decisions are sometimes necessary. If it's a building, you can rebuild it, but Taken ran rampant anyway, so the situation inside the building isn't that bad. Who will be held responsible for this act of destruction? Although there is no need to be afraid of such things, the realm of such value judgments is an unknown world for immature students. The magnificent student center is a treasure of this school and should not be damaged carelessly. Even accidents are confined by such mechanical rules, making it impossible to make flexible decisions in extreme situations. If your house is on fire, you have to break the window to escape. No matter how expensive the stained glass is, even if it is a one-of-a-kind piece of noble art, You must know how to break it without hesitation and run away. There is nothing to complain about if it is such an old building. Where else would I go to experience something like this, destroying that nail tube with my own hands? After saying that, I thought about it. Lortle had already blown up the roof of the nail building once during joint combat training. As my thoughts reached that point, I could finally see the intention of Ed Ross Taylor's words before leaving for the Obergwen. You're good at this. Lortle stopped laughing. If you think about it, he's a pretty interesting guy. When the situation is over, let's talk leisurely. Quang! Eventually, all the ice spears were driven into the outer wall of the nail hall where the combat training room is located. Dust rises, and the outer wall of the nail tube collapses. He smiled neatly when he saw the entry group waiting outside the student plaza. The dumbfounded expressions on everyone's faces are impressive. Anyway, the access road was secured. All that's left is to deal with Tarkin. All it does is buy time so that the entry team can subdue Yenica. Now what to do was obvious. If you do something about the shell, your magic will be effective against Tarkin. I'll take responsibility for the shell, so I'm gathering all the magical power I have and chanting the strongest freezing magic I can. Lortle suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity at the sight of the man giving instructions without wasting a single word. It's unlikely, but maybe I've found my kind. If that were the case, I would be very excited, but I'm not immature enough to get excited about such a slim possibility. Lortle began quietly chanting magic as he watched the Yenica subjugation team enter the combat training room. It is 100 times, 1,000 times better than the guidance of a princess who is still immature and swayed here and there. An unfounded confidence that everything will work out comes flooding back. If it goes in the wrong direction, it could turn out to be a fool's errand, but at least for now I don't feel that way. Quara, Lortle, Ed, you all really think you're going to die? I won't let you go. Clevius, who was almost caught up by Tarkin and about to be eaten, jumped out of the nail tube screaming. No, I feel like I'm going to die right now. It's dangerous. Please help me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying I would kill you. I'll just forgive you all. Please save me just this once. Lortle gathered all the magical power in his body as he watched him scream in a miserable manner. Quang! The Oval Hall is located on the southwest side of the student square. This is a building that Princess Phenia would frequently visit after becoming student council president. It is a place where there are many warehouses and conference facilities containing the student council's private property. It is a place that has no significance now and is crowded out of the story. As I was frantically running up the stairs there, I saw the exterior wall of the nail tube collapsing outside the window. While Clevius was running away in fear, Lortle secured the entrance. The Yenica suppression team is seen entering the Nailgwen combat training range. After confirming that things were going according to plan, I continued walking again. The final act of Act 1 has finally entered Phase 4. The Glasgow summoning ceremony is almost complete, and the energy of dawn is rising in the eastern sky. Maybe this is the last chance. If we can't subdue Yenica over there, the rest is completely unknown territory. This crazy situation where we have to play the Tarkin game and the Balaspa game at the same time. It is arrogant to fight Tarkin fairly with magic, in the absence of elemental slash. That is no different from the idea of burning to death a person wearing 2 or 3 layers of fire protection clothing. I don't know if you can cause light burns or fainting, but if you want to burn it to death, you have no choice but to pour out unrealistically overwhelming firepower or pour magma on it. At least among the members of the punitive force, there is no one who can do that. Among the punitive team members, Quang. I kicked open the rooftop door of the Oval Hall and jumped out. An open rooftop view greets me, and a familiar witch's hat catches my eye. If I had some time to spare, I would have stopped by the Oval Hall first, but since the summoning ceremony was about to be completed, I had to send the Yenica suppression team in first. Anyway, I reached the rooftop of the Obergwen on time, so it's okay now. In the end, if we want to discuss the methodology to break through Tarkin's shell, we must go against this tedious scenario of the final chapter of Act 1 and go back to the strategy of Phase 1. Page 1. Convening a punitive force. Achievement conditions. Summon Princess of Charity Phenia Zix, Spear of Vegetation Lortle the Golden Daughter, Isla the Companion, Elvira the Nosy, and Clevius the Grim to the student square. Additional achievement condition. Summon Romantic Adele. Additional achievement condition, summon idle Lucy. Additional achievement condition, summon the senior maid Belle. The additional achievement conditions are nothing special other than giving a little faction friendliness. These characters do not participate in the punitive force. If your goal is to clear 100, you can find Adele playing the ukulele in the grass behind the archery range on the west side, Lucy taking a nap on the rooftop of the Oval Hall, and Belle next to the statue in Arlen Square. It's already a final chapter where time is running out, but there are very few people who want to clear all of the additional requirements for Phase 1. Finding it doesn't mean Yow'll be participating in a subjugation team, and the rewards aren't that great in the first place, so it's mostly treated as stagnant content to achieve achievements. Still, I have cleared this difficult final chapter countless times, so I am fully aware of where the additional achievement conditions are hidden, and I also know that among them there is a weapon that can turn the flow of the story over. In front of you, you can see a grenade that will pierce Tarkin's shell with one hit. The girl, perilously perched on the railing and exhaling, is a bamboo spear that can pierce even the thickest shield. If you want to deal with irrationality, this side has no choice but to bring irrationality. And if you want to deal with foul play, this side has no choice but to commit foul play. As the training has not yet been completely completed, in the end, Tarkin cannot be defeated without information superiority based on extensive play experience. So don't be upset. This side is also in desperate need of its own. Kang, I kicked over the railing and suddenly picked up Lucy. It was so light that the piles of firewood being moved every day seemed even heavier. Ha! Ah! Eek! Even though the teaching building is being destroyed by this division, this girl is happily taking a nap. Even though it is good to be rude, there is a limit. What is it? Ah, I am shaking. It's not day in the first place, it's night. It's to the point where I can't even call it a nap anymore. I wanted to ask why he was sleeping so long, but the reason was so obvious that there was no need to ask. For lazy Lucy, the act of sleeping itself is a means of recovering magical power. This dispirited girl, who had no sense of danger whatsoever, had spent an absurd amount of mana just last night just to run away from the senior maid, Belle. I used high-level spatial magic without chanting for quick casting, and the distance was from Arfale's Hall to the northern forest. Since you've run out of mana after doing something crazy like that, you need to rest if you want to regain that huge amount of mana. It was very Lucy-like that the place and method was to sleep on the rooftop of the Obelgwen, but unfortunately, now was not the time to rest or relax. Since I've eaten so many pieces of beef jerky and even destroyed the drying rack I put so much effort into, I need to do something to deserve it. There is no free lunch in this world. Still, I'm not completely heartless. I took out the leather pouch I brought from the reading room and opened it. Inside was a lot of jerky that had been dried and stored in advance. Beef jerky. It smells like beef jerky. He looks dazed because he hasn't woken up yet, but he can smell the beef jerky like a ghost. Quark, I picked up a handful of beef jerky and stuffed it into Lucy's tiny mouth. Ugh, eat a lot. After saying that, he picked up Lucy and ran along the railing. Muck Mamia, stay Mamia, my jaw hurts. There are too many. I think he said that. The high-ranking fire spirit Tarkin can be seen beyond the railing. Clevius, who has performed his role brilliantly, is running towards us with a crying expression. And Lortle, who has cast the largest ice spear he has ever created, also looks small. Perhaps all of Lucy's magic power had not returned. What was it all? Only a small portion of the mana, which was like an ocean, must have been recovered. Still, that's enough. Just as Tarkin's existence is absurdity itself, Lucy's existence is also absurdity itself. I hope you enjoyed it. I need to take care of that skin. What? I held up Lucy, who couldn't even pronounce words properly due to the pile of jerky stuck in her mouth, and took a stance. Since the target is a burning lizard, it can be seen clearly even in the current situation, which is a bit dark. Will the distance come out? There's nothing to worry about. I tried it a lot in the military. Check the target, remove the safety clip, pull out the safety pin, and throw. Everybody get down. He screamed so loudly that it echoed throughout the hall and threw Lucy with all his might over the railing to where Tarkin could be seen. Mama, Lucy screamed like that, and then she looked completely awake. Daughter-in-law, Mame, that's too much. I think he said that. I'm sorry, but from my perspective, this is the only way out. Lucy's screams as she walked away helplessly, with a mouth full of beef jerky, echoed throughout the student plaza. It's too much, it's too much, it's too much. A moment of silence after greeting Lucy as she falls away. Quara. The power of lightning spread around Lucy, a high-ranking lightning magic spell called Never's Punishment, and covered the entire area. Due to the shock that occurred so quickly, a violent wind swept through the area, and I had to hold on to the railing. Once the shell is blown, the Tarkan battle itself becomes worth playing with just the current members. I gathered myself and stood on the railing again. It's time to finish. Up until now, I was anxious because I was wondering if everything would go as planned, but if you've come this far, there's only one thing that's important. One might say that this situation is snobbish, but it is a serious issue in its own way. Tarkin is a high-ranking fire spirit. It goes without saying, but the enormous amount of spirit skill proficiency given when you defeat it should never be wasted. In some ways, this is the most important moment of all. Now that we've come this far, there's one thing I can never compromise on. Last hit. Last hit. You have to take the last hit. You can never give in. I quickly started running down to the outskirts of the student square where Lortel and Clevius were. I am so proud of you, our dear daughter Yenica. I'm so proud to be your friend, Jenica. You are the hope of the second year. You were the only one who showed proper skills in this joint combat practice. If you are a Yenica student, you can trust us. If it weren't for you, this second year would have been the worst. I am so glad I had you. Yenica, the memories that leaked out were very heartbreaking. Beyond the collapsed wall of the Obel Hall, the sky is slowly becoming brighter. The twinkling stars in the girl's eyes were disappearing as if the snow was melting. The girl ended up mocking herself for even expressing such romantic sentiments during this time. The number of punitive forces that attacked was not as large as expected. A girl who was sitting quietly chanting in the center of the combat training center quietly stands up. The oak staff he always carries is stained black. The eyes of the spirits guarding her are unusually eerie, making those who see them cringe. The girl who had been chanting spells in the midst of countless corporeal spirits and lower-level spirit beasts slowly looks back. As if possessed, I look for the face of a boy, but that boy is not among the punitive force. It's natural. The faces of the subjugation team members all looked at the girl. To them, the curses of Belasper that embroider her body seem like chains that are binding the girl. The girl smiled sadly at that fact and quietly muttered, "Come on. The final battle of the final scene of Act 1. Battle of Yenica Palova." Unfortunately, there wasn't much time allowed to exchange impressions with each other. Chapter 26, Glasgow Subjugation, Battle 6. The tip of my nose stings. It is a familiar feeling to Yenica. When I sprinkled too much pepper on the cream soup in the student cafeteria, when I had a fight with Clara, who I was always close with when my beloved dad was seriously injured by a cow on the ranch, or when I returned to Sylvania after a long vacation. Every time that happened, Jenica frowned and endured this spicy sensation that came up to the tip of her small nose. I want to cry. I know what that feels like. Although she smiles brightly like an immature princess from a fairy tale, no one knows that Jenica is actually a deeper human being than anyone else. Even if you spend just one day together, you can clearly see that the source of Yenica's unique, lively, and easygoing atmosphere is paradoxically her infinitely adult inner self. That's why even her family friends, faculty seniors and juniors can't help but look at her with envious eyes. This is especially true because she is a promising talent who has never stepped down from her position as the head of the second year of the Ministry of Magic. Living with that expectation, I suddenly look up and see this. Velasper, a high-ranking dark spirit, reigns leisurely at the top of the Nail Pavilion Combat Training Center. His limbs are like those of a human, but his head is that of a grotesque mountain goat. The bat-like wings are huge. He stretches from his back and tries to cover his nail tube. The burning mace held in one hand looks as if it could sweep away the seats at any moment. Needless to say, it is a clear image of the devil. It was a sight that would make those who saw it take their breath away and take a step back, but the subjugation team members stood with their feet firmly planted on their seats with steadfast eyes. Taylor McLaura Isla Tris Fenia Elias Clol Ziggs Eppelstein Elvira Aniston. If you look at the faces of the punitive force, they are burning with strong will and fighting spirit rather than fear. If you close your eyes after looking at that scene, you will naturally sense defeat. I will lose this battle ugly. The doubt becomes certainty. However, the emotions rising in my chest are not frustration or grief. Yenika slowly opened her eyes again and immediately raised her oak staff. As expected, the tip of my nose stings. It was a quite familiar feeling to Yenika. After jumping down like crazy from the rooftop of the Oval building and reaching the outskirts of the student square again, the Takan war was coming to an end. Quang, quang, ah, wow. Die, you crazy bastard, please die. Lucy's high-level lightning magic was frighteningly powerful, but it could not kill Tarkin instantly. Even considering that Lucy's magical state was not normal and that she did not have time to properly cast magic in such an unexpected situation, Tarkin's persistence in enduring it deserves applause. However, Tarkin's shell was completely burned, so its incredible level of magic resistance disappeared. The magic hits effectively. With that fact alone, the difficulty of defeating Tarkin goes down exponentially. Clevius was screaming and dodging Tarkin's attack. Although she was trembling with fear and shedding tears, her movements to avoid Tarkin's tail lashings and kicks were truly amazing. This may be because Clevius' agility is great, but it is also because Tarkin's movements have become noticeably slower compared to the beginning. The figure is that of a dying beast. It is in its final struggle. Tarkin's ear-piercing roar cuts across the sky above the student plaza again. The roar that was first shouted in the nail pipe corridor was the brave roar that warlike warriors shout when entering battle. However, the roar Tarkin is shouting now is a scream of pain that cannot be overcome. I'll make it easy for you right away. I stuck to Lortle, who was providing fire support. Lucy, it's rolling around a corner nearby. It would be great if I could finish it, but I'm not sure if I have the strength left to do so. It's okay. I'm rather glad. I was worried about what would happen if Lucy had finished it. Even if her magic power is almost depleted, Lucy will be able to easily subdue Tarkin. As I've said many times, my ultimate goal at this point is to strike Tarkin's final blow and suck up a huge amount of his skill proficiency in the spirit world. There is a high possibility that Lucy's strength will actually be hindered. I didn't see it that way, but Clevius is also great as a vanguard. Even though I was injured, I never thought I would attract Tarkin's attention to this extent. If he would just shut his mouth, he would be a good warrior. That sharp mouth is the key. Hey, ouch, evil, you guys, what are you staring at there? Please save me, please use magic. What are you doing? Arg. I'm going to die if this continues, please. Clevius' greatest strength is that more than anything else he is insanely easy. If you do anything, Yowl starts screaming and screaming, so Yowl naturally look down on it and think you can handle it quickly, but that's not the case. Even if it's rotten, it's okay. He is the head of the first year of Sylvania Academy's combat club. His strangely low self-esteem ironically often becomes his advantage. Tarkin's position is also understandable. It looks like Clevius, who is squirming like a mosquito, can be dispatched with a single tail swipe, but no matter how hard you try to subdue him, he cannot be subdued in time. I really won't leave you alone. Really, just use it as bait and sit there. I won't leave you alone. The sight of me screaming and running like crazy will soon reach its limit. Let's finish. I'm trying to do that. Even though two ice spears were pierced with all her magical power, she clenched her teeth and held on. Why do you have all that tenacity? You have to cut his throat. I tried to raise my magical power and concentrate it at my fingertips. In order to train me to the limit, I fired magic like crazy in the student library, and the remaining magic power in my tank was almost at an all-out low. However, it is sufficient to be able to fire a few basic spells. Your ice-blocking magic isn't good at cutting cleanly, so I'll do it. It's time for me to take responsibility and finish it, so I'll stop his movements just once. You can do it right. It is possible, if only now. Anyway, the important thing is to exploit weaknesses. If it weren't for that shell, even Taylor, who had not yet been properly trained, could be cut down sufficiently. My wind blade has already reached level 10 mastery, so I should be able to cut it down in one blow. The problem is range. Tarkin swings its tail and feet like crazy and destroys everything around it. If you go into its range and make a mistake, you will be shot with one hit. It's amazing how Clevius avoids attacks almost like a circus. You have to stop Tarkin's movement the moment I approach. In that split second, I will blow Tarkin's head off with my wind blade from close range. If Tarkin is not subdued at that point, I too will be in danger. I tapped Lortle on the shoulder. I'm risking my life for you, so you have to do it right. Ahaha. Senior Ed makes it so easy to say things like I will take responsibility and do it, or that I will risk my life for you. Actually, if you look at it, it's all a gamble. It's not gambling. I know about the golden daughter Lortle because I have encountered it countless times. This woman is a monster of reason who quickly overcomes her embarrassment and faces reality no matter what unexpected events may occur from the first act to the last chapter. You may not be sure, but I already know. In political affairs, there were many situations that were more urgent and required more caution than this. Lortle is the right person for this kind of work that requires remaining calm until the end. This is an investment. Life is never cheap, so do your job well. At those words, Lortle's expression hardened for a moment, but soon as if it was fun. Investment is my specialty. I let out a wicked smile. To be honest, it would be better to leave such close combat to Clevius Wright. Even though he is the head of the combat department, a sword would be better suited to cutting something down. As expected, this is a valid opinion. As a member of the Ministry of Magic, there is no need for me to get caught up in close combat. If Clevius were able to avoid Tarquin's attack with his strange movements, it might be possible to crawl into the arms of that terrifying Tarquin and cut off his head. But I have to do it. Why? Because I have to take the last hit. The enormous amount of combat proficiency in elemental skills given by the high-ranking fire spirit Tarquin is a treasure that should never be wasted. However, you can't say that out loud, and in the end, anything that can be used as an answer is bound to be a hasty excuse. Do you think Clevius would do that? At those words, Lortle's pupils seemed to widen slightly, and then he let out a beautiful smile like a flower bud blooming. Is it so? Just trying to get Tarquin's attention and risking your life to jump into his arms are completely different things. There's no way the coward Clevius could do something like that. Okay, Senior Ed. Even as he talks so casually, Clevius is screaming and being chased by Tarquin, but no one is paying attention. If Tarquin has the Berserk buff applied and is in good condition, a weakened Tarquin will not be able to easily suppress Clevius. That guy is so agile that it can't even be compared to a squirming mosquito. By any chance, don't die. Never. The tone of speech is abusive. The way he narrows his eyebrows comically and imitates the princess lines with a sinister look is clearly meant to be mocking. You insulted the royal family. The so-called benevolent princess will be punished for such a foolish imitation of vocals. If you're curious about whether that's the case, Senior Ed can report it to you. And then the story continues. To put it bluntly, I hate Princess Phenia. I may have my own reasons, but anyway, I'm sick of being swayed around by such an immature leader. That sounds pretty dangerous. It's so funny that they make such an immature person pretend to be a monarch just because he is born with royal blood. If the order of the world is to run properly, it would be reasonable to line up people based on ability, not blood ties. I just listened quietly without answering. That's a pretty dangerous statement, right? It's been a long time since I revealed my true feelings so clearly. What happens if I report it to the princess? Well, I don't know either. They might not believe you, or you might be put to death. I guess we won't know until we report it, right? What is the purpose of suddenly saying this? Lortle's next words, with a playful smile, were so characteristic of her that I didn't even feel like saying anything more. Senior, you arbitrarily risked your life for me, so I will also sacrifice my life to you. Raise both hands and pretend to squeak. The balance of the two-arm scales must always remain level. The secret to Elt Company's longevity is conscience. We all know clearly that this is hypocrisy, so it feels tacky to point it out again. If you think about it, this was Lortle Ketchel. Even the way this girl pays tribute is overly complicated. There is absolutely no way to simply reveal one's true feelings. That was the characteristic of the merchant family. We'll have to settle this quickly before Clevius pees his pants. A situation where the Balaspa match and the Tarkin match are taking place at the same time. It may seem crazy if you just listen to it, but the final battle of the first act, which went astray in the affair, somehow ends well. Once you enter the Velaspa battle, Talis, sword sacredness will appear, and there will be no more surprises. As Sword Siangsic progresses, his performance becomes more and more ambiguous, but at least in the first act, it is filled with overspec techniques that boast overwhelming power. Everyone knows how helpful Geom Sungsik is in getting through early scenarios. So if you have Princess Phenia, who will implement defensive magic, and Ziggs, who will be in charge of mobile warfare, you can defeat Velasfer with just Taily. At the point when Tarkin was cleared away and the path was cleared, the story had already returned to normal. What happens next is obvious. Yenneker and the punitive force face off, and Velasper uses large-scale berserk magic to send the spirits into a frenzy, once more putting the party in a corner. At that moment, Taili's sword saint cuts down the manifested Velasper with a single sword, but Velasper, who is cornered and about to die, uses Yenneker to activate the unfinished Glaskin summoning circle. Of course, it is not possible to summon a complete Glass Khan using a summoning method that has not been properly finished. However, he succeeded in summoning his right arm. The moment when Glaskin covers the teaching building with the magical power of his right arm, which extends from the summoning circle and instantly destroys the punitive force. Taili's second sword saint expression appears immediately and cuts off his right arm. At that moment, Taili realizes the way of the sword saint. This is the moment that becomes the starting point of all stories. If the flow of political affairs has returned from then on, I will only have to take care of my own interests. Anyway, this is a chance to defeat the named boss, the high-ranking fire spirit Tarkin. I couldn't waste this golden opportunity that made my mouth water. Now that it's like this, it's best to catch Tarkin and gain a lot of proficiency in spirit skills. This is a chance to raise the mastery levels that are narrowly below the target. Goes. I took a long breath and walked out of the student square. Lortle, who had prepared his ice spear, nodded. The relaxed attitude from just now is gone. In his mind, he thinks I risked my life. It certainly requires a great deal of courage, but it is definitely not unreasonable. I am fully aware of Tarkin's abilities, and he is in a weakened state, so if I get support in time, I can easily win. The key is to attack weaknesses, cutting off that head. Quara. Clevius had lost his temper and was running around like crazy. It was time for his weakness to wear off. Although Clevius seemed so easygoing, Tarkin seemed to have realized that he was actually not that easy. As I approached, Tarkin turned his gaze towards me. The body is completely ruined. Tarkin and me too. We both realized that fact. Without looking any further, Tarkin roared and jumped at me. The earth shakes and my ears ring. As I was watching Tarkin running directly from the front, I could understand how scared Clevius was. Even while he is in such a state of complete disrepair, he is running like crazy, dragging his creaking body with the sole intention of killing his opponent. Not yet. It needs to be narrowed further. Lortle knew that too, so he didn't fire the ice spear. I have to keep getting closer and closer, creating an opening at the moment when his neck comes within the range of my magic. Cow. But there was a surprise. That was Glaskin's summoning circle that embroidered the sky. Quara. What is that? The first to scream was Clevius. In the dawning morning sky, the Glaskin summoning circle emits a dazzling light, and what pops out after tearing the summoning circle is a right hand large enough to cover the entire nail tube. Belasper was subdued. That means the story has entered phase 5. Now Taily cuts down that glass Khan, and the whole story ends. No matter where you are in the teaching building, you can clearly see that disaster. The sight of a right hand made of dark energy coming out from the summoning circle in the sky looks like the end of the world. It was an expected surprise, but the timing was bad. No matter who you are, you can't help but be distracted by that sight. It's a sight like the end of the world. It's strange if you're not distracted. The problem is that Tarkin is not like that. I quickly turned around to see Tarkin running towards me like crazy. The moment he was about to shout to Lortle, who was probably unconscious, to come to his senses, an ice spear flew towards him. The flying ice spear hits Tarkin in the face, taking away his sight and hearing and making him scream. Lortle turned around and was looking at me with a serious face. Even in the midst of such a great disaster, he was focused on me. I see his lips moving slightly. It's now. After saying that he entrusted the following matters to me. The next part is not difficult. When you turn around and look up, you see a huge lizard writhing in pain. I chanted the wind blade, which I must have used hundreds or thousands of times, and rammed it into his neck. High fire spirit Tarkin has been defeated. The mastery of the spirit magic spirit sensitivity has increased. The mastery of spirit magic spirit understanding has increased. The mastery of the spirit magic spirit sensitivity has increased. The mastery of spirit magic spirit understanding has increased. The mastery of the spirit magic spirit sensitivity has increased. The mastery of spirit magic, spirit understanding has increased. Spirit contract slots are now open. Contracts with spirits are now possible. I have seen so many people in my life who truly risked their lives. They were all cowards. The manifestation of Tarkin, who had been completely suppressed, was cancelled, and not even a trace remained. Lortel Clevius, Lucy, and I were sitting side by side under the Zelkova tree outside the student square. Clevius was crying so hard that he was completely exhausted and downcast, and Lucy was falling asleep next to me while nibbling on some beef jerky. Even if things continue like this guy will disappear again in no time. The sun was rising beyond the half-broken nail tube. If you look at the sky, there is a crack in the barrier covering the teaching building. There was no need to explain the story immediately after Glaskin's right-hand man was summoned. Taylor, whose sword spirit was manifested, jumped into the air and cut down the guy in an instant. It was so refreshing and hot that I even had to laugh out loud. Of course, a very dramatic scene was created in the nail tube area, but this is the view scene from a step away from the stage of the story. It's really funny that the final chapter itself is a battle to defeat Glaskin, and Glaskin itself is deleted after just one cutscene. How can I get the same impression as when I played the game? Still, the sight of the entire teaching building being engulfed in a storm, and Glaskin's manifested right arm being suppressed and disappearing was truly the protagonist's actions. Everyone except Lucy, who was dozing off, was just looking at the splendid and dazzling sight. Just like that, the curtain on the final scene of Act 1 was falling. Obviously, the main force of the subjugation was the entry team to the combat training center, and that team must have risked their lives as well. Still, we fought, risking our lives. As we did so, we can talk about it with confidence wherever we go. I really risked my life. Lortel said such useless things with a mischievous smile. Well, there were definitely moments in Sangdo's life where his life came and went. This is my first time experiencing such an intuitive crisis, so it was an experience. Lortel's life was almost as thorny as Taylor's, so to just say that he almost died, but it's good to live alone. We have certainly experienced quite a few crises like this. Okay. I nodded roughly while looking at the brightening sky. Lortel didn't seem to like such a brief response, so he raised his upper body with a sullen expression and thrust his face towards me. What is it, Senior? We overcame a life-and-death crisis together, but my impressions are too brief. I'm so tired I'm dying. I couldn't even sleep. You too, of course, but what kind of trouble is this? The sun rises, and the light of dawn brightens the day. It was a long night. A punitive force was seen walking out of the half-destroyed nail pipe. Taylor, who has manifested the sword Siangsik, is at the front. His dark hair is colored grayish-white, and his eyes are bright red. After that, Ilafenia Zix Elvira follows. Everyone had big and small wounds. Ziggs, who must have been through a lot as he was in charge of her vanguard, is limping on her feet, and Elvira looks like she's going to get worse at any moment. Still, everyone seems to be safe. In any case, the story seemed to have gone smoothly. Lortel stands up to greet the punitive force carrying the news of victory. Then, as if he remembered something, he suddenly turned around and held out his hand to me. He spoke his name slyly. Lortel Ketchelm. I know, we're officially reintroducing it. Well, I won't play a shameful prank on you. Now, speaking of a bit of a prank, it's about the time he suddenly came to me the other day and shoved money at me. Sure enough, the girl approached me with her dark tutu hiding her true feelings. Of course, she was expecting it. Okay, I thought, well. I was tired, so I roughly accepted Lortel's offer to shake hands. However, what happened next was unexpected. Lortel grabbed my arm with his small hand and quickly shook it up and down a few times, then let go of the hand and quickly walked away with his back. The way he takes a big step backwards and walks away seems very mischievous. I won this time. A fox-like smile is her trademark. When I open my hand, there are 3 gold Flen coins in it. As revenge, he shoved the gold coin that I had returned last time back into my hand. You let your guard down, right? Now you owe me a favor. What should I do with this? Lortel turned around to greet the group without erasing his mischievous smile. See you again, seniors. Leaving those words behind, Lortel walked out first. I take a deep breath and look at the sky where the dawn is rising. I knew Lortel's fox-like side. Well, just because I received some money, there is no need to be swayed by the emotional debt I received, and Lortel probably knew this well, and gave it to me. But in any case, Lortel's intention is to maintain contact with me. This is an excuse to continue this connection in some way in the future. Investment is my specialty. Even applause of admiration comes from her ability to put those words into practice without any hesitation. Anyway, the battle to subdue Glasgow ended well. It was a time when such a monologue could be made while looking at the punitive force walking out with the rising sun in the background. It was a difficult time, but I overcame it well. I tried to congratulate myself by looking at the sky getting brighter little by little. Good work, ourself. It's only the first act, but somehow you've come through it well. So, what about Yenica? My sudden impression was that the core of the story was missing. An indescribable feeling of emptiness remains in one corner as if something important has been skipped. All of Jenica's moves were, and remain, empty puzzle pieces. It was a battle to subjugate Glasgow that ended well, and although there were some surprises, the story eventually returned to normal and there were no casualties. Isn't this a good ending? There were too many uncomfortable parts to conclude everything like that. Now that I think about it, I can't see Senior Yenica. Yenica is not visible in the punitive force coming out of the nail tube in the distance. If you've subdued Yenica, wouldn't it be natural for someone to carry her out even if she fainted? Well, from the middle, your attention must have been on Glaskin's right arm. For now Yenica will have taken a backseat. Lortel, who was moving forward first, tilted his head. Now that I think about it, I think I know how Senior Yenica ended up like this. What? I once ran into Senior Yenica in the hallway of Arfeli's building. At that time, we reconciled what happened during joint combat training. Lortel continued talking as if it was no big deal. Then, by chance, I looked into Senior Yenica's room. Lortel continued to walk lightly and spoke to me naturally. Would you like to hear my story? Chapter 27, Glaskin Subjugation Battle 7, thank you. I look up in the damp air of dawn. This is not an appropriate situation to discuss later. But let me tell you something. Thanks to the performance of the first year aces, the situation was barely over before it got to the worst. It seems that Taylor's swordsmanship appeared at the right time. If there is a sword ceremony, the scenario itself will hardly be blocked for the time being, so I am relieved for now. Half-ruptured nail tube and Glock tube. Broken street trees are piled up here, and their benches and fences used as barricades, and the marble floor of the student plaza is shattered by Tarkin's rampage. Other parts of the faculty building may not be in normal condition either. The act of calculating the amount of damage is meaningless, because it cannot be calculated accurately anyway. There were some serious injuries, and the number of minor injuries is incalculable. Fortunately, there were no casualties. To put it bluntly, I blame you. Taylor, who had her head down, had wounds all over her body. He's a gay guy who ran around the teaching building and gathered a punitive force, and it was probably this guy who ran around with a sword in every battle and cut down Below's Per and Glas Khan. It was a truly glorious achievement and deserved praise from those around her, but Taylor did not raise her eyebrows at all. I think you know better why. There is still hostility in Taylor's eyes. I look around. The punitive forces who had gone through all the hardships were gathered together. The location is in front of the student center with all work completed. It is the path to a glorious return. If we return to the station in the center of the student square, the students there will end the story of this long night by applauding and cheering in unison. It was a long and difficult night, but somehow we got through it. Act 1 ends with such a monologue. It goes straight to the second act episode, which deals with the war of nerves between the ELT Chamber of Commerce and the academic faculty. Still, the reason I owe you is because you lost. Taylor's hostility did not disappear, but he still spoke clearly. I should at least say hello. No matter how much I resent you, if you hadn't stopped talking, the subjugation itself would not have been possible in the first place. Even though I grit my teeth in response to hostility, I clearly show respect to those who are indebted to me. Taylor McLaura was that kind of person. I heard Taylor is very stubborn too. Ah ha ha. If you don't like it, you can just say no. I'm grateful for this, and I don't like this. Is it easy to sort out your emotions that way? Nosy Elvira burst out laughing, wondering what was so fun about being in such a state of disrepair. That's right, Taylor. There is no need to show respect to this kind of person. He only helped because his own life was in danger anyway, so he's the kind of person who will stab you again if their interests don't align. When he caught Tacken, he used me as bait and treated my life like the life of a fly. People like this are just. Clevius is noisy. You talk a lot, Clevius. Be quiet, Clevius. When Phenia Lortal Zix interrupted Clevius' words with different timing, he became intimidated and walked along quietly with his shoulders slumped. Taylor is right. Ed, I can't trust you blindly, but I'm sure you've accomplished a lot. That is definitely something that deserves to be evaluated. If you submit a recommendation to the student committee, you will most likely receive something. There is no need to say that much. Princess, I only spoke objective facts. Anyway, the number one contributor to the subjugation of Tarkin was Lucy, and Taylor cut down Velosfer and Glaskin, so there is no need to overestimate what I did. Please focus on that rather than on me. Oh my gosh, credit to you. It is a fact that everyone knows that Lucy and Taylor were active. We're talking about other things. Or why, I am embarrassed. One grade higher. Be respectful, Elvira. Ziggs indifferently fed Elvira honey chestnuts, leaving behind Elvira, who was making her right noises and stroking her hair. Ziggs spoke to her. Well, anyway, let's talk about the details after we go to the garrison. Senior Ed. It's not something that can be concluded on a street like this. I stood still in my seat. The punitive forces who were slowly advancing towards the student plaza are slowly moving away. When they suddenly realize that I am standing still and letting them go one by one, they turn around and look at me. In the crack of dawn, the battered people are returning with the news of victory. Taylor, Isla, Phenia, Zix, Lortal, Clevius, Elvira. The reason I felt so reassured by the line of main characters who would lead the scenario was because I had an unfounded confidence that they would somehow solve the ordeals that would arise. I have watched them many times and have seen many cases where they are caught up in various variables and unexpected events. This battle to subjugate Glaskin was shaky due to a ridiculous twist that completely destroyed the premise of the story, but wouldn't most things be done well without variables of that magnitude at play? When I look at those characters, I end up thinking the same thing. I have maintained a policy of keeping my distance from the main characters in order not to affect the flow of the scenario. However, when I look at them like this, I can't help but feel warm feelings. I have watched them over and over again, each playing their own role in this world and solving their own problems. Taylor becomes stronger as trials come upon her. For Taylor, she accepts her fate as the stronger Ayla monarch. Ziggs finds his own path in the cracks of the Fenian civilization as he grows older. He reflects on his life of being buried in gold coins. Lortal Clevius becomes confident in himself, Elvira, who realizes that fun and interest are not everything in life. I am well aware of all the trials and success stories that unfold before each face. They're all main characters with their own roles to play, and although the road may be bumpy and rough at times, a sparkling red carpet will greet them at the end. What is at the end is a trophy called success. Everyone will praise the brilliant hero's life. I left something in the nail tube. Go first. I turned my head because I knew that fact well. Now that the situation is settled, it's time to put the empty puzzle pieces together. The location is Nailgwyn's Combat Training Center. When you walk along the half-destroyed Nail Hall corridor and open the large wooden door, you enter the site of the combat training range. Unfolding before your eyes is beyond words. Due to Zig's wind magic, all the seats have been blown away, the floor is dented here, and there the curtains are all burned, and there are gaping holes in the walls. The ceiling that Glaskin's right arm blew off is clearly open, showing the sky as the darkness begins to recede. Traces of the final battle against Velosper. The stage after the story ends. It is a space like the back of the stage that cannot be accessed during the failed Swordsman of Sylvania scenario. I made my way across the messy rows of seats to the front of the podium. There is a spare podium at the bottom. It was the exact place where Lucy took a nap during joint combat practice. Rattle, when I opened the wooden door underneath, I saw Yenica holding her knees, and she was smiling. She looked embarrassed because she had been caught hiding. It was more cozy than I thought. Lucy, I think I know why she was napping here. The podium of the half-destroyed combat training center. I sat there side by side with Yenica and looked at the sky. The barrier that covered the sky and isolated the teaching building was cracking little by little. Still, I never thought it would be found so easily. I think the other kids were so distracted by Glaskin that they forgot about me. If you summon such an enormous thing to the sky, how can I have time to care about you, Yenica? It still hurts a little. I was showing off on such a grand stage, but once everything was resolved, I was left behind. I thought I would look for you more wondering where Senior Yenica was, since all the members of the subjugation team were already in a state of complete disrepair. They probably wanted to quickly return to the station, rather than searching every corner of the nail pipe to search for Yenica, who had disappeared right away. The rest will be resolved when the faculty and staff break the barrier and rush in. A topic that I hid because I didn't want to be found out. That's hard to refute. Heh. Yenica's appearance is also not normal. She is covered in dust all over her body, and the shawl she wears around her shoulders is torn in several places. It is a trace of the intense final battle. Yenica, hugging her knees, raises her head and looks at the sky. The stalk of Below's purr that covered his entire body already had only a few traces left. As Yenica's magic returns and begins to purify your skin, will soon return to its white jade-like appearance. I didn't expect to find it this quickly. I want it to stay in a little longer and then get out. Anyway, if the barrier ceremony is broken and the professors come in, it will be discovered quickly. Until then, I wanted to be alone. I didn't want to show myself to anyone. Why? The girl smiled brightly at that question. I was going to cry like crazy from now on. This is said as if it is not a particularly strange story. It would be too embarrassing to show someone like that. Only after hearing those words did I feel like the questions that had been bothering me for the past years had been resolved. Why was the position of Act 1 boss assigned to Yenica Palova? Unlike other bosses, her behavior is extremely passive. She does not have her own grand aesthetic, her destiny to fulfill, or the qualities of a pure villain who cannot be sympathized with. Among all the flashy bosses, Yenica Palova takes the place of the first act boss that announces the beginning of the story, so you can't help but be blown away. Even after doing a lot of research, I couldn't find an answer, so I came to the implicit conclusion, I guess it's because it has an impact. Yenica Palova is always bright, sincere, and loved by everyone. If she were to block the player while being consumed by her dark spirit, wouldn't that alone be shocking and unconventional? Well, how much of a message was hidden? That level of impact is enough. By then I had come to a conclusion and didn't think much more about the darkness inherent in Yenica's heart. But actually, it's not that difficult. On the contrary, it was such an easy and common story that no trace of suspicion crossed my mind. I happened to look into Senior Yenica's room, the inside of Yenica's room that Lortel looked into, the scene unfolding inside. Only then did I feel that the streams of memories were converging into one. On the last day of vacation, when you defeat the mid-boss of Act 2, Arthurlee's Hall, made Jean Ellis, you can enter Arthurlee's Hall from Taylor's perspective. As you chase enemies inside the Arthurlee's Hall, you can enter various characters' rooms, and among them, Yenica's room was definitely there. It's a scene that passes by briefly in an urgent situation, but the inside of Yenica's room is definitely strange. The spacious room is filled with all kinds of pictures and writings. Centered around Yenica's personal desk, the walls are filled with portraits of her family, letters supporting Yenica, messages of encouragement from her beloved friends, certificates of praise and expectations from undergraduate faculty, and postcards from her hometown. What is the view on the desk like? From the cute accessories given to me by a friend to the flower pots of lilies and roses given to me as a bachelor's gift, I take good care of them in case they wilt. Trophies received from competitions within the university are polished to a shiny finish and occupy one side, and leaning against one wall are 4 oak tree canes, each provided by seniors in celebration of signing a contract with Tarkin. A pretty cosmos-shaped wooden statue sent by family was placed in one corner. A bouquet made by club friends was well maintained, and elemental spirit-shaped accessories that a professor of elemental science had separately gifted were lined up well. The magic tools I used to use magic for the first time were beautifully packaged and sent to me by my family. It was bulky, so I placed it under my desk. When you open the drawer, you will find a pile of letters full of respect and love for Yenica. These are words written with sincerity by family, hometown friends, alumni, and faculty. I piled it up without throwing away a single piece. If you look at them one by one, they are beautiful and grateful traces of sincerity. However, if you close your eyes and imagine Jenica sitting there, a rather strange scene emerges. Even though it is such a large desk, there is not enough space to properly open a couple of books. The words on the wall weigh on his shoulders like rocks. The solution is very simple. Everyone knows it. All you have to do is take off the writings from the wall, put away the gifts that filled the desk somewhere in the corner of the room, and throw away letters that are too old and no longer needed. There is no need to take all the sincerity and respect towards me seriously in the world. If it becomes burdensome, it is also important to know how to shake it off. However, for Jenica, the fact that it was impossible was the beginning of all misfortune. Needless to say, the darkness of Jenica that Velasper has encroached upon is that part. Jenica Palova was obsessed with returning all the favors and sincerity in the world with the same sincerity. She is truly a girl like the main character in a fairy tale. There is no need to explain how reckless that is. And then we can fully infer the reason why Jenica's actions occurred a month or so earlier than the affair. The weight pressing down on Yenika's shoulders increased at a much faster rate than that of Jiangsa. If you think about the reason in the end, the story returns to joint combat practice. Originally, the person who should have received the most attention at the joint combat practice event was Taylor, not Yenika. This is an episode in which Taylor, who showed off her spirit by getting her first win against Lucy and Yenika, who was the only one to show her might as a second-year student, raised her reputation as a top two. However, with Lucy sending Taylor away with one blow, all the spotlight was focused on Yenika. These are second-year students who were frustrated because they were pushed out even by first-year students. At that point, the expectations placed on Yenika went beyond that of an idol and almost reached the realm of faith. In the end, if you go back and forth and search for the beginning of the incident, you will come across an unexpected ending. The reason why attention was focused on Yenika is because Lucy knocked Taylor away with one blow. The reason Lucy was able to kill Taylor with one blow was because she made a contract with Merelda. The reason he was able to make a contract with Merelda was because he visited the Northern Forest more often than usual. The reason I often visited the North Forest was because there was a great place to take a nap there that I liked. The reason why a favorite napping spot could exist there. This is because there was a character living there who should have left as soon as the first act started. The flapping of a butterfly's wings is infinitely lukewarm, but the result is a hurricane. We can't lament that this is too much. However, the reason I ended up sighing was because the empty puzzle piece was in a different shape than I thought. Anyway, the reason why Yenika, who had been bothering me for a long time, was chosen as the boss of Act 1 has become clear. The message that Sylvania's failed sword saint had in it was not that difficult in the end. Yenika Palova is the antithesis of the main character, Taylor McLaura. Taylor is a human who becomes stronger as she goes through repeated trials. He is a person who lives the life of a protagonist, who is overcome by all kinds of pain, agony, and cold pain, but ultimately overcomes all the trials and emerges victorious. On the other hand, Yenika lived a life completely opposite to Taylor. Born with good talent, she received a lot of love from her family and became a girl who never lost her smile despite everyone's expectations and warm sincerity. But the ending that has arrived is like this. There may be people in the world who live the life of a dramatic protagonist who overcomes all kinds of hardships and achieves dramatic success. There are people who live the life of a supporting role, receiving all the expectations, support, and love, and having to accept the result of failure in the end, no matter how hard they try. We call those people extras. The reason why Yenika appeared as the boss in Act 1 was probably to talk about the dark side hidden behind Taylor's actions, so she was ultimately the antithesis of the main character, Taylor. Since he put that much effort into it, it wouldn't be strange for him to take up the position as the first act boss. However, keeping the message hidden like this is only a pain in the ass for the player. Are there all these perverted hidden elements? Oh, suddenly I let out words of admiration at the sight before my eyes. Spirits have no concept of death. Even if you cut off its head, all it does is release the appearance and return to a fluid state. However, the power itself is greatly weakened, and it takes an enormous amount of time to recover. So far, I haven't seen any spirits in my eyes. However, when I looked at the combat training center with eyes fully trained in sensing spirits, I saw spirits creeping up from all over the remains of the half-destroyed building. It is very beautiful when combined with the light of the sun starting to rise. The spirits whose berserk magic has been lifted gather around Yenika one by one as if to comfort her. What will happen to me? Now, it will be referred to the disciplinary committee. Then I wonder if I'll be expelled from school. Well, As far as I know, they don't even lead to expulsion. Because in the ending credits, Yenica shows her face briefly. However, what happens after this is completely unknown territory. Jenica, who came off the stage now, becomes a completely separate character from the main scenario. She becomes a past villain who is pushed to the back of the story without having any significant impact on the scenario anymore. The reason I feel somehow familiar with that position is probably because it's not someone else's story. First of all, since you are a victim controlled by Velasper, there will be some extenuating circumstances. Is that so? Still, it won't completely erase the sins you committed. Professor McDowell, who holds the position of highest dean, is student-friendly and will be wary of quickly expelling a second-year senior. It is safe to say that the second year without Yenica is truly hopeless. All of the professors in charge of the second year will be working hard to stop Yenica from being expelled. In addition, Yenica's behavior and reputation are good, and she has accomplished many things, and the students will all write a petition in favor of Yenica. If you are lucky, there is a possibility that it will end in probation or suspension. You might have to be lucky, though. You know, Ed, can I say something embarrassing? What? I imagined that when the punitive force attacked. Suddenly I looked up and saw a breaking barrier in the early morning sky. It sparkles in the sunlight shining from the east. It was quite a dazzling sight. Wouldn't someone just show up, solve this whole situation with their immense power, grab my hand, and run away? Wouldn't it be nice to resolve everything so I don't have to worry about anything and kindly tell me that it's okay? Would something like that happen? I guess so. Ha! Something like that is only possible in fairy tales. Yenica laughed. Then he nods his head in agreement with a bright smile. I want you to save Yenica someday. It is not until that time that the Wind Wolf's message comes to mind again. It was a spirit that thought of and loved Yenica more than anyone else. I had it in the back of my mind, but if I thought about it again, it was strange. This situation in which Jenica was dominated by Belasper and ended up causing trouble in the faculty building was future knowledge that only I knew. Yet despite this, you are telling me stories like asking me to save Yenica. Doesn't it seem like the wind spirit also knew this future? Of course, that can't be the case. I am in a position to know what will happen to Yenica in the future. If you ask someone like that to save Yenica or something, it will naturally sound like you are asking Yenica to get out of the crisis she is in, even though the wolf's message probably didn't mean that. In other words, thorough information superiority has actually become toxic. Perhaps the wind wolf could sense Yenica's feelings of being cornered faster than anyone else. However, sincere encouragement and worried advice are actually poisonous to the girl. The heavier the other person's sincerity, the more seriously the girl accepts that sincerity. What you need is something that is infinitely light, but not cold at all. It must have been a faint word of encouragement, like that lukewarm bath. But to a girl, such words of encouragement are more precious than gold, because everyone who saw that lovely girl hit her with all their heart. In the end, the boy who kept a strange distance from the girl and tried to push her away was probably more suitable than anyone else. At least that's what the Wind Wolf seems to have concluded. He wanted Yenica to be able to lean on someone who would not burden her with heavy sincerity. Hey, Yenica. That's why I called Yenica quietly. It was a lot of hard work. I wonder if that single word broke the emotional support of Yenica, who was sitting with her knees in her arms. Yenica soon put away the smile she had been trying to smile and quietly buried her face in her knees. As a result, the Yenica failover failed. He tried to make a contract with a new high-ranking spirit, but because he implemented the summoning ceremony hastily, his heart was eaten by the dark spirit, and the teaching building was destroyed. It was a huge failure that would be difficult to pick up again, but the process must have been sincere. He must have studied until late at night, every day practiced magic, smiled at his family, classmates, and faculty who supported him wholeheartedly, and worked up a lot of energy to live up to their expectations in a place where no one could see. Because the process was beautiful, paradoxically, the failure was also beautiful. I don't know how much comfort that will be. Spirits flock in as if to comfort the girl who is quietly shaking. It seemed like you were saying that you tried hard enough. The girl who normally would have smiled brightly and hugged the spirits showed no reaction today and just shook her shoulders. Dawn breaks. The stage must move on to the next act. At the student square, students cheer for the punitive force that returned with the news of victory. A procession of proud protagonists passes on stage and applause pours in. On the other hand, the back of the stage is quiet and dark. The villain's exit in Act 1 is overshadowed by the protagonist's actions. Among the spirits, a girl who had experienced her first failure in life was left quietly sobbing. For some reason, I didn't comfort or encourage him with all my sincerity. That's the correct answer. This is the first act that I have played countless times. I finally felt like I had finally reached the end. Magic ability details grade. Ordinary magician specialty. Element common magic. Fast casting LV5 mana detection, LV6 fire element magic. Combustion LV12 wind element magic. Wind blade LV11 elemental magic. Spirit sensitivity LV10 spirit understanding LV10 new spirit slot. Empty new spirit slot. Empty the low-ranking fire spirit Elgo is interested in you. The low-ranking wind spirit Driss is interested in you. High-ranking wind spirit Merelda takes an intense interest in you. Chapter 28 Yenica Failover 1. A warm wind blows. Warm sunlight penetrates into a flower field unknown to others in a forest full of vegetation and tickles the skin. Jenica was sitting there picking flowers and making a wreath. Putting on the comfortable beige skirt she wore at home, she put on her school uniform, which requires a lot of attention to her appearance, and carefully knitted each flower one by one while humming a song. Suddenly, a man comes in from a corner of the forest. He's riding a white horse that looks luxurious just by looking at it. The sound of the horse's hooves has died down on one side of the flower field, and the man who comes down from the saddle with a light movement is Ed Rosteller. Jenica stands up with a bright smile, and Ed enters the flower garden with a happy face. She puts a wreath made from carefully picked flowers on Ed, smiles at him while holding hands, and starts dancing. Her flower petals are fluttering, and butterflies are dancing. As if to bless the two people, the trees in the forest have already disappeared. The steps click together as if they were promised, and sounds like the plucking of a lute or a harp of unknown origin resound. It was truly a scene from a fairy tale. Ha 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 ha. Chirp chirp, the sound of sparrows chirping passed through the window of Arfeli's building and tickled my ears. It was the sound announcing morning. Yenica raised her upper body. Because of a good night's sleep last night, my hair was scattered and my skin was a bit floaty. In that disheveled state, Yenica hugged the pillow and buried her face. How on earth am I? How old am I when I have this dream? Feelings of self-destruction and shame came over me over time. It was the next afternoon that something catastrophic happened. You know, Clara, why do liking and loving have such different weights? Clara, who was eating tomatoes from her salad across from me, froze. The same goes for my friend Arnice, who I always hang out with. The two people, who were like Jenica's best friends, stopped playing with their forks and began to believe their ears. Lunchtime, student cafeteria. Jenica's words and actions were clearly the same as usual as she left the luxurious meal at Arfeli's Hall to eat with her best friends. 10 days have passed since Jenica's disciplinary committee ended. The disciplinary committee, which was held in a solemn atmosphere with the presence of not only the three deans but also Principal Obel, was truly a battlefield. Even if we only go over major events, it takes a year to explain. In the first hearing, the second-year students and the professor in charge stood up and defended Yenica, who admitted to all crimes and testified that she would accept all disciplinary action. An all-out attack with desperate petitions against the student council and academic headquarters. The academic suggestion box was so full that a separate collection box was created for petitions, with a total of 417 sheets. It was during the second hearing that Princess Phenia declared that she would not be held accountable for the charge of attempted murder of the royal family, despite the guard captain's dissuasion. This is because I was deeply moved by the students' petition procession. This decision of the princess becomes the fundamental reason why Princess Phenia receives overwhelming support from second-year students when the student council president is elected. But that is a separate story from the main scenario. Also, since he was ruled by Belasper at this time, the fact that his intention was not recognized was accepted by the academy, and the expulsion itself was invalidated. However, this does not mean that all of Yenica's sins disappear, as the financial damage and injuries do not disappear. What appeared here was Lortle. Funds for the reconstruction of nail and glass tubes were raised from Elt Chamber of Commerce at a low interest rate. And in exchange for completely free subsidies for injuries, a negotiation was concluded to reduce customs duties on academic supplies among Elt Chambers products distributed in living quarters by half. Throw it away meanwhile, the leniency clause for Yenica was a bonus. As a result, when it comes to academic supplies among the products distributed in commercial facilities within the residential building, ELT Trading Company's products have an absolute competitive advantage and have the status of a proper creditor rather than a simple supporter for Sylvania academics. And Yenica, a promising spiritist, he even owed Pale Rover a debt. She is truly a woman who never misses an opportunity. So on the day of putting her stamp on the negotiation plan, even Supreme, Dean McDowell narrowed his eyes in front of Lortle. Even then, it was in her nature to smile innocently. Anyway, while Fenia and Lortle were involved, and all kinds of chaos swirled, the students were constantly running around trying to get Jenica to get mercy, and the final result was a triumph itself. 10 days of probation, suspension 20 days, disqualification from the Glacht Scholarship Foundation, disqualification from joining Offaly's building starting next semester, deprived of senior support benefits, return of all undergraduate honorary awards. There is no paid pay. At the result, all second-year students jumped up from their seats and cheered. This was more generosity than could be imagined. It felt like they had filmed a heart-rending youth drama. However, Yenica, who was listening to the cheers with the crowd behind her, still had her shoulders down. At least none of the observers knew the reason. Suddenly, what do you mean? Anyway, that's the past. There was no point in arguing about it now, so Clara just hoped that Jenica, whose probation period was over, would not feel intimidated. The night before, Clara and Arnice had completely simulated what they would talk about with Yenica, whom they had not seen in a long time. Never mention the Glasgow incident. Don't act like you care for nothing, and never say anything about how you feel. Let's just go have lunch together since we haven't seen each other in a while. The topics of conversation should be personal matters as much as possible. I even thought about what to talk about. Assistant Professor Claire fell while distributing mock exam papers. The morning glory that bloomed in the corner of the Defense Magic Training Center had already started to wrap its vines around the exterior wall. I made a fuss about the egg tart served at the bakery in the living area because it was so delicious. Anise and Clara were fully prepared with such topics in mind. Just what does the word love mean? It's very heavy compared to the word like right. It's the same in the dictionary meaning and when you actually use it. But that weight ultimately comes from the weight of emotions. Then the weight of that emotion also varies depending on the person. Wait a minute, Yenica, just eat this. Ha, ahaha, I'm sorry. Clara smiled and took a bite of the tomato, and then he glanced at Yenica without smiling. Cold sweat had already begun to trickle down from the nape of my neck to the corner of my forehead. I looked at Anise and saw the same thing. Although he maintained a poker face with superhuman mental strength, this was already a disaster-like ordeal. Yenica started talking like a philosopher in a book. The subject is not even different. It is love. He is seriously struggling with the difference between love and like. I was really worried about Yenica's feelings. The image of a girl sitting alone in her room at the Offaly's building, looking out the window, keeps flashing through my mind. Wondering what she might be thinking in that lonely space, I'm also so worried that she might be feeling a burden and feeling sorry for herself. Done. First of all, the good news is that Yenica is freed from that feeling of guilt to some extent. 10 days is not a short time. I may have felt intimidated by the pain for the first 2 or 3 days, up to a week, but I was relieved to see that I had recovered to some extent. However, I never expected the troubles that would arise later. Suddenly discussing the definition of love here is a precursor to a major event that will have an absurd impact. Widely. I put down my fork without realizing it. Yenica, who was holding a sandwich in her mouth, flinched and was surprised. Clara slowly got up from her chair and looked around with solemn eyes. There aren't many people left in the student cafeteria for a late lunch. This is because lunch time was already coming to an end. This is fortunate. There is no one around listening. Since there was no way she had a proper conversation with anyone during her probation, only Arnice and Clara knew about this topic of Jenica. Clara sat down again with a solemn attitude. Next to me is a trustworthy colleague named Arnice. Clara swallowed dry saliva and nodded while making eye contact with Annis. It felt like dozens of words were exchanged with just a brief exchange of glances. So, this girl's innocence must be protected. Clara and Annis have worked hard so far and overcome all the trials without a single failure. Whenever Jenica was about to get hurt or have a hard time, these two girls did their best to protect her from the storms of the world. He protected Jenica from the harm of jealous seniors, especially defeated the assistant professors who felt sorry for Jenica, who was protected by her classmates, and even protected her well from Ed Ross Taylor, who was clearly the bad guy in the world. In the case of Ed, there has been an unknown rumor going around among first-year students recently, such as he may not be cheap, but he may be more capable than we think. But it is something that should never be judged hastily. It is certainly true that the root is arrogant and evil. Such risk factors cannot be allowed near Jenica. Why did Jenica suddenly say such a thing? I am conducting this conversation. Clara raised the topic with such a strong heart. Annis, who looks overwhelmed just by maintaining her expression, has to give herself a moment to gather her strength. We must approach the story slowly and carefully so as not to cause any damage to Jenica's infinitely delicate heart. This is the love story of Jenica Palova. A horse without feet cannot travel 1,000 miles. If a nuclear bomb of this size spreads through rumors among students, there is a high possibility that all students will already know about it during the next morning meeting. How much damage would that cause to the girl's heart? Clara gritted her teeth and raised her head with the determination to prevent something like that from happening. Jenica slowly opened her mouth. This is something I heard from a friend of mine a while ago. No. Jenica, you've been confined to a corner of your room for the past 10 days due to probation, so you haven't been able to meet anyone properly. Who in the world would believe that? Clara almost screamed, but held back. Ah, yeah. What does that friend say? I was just sitting in my room blankly staring into space, and suddenly a person's face came to mind. Oh, look at my mind. I was supposed to help Assistant Professor Claire with some work in the afternoon. I completely forgot. Sorry, I'll leave first. Bye, see you next time. Annie seemed unable to maintain a poker face and chose to commit suicide. A comrade died. Leave all the burden on yourself. Clara looked at Anise with a mean look on her face, but seeing her face turn red even to her ears, she had no choice but to let Anise go. Annis is already unable to fight. This is Jenica, who is usually innocent. Her appearance like that acts as a deadly poison to the girl's heart. Clara is already at her limit right now. I chewed my tongue and suppressed the desire to ask various questions about who the other person was, where and how I felt that way, what prompted it, and what I was going to do next. The spirit and tenacity are like a strong-willed general cutting through a field of arrows alone. A girl's innocence must be protected. The faint memory of your first love should be a beautiful memory and should never become a shameful dark history. Again, I keep having dreams about that person. Is that so? Yes. I heard it's a dream about dancing together or playing in a flower field. What do you think? The corners of the mouth try to dance as they please. Clara seriously considered cutting her thighs with a fork. That's something you know, that person is thinking about. Yes, I guess so. But what's interesting is there doesn't seem to be an opportunity. Why are you there? There are reasons for liking or disliking someone. Ah, yes, the words I want to say come up to the very end of my voice. As the feelings of the parents who immediately marry off their daughter overlap, I am transported into my imagination by a third-rate novel. Clara quickly printed a book, but Clara knows very well that it is all nonsense. Jenica wants to hide her love story. If so, if she tries to delve into her heart too hastily, she may get hurt. Jenica's her feelings as a best friend and her girlish curiosity about Jenica's love story are in direct competition. This pain is indeed much more painful than when she ran around with both feet for the disciplinary committee. But what is most important is Jenica herself. It's true that I've been saying it over and over again, but this girl's innocence must be protected. Clara took a deep breath and finally regained her composure. A refreshing smile. Jenica, isn't there a need to think too hard about it? Likes or dislikes, someone are more mysterious than you think. Really? Yes. Sometimes you start to dislike that person just because of their attitude that is revealed implicitly, and sometimes you start to like that person just because they were by your side when you were having a hard time or when you were happy. Because human psychology is so complicated. I don't think there's a need to think too rigidly. Finding the fundamental reasons for liking or disliking someone is clearly the domain of scholars such as psychologists and philosophers. You can leave such complicated things behind, so just take things as they are now. Wouldn't being honest about your feelings be good for you or for that person? That's right. I think that's true. As expected, it's Clara. Looking at her smiling brightly, it feels like a knife has been stabbed in her heart. But still, Yenica, I don't think he would be very happy about his sensitive concerns being talked about among his friends. So, rather than giving this kind of advice to others, I think it would be better to think about it yourself. She blocked the possibility of rumors spreading in advance. Clara had a straightforward personality. Is that so? But maybe she doesn't care about that kind of thing, no, Yenica. Even if that were the case, talking about such sensitive concerns to your friends wouldn't be good for your reputation either. Ah, that's right, Clara. Are you disappointed in me, Clara? She really is such a lovely girl. Clara had to wipe her face once more to regain her composure. It's okay, Yenica. Yes, anyway, thank you for your sincere consultation. I have to go back to Arfle's Hall now to report for the period of suspension. Ah, yes, sit down for a while. I have something to think about, yes. I'm glad to see you looking healthy after seeing you for so long. See you again when the disciplinary period is over, Clara. With that cheerful greeting, Jenica left the student cafeteria. After a while, Clara buried her face on the table. I did it, Anise. Her entire body lost strength. Clara stayed like that for a while. Name, Ed Rosteller, gender, male age, 17 grade, 2 race, human achievements. Non-stamina 7, intelligence 7, dexterity 9, willpower 8, luck 6, combat ability details, magic ability details, life skills details, alchemy ability details. I was heading towards the northern forest. Carrying a bunch of polished hacksaws, hammers, spikes, etc. I used the gold coins I had in my hands to buy tools to build a cabin. I bought some. Now that the work and preparations are done, it's time to get moving in earnest. The day the Glasgow subjugation battle took place, my intelligence stat went up 2 levels in just one night, even though I made a fuss about studying magic for several months. The ability level had not risen even to the level of a rat's tail, but it was a huge improvement that brought tears to my eyes. Not only that, the splendid feat of reaching level 10 in understanding and responding to spirits at once was achieved, and the spirit slot was also opened so that one could try using spirit formula. There is room for it, and there is even room for a contract with a high-ranking wind spirit. Of course, it is difficult to contract with a high-ranking spirit at this point in terms of abilities. But anyway, Merelder in the Northern Forest is not going anywhere, so if you refine your magic abilities well, you can get high wind power. You will be able to control spirits. That's all. I have confirmed Princess Phenia's letter of recommendation. There are many bonus benefits that the Glacht Foundation can provide. We are taking the students' opinions as much as possible. Scholarship. Financial support is important, but first listen to an explanation of the benefits scholarship. Our foundation provides academic support, priority benefits when using living room facilities, additional bachelor's service points, and especially supports qualifications for moving into upper-level dormitories, a neutral country now, a scholarship. No matter what benefit I give or how, it is meaningless unless my name is listed in the academic record. Princess Phenia seemed to have recognized my contribution and, as promised, sent me a letter of recommendation to the Academic Council and the Glacht Scholarship Foundation. I did not accept the rice cake that came rolling in. Since I had no reason to eat, I gritted my teeth and was exempted from tuition for the next semester. This gave me more time to train. It was truly fortunate. After such a disastrous night, the second act of the stage came up. I was carrying woodworking tools in my arms. I went to the northern forest with my arms fixed. The flow of Act 2 is already in my head. It reminds me of the war of nerves between Elt Company and the school, and the purchase war over the Sage's seal. The interesting thing about Act 2 is that the final boss atmosphere is constantly radiating from beginning to end. The point is that Golden King Elt is a fake boss. Elt is kicked in the back by his adopted daughter Lortel in the mid to late game, and the spotlight shifts to the hidden true boss, Explorer Glass. Glass, the senior professor in charge of first-year students. It's not an easy opponent, but there are still a lot of mid-bosses that Taylor needs to defeat in order to reach him. In Act 2, unlike Act 1, There are as many as 3 mid-bosses. Wind Catcher Tote made Jean Ellis the golden daughter Lortle. They are characters who are given different roles as each chapter and event progresses, but Lortle's performance stands out the most. Her role as the hidden heroine is a later story, at least in the second act. Lortle shows the appearance of an overwhelming villain to the point of being truly terrible. He lives in understanding and calculation, and when an opportunity comes, he takes advantage of everything he can. He orchestrates situations and weighs profits as a merchant imbued with such greed, the role of a vicious villain. In the end, he even uses his adoptive father, who adopted him and used him, to subdue him, clearly showing the traces of a thorny path in life in a dark reality. In any case, the lesson learned through the battle to subjugate Glasgow is yes. The point is that you need to carefully and consistently judge whether the story is progressing smoothly. Since you don't know what variables will work and how, you should at least never suffer harm or suffer any damage in the process. I'm a person who is busy taking care of my life. What? As I was passing by the Arfeles Hall with that thought in mind, I saw Yenneker in the distance. If you think about it, it's almost time for the probation period to end. The suspension period would remain, but he would have wanted to get some air. Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about anything special about Yenneker. And now it's a bit awkward to pretend to be friendly. That's why I openly kept my distance from Yenneker. However, by now, Jennifer has finished all her roles and has come off the stage. Since she no longer has any significant impact on the scenario, her role is not that much different from that of senior maid Belle Meyer. If I want to live well in this world, there are a lot of things I need to do, such as training myself, getting a good degree, and creating a better living environment. However, among the many assets, connections has a unique power that cannot be replaced. If you think about it, Yenneker is such a promising person that even Elt Trading Co. took the initiative to take the initiative and erase the debt. If he graduates from Sylvania and obtains a degree, he is truly a person who can achieve anything. Moreover, since he is already a character in the main stage of the scenario, wouldn't it be okay to actively make contact at this point? If there is something that bothers me, it is the current evaluation of Ed Rothdeller. Among the main characters, there seem to be some who have an unnecessarily high opinion of me, and the rumors going around among the first-year students make me feel like I've been upgraded from a top-tier guy to someone who's not mean, but has something going for him. However, whether the second graders would think that way is a completely separate matter. Yenneker must have heard a lot of my gossip today as well. The country is always exposed to an environment in which it is not strange to overturn the evaluation of humans. Still, Yenneker didn't seem to be swayed by such rumors, so she usually responded favorably. Anyway, wouldn't it be okay to say hello and be a little friendly? In the long run, the opportunity to build a network like Yenneker won't come that easily. Okay, I nodded and headed towards Yenneker, who was walking helplessly towards the Arfeles pavilion. Hello, Yenneker. Looks like your probation is over. He greeted me so coolly first. Being greeted suddenly is probably something Yenneker is used to. In any case, he is an idol who is loved by all second-grade students. He will greet you cheerfully, talk about personal matters, say goodbye in a cheerful manner, and then return to take care of his business. As I envisioned the series of events, I waited for Yenneker's answer. Aram. However, as soon as Jennifer made eye contact with me, she took a step back, holding her oak staff tightly. Yes, Ed, yes. He looked like he was having a hard time approaching something, couldn't make eye contact, and started rolling his pupils round and round, with a heated expression on his face as if he was overloaded. Me, at the Arfeles Hall. I have something to do. See you later. Bye. As if he was afraid that I might say something more, he ran away. Now, even the rare Saint Jennifer is being cut off. This is a huge achievement. It's really scary that it's just a rumor. Still, I understand. No matter how determined a girl is, she cannot help but be swayed by rumors or rumors that are heard repeatedly over a long period of time. The power of the crowd is so powerful. It's not that I feel hurt or depressed in an out-of-the-way way, but it feels like a loss when someone who could have been a good connection disappears. What can I do if I feel regretful? I nodded and silently looked at the now-vanished first-level networking candidate. Don't be rude. Eat well and live well. Yenneker, I picked up the materials for the construction of the hut and went on my way. In any case, now that the basic design work has been completed, it is a good opportunity to further strengthen production skills. Now that I have more time, I need to train again and again. Chapter 29, Yenica Failover. 2. It smells like gold coins. Lortle's sense of smell mercilessly detects the scent of money. The location is the Tricks Hall where the core staff of the bachelor's department resides. In fact, it is the heart of the faculty area. The exterior walls are neatly stacked with black and red bricks, and marbles decorate the exterior in an old-fashioned way. The windows are shiny, and shiny no matter what time of day you come, and the entrance is so magnificent that there are two people on duty at the back door of the main gate. It was a place where those who wielded all final decision-making power at the top of Sylvania's administrative system gathered, including academic financial management, educational schedule management, student complaint review, and final academic policy direction decisions. Principal Obel and Vice Principal Rachel's office is also located here. There are very few students who come and go here. If you look at the people walking around, most of them are general staff professors or outsourced workers. Students who are busy learning have no reason to go to the administrative buildings on the outskirts of the teaching building. Lortle smiled at the staff guarding the entrance and headed towards the lobby. The smell of gold coins is extremely irritating to the nose. The source has finally been revealed. The school's roots and treasures are carefully displayed in a glass display case in the center of the main lobby of the Tricks building. If you look at the exterior alone, it's not that flashy. It's just a book with a lot of wear and tear here and there. However, anyone who mentions the name Sage's Seal will end up swallowing dry saliva. A record of Sylvania Robster, the great sage, who founded this school, exploring and discussing aspect magic. Astrology, which predicts the flow of stars and uses its power to twist the providence of the world itself, is known to be the most incomprehensible and profound among the realms of magic. Numerous researchers have attempted to interpret and reproduce the records of the Book of Blessings, but the research is not yet complete. In short, this is a book that remains the ultimate challenge for academia. Aside from its academic value, that book is like a symbol of Sylvania Academy. There is a certain time when a book comes out of that glass display case, except when it is necessary for research on gender status. It is only held when there are public events representing the school, such as the entrance ceremony for new students, the inauguration of the student council president or principal, and the year-end graduation ceremony. Lortle stood in front of the display case, looked at the wise man's seal, and took a deep breath. As expected, it smells like money. Lortle whispered softly with a natural smile. That book was the trigger that started all events, the heart of Sylvania Academy, and the first target purchase of Elt Company. Life skills details grade, novice artisan specialty, woodworking dexterity LV10, design LV4, gathering LV8, woodworking LV10, hunting LV7, fishing LV6, cooking LV5, mending LV5, saw hammer, fine-edged axe, shovel, a sword to use as a machete, lots of spikes, etc. I threw the box I was holding on the floor. The amount was slightly less than 1 gold coin. Sylvania is an educational facility. I was a little worried about whether these woodworking supplies would be sold in a living area in Sylvania, but I was able to get a lot of good quality items from Elt Trading Company, which has everything. So I sat down on the log bench in the camp and bent my body this way and that. The final scene of Act 1 is over, and nothing important has happened in the scenario for the time being. Now that I no longer have to worry about tuition until next semester, I have a lot of time to train my body and make efforts to improve my standard of living. The proper second act begins in the second semester. There was an end-of-semester evaluation episode before that, but nothing major happened. Taylor begins to make serious progress and learns skills such as wind cutting and elemental cutting. It's just such a passing episode. Originally, it should have been held before the Glasgow subjugation war. After that, it's vacation after the closing ceremony. Once the first semester is over, the time lost in classes can be used to take care of my camp, so I can't waste this golden time. Above all else, housing stability must be addressed first. I nodded and reviewed the cabin design I had drawn in my head. It would have been nice to be able to draw a proper blueprint, but even if you plan it, there is no way it will be built the way it is. The only way to solve the problems we face is to improvise and build something similar. I'm not going to sell it anywhere anyway, so it's no problem if it's a little crude. This body seems to have a natural talent for production, so I can't help but think it will work out somehow. For the time being, life will be much more difficult than when we first started living in the wild. The good news is that each and every piece of hard work will become the foundation for my growth, so there is no need to suffer in vain. It's not a huge consolation, but because it's right to build up your skills as much as possible, thinking like that I picked up my sword and stood up. He then made a mark by drawing a horizontal stroke on the trunk of a large oak tree nearby. It looks like one letter. The construction of the cabin begins today, the first day. One day, I chose a place to build a cabin. It was a bit awkward to build it so close to the river. If the river waters rise, it will be a catastrophe. I selected a space that was sufficiently shady, spacious, and inconspicuous, and began the leveling process. We removed all kinds of weeds and removed all large stones. The slightly sloping part was made flat by digging with a shovel. After finishing the land leveling work, it was already time to sleep. I checked how much food was left. I had to supplement it little by little. After deciding to spend more time hunting tomorrow, I went to sleep memorizing major events in the history of magic for the written exam. 3 days. We started securing wood. It was easy because I had quite a bit of skill with the wind blade. However, if I used too much magic power, it would start to affect my stamina, so I used it in moderation. The only thing more difficult than cutting down a tree was trimming it. Since there was no way to mass-produce neatly standardized pieces of wood or wooden boards, the bark was peeled off and cut by hand. It took more than 2 hours just to cut off all the twigs and peel the bark from one fallen tree and turn it into lumber. It seemed like I would just continue working on this for the time being. Other things worth noting are I met Jenica in the class building, but I was ignored again. Watching Jenica run away without noticing me, her friends, Clara and Arnice, made a cheerful expression on her face. She smiles evilly as if telling her not to go near Jenica anymore. She didn't even want to do that in the first place. Sixth, after I started working with wood, I started experiencing muscle pain for the first time in a while. It's been quite a while since I first started living in the northern forest. I thought I was used to walking every morning and exercising my body every day. But when I tried to build a cabin on top of that, my body started screaming. I decided to endure this as it was all about becoming flesh and blood. 11th, there was a lot of wood piled up, but it still seems like a long way off. As I was walking through the forest with a saw, I came across a low-ranking wind spirit that looked like a sparrow. I asked Merelda if she felt uncomfortable with my recent cutting down of trees, perhaps out of concern. Then he shook his head again. I guess he's more generous than I thought. I was thinking about making a contract with this guy, but I skipped it because I didn't want to waste my spirit slots carelessly. 14th. As the end of semester evaluation approached, I stopped working on wood for now. Most of my night time was spent studying. Although I was quite confident in the written part, I still feel the need to improve my practical skills. Still, it is a huge improvement compared to the beginning when there were no magical abilities at all. His skills were much better than the average of first-year students. I met Jenica again in front of the exam room in the teaching building, but I was ignored again. Clara and Arnice, as expected, looked satisfied when they saw me being completely ignored. 18th. The woodwork has been roughly completed. It seems like it won't be enough, but I think I'll have to cut more at that point. The academic schedule was ahead of the closing ceremony. Anyway, I got good grades. It wasn't enough to receive a scholarship, but if I continue to grow at this pace, I can aim for a scholarship next semester. The mastery of the wind blade has risen one level further. The required skill level has gradually increased significantly, and after using it to cut down trees and remove twigs on an old blade, it seems that I have become somewhat trained. Since we didn't have the means to move the wood, we borrowed a simple cart with wheels from the student center renovation site. Of course, it wasn't free. I gave him some money, and he readily allowed me to spend it as I pleased during times when construction was not in progress. So the wood was shipped one by one near the camp. 20th. Vacation has begun. For the time being, you can only spend the whole day at camp. Most students return to their hometowns for vacation. I have no hometown to return to, and I plan to create one from now on. First, we started by splitting the log in two using a wind blade and using the flat side to make beams. After working all day, I was about halfway done. It was time to secure food again. When I checked the noose trap that had been set up in advance, Lucy was caught and was sleeping comfortably. It was a mistake to use beef jerky as bait. I just threw Lucy into the wooden shelter and continued working on the beam. 23rd. Ziggs has arrived in the forest. He was also running around like he was training. When I asked him if he wasn't going home because it was vacation, he answered that he didn't go either because he had to attend a conference. She is also very consistent. He saw me building a house in a desperate situation and asked if I could help him. After all, building a hut is something you do for discipline, so I thought it would be better to just get some help for things I couldn't handle on my own, even though I was tempted to just refuse. We received help in erecting and fixing one central pillar and 4 outer pillars. The work of adding beams has also been completely completed. After finishing everything, it was so hard that we both fell to the floor, sweating profusely. Ziggs returned to Arfle's hall as it was getting dark, telling him to let me know if he needed any help again. 27th. It rained. The wood consumed water and became so heavy that it was impossible to work on it. It won't dry out in a day or two, but I think he'll have to focus on survival activities for the time being. At night, senior maid Belle Meyer came and handed out some herbs and mushrooms. Then she vaguely asked how Yenny Carr was doing these days, and she answered honestly that she seemed to hate him. Belle returned to Arfle's hall while tilting her head. Listening to the story, it seems that Yenneker and her best friends also stayed at school this vacation. 30 days. Once the beam and pillar work was completed, the rough shape began to emerge. Now it was time to build an exterior wall by stacking logs. Since it couldn't be fixed just by stacking it up, I had to dig out a space at the edge of each piece of wood to make a joint. This was truly hell. I felt like I was going crazy as I was using a saw and a draw hammer to dig out the joints so that the pieces of wood could fit together. Still, it ended well. 32nd. The wooden exterior wall collapsed around one pillar. I realized that just making the joints and fitting them together wasn't strong enough. It's like a dog. 34th. He came up with the idea of drilling holes in the wood using a hand-cranked manual drill and then driving strong iron rods into each joint. To buy the necessary supplies, I went to the general store that Elt Trading Co. is responsible for distribution. I ran into a group of Yenneker again at the bakery in the living area. As soon as Jenniker's eyes met hers, she ran away. The two best friends were still smiling with satisfaction, but among them Annis was the only one smiling. Clara looked back and forth between me and Yenneker for a moment, then suddenly began to break out into a cold sweat. It looks like he had a stomach ache. 37th. Just like you said, Taylor was a better guy than I thought. The work of stacking logs in the high part and working on the roof was too difficult to do alone, so I ended up calling over Ziggs, who was jogging. These days I've changed my mind a bit, but it's better not to get too involved with important characters. In the scenario, on the other hand, if you get too far away, you won't be able to tell whether the story is progressing properly. We cannot repeat the same mistakes we made during the Glasgow subjugation war. I decided to get the first graders' stories out of Ziggs while also doing some work. We were sitting on the roof of a half-finished cabin, hammering nails into each joint. We sparred during the end-of-semester evaluation, and even at that moment, we didn't give up and continued to get stronger. Of course, he's not my opponent yet, but he might become a very useful swordsman in the future. Is that so? I was able to confirm that Act 1, Scene 9 proceeded without any problems. Are you going to nail everything here too? Leave that side alone. That's where the chimney goes. Although it's a bit clumsy, I'm also planning to build a chimney for the fireplace. In order to heat the interior of a hut, a space for smoke to escape was essential. Of course, I think he'll need other materials besides logs, but he'll have to think about that later. 40 days. The vacation was approaching the middle of the year. It was so hot that I thought I would get heat stroke, so I took a day off. 42 days. It was so hot that I worked without my top on. The fine muscles covering the body have now reached a level where they can be called just muscles. Whenever it was hot, I doused myself with river water and filled the gaps between the logs with mud. Also, since the roof could leak from rain, I brought a lot of the wide leaves that were used to make the wooden shelter and covered it with the netting that was left over from making the fish farm and secured it with twine. The vague remaining netting was roughly tied to a nearby tree to create a hammock. If there is another use, you can release it and use it. 45 days. When I first started, I had drawn a single stroke with a sword, but before I knew it, I had drawn 9 jiang, characters for cutting. I raised my head and looked ahead. A well-finished log cabin was welcoming me. New finished product. The log cabin was made by trimming logs to the same size as possible and then stacking them to fit the pillars and beams. It has only the outer walls and roof and nothing inside. Production difficulty. The production skill has increased. 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 Whoa, I sighed once and roughly threw down the hatchet I was holding, and then I walked towards the cabin. It doesn't have a door, but if you make good use of hinges, you can make something similar. I went straight through the entrance and sat in the middle of the hut. At first glance, I think it's more than 5 pyong. It was built larger than expected due to the large size of the tree, but there is nothing wrong with being spacious. Heating efficiency may deteriorate slightly, but it is acceptable. A hole for the window has been drilled, but there is no window installed yet. There was space for a fireplace, but there was no material to make a fireplace, so it was empty for now. Neither the floor nor the wall materials are applied. There isn't even a single piece of furniture. It was a cabin made entirely of rough logs. However, there are exterior walls and a roof. If you close, the door bugs won't come in. If you have something that can provide lighting, you can study more comfortably at night. It would be great if you could find or make a desk or chair. I just wiped my face once. I have a house. What I find particularly touching about that fact is, it was proof of how difficult life had been. As I was trying so hard to survive, I completely forgot about that fact. It wasn't until I had my own living space that I realized this fact, so I decided not to push myself any further and just sit still and finish the day. Living skills details grade. Novice craftsman specialty. Woodworking dexterity LV13. Design LV8. Gathering LV11. Woodworking LV12. Hunting LV8. Fishing LV6. Cooking LV6. Repairing LV5. This is a level 4 finished product. I decided to postpone checking my living skills proficiency and talent stats, which were rising like crazy, and my physical strength stats, which had risen significantly due to doing physical labor. Advanced crafting skills will be unlocked gradually, but I don't feel like checking that out right away. There is still a long way to go. It wouldn't be a bad idea to put up some walls, flooring, furniture, fireplace finishing, and a fence. We need to replenish some food supplies, and it would be nice to have a small warehouse to store firewood and other miscellaneous things. We also need to install doors and windows, but now I just want to be under this exterior wall and roof. So I lay still in the middle of the hut for a long time. Ooh. When I arrived, Lucy was hanging from the window hole, flailing her feet, stars shooting out of her eyes. In her eyes, this cabin, the product of my hard work, appears to be nothing more than a huge cat tower. I get so excited that I try to climb here and there. I thought about kicking them out, but I also wanted to be intoxicated with this sense of accomplishment for a while. The sun was setting late at night. Chapter 30, Yenica Palova. 3. Senior maid Belle Meyer is known for being neat and thorough in her work, even among the maids at Arfleys Hall, where only the elite are gathered. Therefore, with the two letters senior in front of them, they can be in charge of training or reprimanding new maids. There are rumors that Ellis, who is currently the head maid and general manager of the Arfleys building, is considering resigning. Then, all the attention of Arfleys Hall was bound to be focused on who would be the next maid, and one of the strong candidates was Belle Meyer. It is a natural conclusion. Lady Yenica. In fact, Belle's status has already been upgraded to a higher level among the maids at Arfleys Hall, but she does not distinguish between the noble and the noble of her work. They stand on the front lines and take charge of everything from dirty and menial tasks to the servants handled exclusively by low-level maids. The same goes for helping students groom themselves. As is customary, senior maids rarely step forward, but Belle rolls up her sleeves without a big deal. While brushing the back of Jenica's hair in front of the mirror, Belle lightly raised a topic. Last time I was in the forest, I went to Master Ed's camp and saw an amazing sight. Ha! Oh, you mean that cabin. How did you know? At those words, Yenica whimpered and shook her shoulders, then shook her head, twisting the ends of her hair. I saw it in passing, I see. Anyway, he said he made it himself, and I was quite surprised that it was better and shaped better than I expected. I didn't know you had talent for that. I see. I refrained from doing so because I was afraid it would be undignified, but I also wanted to go in there. I wanted to look around and see if it was sturdy. Belle thinks so too. It's natural because I am also human. This is natural. Belle is a perfect human being as a maid. A person who truly knows how to serve is not satisfied simply by cleaning well or running errands well. The quality of a true employee is to know how to do as much as possible for the employer without being presumptuous. Whoever passed by and saw such a hut, wouldn't they be curious about who built it, how it was built, and what the inside looked like? This is a very natural phenomenon. Bell's tone, which strangely emphasizes the words obvious and natural, clearly has hidden intentions. He is pushing Yenika's back. The idea was to go to the camp, talk to Ed, and talk about the cabin as a topic. Of course, there is no way that Yenika could have such a gloomy way of thinking, such as doubting the goodwill of others or guessing their true intentions. Yenika just nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Of course, it's natural. Anyone who sees something like that can't help but be curious. I just understood it with a serious face." Belle sighed inwardly as she braided Yenika's hair. Embracing romantic feelings is a very natural phenomenon for a girl of this age. But if you do it so clumsily, even things that are supposed to go wrong will not work out. Of course, meddling any further than this would just be going beyond the topic, so all Belle could do was trim Jenica's hair as nicely as possible. Belle applied more force to his hand today and quietly brushed the back of Yenika's head. The entrance to the northern forest is still the same. The green vegetation that embraces all people equally is spreading its chest as if to come in here. Even though the sun is setting, the scene at the entrance is warm rather than gloomy. This is because it is like a courtyard for Yenika. The northern forest is a place where Yenika often comes when she wants to take a breather. I especially love sitting against Merelda's guardian tree and reading a book, getting some fresh air, and listening to the rustling of leaves. This is because it reminds me of sitting on a hill near my hometown and feeling the wind. That's why Jenica visits this forest every time she feels homesick. However, I have not been able to go in and out of the northern forest much recently. It's embarrassing to say the reason directly, but it was because there was a high probability of encountering someone living in the northern forest. At first, it was probably just curiosity. Merelda, the wind spirit of the forest, takes the form of a small wolf whenever she gets the chance and comes out of the forest to visit Yenica and chat. Sitting by the window late at night under the moonlight and chatting with Merelda. Ending the day like that was a natural routine for Yenica. Ed Rossdaler, whom Merelda talks about, is very different from the rumors. She says that it is like seeing wild animals in the forest, trying hard to survive even when they are in a difficult situation. When I described things like getting an upset stomach while eating tree bark, trying to make a wooden shelter but it kept collapsing, tying one's head, chopping firewood because it was so difficult, and falling all over the floor, I burst into laughter. Even so, when she hears stories like when she caught and cooked her first fish with a fishing rod she worked hard to make, when she built a sturdy and useful drying rack, when she successfully hunted for the first time with a bow she made herself, even Yenica smiles with pride. Jenica liked to sit by the window and listen to Merelda's stories. This is because it reminded me of my parents stroking my head while reading fairy tales to me when I was young. After I grew up, I was too embarrassed to make such requests. When I came to my senses, I found that I was always finishing my day's work by listening to Ed's story. Yenica stamped her feet as she wandered around the entrance to the northern forest. Even I am aware of how pathetic my situation is. Was the direct trigger the Glasgow incident? But it seems like there were signs even before that. It's not that special. Love is like a light rain. When you suddenly come to your senses, it is covered all over your body. To begin with, Merelda's description is overly detailed, as he explains in detail the shape of Ed's shirtless biceps and the shape of his abs that are slowly taking shape. Innocent Yenica can't help but feel blood rushing to her head. When we ran into each other by chance in the living room, my eyes kept focusing on things like the tendons near the collarbone or the veins on the back of the hand, so I couldn't even look at them properly. After running out as if running away, my nose was bleeding, and even my best friend Annis was worried. Clara was so worried that she was breaking into a strange, cold sweat. She didn't bleed that badly, but it was an overreaction that wasn't like Clara. "What on earth are you doing?" When I came to my senses, I found myself thinking about Ed whenever I had time, and I wondered if there was another trick like this in the world. I stamped my foot because of my seemingly frivolous appearance. In the first place, Ed Rosteller was excommunicated from his family. Although he is called Ed Rosteller out of inertia, he has already been relegated to the status of a commoner and has to live with only the two letters of his name, Ed. In other words, there is no longer any significant gap in status with Yenica. I wonder if that's such a big deal, but that fact just makes Jenica have strange imaginations. For example, I imagine the two of them working together at the ranch in their hometown that was slowly short of workers, doing research together at a place like the Eastern Region Magic Society after graduation, or staying in school together to complete their teaching careers. I get hit by a car. I had no idea that he was such a severely delusional person. The sense of self-destruction that comes over time is a bonus. How long are we going to keep doing this? Ed will probably think I am strange too. Ed's reputation may have improved a bit, but it's still not very good. Ed is well aware of that fact, so he doesn't think Yenica's behavior is particularly strange, as she avoids him, but from Yenica's perspective, it's a separate problem. Looking at the objective situation, it is rude to openly avoid the other person like this. Regardless of love, it was a matter of etiquette between humans, so we can't keep doing this any longer. Yenica nodded and headed towards the camp where Ed would be. Name: Ed Rosteller. Gender: male. Age: 17. Grade: 2. Race: human. Achievements: non-stamina 8, intelligence 7, dexterity 10, willpower 9, luck 6, battle ability details, magic ability details, life ability details, alchemy ability details. Finally, the talent stat reached 10. From here on, you can say that you now have abilities completely specialized in dexterity. From the moment the talent stat reaches 10, the increase in mastery of production skills increases, and if the conditions are met, advanced production skills can be acquired. Spirit infusion, which allows you to embody the power of spirits through manufactured products. Magic engineering, which allows you to create various magic items. Enchantment, which gives various effects to ordinary products. Artisan's soul, which allows you to exert greater power when using the products you made in battle. Various reagents and herbs. The pharmacist's eye that skillfully combines ingredients. If other conditions are met, you will be able to use specialized skills in various forms by combining them with combat/magic/alchemy abilities. At this point, the only advanced production skill that can be realistically obtained is spirit infusion. But if you work harder, you will be able to utilize various advanced skills. As the growth momentum gains momentum and the result of the hut is created, the sense of accomplishment increases and more things become possible, which gives me more energy. I thought it was a good virtuous cycle and was thinking of ways to fill the cabin with things. The most urgent thing is the door. I bought hinges and hung them on an improvised wooden board, but they were not very strong. To begin with, the specifications are not exactly right, so drafts leak out. While thinking about how to solve this problem, I was chopping wood in various ways in the vacant lot in front of the cabin. Ahan, hi, Ed. There was someone greeting me in an off-key voice, so I turned my head, and it was Yenica. It looks like you came all the way to the camp for some reason. Unlike the neat school uniform she wore during the semester, since she was on vacation, she was wearing a comfortable navy blue skirt and a generous-sized white blouse. The hat and shawl look quite hot, so they must have been worn for fear of burning their skin. It's a wise decision. Even at first glance, Yenica's pure white skin appears to be very weak against sunlight. The sunset is just starting to set, so the light isn't that strong, but there's nothing good about letting your guard down. On the other hand, I was swinging a saw at the workbench with my arms and legs rolled up, so this appearance, full of realism, felt at odds with Yenica. Hello, Yenica. What happened here? I naturally accepted the greeting. I was a little surprised because it was Yenica who had been avoiding me these days. I just wonder if they have some business to do by coming all the way to the camp on their own. It's not that big of a deal. Jenica opened the story like that and explained in a strangely fast tone. I was passing by. I was just going to see Merelda. I saw there was a cabin. I went and saw it. They explained to me what's so urgent. When you see a cabin like this, you wonder who built it, how it was built, and what it looks like inside. Right. It's natural, right? Yes. So I thought it was natural and obvious, so I came naturally and naturally. Yes, the cabin is really cool, Ed. I threw the saw on the workbench and shook off my hands. Yes, I built it recently. But didn't the spirits tell you? Yenica hiccuped and whimpered as if she had been caught off guard by those words, and then shook her head. I told you, but in passing, just vaguely. Ah, just enough to make me think there was something like that. Just slightly. Just a little bit. It was just a hint. I don't really talk to spirits that much in the first place. Yeah, just occasionally. To what extent? To the extent of exchanging recent news. That's why I don't know the details of how Ed lives. Really? Yes. That's right. Yes, you can go in. It's built pretty sturdy, so it's not bad. I felt proud, too. I nodded and pointed toward the cabin. Yenica strangely hesitantly went into the cabin and started touching and looking at it. It was a log cabin that wasn't anything special, but I felt like I was bragging because I thought I built it by myself. I love it. The energy of the night is coming. The sound of bugs chirping is still cozy. The moon slowly reveals its face, and salt-like stars also slowly start to come out. I made tea using the wooden mug I bought at the living room and the herbs that Belle gave me. Yenica calmly accepted the cup containing the herbal tea with both hands and sat staring blankly at the crackling flame. It was a hut and had been built, but the fireplace was not properly completed, so it was impossible to light a fire inside. Then, with great effort, if I burned down the cabin I just made, it would be unfair and I can't sleep. So I'm still camping outside until the proper interior construction is completed. But looking at my almost completed house, even this situation feels romantic. Ed is amazing. Normal people would give up in a situation like this. It's not something to praise that much. No, it's great enough. The strange feeling of hesitation had already disappeared. The peaceful feeling in the forest on a quiet night was there is a mysterious energy that makes people calm. There is nothing better if you have a cup of herbal tea in your hand. I really don't think I would be able to do anything if I were in a situation like Ed. In the first place, you two sooner or later at Arfleys Hall. Shouldn't we go out? Yes, I think I'll probably stay at Dex Hall, Sylvania's three major dormitories. Arfleys Hall, Laurel Hall, and Dex Hall. Among them, Dex Hall is the place with the most outdated facilities and is where most general students belong. Cost, depending on the facility, there are 4-person rooms, 8-person rooms, and up to 10-person rooms. So it is really difficult to adapt if you live in the Arfleys building and move to the Dex building after being attended to. Well, it may not be as difficult as Yenikani, who is not from a wealthy family to begin with. Tuition fees. They say you can pay for it at home. Yenika shook her head. He said February will lend it to you. I'll pay you back slowly after I graduate. Clole was the name of the Imperial Chancellor's second daughter. In the first place, Yenica is a person who can really do anything once she graduates and gets a degree, so it's not a very risky investment. In the end, this side is also trying to erase the debt. That's her intention. Nevertheless, it must be Yenica's stubbornness to go into Dex Hall. The facilities are better at Laurel Hall, but after committing such a major incident, she doesn't have the honor of borrowing the help of her friends to live in a well-equipped dormitory. I owe you a lot. I didn't know that everyone would work so hard for me during the disciplinary committee, that they would even help me with tuition, and that even Princess Phenia and Lortel would help me like that. Even though you made that mistake, everyone comforted you after the disciplinary committee. Everyone, I was so thankful. I really can't express it in words. Most people do not understand that the reason why Jenica's division occurred was because she was weighed down by her heavy feelings. In the end, the fundamental problem has not been resolved. The vicious cycle has not yet been broken. I didn't lose. How am I going to pay this all back? If I can't pay it back, I can just eat it up. Even though Yenica received so much expectation and support, she ended up failing. The shock hadn't even subsided yet, but she had new debt. Is piling up again. Isn't it a stereotype that you have to pay off all your debt? Do I have to pay it back just because I borrowed it? Wow. I've never thought about it from that perspective. There are so many ways to get out of debt in the world. How many people actually make a living off of debt? However, for Yenica, such a way of thinking is an unknown world that cannot be imagined. She is that kind of person to begin with. Anyway, it must be a lot of trouble. We also have to move the dormitory soon. If we go to the decks, building the facilities will definitely not be as good, but I think it will be more fun. Being able to spend the whole day with such good friends. From morning until bedtime, we can tell fun jokes with each other in the same room, hug pillows before going to sleep, eat late-night snacks together, and talk about various things. Yes, the Arfleys Hall is a single room per person. It is a sanctuary for the mind where you can quietly rest in your own space after a hard and arduous day. Their classmates and juniors look at Yenica with envious eyes. There is no way. If you sit quietly in bed and look at the moon outside the window, you can still take the burden off your shoulders. That is why, for Yenica, the space called Dex Hall evokes a fundamental fear when she wakes up in the morning and goes to sleep at night. For Jenica, the place where she lives communally is no different from a prison where she lives in chains all day long. Jenica looked up from the crackling bonfire and looked up at the sky. Aiken Island with the quiet air of the forest. The night sky is clear. The gloomy silence of the early evening has suddenly turned into warmth. The strangely dangerous appearance made me feel uncomfortable leaving it alone. If you want to be alone, you can come and stay any time. I won't worry about it, he said lightly. If you show consideration and sincerity for no reason towards this girl, it will actually be poisonous. Ha, really? Happy? Eh. Only then did Yenica put away the hesitant look she had been showing these days and show that stupid, insincere smile for the first time in a long time. You know, Ed, if Ed is having a hard time or something is difficult for him to handle on his own, I want you to tell me. Yenica looked at the clear sky and spoke quietly. In that case, I will definitely help you. These days, Arfleys Hall it was really confusing. The mug that had been filled with herbal tea was empty. Yenica put on a shawl, straightened her clothes, and stood up to leave the camp. I guess it's because there was a rumor that the head maid was going to quit soon. I heard that the head maid, Ellis, is very stressed these days. Yenica continued while shaking off her clothes. Isn't it strange? Ellis, I didn't meet him often, but he definitely seemed very sincere and bright. Well, he'll be leaving Arfleys Hall soon, so it won't be a big deal, but I'm worried for no reason. Yenica said, and smiled that innocent smile again. Anyway, thank you for showing me around the cabin, Ed. I will come visit often. Perhaps coming every day, does it still feel like a burden? Do whatever you want. Eh. It's a good thing you came to see Ed today. Then, see you tomorrow, no. See you all next time. I greeted Yenica and made sure to catch the information that Yenica threw out as if it was no big deal. Now that I think about it, the second semester is approaching. The Arfleys building occupation incident signals the start of the second act. Originally, this was an incident that should have ended as an incident where inferior students who were dissatisfied with unfair treatment took the opportunity to properly express their dissatisfaction. Since they were inferior students in the first place, it had such a great influence. However, as the maid who was bribed by Lortle joins in, the scale of the incident increases exponentially and develops into the main event of Act 2. Ultimately, the relationship between the Elt Company and the Bachelor over the Sage's seal, it is an incident that can be called the beginning of everything, as the fight escalates into a business war. You will have a hard time soon, Taylor. I say a silent prayer to Taylor in my heart as I wave to Yenica, who is disappearing through the night forest. I sent it to you. Really, it's going to be hard as a dog, Taylor fighting.